Chapter 46, Find a Better Way. Okay, this is it. The climax of this arc. No cliffhangers. No fillers. No artificial colors or flavors. Y'all can't know how tempted I was to release this on April 1st with some ridiculous joke. Rejoice. The chapter is finally here. I strongly recommend getting your Alexa device or browser of choice to play the song when Tanya starts singing. More commentary on this in the end. No spoilers here. Pavel, still dressed in local garb, welcomed Gloria to the villa he had rented. Under the theory that being obviously corrupt was a better cover than trying overly hard to disguise their misdeeds, he quite freely threw money around and gave the impression that a crime boss was coming to visit. You are quite free with the people's money, Pavel. Gloria sniffed as he got out of the limousine that had retrieved him from the train station. This city is corrupt in ways unheard of even in the pathetic bourgeoisie Western minds. This was actually the least expensive and most efficient way to carry out our mission for the greater glory of the Russie Federation. How can those with the greatest burdens do their tasks well without proper support? He eloquently spouted lies with the aplomb that only a survivor in the Russie bureaucracy could manage. Enjoy yourself, Gloria, now that your hedonism has been justified, and give me a good review. Maybe even a promotion. We'll see. But he sported the almost invisible smile that Pavel recognized as the sign that he was truly pleased. The mid-sized villa was luxuriously appointed and ready to be inhabited. The furnishings had come with the property and the go-between Pavel dealt with was well experienced in buying old properties, patching the bullet holes and selling it again. Regardless of the past owners, the carpets were clean, the fixtures polished, and the paint fresh. This place, it's new. No, Comrade Gloria. The dealer merely freshened it up before our arrival. Surely, he'll do so for the next leasers as well. Gloria snorted. Landlords. They'll be second against the wall when the revolution comes. Pavel didn't ask who would be the first. She has been prepared properly? And is in good health? Of course. I had servants clean and dress her most carefully. Gloria frowned and his voice grew steely. Servants. Local girls. Girls? Nothing was done to her. No one, saw her. Not even me. Gloria's face cleared up. Ah, good. Very good. How long until the drugs wear off? That's hard to say with how long she has been under. But definitely soon. Gloria drew in a shuddering breath. Soon, my precious little silver. Just wait for me. Soon. *****. Once they got close to port, the 203rd opted to just fly in. Even the fastest ship couldn't keep up with a skilled mage with a good orb. Weiss reminded them, we're hitting the shore a half-mile out of port. Even a lawless city like that has some rules and we don't want to encourage the local constabulary to rouse themselves. Stay calm. Grants grumbled. If those mercenaries hadn't held us up. Newman shook his head. We didn't take that long. Their lead was just too much for us to make up. But at least we know where they are going. As the miles of water flew under them, Visha asked, what is Constantinople like? Grants shook his head, causing his helmet to shake erratically in the high-speed winds. It's a horrible place from what I hear. My Ildoan friends say that it's filled with drugs, prostitution, crime, and gambling. When I was in uni, my father said he'd cut off my allowance if I even thought about going there. Koenig agreed. The murder rate there reminds me of the war. Saying life is cheap is an understatement. The rest of the flight was in silence until they spotted the shore approaching. Weiss commanded, stay in squads, no need to keep magic silence. Move fast, but don't cause trouble. If trouble finds you, on the other hand, deal with it quickly. Politeness only takes you so far in a city like that, weakness draws the predators faster than any provocation. Koenig chuckled. Weakness is a provocation there. Visha looked at the distant shore and her hands clenched on her rifle. Grants asked, what do you mean by quickly? Weiss grinned without humor. Don't kill anyone. He paused and continued, or not too many. *****. Two women disembarked from a train station near both a thriving market and the warehouse district. One was dressed in a more conservative, upper-class style. Lots of silk with gilding and gold thread with voluminous pants and sleeves. The other was in much tighter clothing, and her neck and ankles were daringly bared. Astra, are you sure you can't do a reading? Her sister shuddered, causing the folds of her dress to shake. Don't even consider it. At best, I'd be blinded if I tried. Literally blinded, if not killed outright. Nova blinked. It's getting worse. I barely need to do a reading. Even when my eyes are closed, I can feel the heat of an inferno on my skin when it's all around us. She turned on the platform, indeed with her eyes closed, sensing something beyond sight. We're close, but I can tell no more. Okay, it's my time to shine, then. While Astrid got her information from celestial sources, Nova's sources were quite earthly. She vanished into the crowds of the market while Astrid checked into their hotel and staked out a table on the outdoor patio. The building was divided into the women's and men's sections, so the servers and the guests were all female. While cut off from her more active senses, she wasn't beyond passively looking into the great beyond, peering between the cracks between her fingers as she covered her face, as it were. Such forces could not affect the waking world without signs visible even to the unaware. She drew on Roma rituals spread by conquerors many centuries ago. They, themselves had taken them from wise ones even older than they. It was looking at the shadows on a wall, the ritual was Platonic at its core, as to avoid any serious consequences. She made an odd request of the waitress, who cocked her head to one side. "I believe we have one. Please wait." Within a few minutes, she brought out a freshly polished silver bowl, slightly smaller than a soup bowl. "Thank you." She made a mental note to leave a large tip when she was done, that's if everyone survived. Astrid poured white wine into the bowl and then a drop of her own blood, which lazily sank into the liquid, stretching and twisting as the otherwise unseen currents moved it. A spiral, no, 2 spirals? One countering the other. When the blood had completely dissolved, she drank the wine in one gulp, poured more in the bowl and drank that as well for good measure. After a few hours, Nova arrived, finding Astrid still sitting at the table with a mostly empty bottle of wine. "Well, having a party without me, no fair. The adults need to have fun before the children arrive." "Exactly, the adults, hey." She sat down and grabbed the bottle and drank directly from it. "Another one of these, please." She waved the now completely empty bottle at the waitress. The waitress hesitated but hurried off when Astrid nodded. "What did you find out?" She filled her cup with the arrival of the wine and then continued. "There were 5 villas or other residences bought recently. No sign that anyone is planning an exodus with our favorite mage. I spent a lot of coin in bribes, but a local warlord tried to snatch me, so I hexed him and pushed him into the harbor, so I'm ahead by a good bit." Astrid smiled, an expression she hadn't had much chance to use lately. "Which hex?" "False shaping. He thinks he's a fish and he's singing about how much happier he is now that he's back in the ocean. Be careful about that. There are users of power here untouched by the trend to mechanical magic." She sniffed. "No worries, I got away clean. And he's much cleaner now that the sweat and cheap cologne is washed off." She poured another glass. "How about you?" "The signs are literally mixed. Birds to the west, birds to the east in equal measure. For every good omen, there's a bad one to match it." "Oh okay, that's useful. How bad is bad? Or good? You remember my prediction? It's that bad, maybe worse. Or better. I'm so glad I asked, or am I?" She swirled her wine slowly. "What's our next move?" "We pull off the kid gloves. But we absolutely don't go anywhere near the Argent and the monster. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Okay, we go in 4-man squads. If anyone is injured, retreat back to shore in good form at the empty warehouse on the small dock. If we get 2 fallbacks, reform to make a new squad and head back out unless under fire. Only mage pistols, leave the rifles on the boat except for the high squad." Grants raised an eyebrow. "That's it, sir. The colonel taught us to think for ourselves. This isn't an organized assault, so we have no way of knowing what we are up against. What we do not have is time. You've got a brain in there. Use it. That's an order." "Sir." "Yes sir." Everyone saluted and spread out into the sinful city, looking for commander and aiming to 12 groups. 12 chances. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Newman took his squad into the heart of the city, looking for clues. None of them spoke Turkmeni, so they looked for signs of Russi involvement. As the men they were chasing were quite a bit paler than the inhabitants of Constantinople, they would certainly stand out, though not more than the 203rd themselves. Their military bearing, uniforms, and obvious sense of purpose kept most thugs from challenging them, though it drew the attention of more than one prostitute. One of the men asked, "Where to, sir?" "Let's try a bar. At the very least, we can trade silver for gossip. Any lead is better than no lead at this time." The bar, operating at full steam despite the early hour, grew silent as the 4 came in. Reiner walked up to the bartender, regardless. "We're looking for information. Anyone here speak Germanian?" The bartender, a man whose life had been harder than most judging by the number of scars, looked at the 4 up and down. "I know some. You have money. Silver to ask, and gold if I like what I hear. We're looking for some Russis, they would have arrived just in the past few hours." He tossed a few coins on the counter. The man smiled, showing several gaps in his teeth. "What if no one is interested in talking but are interested in your money?" All around the bar, chairs scraped as other rough-looking men stood up. "You see, we rather the Federation but we aren't so fond of the Empire. So why not leave your cash and we might, what are you doing?" "Ah, this. Newman pulled a piece of carefully folded metal from its custom holder and started to unfold and lock it. This is a shovel. Very useful device. We always carry them when we might move shit efficiently. The other three followed his lead and soon they were proudly displaying their tools. The bartender frowned. Apparently someone here doesn't understand the situation. Newman grinned. I was just thinking the same thing. With a casual swing, he slammed a patron trying to reach for a knife across the bar where he broke several wall decorations, and the wall they were attached to. 5 minutes later they were surrounded by groaning men in various states of injury and unconsciousness. Looks like a dry hole, sir. I think you're right. He refolded his shovel and stored it, ignoring the blood on the tool. Nothing to help with it other than try again. The scene was repeated a dozen times over the next few hours, and a dozen more times after that. Koenig spent a few minutes looking over the crowds before diving in. He met the eyes of a prostitute and walked over when she smiled at him. Her smile grew larger as they got near. Well, so many strong soldiers. She slid closer to Koenig and ran a finger down his uniform. I'll give a discount if it's all 4 of you or I can get some friends to join us, Her Germanian was not bad, despite a heavy accent, and Koenig assumed that the more languages she knew, at least a little bit, the more customers she might get. I'm afraid we're quite busy, but we won't take your time without pay. I'm always open to a bit of side money. What do you want from little me, There are some Russies in town. Maybe new, maybe old, but some definitely came into port today. Seen any of them? Russie sailors? Well, there are always a few, but I think you want something different, no? She looked up at him through her lashes. She had very large eyes. Yes. There are probably 2 groups. One established for a few months, maybe a bit longer. The others just came into port today, but they wouldn't act like normal sailors. They would have a small woman or girl with them or largish crates. She tapped pursed lips with one finger. I don't recall anyone like that, but I have a lot of friends. Why don't we ask around? They are not as good at Germanian as I am, so I can translate. Just the few questions he asked told her everything. These Russies kidnapped a girl, and are shipping her through Constantinople. Probably some kind of sex slave. But she's someone really important. Of these army guys wouldn't be here. Let's go, this time of day, most of them are free or will be waking up soon. Make sure you loosen your purse strings, this won't be cheap. Koenig gave her a crooked smile. You're the boss. Don't call me boss, call me Zara, soldier. Yes ma'am. At her glare, he corrected himself. I mean Zara. The lieutenant wasn't sure what the local thug was saying, but assumed it wasn't pleasant. Mein Gott, we don't have time for this. Anyone here speak Turkmeni? Sorry, sir. But I do know some sign language. Oh, what are they saying? He looked at the gesticulating criminals surrounding them. That they are going to beat up and kill all of us. He grinned. Interpretation might vary. I thought that's what it was. Let's talk to them in the language they understand, then. In flash, he flew to the other side of the room, using his shield like a battering ram. On either side, mage knives came out and the bloody work began. They finally managed to find someone who spoke broken Francois in the noisome alley. And no Russie. No Russie here. The imperial soldier smiled and easily held the big man up with one hand. Are you quite sure? He asked in much better Francois than the Turkmeni thug. Yes. No Russie. He squeezed his hand tighter. Then where should we look, punk? The remaining thug managed to stammer out a lead before fainting from lack of blood flow to his brain. He dropped him to the ground. Okay, next. Grants, recalling an Alba Ishather, offered a bounty to the street urchins that were tucked in every corner of the city. One squad checked the shipping registers at the docks. Another went to see about any crimes committed by Russies recently. 2 squads checked outgoing traffic that might indicate a retreat to the Federation. The high squad flew in a search pattern looking for the telltale pale skin of the Russies amongst the browner shadies of the locals. Each used their own methods and own idea, but with a singular, overriding purpose. Visha, oddly, took her squad to a quiet residential area and sat on a bench near a grocer and just sat and thought. Ma'am, shouldn't we be out searching? He spoke respectfully, but anxiety was evident in his voice. She shook her head. High team has that covered. We need to think about this carefully. We know who is likely to have done this, Loria. The colonel as much as said he was behind the kangaroo court in the Republic. That means any plan involving him will have its own logic. Serebryakov had made herself the expert on the Russie Federation for Digirakov, as she had the best insight into their culture and, obviously, language. What she had learned of Loria was awful. Rape and kidnapping at best. He's a man run by perversions and has gone to a great effort to get the colonel. He's been waiting along, long time for this, so he's probably desperate with sick desires. That means he is probably hiding in the city and will only leave to head back home when he's done. She ground her teeth but also felt like crying but kept control like a good soldier. That gives us a small window to work with. Russie leadership claim to be just average citizens, but they somehow manage to arrange any number of luxuries for themselves, especially when the proletariat can't see. We're looking for at least a semi-luxurious house but not an apartment. It has to be some place they can control completely. A separate house, probably walled. Communists love walls when they control them. This means that we are probably going to avoid the city center and look more in the outer areas. She snapped her fingers. Walled villas just outside of the city. Those with money like to keep the poor away, so it's a perfect cover for whatever they are doing. She stood up and barked. Camouflage on, we're going to be doing a lot of flying. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Loria was sweating unpleasantly despite the fans in every room he went to. As the others were comfortable, it was obvious that this was a flaw of his biology, or personality. Regardless, servants supplied endless handkerchiefs while they waited for Argent to come out of sedation. Pavel worried quietly. Once Loria had vented himself, he would be calmer and happier. Right now, he was a live grenade bouncing around a dance floor, there was no telling when or where he'd explode. For now, he tried just to placate the man and keep an eye on the closest exit. A female servant came up quietly and whispered in his ear. Pavel's face lit up like a stained glass window in the morning sun. Comrade Loria. The Argent, she is beginning to stir. Finally. If she is too damaged by this, I'll have them all killed before we leave Constantinople. He's useful but perhaps too ambitious. Maybe kill them anyway. I'll decide this later. Take me to her. No one is to disturb us. Yes, comrade. The maid led him to the prepared room. He appreciated without paying too much attention to the schoolgirl decor. The only thing that was somewhat out of place was a neatly pressed uniform hanging on a wall across from the bed and well-polished combat orb on the vanity near it. Oh, on the bed, it was the sole object of his fantasies for the past years. It was her. Nearly 2 weeks of privation and darkness had returned to her the wayfish form he remembered. The pale skin, the lovely hair carefully brushed and arranged on the pillow around her head shined even with the low lights of the room. The windows were closed to keep prying eyes out, but dimmer lights were more suitable for romance. NNNN. Her lips parted and a low moan came out. Her fists clenched, relaxed briefly and then clenched again. Oh my precious little silver, the things I will show you. He removed his suit coat and neatly folded it and laid it across the back of a chair. Tanya's eyes slowly opened and she stared at the ceiling, confused. She didn't attempt to speak, just slowly looked around. NNNNNNNN. Where? Must swim, no water? After blinking, her eyes cleared and she could see the room better and the murky shadows in her mind began to recede as well. She didn't recognize the room and she squinted at the person speaking. Luria, she rasped. Good my sweet. They didn't damage you too badly in shipment. We will be spending so much beautiful time together and I want you at your best. He wiped away another layer of sweat but the leer on his face couldn't be mistaken. He dropped the soggy handkerchief on the floor and then ran a moist hand over the schoolgirl clothes she had been dressed in. She shuddered, more from revulsion than fear. KK kill you. Hate you. Her body was weakened by many days without proper sustenance. Even now, only the ebbing drugs kept her from feeling the profound hunger and thirst of her emaciated body. She tried to move but could only twitch futilely. He chuckled. Oh, my precious Argent. Soon you will love me more than life itself. You will learn to sing my praises and your every waking moment will be dedicated to serving me. So many years of practice in re-educating in the camps and we've become quite good at it. And you have so much to unlearn. His voice lowered, huskier, thicker. And, under me, so very, very much to learn. Loria squeezed her thigh through the thin skirt, pleased that she had nearly regained her most perfect self. With just a little effort, he could ignore the inches she had grown and revel in the girl that had haunted his dreams since he saw her flying overhead. Beautiful, deadly, untouched, now completely his. No need to rush, though. We have so many days to spend together. Yes, there is an order to this. You've been a very, very bad girl and so your training will have to be stricter than most, He walked over to a large case on the opposite wall. Tanya couldn't quite make out what was inside as he opened it but she heard the muffled sounds of chains. This sick shit. If I could just move, just a little bit. Her eyes landed on the Type 95, practically glowing in a stray sunbeam that sneaked through the closed shutters. Suddenly, Loria's face in the mirror of the vanity spoke to her as the colors washed away from the room. What are you going to do now, unbeliever? Being X, she hissed, her voice recovering somewhat. I should have guessed anything this filthy would have your evil hand in it. You threw the world into a world war to prove a point, I guess nothing is beneath you. He snorted. Don't blame me for the ills of the mortal realm, heretic. Men are inherently evil and require guidance. You are the one that doesn't recognize that. Is that why you didn't let me stop the war? I almost did a couple of times. No, you wanted misery and death to keep the sheep in the flock. A portrait on the wall continued, the world says the greatest good for the greatest number is best. They are not wrong. Through faith comes submission. Through submission comes peace. Through peace comes beatitude. She sneered. Just a fancy way of saying you want slaves. Mindless, obedient, faithful puppets to raise voices in praise at their despotic overlords. The only difference between Loria and you is you are older and have a little more power. There was the slightest pause and again Loria's image spoke, once he has broken you, it will be my victory by default. No doubt you will beg for my help many times soon but my ears will be deaf to your begging. But I am nothing if not merciful, you sad sinner. Praise me now. Sing out and the relic will be yours again. With it, you can wipe out all the sins and the sinners along with them. A new crusade to cleanse the world of all foulness. The godless heathens. The monsters walking like men. Those that have opposed you will bow as a new age of virtue and plenty descends. All you have to do is ask. Go ahead. Beg now or your suffering begins. Pathetic. You are like a gambler with a busted flush. You are bluffing and going all in because you know you can't win against me. Go away you senile old fool. After dealing with him so many times, she was beginning to get an idea of his limits. In many ways, he was a senile old fool, stuck in his ways but she kept that knowledge locked away in her heart far from her conscious mind. The colors came back to the world and Loria smiled at her in the mirror, an expression more disgusting than even his leer. You'd like this toy, wouldn't you, Ed? He picked up the Type 95 casually. Once you've learned your place, perhaps then. It was quite the boon to get this along with you. With both, the glory of the Federation will be eternal. And who will be in charge once the Argent is under my thumb? Not that fool in Moskva. She looked toward the undersized uniform that used to fit her only a year ago. Her strength was still gone but she hid what little she had gathered. The orb drew her eyes like a magnet. Even in her weakened state, it would take only the tiniest thought to kill Loria and all his men. She knew there was no way that he'd give it her, of course. Not until she was re-educated, something he had done to countless girls already. That only left being X and she rather be literally damned before she'd ask for his help. Not this time. You uniform. You think it would look better there? You might be correct. It doesn't look complete without your orb. But favors for favors, my sweet, little thing. Why not sing for your new best friend and we might put off your lessons for a little longer. It will hurt me so to see you sad but understand that through that sadness will come our glorious consummation. Tanya thought. Tanya thought very hard. Tanya thought very, very, very hard. She unnecessarily cleared her throat and began to sing. The lovely melody she fondly remembered sounded melancholy but the purity of tone made it riveting. Entrancing. Bewitching. So you speak to me of sadness. And the coming of the winter. Fear that is within you now. It seems to never end. And the dreams that have escaped you. And the hope that you've forgotten. You tell me that you need me now. You want to be my friend. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All across the city, those who were outside suddenly shivered at the unseasonably cold breeze that swept over the land. Though they couldn't hear her, they felt the call of Digirekov as her will spread out. Farther and farther. Astrid's head snapped up. That's it. It's begun. Nova frowned. What? Her sister urged her to hurry, nearly sprinting herself. The end of the world. Elsewhere, those who knew Tanya the best felt like they heard her somehow. Among them was Visha who was already heading in the same direction. Nova pointed upwards at the flying mage. You looking for her? Yes. We are in time, I hope. She whispered a spell of speech, of hearing, of understanding, of meeting. Her mystic sight still too dangerous to use, she sent it off with nothing but a prayer to guide it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Loria, apparently satisfied, affixed the Type 95 to her old uniform. As his hand dropped away, it brushed past the buttons and one started quivering slightly as she sang. Puzzled, he looked closer and it suddenly burst sending a spray of powder into his face. Reflexively, he breathed it in and smelled something acrid, biting, enter his lungs. What? And you wonder where we're going. Where's the rhyme and where's the reason? And it's you cannot accept. It is here we must begin. To seek the wisdom of the children. And the graceful way of flowers in the wind. He staggered back, choking, and then turned around. You did this. He tried to move forward but the fast-acting poison caused him to wheeze as he felt he couldn't take in any air. As he bent over in pain, his heart started spasming wildly. Wind came from nowhere and blew out the shutters. Tanya sat up and her voice became grander, fuller, wilder. For the children and the flowers are my sisters and my brothers. Their laughter and their loveliness could clear a cloudy day. Like the music of the mountains and the colors of the rainbow. They're a promise of the future. And a blessing for her today. Almost like she was in a trance, the song carried her away. Her eyes grew unfocused as if she were staring at something at a distant horizon that no one else could see. Though the cities start to crumble. And the towers fall around us. The sun is slowly fading. And it's colder than the sea. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Grant's and Newman's squads met up as they were going in the same direction when the shocks hit. Fuck, what now? One of the soldiers cursed reflexively. The officers ignored him. You going to the villas in the northwest? Newman asked. Yeah, I got a lead that some Russies rented a property out there. Newman waved a stained shovel. Some people volunteered the same information. The cold breeze from earlier was magnified, howling through the streets and only superseded by the cracking sound of buildings collapsing and the screams of the people there. Clouds, or something else in the air, caused the daylight to dim suddenly. From behind them, they heard someone call out to them. Wait a moment. The men glanced back. Ah, it's Koenig, Grant said. Then he followed that with. Why are all those women following them? Newman shook his head. Some things are better of unanswered. Koenig's informants apparently thought following the mages out of the dangerous city was the best course of action. He arrived quickly for all that. He just said, villas. When the other two nodded, 3 sources is enough for me. I'm calling everyone in. Koenig used the unencrypted mage channels, opting for efficiency over security. We have intel that the colonel is being held in a walled villa just northwest of the city. We aren't sure which one. Weiss responded over the mage waves, all units to the northwest. Look for Russies in all this mess, they should stand out like sore thumbs. Everyone stumbled as another shock caused the ground to roll disturbingly beneath their feet. More of the weakest buildings collapsed, but, by this time, most everyone had evacuated to the streets rather than being crushed by substandard construction. The mages took to the air and moved in formation to the northwest. Grant tried to ignore the devastation behind them. The falling buildings. The screaming. Do you think the colonel had anything to do with that? Newman and Koenig just looked at him and then turned their eyes forward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is written from the desert. To the mountains they shall lead us. By the hand and by the heart. They will comfort you and me. In their innocence and trusting. They will teach us to be free. Loria was thrashing around the floor fighting for air when a force greater than any he had ever felt lifted him into the air. Pure oxygen entered his lungs, drying them out but keeping him alive a little long. It felt like knives stabbing him, over and over. Not breathing was pain, breathing was torture beyond imagination. Tears ran helplessly from his eyes, the only part of him not under control of the horrible spell gripping him. He saw that Tanya had stood up, her eyes glowing with an almost holy light. He tried to beg, but whatever force she commanded was forcing air into his lungs and out again, giving him no option but to endure helplessly. The guards that should have rushed in were either trying to escape the building or trying to put out the fire caused by a stove overturning and setting the kitchen ablaze. I'll have them all killed. Rational though fled as another wave of painful life-preserving air was shoving into his lungs, almost causing them to burst before being sucked out again. The shaking all over the city grew worse the more she sang. Loria's heart finally gave out, but something grabbed it and squeezed. Over and over and over again. God no, just let me die, let me die. He pleaded over and over, but no one was listening. For the children and the flowers are my sisters and my brothers. Their laughter and their loveliness could clear a cloudy day. An explosion thundered through the building. Weakened by earthquakes and power pulsating in the room, and the entire second floor other than Tanya and Loria was blown to the surrounding villas, destroying dozens in the process. She began to float, an unlikely mirror to Loria, who was also floating in the grip of her power. Just then, Visha zoomed in and shouted, Colonel! Colonel Digirekov! You have to stop! The hovering young mage ignored her, too caught in the forces she had set into motion. She couldn't get any closer as a deadly vortex of debris circled the two floating in its eye. A stray piece of metal, formerly part of a very expensive limousine, cut her cheek and a flagstone hit her thigh, nearly shattering it. The blood from her face was stolen by the wind and added to the maelstrom. Suddenly, everything became quiet around Visha. Not the explosions, not the screams, not the falling buildings, not the cracking earth, nothing made the slightest sound. She gathered all her of might and shouted, Tanya! And she was heard. Tanya turned toward her and, like a dam bursting, all the sounds returned at once. The vortex vanished and many tons of rubble dropped along with Tanya and Loria. Visha flew forward to catch her while ignoring the firefight that had broken out between the 203rd and quite a few Russi soldiers looking for a target. I have you, Tanya, I have you. With the girl in her arms, she floated gently to the circle of the building still left standing while Loria dropped unceremoniously. His heart, kept beating only by the will of the Argent, finally burst, granting him the death that he had begged for. Tanya looked over to her and whispered. And the song that I am singing is a prayer to non-believers. Come and stand beside us. We can find a better way. She closed her eyes, causing Visha to panic, but the mage saw that it was sleep, just sleep. She maintained her vigil over her beloved commander while the others made short work of the Russi agents in the ruins, adding their bodies to those already in the rebel. Notes. The song is, of course, Rhymes and Reasons by John Denver. This is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful songs ever created, and I love the juxtaposition of this song and the literal end of the world. Of course, remember that it's Tanya's voice rather than John Denver's, but she totally nailed it, naturally. I took out a subplot with some assassins in Constantinople, not Istanbul, because this was getting way too long. I already spent my birthday weekend doing this much, the madness had to stop somewhere. The first person can explain the final scene, I will write into a cameo in the next arc. You see, it is awesome when you read these notes, ha ha ha. Just reply here and I'll tell you if you are right. Chapter 47, West or East. Ildoan newspapers were the first to cover the earthquake and surrounding issues in detail. And, because Ildoa is Ildoa, they also had the most lurid and salacious. It was an oddity of history that some of the stories were actually accurate. Disaster, while quite damaging to local architecture, did not rise to the level of the 1894 earthquake which killed over 1,300 people. The majority of buildings that collapsed were of more recent construction, highlighting shoddy workmanship following the previous. The horrific death toll almost reached triple digits if not for the brave actions of vacationing imperial mages and local women of the night. What brought these two groups together? We may never know, but strange fate turned them into angels of mercy. The strength of magic moved mountains of rebel, while bandages torn from what little clothing was available helped bind the wounds of the victims. TVD Vice President, assaulted by local thugs, defends herself valiantly until local constabulary arrive to apprehend criminal gang. Despite denials from the Russi Federation leadership, it's obvious that Loria was running a child prostitution and slavery ring in nearby Magna Rumley. As head of NKVD, their murderous secret police, he had unprecedented power to capture and abuse countless Russi women and, yes, children. Mostly children. Until recently, though, he had only been seen within the borders of the Federation and, it must be pointed out, the recent trial of Tanya von Digerekhoff in Paris. Recently, his broken body, damaged by excessive vices, was found in a palatial villa, surrounded by his equally evil minions. Loria's heavily armed assistants were found dead in the ruins of the mansion. Apparently maddened with fear by the earthquake, they shot each other until even the few survivors didn't last the night. Though General Secretary Joseph will not admit the horrific crimes committed just minutes from his luxurious Moscow office, now his pet monster has spread its evil to closer shores. Perhaps no longer satisfied with his local treats, and by that we mean innocent victims, he has decided to start capturing slaves farther from home. Servant women talk of girl slaves, literally shipped in crates for the pleasure of this devil in human form. Special slave ships were used to spirit unsuspecting girls to Magna Rumley. Suspicious Russi men skulked around the city for weeks, causing smart mothers to hide their daughters when they approached. A woman who did not wish to be identified, said, "It was horrible. That poor girl was literally starving in a crate with nothing but a bottle of water dosed with dangerous drugs, like an animal. No, worse than an animal. At least an animal in a cage can move around." After bursting into tears and finally recovering her composure, she continued. "We had to clean her and treat her wounds and prepare the girl for her owner. He insisted that we dress her in schoolgirl clothes and decorate the room the same way. I can only pray she got away when the earthquake came and he hadn't had a chance to touch her yet." A discerning reader may notice that the ships and shipments must come from somewhere, but where? We have documentation that show their finders were capturing girls from the shores of Ildoa. ******. An orphan, dirty but fairly well fed, was sifting through the rubble looking for something worth selling. Because the building had been fairly opulent, it was guarded during the day so he could only sneak around at night. Just before he was about to leave, he spotted something glinting in the moonlight. *****. In the seaside Ildoan city of Tuscany, there was a party who had rented a largish extended suite in the better wing of the Regina Spa. There were more men than women, and the staff assumed that they were business colleagues on vacation. Interestingly, the men deferred to the women in most things and a young man handled most of the details of the stay. This didn't stop the girls from getting twice daily massages. The younger one was apparently recovering from a severe illness and was noticeably emaciated. Still, extended care was quickly helping her recover and she spent much of her days relaxing under the sun and eating sumptuous Idolan delicacies. Occasionally, the two would go swimming on a remote private beach they had rented for their stay. 2 weeks after they arrived, the entire party checked out without fanfare. But, for years afterwards, there were rumors that mermaids lived in the beautiful waters nearby. *****. Tanya said for the umpteenth time, Visha, please. I'm well recovered and no longer an invalid. Certainly, all that tender care and swimming helped me recover quite well. The train they were on was shaking mildly as they were on a well-maintained straight section of track. But we can't be sure there aren't lingering effects. She looked worried but she was listening at least. How's your magic? The young mage waved her hand lightly and the coffee in her cup swirled around obediently. It's odd. I feel more connected and smoother but maybe, weaker? No, not weaker. The power curve is different. She shrugged. I guess the best way to describe it is as different. No urges to shake everything. I've been trying to do what you said I did but no luck so far. She stopped playing with her coffee and took a long sip. It might be just the circumstances but I felt like there's some pent-up power that I tapped into. She held up a hand. I spent 2 weeks hating Loria so much, even drugged up as I was, and maybe I was storing that up somehow? Certainly, I can't do anything like that now. Visha nodded. Well, I guess that's fine then. I can't see that ever happening again. I certainly hope not. Even if I could reproduce it, spending half a month sedated is nothing I would recommend. Oh, is there any news on finding the Type 95? She shook her head. The general hired some agents to look through the rubble but so much stuff was flying around that it could be 5 feet away, or 500. And under piles of rock. That's not good, but it could be worse. He's a good friend and I'm sure he'll do his best. Speaking of which, wasn't there a telegram from him? Ah, I forgot. She pulled it out of her satchel. An attendant had handed to her just as they were getting on the train and it slipped her mind as they were getting settled in. Tanya cut open the envelope with a table knife and tapped it until the telegram slid out. She read the very short message. Then read it again. She was on the third repetition when Visha finally couldn't contain her curiosity. What's wrong? She finally looked up. General Rirujan says I've been nominated for an ambassadorship. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A very powerful creature known as God by some and being X by another was brooding alone. His powers, though mighty, did have limits. Touching a mortal here and there, inspiring and guiding, those took very little effort. But more active interventions prompted a backlash from the very universe. Not against him, though, never that. But the world itself would reject his interference in a reflexive way and sometimes even make things worse in the end. How else could explain that the heretic not only survived but thrived? Unable to find an answer that suited his personality, he continued his solitary, and sullen, thoughts. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1 week earlier, Rirujan sat across from the head of the political office in one of their sporadic meetings. He was ignoring the man's ranting but enjoyed the rather expensive brandy he kept stocked. There was no sign of the privations of the populace in this office and the military man noted that apparently some still bought expensive new suits on a regular basis. You have to rein in that monster of yours. On top of her outrageous behavior in the empire, now she's causing chaos overseas. The general swirled the liquor gently and enjoyed its aroma before taking another sip. My monster? If you are referring to Digirekov, she retired some time ago, with honors. I'm afraid she's a civilian like any other now. Like any other. Did I hear you say that? Besides, that area of the world is geologically unstable. If you do some research, you'll see they have an earthquake every handful of decades. And our presence there was merely to hunt down the thieves that stole the Type 95. That we rescued Miss Digirekov was a happy accident. He sneered. Save that claptrap for someone who might believe it. She's a menace. A disaster. A walking bomb with a short fuse. Either you deal with her or I'll be forced to. Rirujan shook his head. You can't touch her legally, and you know it. Illegal methods are likely to fare even worse. For all that I have found fault with her in the past, she is stunningly capable when it comes to defending herself, and retaliating with a zeal that borders on religious. The man fumed, his face redder than usual. At this point, I don't care. If I have to pass a law that outlaws blue-eyed blonde girls, I will. He took another sip. What a wonderful vintage. You're going about this the wrong way, you know. The solution is easier than you think. The head stared at him, gape-mouthed. What are you babbling about, man? Opposing her will do no good. She's out of your league. Your best bet is to do something nice for her. You expect me to bribe, that. Words failed him, a stunning lack from a man who survived on his ability to craft convincing arguments. Not a bribe, no. A candid recognition of her abilities and skills. But one that also serves your purpose of getting her out of your hair. He sat down and poured himself a snifter significantly fuller than Rirujan's and took a huge swallow, ignoring proper brandy protocol. Talk. Post-war, Tanya has developed the ability to charm even her most ardent foes. Could you have imagined her being cheered in Francois a few years ago? The devil of the Rhine? I doubt it. So send her off to someone that will challenge her for a good while. He fished 2 papers out of his portfolio and threw them on the conference table. We need an ambassador to both Akitsushima and the Unified States. The former because we've never really had close ties to them, but they are a growing power. A few years there would keep her easily occupied, since even learning the language would be daunting, and you can be the one to hire her translators to keep watch on her movements. The latter because they threw out our old ambassador during the Great War and he's retired now. There's plenty of antipathy there considering how many of their volunteers she blew up. But there's also the music lovers to keep her occupied. More brandy, more brooding. It galls me to reward her for being a bloody nuisance. What reward? You're sending her a third of the world away no matter which direction you send her. If it's any place less inviting, she won't accept. Keep in mind, you're removing her from her base of power and away from you. It's a singular honor, so it would be almost impossible for her reject. Who knows? She may love it so much, that she never comes back. That last sentence was what decided him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hammerschmidt clapped his hands together twice sharply. Look alive, everyone. The president and vice president will be here any moment, and she'll likely have questions about the state of affairs. You know how she hates waste, especially wasted time. Jonas, no need to waste your breath, we know. The other department heads all nodded, wearily. Working without their number 1 and number 2 leaders had been a challenge to say the least. Any other organization would have floundered, rudderless, in such a situation. They wanted to show here that they had risen to the challenge, though most would admit Hammerschmidt had been under more pressure than most since he was spearheading the financial department. As if summoned, Tanya and Visha came in, drawing every eye in the room. Though they had heard a severely edited account of what she had undergone, Tanya seemed no worse for wear and in fact walked with utter confidence. Thank you all for coming today. We'll keep this brief as you all have been working overtime to keep everything going. She flipped through the reports quickly, praising each in turn. Frankly, she was surprised at how much they had accomplished even other only a few weeks. Everyone, excellent work. She held up the sheaf of paper and tapped it with the back of her other hand. This is exactly what I want to see. Independent, excellent thought. It's okay to make mistakes as long as you make intelligent mistakes and recover from them. Tanya put the reports back on the table and said, the only thing I'm unhappy about, she paused and everyone sat up straighter, is how much you overworked. Everyone arrange for a 4-day weekend holiday within a month for you and your workers. Plus a week's bonus for everyone in the company. Schedule it however you like, but make sure no one gets burned out. It's called a work/life balance. Don't let it tip too much the wrong way. The unfamiliar term took them by surprise, but they understood it immediately. Okay, that's enough. Again, good job. Hammerschmidt and Lang, stay behind, everyone else take the rest of the day off. Anyone need a drink? I won't keep you long, but I just let the others go because the rest doesn't apply to them. They looked at each other and then shook their head. That's okay, ma'am. Plans later. Lang agreed. Strong drink and powered tools don't mix. Ah, pity then. She glanced at her supply of fine vintages and sighed as drinking was still illegal for her in the Empire. I simply must travel again. First, Hammerschmidt. Your people have been amazing. Don't leash them too much, especially those who have been making money. If they have a halfway decent idea, you can approve it. If it takes more funds than your budget, talk to Visha or me. Especially Yvette, Marie, and Ernst, those 3 are on fire, and if you want to elevate them to manager level, go ahead. He rubbed his chin. Marie has management potential. The other 2 are better on projects for now. I'm afraid too much time spent doing managerial chores would take them away from useful tasks. Visha reminded him gently, managing should be a part-time job. Thinking up good ideas and helping others succeed are the most important tasks. If you are acting like a manager, then you either have the wrong people on the tasks or you are spending too much time checking up on them. The man paused and then slowly nodded. Yes, I see what you are saying. He gave a rakish grin. I think I'll be unscheduling a lot of meetings tomorrow. And I'll be taking advantage of the long weekend. Tanya returned the grin, I won't keep you then. After he left, it was the sergeant's turn. So I understand the projects are going well, Lang. Yes ma'am. That initial list you gave us is all but complete and the boys were wondering what to do. A few had ideas for projects but not nearly enough for the whole team. Fortunately, you secretary found the other list, so we've had plenty of work. Tanya blinked. Other list? Lang continued as if the question hadn't been asked. What amazing ideas. I have to say, this could keep us busy for centuries unless we recruit more people. Some of these things will require the invention of entirely new technologies to even get close to fulfilling them. Geostationary satellites, televised images, analog and digital computing machines, wireless telephony and the rest. It's like you planned out 50 years of technological achievements in one document. Crap. I didn't expect anyone to find that. I was just trying to map out what technology was needed to make the modern world I came from. Now they are taking my technology tree as a mandate for their work. She played it off. Those are just idle imaginings. Theoretically possible, but hardly practical. The ex-sergeant shook his head. We discussed it and, as far as we can tell, there's nothing inherently unworkable on the list. It's a matter of engineering, not scientific impossibility. Of course, some technologies depend on others, so there's a hierarchy. And your integration of magic orbs and non-magic technology are unheard of as far as I know. Well, if you want to draw inspiration from my casual ideas, I won't stop you. Don't take everything as a mandate, though. Lang gave a little grin. For those who make things, having beautiful ideas to inspire us is as essential as air. He then laughed heartily. The funding is helpful, too. I haven't given your group a dime since I started it. Sales and licensing are supporting your research and making all of us a ton of money. Don't ever feel like I've given you and your team anything, you've earned it all with your brains and your work. She jotted down a few technologies she think were created in the 50s in her old world. I had some other ideas that might be more doable before geosynchronous satellites. And don't be afraid to recruit some of our mages in case the technology needs a shortcut or just to help with research. He looked at the list. You really don't have a preference? A good heat pump before summer hits would be nice, but, no, not really. Have fun, make fun things, and Hammerschmidt will try to make us money with it. The technologist left, possible blueprints flickering in his mind, barely avoiding door frames as he left the building. Tanya stood up and stretched. Well, that went well. Such excellent human resources. I can make money without doing anything but sitting here. Who knew that you could grow talent at this level? Too bad I didn't realize this in my last life. She thought back to the man who pushed her onto the train tracks. But not that guy, he was utterly hopeless. Vish's eyes were sparkling. She really wants everyone to be happy and productive at the same time. Instead of trying to squeeze every mark out of them, she wants the whole company to do well. It's almost time for the general to arrive. We really should have met him at his office. Tanya shrugged helplessly. I tried. He seemed to think this would be better. Well, I guess it's a non-military position. Maybe that had something to do with it. Regardless, it'll be an interesting conversation. I have to wonder about the motivations and timing of it all. Visha said confidently, why, it's obvious. You were a force to be reckoned with during war, why not during peace? The former colonel pursed her lips. Why not, indeed? Chapter 48, Scales. The general arrived a comfortable 5 minutes early. By this time, the staff was well familiar with him and let him go up to the meeting room without a particular escort, as if he were a member of the company and not an outsider. There were smiles and nods from them as he walked up the stairs at the back of the factory. Their main office was still a nicely remodeled second floor, but the first floor was definitely all business and no frills. He saw new TVD products were starting to fill the shelves and the military surplus section was getting smaller. One secretary he recognized approached him as he made it to the top. At least he thought she was a secretary. The workers never seemed to do exactly the same job from visit to visit. Workers one week were supervisors the next week. Managers of the past were driving trucks today. It seemed terribly chaotic, but it all worked as far as he could tell. General, I'll have to thank you for everything you did to get the president back. There were unshed tears in her eyes and she seemed barely in control of her emotions. He nodded graciously. I only did the right thing. I'm just happy it was enough in the end. Oh, that reminds me. He took out a portfolio of photos in a folder and handed it to her. I borrowed these from the newspaper division earlier. Can you return them or have them destroyed if that's the proper method? She reached for the clasp curiously before he put a hand on hers. I don't recommend looking at them, however. They are not for the faint of heart. Yes, sir. I'll make sure. She hurried off to a document destruction container, holding the portfolio as if it were physically dirty. The doors to the conference room were open and he saw Tigirakov talking with Serebryakov. From what he overheard, talking about the very reason he came. Tanya looked at the two proposals on the table, while Visha kept track of pros and cons between the two on a clipboard. So Akitsushita has food, a lot of growth potential, and are a bulwark against the Russi Federation. The Unified States has free markets and we have businesses there already, great music and are just generally less restrictive socially. Rirajan cleared his throat and chimed in. Your knowledge of English can't hurt, either. Tanya looked over and smiled. Don't think I haven't considered that, sir. Just not in the way you suspect. She continued. But I can tack on a language pretty quickly. There are big advantages to knowing a language better than your hosts think you do. It seems like you are still deciding. I had no idea that the choice would be so difficult. He sat down and put his hat on the table to one side. Visha waved her clipboard. It's shocking how close it is. It could go either way if the right weight hit the scales. I'm afraid I can't help with that. Honestly, I just came to get your answer. Still, if I can supply an information that would assist you, I'm available. We're still in the brainstorming stage, I'm afraid. She tapped the proposals lightly with her forefinger. Visha is right. It's less a matter of logic now and more akin to whimsy. She laughed. Too bad Ildoa doesn't need an ambassador, their wines there were delightful. A Kitsushima's age of adulthood is 20, which is inconveniently distant if I want bottle of sake. Did you know that the Unified States doesn't have a legal drinking age? Rirujen said with a small smile that vanished even as it appeared. What, really? That's right. This is a different world, things might progress very differently here. But this is around the time where prohibition might be enacted. If that's the case, then this might be an opportunity rather than a problem. He said dryly, I trust you won't use this as an excuse for any drunken revels. Please, General. You wound me. She put her hand over her heart dramatically. I've never been drunk, and the one time I got slightly tipsy was because I was drugged. She frowned, and Visha, sensing her mood, put her hand on Argent's shoulder. Ahem. At any rate, you need not worry that alcohol will dull my wit. As a representative of the Empire, I must maintain both appearances and efficiency. It was then that the Daily Mail was delivered. With a smile, the secretary left the stack on the conference table without interrupting the discussion. The general watched her and commented, Your staff is unlike any other I've seen. They have an unusual attitude. It's akin to being overly familiar. It's hard to describe. He struggled for the right word. Familial. Visha nodded. You are not far off. Everyone you met is a shareholder and most owe their prosperity to TVD. Not quite allies, but certainly not subordinates. Friends, I guess, is the best word. While talking, Tanya glanced at the stack of mail, and the return address of the top letter caught her eye. Speaking of which. Oh. It's from a friend of mine. She lives in the Unified States. The envelope was made from a very high-quality paper, corners still sharp even after its journey. Rirujen raised his eyebrows. Why do you, no, how do you have a friend from there? I met her when in the Republic. Actually, it was during that whole Strasbourg massacre incident. She was there during the early part of the evening but left before the shooting started. She carefully opened it and slid out a smaller envelope. This one was literally gilded and smelled of jasmine. Intensely curious, she opened this envelope and slid the card out. Tanya glanced at it and then looked up in thought. Well, this may have decided things. I've been invited to a birthday party and it's in the same city as the consulate in the Unified States. You're not one to leave things to chance. She shrugged. Honestly, I was leaning toward the States already, so why not let this be the final wait? Tanya gave them a sly grin. Besides, it would be nice to see the country that is buying so many of my records. ******. Henri? Darling? Please fetch another sack of flour. A sweet voice called out from the next room. Certainly, just a moment, Helga. Gladio was busy, busier than he ever expected to be. While the woman he didn't yet call his fiancée had a struggling business when he met her, now her struggles were of another nature, too much business. While not a baker and certainly not physical in any classic sense, he was trying his best to help while they searched for competent staff. Massive bulk orders from TVD's marks along with a vastly increased walk-in business from the new recipes kept them hopping. They had a very comfortable relationship with Tanya's conglomerate, who apparently owned a mill and several granaries now. The massive vertical integration kept TVD prices low, which meant their bakery's costs were falling even as their sales increased. He hefted a sack of flour, noting that they all had the TVD logo on them and drawing a sense of comfort from it. Though his ex-client, the ex-devil of the Rhine, was the most frightening person he knew, she was on his side, so that was good, no? He grunted a bit as he carried the sack to the baking room and dropped it on the table. They seemed to be getting a bit lighter. Maybe a different type of wheat. He had been so active lately, he hadn't even noticed that he was 10 pounds lighter and had even put on a bit of muscle. I'm sure the weight is fine. Please put the flour in the big bin for use. As he did so, he commented, we can't keep up this pace. Between you, me, and the register girl, there's only one real baker here. I'm not sure what to do. Well, naturally. Why not ask your friend Tanya? She seems good at solving problems. He stopped suddenly, almost spilling flour all over the floor before Helga warned him. That's it. I think they have a hiring agency now. At the very least they have more resources to find people than I do. You are brilliant. He grabbed her and gave her a big kiss and threw off his apron and grabbed a suitable hat. I'll be back soon, hopefully with help. *****. Marie, one of Hammerschmidt's acquisitions from the banks of Berun, was happily putting puzzle pieces together. The pieces, however, were people and opportunities and not part of a child's jigsaw. The war and recession had destroyed many businesses and had eliminated many jobs. She recalled vividly an offhand remark by President Digirekov when someone had commented on what a tragedy it was. She snorted. Tragic, yes, for the people involved. But as inevitable as the dawn in the long run. The war and aftermath only hastened collapses that were already in motion. If a mill closes but another one across the street is doing fine, doesn't that mean the first had problems that were simply hidden from view? When times are good, any business can do well. But if they fold at the first real challenge, then they are like greenhouse orchids. Pretty, but not fit to survive when the chill of winter slips in. The best thing to do, is to clear the planters so hardier breeds can thrive now that they have a chance. Taking this to heart, Marie compiled lists of shuttered businesses they owned and tried to match them up with the right managers and people. Soon, she was the director of personnel, and some nights she tried to figure out how it had happened. When Gladio arrived, she obviously recognized the ex-lawyer turned baking assistant. Ah, Herr Gladio. How can I help you? In Germanian that had improved dramatically in the past months, he presented his problem. I have a desperate need for workers, and I understand you have turned into a hiring agency of sorts. Well, yes, but usually just for our own businesses. Still, you are a friend of the president, so we can make an exception. Can you describe your needs? Certainly, we have received far more orders than we can handle. Both bulk and storefront orders. Frankly, we don't have the staff and could use a baker or 3. And a stout man to handle the heavy loads. 3, you say? From my understanding, your bakery isn't that large. He shrugged helplessly. The demand, it is too much. Helga might work herself to death at this rate, but she can't say no. When people need bread, she makes it. Marie's hand moved to her personnel lists but then hesitated. You are not the baker, correct? It is your partner. Aside from a large number of recipes bequeathed to me by my mother and an excellent palate, I'm just an amateur. Helga, though, has a real knack for it. She proceeded to open a completely different cabinet, this one full of closed businesses. Herr Gladio, might you consider opening a bakery? He looked shocked. Another one? We can barely handle one as it is. It seems to me that your problem isn't a lack of employees, it's that your sole baker is making bulk goods when she should be concentrating on the small orders. If you had a factory bakery to make the larger orders, you could solve both problems. She looked a little grim. And have no fear that we can't find enough people to work in them. There are far more workers than positions for them. Even just choosing from only veterans and widows, we could staff a huge factory 10 times over, and we have more resumes coming in on a daily basis. So you are saying more bakeries would be less work? In the long run, yes. Helga would be more hands-off on the baking side and spend more time looking over the quality and management of both businesses. I can arrange for a professional manager to handle procurement and what little bookkeeping is required and all the workers needed for both stores. Will it be expensive? Most of my money is tied up in the current bakery and, frankly, invested in TVD. That's exactly why this will work so well. You can use your investment as collateral and you will know that we want you to succeed. A shuttered property does us no good, but a new thriving business with us as your partner is something that helps us all. Please, sit and let us talk. It only took them 10 minutes to find a defunct bakery not far from their current one and a roster of people to help at both. Gladio gathered their notes and hurried back to Helga so they could discuss the matter immediately. Pavel, out of all the Russy troops in Constantinople, managed to avoid the disaster, not the disaster of the earthquake, the very presence of Argent herself. He wore a disguise at all times since then and never slept in the same place twice. He wasn't sure that he was still being hunted, but he suspected it would be a long time before he could relax. As much as feared Loria, that was the devil he knew, and he had no idea how General Secretary Joseph would respond to the death of his favorite attack dog. How did it turn out like this? I handed him a powerless, drugged little girl and he managed to cause this situation. He bought a bottle of something alcoholic and went up to this room for the night. He locked the door and windows and, finally feeling a moment of respite, he pulled off his headscarf and face covering and collapsed into a chair. He took a swig and brooded in the darkening evening. I almost had it all, almost. Loria was my ticket into the inner party. Well, I guess he could have had me killed like so many others, but what's life without risk? I was smarter than the rest. A survivor. He drank some more, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. But, why not? Why can't I come back? All my communiques were through Loria. I just have to show that it wasn't me that set this up. I was just another lackey to his mad scheme. Who to blame, though? I can't pin it on Louis again. His eyes widened. Or can I? What if he was a secret agent for Loria that handled these unpleasant matters and the previous denunciation was just so that he could have his own team separate from the loyal NKVD? Everyone from teams 1 and 2 are all dead. Loria is dead. There's a vacuum now and Loria's seat is empty. Why can't I be the one that sits there? He never saw the man who came behind him. One arm grabbed his head and pulled it back while the other expertly wielded the knife that cut his throat. Not enough to kill him immediately, but certainly fatal. The man who killed him was cleaning off his knife while he watched Pavel bleeding out dispassionately. You can't because you are dead, comrade. Pavel, blood leaking out of his throat despite his hands desperately trying to staunch the flow, saw his former co-worker standing over him. His eyes dimmed after a few more seconds, never to light again. Louis efficiently searched Pavel's body for the funds he had escaped with in his one-time pad so that he could commence communications with the fatherland again. With Pavel and Loria gone, the NKVD was ready for its next incarnation. More pure. More effective. And entirely more deadly. Chapter 49, Intermezzo. Story Question 1, Background Info. You can skip this whole chapter if you want. The main question is, where's all the non-orb magic? Why hasn't it played a bigger part in the war? The easy answer is that it is out there, but it has been generally overwhelmed by the progress of technology on one hand and combat orbs on the other. 1. There's a progression of power and skill required to do anything interesting, by modern standards. A gun trumps an orbless spell 99% of the time and are easy enough to get. Would most people practice for years to learn how to light a campfire when matches are cheap and plentiful? And that's just a minor step towards true power. This reminds me of a recent Pixar movie, Onward. It's pretty good. 2. Orbs, while neither cheap nor plentiful, do let mages access the aforementioned power with mere weeks of training. Perhaps not with great facility but certainly acceptable. True masters, even with orbs, takes time and practice. Again, do you hire the fastest runner in your village who'll need 10 years to train or the guy with an automobile? 3. While I'm not a colonialism/racism is the cause of all our problems fanatic, it is a fact that technologically superior forces devastated local traditions, including magical ones. Pretty much native magics were either wiped out or went underground during these centuries. Or simply became not worth it, see previous points. 4. Magic is rare and always has been. We aren't talking 1%ers but more like 1% of 1% or less. If the world tracks like ours, and there's every indication it's darned close, that means that magic has always been relatively rare. Enough to be noticed and commented on but not on the order of massed troops wielding spells. On the flip side, you might ask why I think powerful magic is even possible? Here we get more into supposition but basically. 1. We know orbless magic is possible, and that there are variations in power levels. Every culture on the planet has stories of magic and the stories, sometimes, dwarf anything we've seen in the books. A reasonable theory is that, while the stories may be exaggerated, great magic is not impossible. 2. There's a strong argument to be made that while the gods don't grant magic, they can help unlock potential. The two strongest mages we see are Tanya and Mary Sue. Tanya has the type 95 but that's more of a power battery, a really good battery. There's nothing explicit that says it draws energy from unexpected outside sources. On the flip side, Mary Sue has become outrageously powerful without a device, but keep in mind that her father was a very skilled mage in his own right. She had the potential, and with her head rewired for crazy combat, there you go. 3. It's very unlikely that magic research would have even reached the level we see in the books unless researchers had a fair guess that there's some use to it all. Remember that orbs are quite expensive, and if they knew from observation or historic records that it could be powerful, that would lead more people to spend the time and money required. So how does that work into my fanfic? Obviously what I've written is hardly canonical by definition, but I tried to stay close given the background material with what writers call the miracle exception, i.e. Tanya's music magic. 1. Magic is personal. At least in the non-orb sense. This matches with historic depictions of magic. Since that world is much like ours, we can assume that there is a crazy variety even if very few traditions survive to their current day. So potions, hexes, sympathetic magic, runes, and, yes, magic via songs might be on the table, and a lot more. Tanya's magic is musical in nature, it is an expression of who she is. Anyone who finds their true path will be more powerful than following the path of another or using an orb that ill suits their particular brand of magic. 2. Tanya is powerful because she has been Iskayed, reincarnated with her memories. There is no magic in our world, where presumably the Solariman came from, or something close to it. She might have been just as special before death, but could never express it due to the lack of mana or some other reason. The question is if she more innately powerful because she's on her second life? I'm taking the stance that her dual soul nature does provide her advantages that others don't have. 3. Magic is rare. There are few natural mages left. Powerful mages are almost non-existent, they haven't been born and bred like in previous generations. Magic draws on the cultures that spawned them as well, and those cultures are gone. Like any upper-tier profession, nobility, religious leader, artist, it requires a pyramid of people supporting it. Very few people have the resources to do it on their own and the inclination. The conclusion to all this, in the larger sense, is that traditional magic is out there but not enough to sway the world and certainly not the war. Other than Tanya, that is, and mostly because she has been thrust into the middle of it. Even then, it's on a tactical, not strategic scale. The exception to this are the gods themselves. What about them? I'm keeping their role a secret for now, ha. Chapter 50, Quartet of Soldiers. General Zetter was looking out a window, lost in thought. Normally, between himself and Rudersdorf, it would be the latter doing so. But the other general was taking a rare holiday, so it left Zetter to marshal his thoughts without him. What strange fate has befallen our fatherland? Strange, indeed. His adjutant looked up. Yes, General. I was pondering the state of our nation. He took off his monocle and polished it. How would you characterize it? I'm hardly qualified to do so, sir. Zetter briefly smiled as he remembered another subordinate who had answered similarly. Please speak freely, this is not an exam and there will be no punishments. He looked around to make sure no one else could hear him. Ahem. Well, sir, frankly terrible. Unemployment is high and increasing. Inflation is beyond any measure of control. Reparations are crippling what recovery we might engender. Our standing on the world stage is either pitiful or reviled depending to whom you speak. Public confidence is down to unheard of levels. He swallowed. In less civilized times, I imagine executions would be coming sooner rather than later. Thank you for your bluntness. Nor are you incorrect on average. What was that saying about statisticians? They would tear down the mountains and use them to fill the seas and tell you nothing has changed? No, we must look at both the heights and depths to find the true picture. For example, let's look at Colonel von Digerekov's new venture as if they were their own country. How would you judge them? Words fail me, General. The level of growth TVD has exhibited is astonishing. They seem to have a knack for turning cast-offs into marks, straw into gold. In essence, they aren't doing anything that anyone couldn't have done. We've investigated, plus any number of people who wish her to fail, but there's nothing amiss. Just business. Good business. And that's why you can't look at averages. The reason for TVD's growth is that she's doing what ought to be done, but she's the only one doing it. That rare combination of insight and boldness made her the ideal officer and is making her the ideal businesswoman. How I wish she could have joined the senior staff. He replaced his monocle. Still, she may do more good where she is, now, and where she will be in the future. Oh? Where's that, sir? Just my hypothesis, and you are not to repeat this to anyone. He spoke succinctly, not more than 2 sentences. His adjutant nearly dropped the papers he was holding as he listened, and then did drop them as he realized the implications. Mein Gott! ******. On the other side of Berun, the absent Rudersdorf was chatting companionably with the man who had been emperor. While they had butted heads in the past, all matters of contention had likewise died with his fall from power. The generals had made an appeal during the war to have him intervene and use his influence to force the political office to the peace table, which he rejected soundly. Rudersdorf considered him an erratic, overblown ass who let the whisper of a greater Germanian empire lure him to folly. Emperor Kaiser Wilhelm II thought the general was a pompous, interfering busybody who needed to do as he was told and stay out of politics. However, with the surrender and subsequent peace, they found they had rather similar tastes and interests. With nothing to argue about, they could finally talk. Wilhelm sipped his tea and made a small face before putting it down again. The drink not to your liking? Usually you'd have something strong, if I recall. My doctors, they rule my life, or at least the parts that Augusta hasn't laid claim to. He took another sip. I'm hoping the damnable stuff grows on me before I lose all enjoyment of drink and die of thirst. Rudersdorf guffawed and drank his coffee in sympathy, though his had a touch of brandy in it. If that's the worst of your complaints, you are living an ideal life. The emperor growled, say that after you see what they've done to my breakfast. A dog couldn't live on that. But, on to more pleasant topics, how is that little girl of yours doing? The general they chased out. It's Colonel, and she's doing quite well. To be honest, she quite matches your love of innovation and gadgetry. Her company releases some new product on nearly a weekly basis and they are expanding rapidly. Hrumph. You know that's not what I'm referring to. Has she accepted an appointment yet? Despite his seemingly casual attitude toward Digerekov, he was actually following her quite closely. His remaining advisors kept him informed and he read her newspaper daily. He had quite secretly sent in more than one attempt to win the prize for catching an error. Not yet, but I expect a decision soon. Her love of Germania runs deep and she yearns for a chance to serve. Damn the political office for their interference. Bah! Their ambitions exceed their ability by leagues. Forget them, they will become the past soon. He ignored, or was unaware of, the fact that this described him as well. So tell me, is this young star in a relationship at this time? I know she's young, but... Rudersdorf raised an eyebrow. Yes, she is young. A bit too young, wouldn't you say? Rein in your imagination, Kurt. I'm quite happily married and not looking for even more chaos in my life. But with the end of the war, I have a few sons who need experience, and sending one to assist as a diplomatic attaché under such a storied soldier isn't a bad idea. I can confirm, as far as we know, she's not involved at any rate. I'd advise against trying to play matchmaker, though. Oh, why is that? The general smiled with more than a trace of evil satisfaction. I haven't seen anyone who could handle her in times of peace, and even less so in times of war. And hasn't it been said that all love is war? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rirujan personally took Digirekov's acceptance to the political office, not trusting to any subordinate to handle such an important task. The man there took it with ill grace, even more so because the general insisted that he sign a receipt indicating he had taken possession of it. All this fuss over a snip of girl. Why do you care so much? He looked wan, as if he were fading, and yet somehow managed to gain weight since last they met. Honestly? I want her to do so well in peace that she never thinks of going to war again. Someone with plenty of money, friends, and colleagues all over the world would be the last person to wish for war, right? He pushed down the wicked part of his brain that whispered he was grooming the devil herself, and relied on his logic to muffle the noise it made. Why did you even think she'd accept? She has every damned thing she could ever want right here. He reached into his desk and pulled out a bottle of liquor. Rirujan noted it was a cheaper brand, and he only retrieved a single glass. For all her flaws, she's a patriot, and serving abroad in a place that hasn't seen her particular brand of expertise would attract her. Are you complaining now? You are the one who made the recommendation after all. At your insistence, he growled. Hardly. I just pointed out actions and consequences. You came to your own decision. Probably the best of your career. So rejoice. You have sent the devil abroad, aren't you happy? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the Unified States, a flight mage pulled off his goggles after testing a new orb. It was a tricky thing, still being worked on, but much better than standard issue. Rumor had it that it was partially made from a captured Germanian orb. 97X was inscribed in tiny letters on the back of the case, and its better features were going to be integrated with their newer model. Hey, Bear. How'd it go? Not bad, Sarge. It's a little rough switching between modes, but it's got enough horses to pull a freight train. Honest, though, given the tricks we saw the 203rd pull with the originals, we've got a ways to go. He tossed it back to his superior and said, I'm gonna get a shower and hit town. Need anything? I'm good. Geez, I'd love to have the schedule you flyboys do. Just waft around in the sky for an hour and then laze around the rest of the time. You got me good, Sarge. I'm doing it for the sack time and the ladies. They both laughed, and he headed back to the barracks. Corporal Cal Bayer was a big man, even in a profession that favored the physically fit. He was 6'3" if he was an inch, and came close to 300 pounds with his boots on. When a teenager, he was a bit embarrassed by his size, but his grandfather set him straight. You see this, boy? He hit the family crest painted on a shield that Cal assumed was a million years old. Depicted was not one but two bears on it, or maybe one was a big lion. He never was sure which. Yes, grandmother. Back in the old country, our people were always big and strong. A full-grown bear like this could knock over a tree, chase down anything slower than a deer, and gut a man with a single blow. Your ancestor fought one for 3 straight days with nothing more than a knife and came home wearing its skin. You think some scrawny mama's boy could do that? His Germanian accent was particularly thick when he talked about the old family history, but Cal never forgot a single story. In some ways, he was glad the old man hadn't lived to see the world go to war against the old country. It would have broken the old man's heart, or driven him to apoplexy. At any rate, Cal got over his feelings about his size only to have them resurface when he tried to get into military flight school. Again, he was too big. The recruiter just shook his head and said, Son, we have hundreds of wannabe pilots for every 5 positions we post. We pick the man to match the machine, not the other way around. Seeing the teenager's shoulders sag, he threw the kid a bone. I shouldn't get your hopes up, but... But what? What? Like his grandfather, he found his accent leaking out when excited, but his was a Texas drawl rather than of Europa. Have you been mage tested? No sir. Not many have, but maybe 1 in 10,000 have the right stuff. Can't hurt to give it a go. Mind you, the test is free only if you are willing to sign up on the spot. Cal thought about the odds but decided he had nothing to lose. Just point me in the right direction. It's just 2 doors down. He slapped him on the shoulder. Good luck, son. I hope to see you in basic soon. Apparently luck or fate was with Cal that day, as he found himself sworn into the US Army an hour later. It was a good thing he was so physically capable, as the amount he had to learn about being a mage was daunting. Not one to hit the books often, he dived into these with a passion. Between his grasp of flight mechanics, excellent, And flight mathematics, abysmal, he managed to average out to a decent aerial mage before long. He did surprise his teachers more than once with his knowledge of history, military and otherwise. At any rate, he graduated and was deemed sturdy enough to handle the abuse of the orb testing department where he sat through the last part of the Great War, never having been called up. Just before setting out to town in a music hall he particularly liked, he jogged out to grab his mail. Technically, mail call came in the morning, but with his odd testing schedule, they made allowances for the big man. The PFC in charge of the mailroom nodded as he came. "Hey, Cal. Got something interesting here for you. More fudge? I swear by all that's holy, Bill, if you opened another package." "Geez, no. But I can tell when orders come in, and that's what this letter looks like." Cal opened up the letter and stared at it, dumbfounded. "Well, show it." Again the drawl made its appearance. "Spill it." "Apparently I'm going to be an embassy guard up in the Windy City." "You shittin' me? Who you guarding?" "Ambassador Digirekov, the Devil of the Rhine." Chapter 51, One Man's Trash. Preparations for their departure were faster than one might expect. On the one hand, the political office was rather embarrassed by the appointment in general, and on the other, TVD was mostly self-directed these days. Despite that, Visha elected to remain behind. "We can't just go vacationing every time we feel like it." "It's hardly a vacation, you know," Tanya said dryly. "Rebuilding relations with the Unified States should be top priority for the new government, and it's a shocking lack of foresight that they haven't managed a bridgehead yet. I hear they have pizza better than what you get in Ildoa, Polska sausage on a bun that would tempt a saint to break his vows, and some of the best steaks in the world." Serebriakov was practically drooling, and she imagined the culinary delights that lay in store for her friend and boss. Tanya stared at her hungry friend and finally said, after a suitable amount of time, "Please come visit." "Of course." She cleared her throat and said less energetically, "Once business matters are cleared up." "Oh, did you get the regulations under which the embassy operates?" "Yes, it's on your desk along with the maps of the area you requested. Mostly it boils down to the embassy property being, technically, part of the empire, and so our laws apply there." That's what I thought." "Very interesting. Come, Visha, let's look at the maps you were so good to procure." The two pored over the maps and a property list on the side so they could reference what the structures shown. The previous Germanian consulate had actually been reclaimed by the Unified States, and the new one was in a much less prestigious part of Chicago. "How rude of them." Tanya just smiled. The old consulate was sitting on prime real estate, and there was no sign Germania would still exist after the war. "Don't worry and let's find my new home." The property turned out to be an older house that abutted a burgeoning industrial area. Even in a city as prosperous as Chicago, there were declining areas as well as prospering ones. This neighborhood had falling property values due to the encroachment of factories, breweries, and lower-class communities. Still, the house was once owned by a prestigious family that had fallen on hard times, and the property would need refurbishing to bring back its faded glory. "You said consulate, not embassy." "It's a bit embarrassing for Germania, but the embassy in DC and all the consulates were sold. Technically, the Chicago consulate will function as the official embassy until we can purchase land in the capital of the Unified States." "Isn't that a problem?" "This is worse than rude, it's a deliberate insult, I think." I said don't worry. Honestly, the will likely work out better in the long run. Tanya smiled wider and wider as they read about the neighborhood. "This is fantastic. The whole area is depressed. Crime is on the uptick, property values are down, businesses are leaving, and the wealthiest residents are long gone. The only major business left there is the brewery. This is good." But Visha hadn't worked with Tanya for so long without learning a few things. "So you are not seeing downsides, but instead." They said it together, opportunity. ******. Conrad Meyer of ZKV and Yvette Oberst of TVD were on an unusual shopping spree in the Unified States in preparation for the ambassador's arrival. Instead of buying furnishings for the embassy, they were buying properties. Between the clout of one of the world's largest banks and the Yvette's nose for a bargain, they snapped up several city blocks of land directly from the property holders. For the most part, what few businesses still existed in the area didn't even realize that their landlords had changed overnight. The last section, and the one not available for sale, was the large brewery off of the river. The two sat down for dinner after 2 grueling days of deal-making and purchasing. Yvette handled the negotiations, for the most part, while Meyer shoveled many pounds of legal documents to ZKV's office in Chicago for processing. 2 of the bank staffers practically lived in the deeds office while they handled title transfers. Yvette grinned like cat with a freshly stolen fish, and the fact that she ordered seafood tonight only added to this appearance. "Well, Conrad, we did it. I can't believe what the last 48 hours have been like." The Waldstedt banker could only nod wearily. The pace they had kept up made him seriously fear that his heart might have given out. But memories of the devil gave him strength when he felt weakest. "It's too bad the factory is off the table. Even with 10 times the funds, it would be out of reach. True, true. It's odd. The pattern of purchases and the locations make it seem like that's her goal, but it's impossible to purchase a thriving business unless they are looking to sell, and they definitely are not. Yay, yay. Oh, they have extended loans they used for expansion that put them under some risk, but as long as the money is coming in, there's no problems. Yvette thought about the situation carefully while she enjoyed her trout smothered in capers, lemon and butter. Let me run a hypothetical situation by you. Go on. He dabbed his lips and sipped some more than acceptable Bordeaux. If we assume that TVD is going to buy that brewery, that would mean they would have to be in a situation where they must sell, right? Exactly. I see no other possibility. And for that to happen, their cash flow would have to tank. Because of their loans, they are somewhat overextended and can't afford to miss any payments. Yes. True. But it's a popular brand and their sales are expanding nicely, not contracting. She toyed with her wine but didn't drink it just yet. I don't know if you follow the news from the United States. Only the financial section, and then only if the matter impacts our investments directly. I saw something interesting lately. Some new legislation that's been proposed. Normally I wouldn't care for the same reasons you don't follow it, but what caught my eye was that chief proponents of the bill were women. The man looked surprised. While I'm the last man to look down on women, both present and soon to be present, isn't that highly unusual? It is, certainly in the United States. That's why it captured my attention. She twirled her glass while Conrad contemplated asking for the dessert cart to visit their table. Finally, she spoke. Herr Meyer, she said formally, getting his attention. Are you a gambling man? I've bet recreationally when with friends. Beyond that, not so much. I'm not talking games. I'm talking real gambling. Do you have some money you wouldn't mind betting on a guess? The banker was still sore from the losses they had incurred betting against Digirakov, and he receptive to opportunities. Tell me more. The Chicago Butter and Egg Board is here and they handle a wide variety of commodities and futures. Of course. They have added new products for decades. We even have a man working for us to handle trades there as needed. The cat with fish smile returned. Let me tell you my theory. She spent the next half hour explaining her thoughts. Before long, both had pads of paper out and were scribbling ideas and numbers frantically. Conrad patted sweat from his face with the table napkin. Instead the cold sweat of fear, however, this was a flush of excitement. What monies do you have available? All TVD's senior managers have a generous investment fund we can tap into if we find an opportunity. With access to much more with permission. Much the same here. If you're anywhere close to right, this is a chance to make staggering amount of money. The question is, do you trust my analysis? Do you trust that President Digirakov has called this right? Meyer hesitated and then said firmly, let's do it. He lifted his glass, she lifted hers, they clinked them together and downed them with a single quaff. They each spent the next hour sending and receiving telegraphs to their respective home bases. But, by morning, they had the funds they asked for. Hammerschmidt, despite the time he spent working for TVD, was continually surprised at the amount of foresight the president had. She asked for people with financial skill or banking experience, and no matter how many he recruited, they were all busy constantly. He had doubted at the time, but no more. Still, when Yvette's plan had come through, Digirakov hadn't even blinked and immediately okayed the request. This investment sucked up almost every bit of liquid capital they had and leveraged their holdings and even their gold reserves to cover their position. Naturally it helped that ZVD was the go-between, but, to his eyes, it looked like a gambler betting everything on 2000 on a whim. Remember, Yvette and the president are shockingly smart. If they both think this is a good idea, then there must be very, very good reasons. Fortunately, their businesses all had healthy cash flows. It was almost embarrassing how much they continued to sock away in banks outside of Germania to protect their assets. They were hiring people as fast as they could manage even outside the world of finance, and a new business or venture opened on a nearly daily basis. I can see why the president has a hands-off approach. The amount of work required to closely manage everything would kill an average person. Much like his boss, he had stepped back as well and spent far more time looking at the forest and much less at the trees. Because of this, he spent far more of his day simply thinking. Cecile, tell me something. About what, Jonas? She was technically a secretary but had put all her money into TVD and could even be called modestly wealthy now compared to her peers. Tell me about things people don't want. Don't limit yourself. Well. War, famine, pestilence, and death. She grinned at her joke but was surprised when he wrote it down. Please, continue. Crime, garbage, bad weather, terrible food, tight shoes, landmines, smelly exhausts, bad language. Shall I go on? No, this is enlightening, thank you. And if you have more ideas, write them down and give them to me. If anything is disliked badly enough to be on her list, then someone will likely pay to be rid of it. Of course, if one man's trash is another's treasure, it would be best if we could win on both sides, right? He ran his finger down the list until he came to his chosen trash, landmines. Yes, this is the one. He walked down the hall to the employment branch. Marie, can I get some military types that are good at sapping, explosives, mines, and so on? Oh, and mages with any related skills or are good at sensing in general. How many do you need? I have my files and can put out a call. Give me all you can. Standard rates, but they have to be willing to travel. She smiled grimly. For a paying job? People would fly to the moon if necessary. I'll get you a list today and a longer one later in the week. She cocked her head to one side. What's the plan for them? We're going west, to turn trash into treasure. Marie, no fool, saw the implications immediately. Oh. You are going to buy useless land on the Francois border and reclaim it. That's right, you clever girl, you. Most of the land there has no market value. Many of the owners are dead and the government even paid descendants a pittance when they couldn't meet their promise to rehabilitate it. Visha told me that it's nothing but mud and weeds for miles on either side of the border. That could be worth quite a bit. I think the president or the vice might know someone in the government in charge of those lands. You should run this by her before she head for the States. Naturally. We're doing big things in the Unified States, but that doesn't mean we are through with Germania, et. *****. Tanya listened to Hammerschmidt's proposal carefully and then nodded. Good, do it. But think bigger. Bigger, ma'am. Make an entire division, call it the TVD Reclamation Corp. They will specialize in fixing ruined land both here and in Francois. She smiled wryly. If only for the shock it will give our enemies, this plan is worth it. Remember that everything we do has a tangible effect and a public perception. Your idea about hiring people and fixing the results of the war and making money on it are all laudable, but reminding the world that we are a force for good is even more valuable. Hammerschmidt nodded. I see. She's rehabilitating the perception the world has of Germania. We are not the monsters they have portrayed us as, but just people, good neighbors doing their best. Tanya was happy that he realized her intention. Smart fellow. If we make everyone love TVD, we'll be impossible to stop when we enter new markets or expand our influence. Our detractors will be afraid to stop us when we roll into town. Also, don't be afraid to hire Francois mages, if any are available. Much like here, many of them were retired as being too expensive the moment the war ended. We don't need top-tier ones, either. As long as they can wield an orb and have the ability to learn, sign them up. Jonas was so stunned, his mouth almost dropped open. Even her enemies. Is she actually a saint? Have no fear, President. I'll make sure this succeeds. He left quickly, not willing to waste a moment longer. Tanya was a bit puzzled about his fervor. Perhaps it's because his first big project. Maybe he has a bit of competitiveness with Yvette? Well, if that's what motivates him, I guess it's fine. She turned back to her mail, reading a personal note from Dr. DuPont. While she received regular business reports, the busy physician hardly had time to put pen to paper herself. The note was short but to the point. Congratulations on your appointment, Miss Digirekov. If you have an evening free when you travel from Berlin to Chicago, do not forget you'll be traveling through Francois. All my best, Dr. DuPont. This will be worthwhile. That woman is smart and I still owe her a lot. Some memories of their embarrassingly intimate conversations still caused her to blush. She penned a quick acceptance and put it in the sent pile. The next letter was rather more florid. Dearest Tanya. Or should I say President von Digirekov? How impressive you've become. My spies whom I call my friends have told me that a certain high flyer will be making her way to our shores just in time for my birthday. I cannot fathom what an amazing coincidence this is. All jokes aside, please don't be shy and come earlier so we have time to have fun, my friend. I have a suite set up for you and other things to entertain you. All love. Helen. P.S. No need to bring a gift, but you must wear one of your fabulous outfits. This is not a request. Tanya gritted her teeth. She didn't mind visiting Helen Schwab and, in fact, looked forward to it. But, dresses again. She finally sighed. Well, I'll entertain Visha with another shopping trip before I go. Chapter 52, Pomp and Circumstances. Colonel Ogre, perhaps alone amongst his peers in the military, was extremely pleased with how his job was going. He was given the task of restructuring logistics for the entire military in the post-war period, but, unlike his colleagues with equally daunting tasks, he actually had a plan. To be honest, however, introducing efficiencies made his tasks easier as he went on because the whole goal of logistics was efficiency. He didn't do it alone, however. The guidelines had been set by Colonel Digirekov years ago, while still a student, and he remained in contact with her when he was in need of inspiration. Even when she came asking for a favor, it was usually a thinly veiled attempt to help him or help the service she had served so well though so briefly. When he heard she was coming for a visit, he made sure to have a nice coffee set up and some chocolate pastries. These days, she could afford such luxuries on her own, but he liked the reminder of the journey they had made together from school and through the war. "Sir, von Digerekov has arrived. See her in, see her in." Having known each other for so long, he wished to dispense with formalities, but with so many people around he had to maintain a certain dignity, at least until the doors were closed. "Tanya, I'm so glad to see you are well." "I appreciate that, Max. How are your wife and kids? Are they still enjoying their presence?" It took several months of his insistence, but they were on a first-name basis now. His argument was that, as a civilian, using her rank would be inappropriate and her using his would be too distant. He sat down with her and rolled his eyes. "The neighborhood kids are always over these days and their parents have pestered me endlessly about when they can buy their own copies." His voice raised a bit on the last word. Tanya laughed. Yes. We'll be releasing 10 games over the next few weeks in a big set closer to Christmas that will combine all 10 into one set at a savings. Your kids got an advanced copy and we'll get you a better one soon. How did you think about using real money in the game?" She shrugged. "It was cheaper than printing our own. I understand that there will be a remonetization soon, so we bought absolutely enormous quantities of worthless bills both from our customers and the treasury. It nets them a little more than they would get otherwise and it lets us sell a little more. She's taking a loss on worthless money to help out the people who are hardest hit. How noble." And since she had so many papier marks on hand, she turned them into a game to get rid of them. "What margins are you giving?" "I think we are giving twice the inflation-adjusted value. Honestly, I leave that to the shop managers, but it's always more than the going value. The first day we did it, our stores were packed with people trying to get rid of their marks as fast as they could. It's a great way to draw in new customers. The money isn't worth much, so they can't empty our stores with worthless bills and they come back again after they find out how good our prices are." "Ah. So her marked managers know who are hardest hit so they can cut them a break on trade. I'm glad things are going so well. As pleasant as this all is, I don't imagine you came here to talk about children's games." She sipped her coffee appreciatively and put the cup down delicately. "Naturally. I understand that the government is in possession of many acres of ruined land near the Rhine. We want to buy it all and rehabilitate it so that it is productive again." Fuehrer hadn't expected this of all his thoughts. "That is an interesting idea. Of course, you know best the state of the land now. Land torn apart by trenches and mortar fire. Little grows there beyond weeds and grass now, and there's literally thousands if not millions of tons of metal on and under the ground, a lot of it still dangerous. If it was perfect, people would be living there even now, no." She nibbled appreciatively on the pastry and took another sip of her coffee. "No, we intend to pick up the detritus of war and try to make it functional again. Perhaps even as beautiful as before." "That's an amazing offer." He gave a little frown. "Although, to be honest, I'm not sure how the Secretary of Lands will take it. He's an appointee of the political office and not thereby no fan of yours. That's why this is a two-pronged offer. We can either buy the land outright or sell our services to clean up the mess. We've already moved to buy the land still in private hands either for funds or in trade, so we'll have plenty to do. But our services hardly come cheap. We have to pay many people, including mages, and the resources required are enormous." She grinned with a hint of the devil leaking through. "We're also doing the same on the Republic side through a colleague of mine. Just remind him how much his land will be worth in its current state when the rest of the area is green and blooming again. That's a shockingly hard argument to fight against, my friend. And the longer they take, the more expensive our services become. This is not the only battlefield, nor even the worst in the world. I expect the demand for our reclamation corps will skyrocket in short order. It would be sad if the Rhine thrives while the Germanian lands languish." Fuehrer sucked in his breath. This, more than any logic, would sway them the best. What a cunning ploy. The Empire's pride had been badly damaged and this would be another slap. "I'll lay out your offer for them. If they agree to the sale, can I say you'll do the lands right on the border of the Republic first? That will poke their pride enough, I think, to get them in motion. They live and die on pride. I think you have the right idea. There is one thing I'd need from you other than your support in the deal." "Oh? I can't imagine what." "I want you to prioritize the Baron to Paris rail line for repair and expansion." "What? That would be a much harder sell. The political office and Chancellor hate the Republic and I doubt they'd see the value in it." "Do you really have to ask them? You're constantly ahead of schedule, sometimes shockingly so. If I don't miss my guess, you've been understating your accomplishments lest they ask you for the truly impossible." He laughed uncomfortably at first but more freely after a few seconds. "I learned the hard lesson the military was subjected to. Never be too amazing where the wrong people may find out. This has to be more than just making the reclamation more convenient. You understand well. You've read Thomas Paine's maxim that republics won't make war on each other? He was right in theory, but I'd modify it. Republics and democratic republics with strong ties of trade do not attack each other. The room they were in had a map of Europa, naturally, since Fuehrer was in charge of the rail department. One of the great weaknesses of the empire was its central location, surrounded by enemies. Now I want you to rethink this map where we are surrounded by friends. What do you see then? Fuehrer looked at that map every day as part of his job. He thought about it again with what she had just said. Comprehension dawned on his face. Got. How did I not see this before? You understand then? Instead of being at war with Europa, or even the hegemon, we can become the financial and economic center. Our rail system, optimized for war, could be the greatest key in managing logistics for the entire continent. They would use them even if they didn't like us because it's cheaper than running ships everywhere. His eyes scanned the map. Ildoa, Dacia, Magna Rumley, and Waldstadt are easy sells. Once our farms are producing again, even Entente would rather have their food and products more cheaply even if it's from the hated empire. With more excitement, he pointed out. As long as the Republic agrees, that gives us Ispagna as well. The only holdout might be the Commonwealth, but most of the continent is annoyed and wary about their increasing power. Their navy and shipping are strong, but even they might enjoy a bargain. And keep in mind that they aren't stupid, either. If a Francois/Germanian trade tie bypasses them, it would make them more and more irrelevant. And that brings us to the final piece. What, more? Please continue. She laid out her plans in detail but stopped him from taking notes. I can't have any of this leak out just yet. The political office would sell the seed corn with smiles on their faces, thinking they had done something clever. No, give this a few years and we'll usher in a new guard that isn't so astoundingly stupid. Just lay the rail now and get ready for the future. Tanya, you never think of just the next step, do you? She said dryly. People who think only one step ahead tend to stumble a lot, as we've seen. Asterisk. Astrid was reading a telegraph from her home country. The words, though brief, conveyed the sender's unhappiness. She sent a brief message that basically said, 4 attempts made. She left without getting a reply. Nova waited outside the telegraph office, leaning against a wall with one leg propped up and showing a daring amount of leg. Did you annoy those geezers? Probably. But the geese holds firm and it accepts our attempts, so they don't have any option but to accept it. She took a deep breath. The air smells so clean. I'm not sure what our little silver did back then, but it rebalanced things nicely. I take your word on it. The unwashed masses never smelled so unwashed as right now. Though she sounded harsh, she looked at the homeless and destitute with pity. Cripples, many missing more than one limb and sporting the remnants of their army garb, could be found on every corner. Along with them came beggars of all ages, from the elderly to children barely old enough to walk. Despite our, to put it at its kindest, lack of successes, they want us to continue to pursue Digirekov. She shook her head with a slight frown. They are using up their control over us for no good gain. Even if we succeed, it nets them nothing but bloody satisfaction. That's enough for some people, I guess. She pushed herself off the wall, letting her skirt fall back into place. No, even for them, this is a road too far. The reason why the Council of 10 exists is to counterbalance the whims of any one person. It takes a true majority of 6 to go forward with any decision, even if some abstain. There's something deeper at work here, beyond pride, beyond fear, even beyond victory for the Alliance. Their loss is our gain. We can burn through the rest of our promises and regain our freedom all the faster because of it. Maybe so. Nova looked at the hungry crowds as they got into a cab. What does your site say about them? Is there anything to be done? I rarely see such stark and contradictory outcomes. Either happiness, prosperity, and peace, or destruction on a scale never before witnessed on the planet. Is she the cause, still? Yes, I'm afraid. As it was then, so it is now, and so it shall be. Astra let out a curse she heard in Rumley that summed up her feelings neatly. As she had many loose ends to tie up before her big trip, Tanya next visited a comfortable house with a largish yard in West Berun. It was like a little island of peace in the busy city, at least in the past. These days, it was an oasis of life in the dreary, defeated capital. Composer Walter Braunfels sometimes would sit in the room he mostly composed in, his third-floor studio, where he could see the earth and the sky and, if he chose, the people outside his walls. Today, as he was entertaining a guest, he met her in the gardens. Ah, President Digirekov. I'm glad you came by. The volume of work you've sent to me is quite daunting. I hope you don't mind that I've enlisted my former and current students to assist. You can rest assured that I thoroughly critique their work before approving it. Why would I mind? If a master such as yourself is satisfied, I most certainly am. Besides, Music is not something that is owned, it is something that is shared. Perhaps their understanding may even exceed mine. He laughed loudly. How droll. My students understanding a master work better than the master, herself. Stranger things have happened. I have a special request today, however. One that I think you will enjoy as it's more in line with your usual work. Oh? Please elaborate. I'm writing an orchestral piece that I intend to make my theme song when I'm ambassador. I wanted something unique to me rather than just the anthem of our republic. Of course that will play as well at official events, but life is boring without variety, yes. Intriguing. What mood are you trying to set? Something powerful that emphasizes might and control. They know my softer side through my other music, but as ambassador I need to receive, no, demand respect. She shrugged. Those of the Unified States do not know my reputation or perhaps discount it. They will only see a not yet adult girl. I need to immediately set the right tone. He nodded slowly. You have a basis. Yes. It's set in the key of G minor and starts with the strings. She half hummed, half sung the melody, occasionally indicating which instruments would play each part. Bronfels listened carefully, enraptured. Again, please, while I score it. He called out to his maid, Adelie. Gather my students in the house here. We're making a masterpiece. Over the next 3 days, he endlessly drilled a rented orchestra so that they could make a fitting rendition of the piece on the finest recording equipment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cal sat in a room with other military men, listening carefully to a lecture. Or, more to the point, marveling at what they were hearing. Bill, a sharp-eyed PFC from a base on the west coast, asked incredulously. So you're saying we're here to protect the embassy? Not the other way around. The instructor, a middle-aged civil servant, nodded with a wry smile. He had heard this question before. Exactly. Though the embassy or consulate grounds are, technically, foreign soil, the host country is tasked with maintaining security. This is a courtesy extended to promote discourse and to prevent conflict. Remember that the ambassador is akin to the physical presence of the country's leader and needs to be treated as such. And the embassy is his, he paused, or her house. A black soldier, rare in the modern army but still present, asked, what if they act up? Sir. Gentlemen, they are surrounded by the Unified States. What do you think they might do that would threaten the country? Invade. Well, this is the devil of the Rhine we are talking about. A major who was in charge of the security detail snapped, that kind of language is strictly forbidden, soldier. You are a representative of the Unified States and I expect you live up to that high standard. He lowered his voice to a normal tone. That said, there's a reason why we chose mages almost exclusively for this role. You men can a good watch on things that non-mages couldn't manage. We're getting advanced equipment to scan for magical activity to be set up at all checkpoints. I dare say Chicago will have more mana detection devices than about any country on Earth. After thinking about it, Cal asked his first question. Major Sims, is she really as dangerous as they say? Some of the stories are a bit wild. The officer hesitated and then continued. There are two views. Officially, the reports from the Republic were overblown and mostly written by people trying to justify losing badly when they should have won or at least lost slower. And every other place where she's shown up. The other view is that the reports are pretty accurate. Her age notwithstanding, the intelligence shows a clear progression of power as time goes on. Given a sufficiently high starting point, her equipment and the formation of the 203rd and the Salamander Kampfgruppe, we can't discount the stories. What do you believe, sir? The man paused again. For a much, much longer time. I think both don't even come close to how dangerous she is. Anyone who could possibly answer that question is thoroughly dead and aren't answering our phone calls. Notes. Okay, the first cameo is going great and I have room for another new character. I'll pick among those who guess correctly between now and 4:20 seconds, midnight Eastern. If no one guesses correctly during that time, the first person after that date gets it. If 5 or more people get it, I'll cut off the winners at 5. Note, there aren't enough clues to perfectly guess, but there are enough to narrow things down tremendously. I picked this answer before I released the first chapter. Question 2, what song is Tanya thinking about in this chapter? Chapter 53, My Kind of Town. Chapter text. Jacob Floyd, head of the Chicago Butter and Egg Board, known privately as the Chicago Commodity Exchange, was well satisfied with his life. Markets were good, but even when they were bad, he still made money. In fact, the conditions that the board could even mathematically fail to succeed were so unthinkable that they hadn't been calculated. This was one of the reasons that he treated all news equitably, good or bad, because, in the long run, it all worked out the same. Thus it was he was unperturbed with the latest report. Can you repeat that? His nervous assistant clarified. We're seeing an enormous number of option trades around beverage companies. Truly unprecedented. Oh, what are their positions, Samuel? The man swallowed. They are, basically, betting almost everyone will lose at least half their value and some significantly more. Floyd nodded. Interesting. You say almost. Well, yes. There are a small number calls to the opposite. All still beverage companies, some in the Unified States, others in Canada. Well, they will donate a pretty penny to the current stockholders at the end of the day. If people have deep pockets and no sense, it's not our place to stop them from donating that to their betters. It's a harsh lesson, but commodities aren't for the ignorant or inexperienced. Yes, of course sir, but there does seem to be a pattern and there's been news recently. Spit it out, man, does my time seem endless? It seems like they are betting on the passage of the temperance bill. Nothing else makes any sense. The temperance bill? He thought with a bemused look. Oh, that Women's March thing? Samuel, let me tell you something, that bill will never pass. The whole concept is ridiculous. Women may be good at managing a household's budget and dealing with their local dog catcher, but what do they know of high finance or politics? They can't even vote, so how much influence could they possibly have? He gave a belly laugh for almost a full minute, greatly enjoying himself. So, who are making such ill-advised decisions? I wager it's some wealthy heiress spending her inheritance inadvisedly. The primary trader is affiliated with ZKB out of Waldstadt, but when I dug deeper it seems that they are partnered with TVD. TVD. It's the company founded by that soldier mage from Germania. The one that has been releasing those recordings recently, Tanya Digirekov. Her? Well, there you go. She's a woman that's come into some money and is gambling it all away. No matter her achievements in music or, he frowned, fighting, that doesn't mean she knows anything about finance. Frankly, it will serve her right. She did enough damage in the war and it's time she was brought to heel. *****. Lang carried in the crate of specially crafted orbs, carefully nestled in packing straw and linen. He was rather proud of their achievement, especially given the time constraints and requirements. Hammerschmidt looked amazed. So soon? You still had another week to get us the full shipment. The benefits of interchangeable parts and mass production. I must say, the president's idea to have plug-in modules in a standardized case was ingenious. Rather than having specially crafted orbs with extremely high tolerances, we can pump them out with limited features very, very quickly. He waved a hand over the open crate where the gleaming orbs lay quiescent. We had the casings ready with the energy accumulators in place. We just need to make the spell modules and put them in. A few days testing and done. Hammerschmidt picked up one and flipped it over to see the TVD symbol and serial number before putting it back. It was noticeably larger than a typical combat orb and lacked polish, for a better word. I assume we have all the features we need. Naturally. Metal detection, earth moving, shielding and limited flight. Basically you can turn even a serrated mage into a living bulldozer with these things. There's a smaller run with much higher mana capacity for those who will be doing the heavy lifting. We have plenty of mages getting ready to head out right now, so this is quite convenient. General Ogre will be pleased to move the schedule up by a week or more. I swear that man is second only to von Digirekov herself when it comes to pushing deadlines until they beg for mercy. Efficiency, always efficiency, my friend. Why take a month for what can be done in a week? Why take a week for what can be done in a day? Why take even a single day for something that doesn't need to be done at all? The ex-banker laughed. That sounds like a quote, from her, I presume. The exact one. For all her easygoing management style, she still abhors waste as if it were just another enemy in a war. I think she called it, process improvement. If it got me my orbs a week early, I'm all for it. *****. Visha, happily, and Tanya, mostly unwillingly, were shopping for clothing in Berun. This one would look so good on you, Tanya. She held up an evening gown against Tanya's body. Oh, you'll be the talk of the town in this one. Digirekov struggled gamely, but the amount of damage she was taking almost did her in. I don't really need more people talking about me. I'm the ambassador of Germania. Isn't that enough? Not as a diplomat, as a woman. Another blow. She responded weakly, I don't really care about that. Well, you should. Even if you aren't actively looking right now, there will be any number looking at you. Which means, if Mr. Right happens to come along when you least expect it, you'll need to be ready. Critical hit. Release the decoys. We seem to be only buying stuff for me. Don't you want anything? Oh, maybe soon, but I'm not the one going to the Unified States in few weeks. You know you're going to be in every newspaper, right? Not just an ambassador. Not just a famous, or infamous, soldier. But a female ambassador from the Empire. You should reject them out of hand, but I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't a stack of marriage proposals already at the consulate. Hull breach. We're going down. I'm going over single and I fully plan to stay that way by the time of my return. And after as well. Love isn't something you plan for, it just happens. She nodded sagely. You are walking down the street, happen to catch the eye of the right guy and bam. Suddenly you're head over heels and heading to the altar. Sunk beneath the cold, dark waves. All hands lost. Remember me well, my friends. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne's eyebrows came down as he looked at the document from the ambassador's representative in the United States. As they had not officially established the consulate yet, there were certain protocols to be followed, but even given those criteria, he wasn't sure what to make of it. Corporal. Refresh my memory. The Germanian embassy was granted just that one property, correct? The clerk glanced through his notes. Yes, sir. It was ceded to them as partial compensation for the other embassy lands appropriated, while the remaining funds were applied to their war debts. He smirked a bit. Rather a bad deal for them, but they didn't have much choice. Then how do you explain this? He slid the paper across his desk and waited for a response. The corporal's eyebrows also went down in an unconscious imitation of his boss. What? This is almost 6 city blocks of residences, apartment buildings, businesses, and industrial sites. All of it run down and nearly empty, but certainly not included in the deed granted. I want an answer here in no more than an hour. Make it March. Sir? Yes, sir. He ran out as if old Nick were on his tail. The other document listed the embassy personnel she would be bringing with her. There were over 300 people listed, which was large even for an enormous embassy. More than their numbers were their professions. They were listed as gardeners, waitresses, construction workers, musicians, secretaries, but not a guard or military person amongst them. Poppycock. Do they really expect me to believe this tripe? 58 minutes later, the corporal returned sweaty and out of breath. He saluted sloppily, Sir. He returned the salute perfunctorily. What did you find out? Apparently, the business von Digerekhoff founded has bought out all these properties. She's included them on the list of embassy grounds. Hawthorne sat down heavily. He searched his mind for precedents and found several. Unfortunately, they all sided with Digerekhoff. Her embassy could be as large as she wanted as long as she purchased the land legally. The only vague limitation was that they had to be contiguous, but, in this case, it was cut out so neatly from the surrounding area as if demarcated by a surveyor on an empty plain. She had even picked an area that didn't intersect any major roadways. If she put up a wall around the whole place tomorrow, there wasn't a thing to be done. After waiting a suitable amount of time in utter silence, the corporal asked tentatively, Sir. Track down whatever you can on this list of people. They are her staff. His eyes bulged. There must be 200 people here. 327. You have a week. Major, did you say a week? Did you mean a month or maybe longer? 1 week. Now scram. After his aide ran out, Hawthorne stared at a map of Chicago and then drew the outlines of Digerekhoff's new domain. He felt a twinge in his stomach of a pain not quite realized. Little did he know, it was a feeling shared by a man far across the ocean that he would never meet but had more in common with than otherwise. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A young woman stared at a letter with mystified eyes, even though the gist was quite clear. The individual words all made sense, but somehow the combinations wouldn't form cogent ideas in her brain. When the meaning finally hammered itself into her psyche, she started shaking. Her eyes widened, and those who were familiar with her would be quickly moving away now. Fortunately or not, she was quite alone at this time. The second letter, a private message separate from the first, was somehow even worse despite being much softer in tone. I know this is hard, but what you want can never happen. You can do nothing but hurt yourself, hurt your family, and hurt this country. It's hard, but sometimes letting go is the hardest thing. For the sake of those who care about you, please let go. Go home. You have your entire life ahead of you. I've made sure there will be no. How could they do this? Don't they know what she's done? What she's capable of? The letters rattled in her hand, quickly becoming deformed as she squeezed them. How can they do this? How can they do this? No one followed Tanya von Digerekhoff's whereabouts more assiduously than she. Even so, she only caught word through the grapevine before it hit the papers. Digerekhoff, new ambassador from Germania. Songstress argent or rusted silver. Tanya arrives, whence goes Chicago. And many more were scattered around the room. And now this. The devil is coming. The devil is coming. The devil is coming. It was only after a solid minute that she realized she was screaming aloud. When people poked their heads in to find out what was going on, she ran out and the letters she was holding fell to the floor. The top one had a title that started: Notice of Dishonorable Discharge from the Army of the United States. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A week later a record was released in the United States and, rather unusually, it was only released in the United States and, even then, only in Illinois. The styles of music ranged from a deep blues sound that was popular in the Negro communities but starting to gain traction elsewhere, to the big band sounds, to folk music. There was a unifying theme to them all, they were all about Chicago. It was a love letter to the Windy City and it hit that town like a wrecking ball through a house of cards. Chapter 54, The Noble Experiment. Before he and his buddies got on the bus to town, the sergeant said, "Just a reminder, boys. There are no regs about wearing your uniforms in town and I know it makes you look good to the ladies. But there are regs about your behavior making you, that uniform, the Army of the Unified States and me look bad. Anybody caught acting out line will undergo a straightening session behind the barracks immediately afterwards. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, Sarge," they announced as one. Cal was 6 inches taller, 20 years younger, and almost twice the mass of the sergeant, but he had no desire to see how painful a lesson he might lay down. The man knew how to fight but, moreover, he knew how to win and there were any number of cocky contenders who learned only the hard way. Cal made sure he learned from their mistakes. The soldiers spread out through the town in small groups. Cal, on the other hand, was the only one to go to Mamie's music hall. True to its name, the focus was on music, albeit with some dancing, and with a strict ban on alcohol. That didn't bother him as he could get a drink anywhere and he was here for the music. They were using a new electric phonograph and some super fidelity speakers to make the recordings sound near to live. He had heard they had a new shipment of phonographs and was curious to hear them and, naturally, maybe get a dance or two in. Sarge was certainly right about one thing, men in uniform got more dances. If he had dressed any other way, the best he would have gotten ranged between a cold stare or a bemused look. But he was one of our boys and that made all the difference. Still, his size did keep his number of dance partners below average, so he had plenty of time to just enjoy the music and chat with fellow music lovers. Mamie, her actual name was Sally, stepped up to the microphone and said, "Okay, I know you want to hear some new songs and we have a fresh shipment from across that big OL pond." There were a few good-natured boos at this announcement. Now. It's all in English so I don't want to hear any complaints. Get on with the music, we didn't come to hear you talk." The friendly heckling continued. "Phyllis, cut off his sarsaparilla, I think he's had too much." The others laughed but Sally did put on a new record. Maybe it was the new quality of the record or the phonograph player, but the sound was sublime. Cal's head raised up suddenly, jerking him out of the conversation he was having with a cute brunette that he thought might want to talk about music later that night. Now, this could only happen to a gal like me. And only happen in a town like this. So may I say to each of you, most gratefully, as I throw each one of you a kiss. The instrumentation was top-notch but the vocals. She had a clear voice with enough strength to carry the song. Some people thought simple songs were easier but, in fact, they could highlight every last flaw in the singer's voice and there were simply no flaws to be found. But beyond that, the power there grabbed him by the chest and squeezed. He literally couldn't take a breath until the end of the piece and only realized it when he took a breath at the end. "Cal, you okay, honey?" his dance partner asked worriedly. "I'm okay, but that song." Mamie read from the album back and said. "Well, that was pretty nice. That was from the new album by Tanya Von Day. Heck, I'm not going to be able to do her name justice." The resulting laughter was broken by a drunken shout. "Why the fuck you play that shit?" Cal looked over and saw a private he didn't recognize. The man was obviously intoxicated and had also obviously hit the bottle before coming here. Now, Mamie said, trying to keep the peace. "It's just music and we're just having a good time. Phyllis, get him a pop and help him cool off, okay?" The man shook off the restraining hands of his friends. "I'm not going to fucking cool off. That bitch killed thousands, hundreds of thousands. She killed good Americans, too. Why are we listening to that monster?" Mamie, sensing things were getting out of control, looked around desperately but Cal was already on the move. He clapped a hand on the private's shoulder. "I think you've had a bit too much." He looked up at Cal, too drunk to be afraid. "I'm just speaking my piece and that's too much? Bloody rusted silver can do whatever she wants." Cal squeezed and this seemed to finally get through to him. "Look here. The war is over. We won. She was a soldier like you, like me, but she's a civilian now. No matter what happened then, that doesn't excuse you spoiling these people's good times, right?" The private tried to raise his arm but found that even one-handed, his opponent was enough to keep him from moving. "It just ain't right, it just ain't right." He finally sat down, though, helped by Cal firmly, and accepted the soda offered. When he returned to his table, he found the girl had gone and he just sighed. Well, the mood had been spoiled already. He didn't dance the rest of the night but listened to every single song by Tanya they were willing to play. ******. Freight trains went down tracks from western Berun toward the border of the Francois Republic. Rolling stock filled with supplies traveled past devastated fields and ruined towns. On the side of each car was the TVD logo in fresh, bright paint. The end of the line was occupied by a special series of cars that contained sleeping quarters and cooking facilities. Responding to the train's whistle from several minutes ago, the workers were already gathered. With well-honed efficiency, they removed food, supplies, and, more to the point, new rail that would lengthen the tracks another mile. Once emptied, a combination of mages and specialized machines lifted the cars to the return track where an engine waited for them to take them back to the heart of Germania. In addition to the cargo, this trip carried a solitary passenger from the logistics department. Captain Baumann, well familiar with rail operations, was amazed at the efficiency. He turned to the foreman and asked him, "Herr Vogt, this is amazing. Can you fill me in on how this works?" He had asked General Uger for details but was told, "It's best to see for yourself." Vogt grinned and said, "Certainly. I must say, I'm rather proud of my people here. We're doing something new but that hasn't stopped them from making all this happen." He pointed to a field to the north. "Over there are the Mage Corps. They are detecting and lifting metal out of the ground. Fairly indiscriminately, so it's a mix of lead, steel, and various other things." Baumann watched as 10 mages synchronized their specialized orbs and hefted. The soil fell away from the many pounds of metal that remained suspended and were quickly shuffled into waiting carts. The fields are cleared out to the line demarcated by the flags. This is doubly important because, just then an explosion interrupted their conversation, sending debris flying. Shrapnel pinged off the mages' shields without damage. The captain ducked reflexively but the foreman continued as if nothing had happened. "Because there are unexploded ordnance and landmines to deal with. For now, we are just clearing the rail corridor first and the lands immediately around them. We have two types of mages, those good at detecting and marking and those who are good at lifting, so to speak. There were a lot of mages not suitable for combat because they lacked finesse but still could move things around. With the expense of a combat orb, the army had no use for those who couldn't fly and shoot, but we are putting those men to good use. And women, naturally. Once the land is cleared and the new track is laid, we move everything down to the next area. The scrap goes back to the factory to be melted and reforged into something useful. Some become the rail we are laying, but we have a fairly hefty surplus of metal that we are sending to other places. That's rather poetic, don't you think? The war machines and bombs becoming a road between the countries." The foreman laughed. "What do I know of poetry? I just lay rail." He indicated the other side, which was further along in the process. "After the dirt has been cleared, they spread a seed mix on it. Plants that are good for enriching soil, they tell me. If you go back a few miles, you'll see a lot of it." "I see, so prime land around the train routes gets improved first and then it will branch out to other areas afterward." "That's mostly right. If TVD owns the land or we have a contract, then we get those cleared out right after the rail line. It's an interesting patchwork if you look at it from above." He pulled out aerial photos of the rail line and the recovered areas. The before and after comparisons were especially stark. The left depicted the lifeless, war-devastated battlefields without a hint of greenery or even a single thing of normalcy to relieve the eye. The sole, barren, tree was a mockery of all that once was. It was an ashen reminder of the grim realities of the conflict they had. The right had smoothed out trenches, removed the broken vehicles, cleared buildings, and just left empty fields in the end. Still lifeless, but with potential. Now take a look at this. It's the latest image from the initial phase of our project. The full-color picture looked nearly lifelike and was obviously the same location. Fields of clover and wildflowers stretched to distant hills. The neat line of rails ran beside them and dozens of workers stood along it smiling for the camera. Even the dead tree seemed cheerier as there were birds perched on its limbs next to a nest, promising new hope. The difference is unbelievable. Without these pictures, I could hardly believe all you've told me. That's what the president is hoping for. We're going to use these to showcase our work here. In time, we want to rehabilitate all this land, in other countries too. The Republic. Of course. We're taking this rail all the way to Paris. *****. Vice President, we are getting some unusual requests for information from the Unified States. She raised an eyebrow. "Oh, whatever for? I think we already sent them our personnel list and schedule, right? And all the visa information." "Yes, ma'am. Some time ago. They want a lot more detail about the staffers and they are getting increasingly strident. Technically, it's none of their business since anyone they object to can just stay on the consulate grounds." She sat back and thought a bit. What would Tanya do? After a while an impish grin, leaning toward Wicked, spread on her face. "Accede to their request but tell them that there's a processing and discovery fee of, $50 per person due to the inconvenience and the hurried nature of their request." $50. Unified States dollars. Yes, exactly. If they don't wish the information, we understand and will send the staff without it. If they do want it, they can transfer the money through the ZKB branch in Chicago. Make sure you emphasize that we stand behind the accuracy of the reports no matter how hard it is to get. Hard to get? We have everything they want in our files right now. There's a convenience fee, of course. and give the funds received to the staff going over there with an explanation. It's their information, after all. Of course, we'll deliver the paperwork to their embassy in Beirut. No sense spending money to ship it across the ocean ourselves. Yes ma'am. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A dirty hand rubbed away the dust and dirt from a metal device. Each swipe revealed the finely wrought invention. Brass and steel and crystal began to shine even in the shadowy confines of the shanty. The scant walls kept other scavengers from finding his discovery and he worried about further cleaning. Worried that someone would spot his prize. For some reason, though, he couldn't stop himself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Invention after invention flowed out of TVD's labs. Some were shelved, temporarily, because they were currently impractical even if possible. Others, not economic to sell, were kept for use by TVD staff or officers. Others still were sent to market to pay for the next generation of research. In addition to more durable goods was a smaller department that focused on consumables. The president had predicted improvements in freezing technology, currently in progress in their tech department, so they were working on frozen vegetables and frozen dinners. She had mentioned it casually, growing seasons are maybe half the year and canning removes so much flavor. Proper freezing would preserve the taste and nutrition. In fact, the convenience of a full dinner frozen on one tray might be welcome to busy people. All their department was involved in tasting the new products. Being machinists, engineers and, mostly, ex-military, they were free with their opinions about each creation. Dinner time was greeted with cheers or boos as they critiqued each new item presented. As the weeks went on, the cheers were gradually winning out. Lang poked at green beans with his fork and noted that they had enough firmness that they didn't collapse this time. He brought it to his mouth with anticipation and took a big bite. A weird expression crossed his face as he spit it out. Mein Gott! There's enough salt on this for a team of horses. Others, warned by his example, took more careful tastes before shaking their heads. One of the scientists carefully avoided the beans and tried the chicken and gravy. The meat is fine, though. Maybe a touch more flavor in the gravy would be nice, but this is trending well. Sausages could be good, right? A woman with a clipboard asked, how about the drink? Well, it's orange wine but you can't really mistake it for orange juice. I think the military would like it. Vitamins are hard to come by in the field. I suspect kids who don't have access to oranges would probably enjoy it, too. His table mate laughed, access to oranges is tough all around. But dried and frozen drink would help during the winter months when Ispagna isn't producing. Actually, the dried drink could be produced close to where the fruits are grown and shipped in powdered form. Why take the risks of shipping fruit that can rot? Fresh is best, but horribly impractical much of the year. Okay, we'll put it as a backup drink for the off-season. Also, refrigerated shipping containers might be a nice method for luxury goods until we can make the technology more efficient and cheaper. She made another note. Next is a special creation made just for the president. I'd appreciate your input. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya looked up from her paperwork. Ah, Visha, just in time. I need a break. She picked up her coffee cup and an odd look crossed her face as she took a sip. Visha. You are my dear friend and I trust you with my life and all my fortune. But what is this you've put in front of me? It's a new product. They call it instant coffee and say it was your idea. Visha looked doubtful. Should we tell them not to go forward with this? It's better than the crap we got on the front most of the time. That's very, very faint praise. It hurts me to say this, but tell them to go ahead. Busy people will love this. They will love this so much that it's frightening. It's a go, then. She shook her head but didn't argue. But, please, please never give this to me again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Temperance Amendment passes. Read all about it. Get your paper here. New Amendment Law of the Land. Chapter 55, Silver Medals. Chapter text. One borough of Chicago was abuzz with activity. Well, to be accurate, all the boroughs of the Windy City were usually busy but this one had long since been in decline other than the brewery. This neighborhood was getting a renovation of tremendous proportions, making the remaining neighbors curious. Most were unfamiliar with the TVD logo which adorned the construction signs, other than those who were fond of fine pens and there were precious few of those there. One woman cocked her head to the side. Isn't that who makes Zarts? She asked her friend. Surely not. The both surreptitiously took out a Zart out of their purses to compare and were surprised to see it was the same logo. Maybe they are making a new factory. That would be nice. The Woolworths is always out of them so I have to place a big order and hope they last until the next time they come in. You know what I heard? They say that there are only women in the Zart factories. Even the managers and owners. No. I mean, that's what their advertisements say but you can't always trust those. It's true. My cousin works in a factory in Jersey and she tells me it's the same for all their factories. What, Mabel, you have been holding out on me. If you have someone on the inside, see if you can order some for me, too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The entire purchased neighborhood became a massive construction site. The managers and a cadre of construction mages were from Germania, but the rest were drawn from unemployed brewery workers. While happy to still be getting a paycheck, there were still some grousing. This is good for now, but these jobs ain't gonna last forever, Natch. The man sat on a half-demolished wall as he ate his lunch. He was wishing for a cold beer right about now, as was his habit. Hell, the brewery let them pull a free glass at lunch and another few after their shifts. Damned amendment, screwing everything up. His lunchmate was more sanguine. Hey, TVD pays well at least, and I heard something. The speaker was, formerly, middle management at the brewery but had worked his way up from the docks. Even he was still down here hauling debris and working construction. Oh, well, spill it. The brewery owners and TVD have some plan worked out for after the construction. Do a good job here and your pay will be even better than before. You'd believe that? With no brewery, what would we be doing? I worked there my whole life. I got it straight from Mr. Keller. You know he's a straight shooter, right? Well, I'll give you that. He had kept them paid, at least a bit, until they got other jobs. Even when he was shut down. If Keller said it, I'll almost believe it. Almost. Belief doesn't get the horses fed. I'll do my part once I'm back on the job. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For his part, Keller was in a deep discussion with Yvette Oberst. The other times they had met, the banker had come as well, but right now he was managing their portfolio while she handled all other matters. Keller was one of 3 brothers that had inherited the brewery and the only one who actually worked there. The others had sold their shares, leaving the remaining brother as the largest stakeholder but still owning just a minority position. Keller Brothers Brewery had become just Keller's not long afterward. As of now, though, TVD had acquired almost all of the outstanding shares from people willing to dump a dead stock. Yvette grinned and presented the contract and then summarized them. Here are the final papers. You keep all your shares, we'll keep the other 2/3. We don't interfere in day-to-day operations, but we do set general policy. We might be changing up what's offered significantly and introducing new techniques and machinery. But we absolutely want someone who knows what they are doing and understands the industry to run things. The older man looked at the paperwork but didn't touch it. And you claim that this is all legal? No harm will come to me or my workers. Absolutely. And we have a very smart, and very expensive legal team on retainer. Anything that happens in this neighborhood is under imperial law. And we don't have any foolish laws against drinking. Now, we will have to make sure no one smuggles alcohol into the Unified States, so we won't sell anything by the bottle, just by the glass. Even the hardest-nosed judge won't try to argue that alcohol inside your body is smuggling. She laughed at the audacity of Digirekov. Keller had looked over the laws himself and even inquired at a friend of his, a full-time lawyer and part-time rabbi with whom he had shared many glasses of beer. This Shiska is one smart cookie. You tell her if she needs any more lawyers, my firm is available. Now, I have even better news. As part of our renovations, we are refurbishing the old apartment buildings in this area and will offer them first to brewery workers at a discounted rate. Family can live here, too. No company store nonsense, since anyone is allowed to live outside of the consulate grounds, but they'd have to commute and pay more. What's the downside? Honestly, it's a win-win for the both of us. Your people can work, live, and go for entertainment all in this area. That means our workforce is nearby, and if they spend money, it comes back to us in the end. Again, anyone can go outside for any of that. We aren't making it mandatory, just available as long as we have room. She pulled out a map and spread it on the table. Sorry, I don't have a copy for you just yet, but things are moving fast and I need this one. She pointed at the outline of the neighborhood. That's where the wall is going to go. Here and here are housing and apartments. That will be a 4-star hotel. There's the brewery, of course. Shops, commercial establishments, and more factories will be established here as well. She tapped the map again. Now, these 40 places in red will all be restaurants and bars. All of them? There's no way you could fill that many businesses with diners and drinkers. Even half that number would be ambitious. You underestimate how far people will go for a good time and good drink. This area is going to become a tourist destination for all Chicago, all Illinois, perhaps the entire Unified States. He signed after some thought and sent a message to his old managers that they would be brewing starting at the end of the month. He never bothered to read the contract and simply shook hands with Yvette afterwards. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya glanced over the diagram of the consulate and pointed out security changes she wanted and how to arrange things in the house that was never meant to be in government building. From what she had heard, it was a faded relic of a better time for the neighborhood. Run down somewhat and needing maintenance, but still solid and even opulent once cleaned up. A dedicated music room. Interesting. She looked at the mansion inventory and saw that less mobile instruments remained, but most of the rest had been sold off. Visha, make sure that the music room is restocked with all the usual instruments I might need and that they are in good shape and tuned. Have recording devices imported from our labs and requisition communication equipment as well. Not high power, though, wouldn't want to upset our new neighbors. The other woman smiled. Already in progress on the instruments and recorders, and I'll get the rest today. Did you want to keep that particular piano? It's a smaller one according to the inventory. Absolutely. While Visha left to complete her tasks, Tanya thought of her past life, something she did less and less these days. Am I losing something? Or am I just growing up? That life is gone, literally just a memory now. As an upper middle, or lower upper, class family, there were certain expectations and he had done his best to fulfill them. Perhaps to a fault. Excellence was the expected outcome. Runner-up in a math competition? Quit the club. Missed first in swimming meets? Then there was no more need to compete. Every time it became clear he'd never top the chart in anything, he gave it up and then he strove to find something he did better than anyone. Back then, I never liked being second best at anything. If I couldn't excel, then there were no need for accolades. I only wanted the gold, never the silver. She suddenly broke out laughing. Long and hard until she had to gasp for breath before she started laughing again. Visha poked her head in. Tanya. Her expression was half smile, half worry, not sure which way to go. Sorry to bother you, nothing is wrong. I was just reminded that irony can actually be funny. Oh, please set me up with a piano instructor, a female one. We don't have much time left, so I best get started. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne looked at the stack of dossiers, somewhat impressed. All this in only 6 days. Good job. How accurate is the information? My sources say they guarantee it. It looks like about 15% of the staff are ex-military, but that's not out of line considering her background and their unemployment rate. 2/3 are women, as well. Consider who we are investigating. I hope you didn't discount these women, Corporal. No sir. He sweated a bit because, subconsciously, he had discounted them and only did a perfunctory examination of their data. Hawthorne flipped through the files. So many widows. Is she bringing them here to work or to get husbands? My understanding, sir, is that her company preferentially hires veterans and widows. These dossiers were telegraphed over, but the originals should be here soon with photographs for additional security. He didn't mention he had kept an entire team of telegraphists and typists busy for 16 hours as there was so much data to be relayed. I hadn't heard that. Where did you get that intel? Actually, it was from their advertisements in the Unified States and overseas. But it was confirmed by our intelligence department. It's poor practice to use a subject's own propaganda as a starting point for investigations. Regardless, how is construction going on the consulate grounds? The walls are up, about 1/3 of the buildings have been demolished and the rest are being refurbished. Honestly, the rate of construction is impressive. Some of the construction workers let slip that they are making extensive use of mages to supplement heavy machinery. Hawthorne stopped his routine sorting of papers and repeated carefully. Did you say walls? Yes sir. You had mentioned that she would wall up the whole area and it looks like she's doing just that. If you hadn't predicted it, I'd be shocked right now. I didn't mean that literally, you idiot. I think I need to take a look at this personally. Get me an appointment with them. On the consulate grounds. Sir, she hasn't arrived yet. Do you mean the assistant? I think his title is General Consul. He came through customs yesterday. Of course I mean him. I could hardly have a meeting with someone not present, could I? At once, sir. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Colonel Oscar Karl Gustav Adolf, at one time Prince Oscar Karl Gustav Adolf, 5th son of Wilhelm II, the last emperor of Imperial Germania, was bemused to find himself on American shores. He came at the insistence of his father who, despite no longer having any authority over him officially, still ran his children like a private battalion he happened to have sired. Oscar, the crown may be gone, but that doesn't mean we still aren't tied to the heart of Germania. I've arranged for you to be the General Consul there with civilian rank matching your military one. With this von Diegereckhoff as the botch after, of course he said dryly. Perhaps you are playing matchmaker, father. Of course I am. She the finest example of why royal blood needs fresh infusions from the common. We may have given her wings during the war but she has certainly flown on her own afterwards. I hope you are not insisting, sir. I have several ladies of good standing I favor. The former emperor waved away this objection. Because you have several, that means you haven't decided yet. Go there. Look at her. Learn from her. And then decide. He chuckled and sipped his drink, barely wincing. You might be surprised at your opinion afterward. By your wishes, father. I'll keep an open mind but I make no promises. How could I ask for anything more? Oscar was currently guiding a major from the United States through the renovation project, having only been briefed on it a scant hour before the man arrived. The American had been quite insistent, pointing out they were responsible for external security and the consulate was quite a bit larger than he had planned on. I must apologize for the mess as the renovations are not quite complete. As you can see, the walls are quite complete and we have carefully built them not to interfere with traditional right-of-way corridors. Naturally, no such restrictions apply on consulate grounds. Naturally, the major responded dryly. Most of the buildings will be dedicated to shopping, restaurants, tourism and the like. There are some apartments set aside for workers, primarily Americans, and we have a 4-star hotel planned plus 2 cheaper ones for the less affluent. Oscar had an excellent memory, which had served him well during the Great War and a natural flair for presentations. You seem quite confident that you'll have a large number of visitors. Officially, I can't admit we'll be running the only legal brewery south of Canada. Who's to say how plans will turn out? But, it's best to be over-prepared than the otherwise, eh? Oh, to the left is going to be a park and playground next to the school. Schools, too? Well, yes, since many, perhaps most of our workers have children, it's more convenient to let them learn on premise, so to speak. Ah, perhaps you are worried that we will need funds? Fear not, all of this has been budgeted. Speaking of budgets, how did you fund all of this expanse of a consulate? It's my understanding that the ambassador purchased it herself. Perhaps it is better to say the consulate is owned by von Diegerekhoff and Germania is leasing part of it for official purposes. Colonels in your country must get paid more than those here. Ah, that. Well, a number of very good investments have provided a lot of capital. It helped that this area was, how shall we say, economically struggling? There were many bargains to be had and it allowed us to acquire an appropriate amount of land. Did he just say appropriate? She owns more land in Chicago than any other person alive or dead. Perhaps we have different definitions of appropriate. Oscar spread his hands grandiosely. We want to make this place a showcase of Germanian culture. To show the people of your great country what makes us unique while also highlighting that we are not so different at heart. Fortunately, the United States did not participate in the last war, otherwise such a project would be quite a bit more difficult. As you say, difficult. Chapter 56, Ain't Nothing Here for Free. Tanya had specified a female piano instructor for a very specific reason. Despite growing a bit, her hands were still woefully small compared to the average man. Concert-capable pianos had become the standard and because of the needs of volume, they were necessarily larger to accommodate the mechanisms. An instructor for young ladies would have access to a smaller piano that she could work with. The middle-aged woman was thin and had numerous lines on her face, older ones from laughter, newer ones from less pleasant reasons. Still, she was thoroughly professional and said, I understand you have very little time to learn. I hope you do not expect to become proficient in a few days. If so, I'll have to direct you to another teacher. Frau Seidel had seen better days but said this despite her circumstances. Her clothing was trending toward threadbare, though still clean and neat, and some heirlooms and unnecessary furniture had already been sold, making the room noticeably emptier. In rough times, money for luxuries like piano lessons was hard to find. Other than jewelry from her mother and her wedding ring, her last thing of value was the piano which she was going to hold onto until the end. As long as she had that, she would remain a teacher. I understand entirely. Please do what you can with the time we have. Indeed. Tanya adjusted the bench and sat at the piano. Her posture was near perfect and she let her fingers range over the keys briefly, measuring them against her handspan. She easily made a tenth. Very nice. Seidel's eyebrows raised. Do you have any experience? There was a piano at the orphanage that the nuns would play sometimes. I almost broke cover when I asked for a 3-mark tuning tool so that the sounds wouldn't grate on the nerves. Fortunately, they turned me down. As a musician, I'm sure you can read music, so we can skip that. Let's go through some basic drills and lay a foundation, J.A. 4 hours later, the teacher was staring with disbelief. It was obvious, it was painfully obvious, that she had never played before. There were muscles required, necessary habits that had to be practiced. At first, she played like someone who had merely seen people playing pianos before. She emulated the posture, the movements, and so on, but she really didn't know how to play. By the end, however, Seidel sat in shock. Genius. It's nothing short of genius. She absorbs lessons like a rain-parched land after a spring rain. Under Tanya's hands, Beethoven flowed out with only tiny mistakes. Moreover, there was a powerful presence under hands. She went from single notes with one hand, to 2 hands to full chords as if it were only natural. She dominated the keyboard, she owned it and her playing grew smoother and smoother. There was a smile on her face that could only be called joyous. When she got to the end, she put her hands back to rest and let out a deep sigh. My apologies, Frau Seidel, for such a poor performance after your excellent teaching. No, No, no. She clasped the young woman's hands between hers. You have a true gift. It has been a pleasure. Tanya regretted internally. Ah, this poor woman. She forced herself to suck up to untalented students in order to make money. This excessive bravado can only be from long practice to keep tiny fees flowing. Despite that, she seems quite skilled. Let's make a pitch. I realize this is very short notice, but would you be open to an extended engagement? The older woman looked startled as if any possible doubts were unthinkable. Naturally. But, you are leaving so soon. Digurekov grinned, and so are you, if you wish. Do you have any issues with sea travel? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Years later, people would ask Frau Seidel about teaching Digurekov the piano. Every time, she would gently correct them. I showed her how to play. She taught herself. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Christoph, now in a position of significant power in the rail department of the Francois Republic, kept a map of the progress of the tracks moving toward his country. Even at the scale he was using, you could see the line extend from day to day. Sir, the director has arrived before the meeting. Oh, please send him in. The director was an older Francois gentleman, very hands-off in day-to-day affairs. However, he always kept his eye on the big picture. His thin mustache was grey these days and he moved slowly with the occasional help of a cane, but he always did it with style. He sat down like he owned the place, and, in a certain sense, he did. Christoph. Speak. Well used to the old man's habits, he started without preamble. TVD has offered to repair the rail lines through Urine, but I think we should let them take the tracks all the way to Parisy. Moreover, I think we should adopt their standards through the entire country. Explain. The reason I think we should adopt it for the whole country is because there are currently 7 different standards now depending on the track maker. This means there's a necessary expense when switching between tracks that is entirely avoidable. The director nodded but said nothing. They are offering a huge discount on their reclamation services for the devastated lands, but only if they can use their own equipment which is sized to their standard track. Since much of the rail on that route no longer exists, there's no real loss. Not only that, though, their machines and men can lay rail at a rate roughly 3 times what local firms can do, at half the cost. Half, you say? It's been verified. Their costs for steel and labor are frankly ridiculous. I'm not sure how they manage it, but they opened their books and we confirmed it. Plus there's a hidden advantage, particularly for the Republic. We can be the start of all travel on the continent. Ispigna will be irrelevant if we establish ourselves first. If ships can dock here, and transfer cargo and passengers to our trains, they can travel through all Europa without hindrance. Dacia, Ildoa and Waldstadt already have plans to convert. He lowered his voice and spoke passionately, we can bypass the Commonwealth as a trading nation. Why take one of their ships around the coast if you can't just drop it off on our shores and then head back out for another run? The old man closed his eyes for so long that the uninformed would think he was sleeping. Christoph knew better and just remained silent. I see. He got to his feet and walked out of the office as he arrived, elegantly and on his own terms. The meeting afterwards was less to meet and more to accept their marching orders. Christoph wasn't surprised at the decision, it did make sense after all. He wasn't sure why Argent wanted the rail standardization so much, but he worked to make it happen and then they would see what came of it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The chief steward was planning out the position of his passengers using a very simple algorithm, put the big rocks in the jar first, fill in the rest later. Currently, he was figuring out where to put a massive boulder. TVD needs these 4 suites and the adjoining hall and 6 minor cabins on the next level down. His assistant pointed out, there's not enough room for what they paid for. Oh, bollocks. Why on earth do they need a room big enough for 2 pianos? He opened up a bottle of whiskey that he used for thought lubrication and drank straight from the bottle so that thoughts wouldn't escape. After a few minutes he said, okay, let's just give them the small ballroom and the nearest cabin. Bloody hell, sir, that's a lot more than they paid for. Look here, we have a bona fide musical star on board, right? All we have to do is tell them that we don't have a suite big enough but they can use half of the ballroom as long as they understand we might use the other bit for dinner and wait'll. That still leaves plenty of separation, we can put up the folding screens to make it more private. Oh. Oh. Private from sight but not from sounds, eh? Even people who don't like her are curious, right? Say that seating in the small ballroom are only available by invitation or if they've paid extra for special cabins. This trip we are only 70% full but I think we can get to 100 plus if we play this right. What if people pull out? You think that's likely? If so, let them, give them a full refund. We'll sell their spots for double afterward. In fact, let's tell everyone that, because Digurekov is aboard that we have to start a waiting list. Dole out the berths in dribs and drabs. You sure about this? We're not losing anything, right? People will still get their spot, just at a premium price, right? Oh, Don't raise prices on anyone who already has bought their tickets. That would be unethical. His assistant nodded, feeling uncomfortable, but not able to put his finger on exactly why. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The political office was, temporarily, quiet after the chaos of the last months. The primary reason? The ones with the biggest problems, the ones causing the biggest problems, were gainfully employed now, mostly with TVD. Though the office appreciated the respite, it was a bitter rather than a blessed peace. The director glanced moodily at the calendar. Only a few days before Rusted Silver left the continent. It has been weeks since she had caused any chaos for him, but he had been afraid of taking any action for fear that it provoke a response that would leave him worse off yet again. Even more galling, her businesses were generating foreign currency and she was meticulous about paying her taxes early each month so that they could be used for reparation payments. Universally hated in this building, she was becoming increasingly popular in the Bundestag and even the Bundesrat. People who were all in favor of selling her to the Federation were conspicuously silent these days or had reversed their opinions almost overnight. He should be happy. He should be very, very happy. But he felt like someone who jumped out of a burning airship. The beautiful free fall seemed liberating, but the clouds he was falling through hid the ultimate end. He avoided being burned alive, but the momentary reprieve would soon end with the approaching ground. He mumbled to himself. Is the firing squad better with the blindfold or without? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Helen Schwab looked over the plans for her upcoming birthday. She knew people who subscribed to the theory that others should throw one's birthday, but she believed it should be done right, so she was supervising the event. Flowers, musicians, caterers, there were so many details before one even came close to thinking about the guests. Of course the guest list was thoroughly under her control. Dahlia, is the venue ready? Yes, ma'am. There were some concerns, but they prioritized getting their finest ballroom done first. Especially after I pointed out who was invited. In this case it was appropriate. In essence, she was saying that her name alone should be enough to overcome objections and clear paths. But not this time. This time, there were circumstances. And the RSVPs. All but a few have been returned as accepted. There are a few not coming to physical incapacity, but still there are a few rejections. Ah, vanity. There are always a few that think they are above their station. We'll be ostracizing more people this season, I see. Did Lolita Armour accept? Her voice indicated she suspected not. No, she didn't. It appears foolishness is inherited. Well, it won't take long for both of them. It's amazing when people reject good advice, they raise themselves onto an imaginary pedestal of virtue to justify it. Of course, is there anything else? Put on Silver's new recording, would you? It seems more than appropriate. Helen closed her eyes and leaned back, letting the smooth sounds of Chicago morning flow over her like the slow movement of the sun near dusk, soft and warm. You got to learn the game. Oh, you got to know the beat. From the highest of the high. Down to the rules of the street. She didn't bother to drink from the glass of wine near her, she didn't need it when listening to Tanya sing. Are you ready to shoot? You better not fake it. 'Cause she sure ain't no pushover. Are you sure you can take it? Chicago morning. How far can you see? You better know now. Ain't nothing here for free, oh no. Notes. The final song is by Chris Arie, look him up. Keyboard sizes, what's in the story is historic fact. But the inertia has had terrible effects on generations of piano players. The standard keyboard is too large for 25% of men and 86% of women, making some songs impossible to play as written. In fact, the excessive spans pianists have to force their hands into cause chronic pain that basically vanishes when they play on a well-sized keyboard. This has led to the perception that women and Asians can't play piano at the professional level. These days, the mechanical constraints of the past are not relevant and smaller keyboard pianos are slowly becoming available. Chapter 57, Stormfront. Chapter text. Oscar, who apparently knew little about the ambassador, was undergoing a crash course in his new boss. To say he was miffed at being sent on a wife-hunting mission would not be a mischaracterization. To be subordinate to a literal girl, still a few years from adulthood, was galling to a former prince and military colonel. His Batman laid out his suit for the day. The older man, after being saved by a younger Oscar in a battle years before the Great War, had sworn to serve him. It was odd seeing an Englishman following a Germanian officer into battle, but most grew used to before long. Another day at the office, sir. His accent came through clearly despite his fluent Germanian. What else, Wilson, he said shortly. If I may say, sir, you seem displeased with your position. It's an honorable post, worthy of your background. It's the circumstances, the circumstances. By circumstances, perhaps you mean a certain young lady. I can hardly hide anything from you, can I? Naturally not, sir. He didn't bother to deny it. Is it her age that annoys you? Her gender? Her common origins? He let out a long breath. Do I have to answer that? If not to me, sir, at least to yourself. He tied Oscar's tie for him and then moved on to his vest, leaving the tie just irregular enough. The man who walks out that door should know who he is. Okay, from the top then. Commoner in the past, perhaps, but she earned her von, did she not? Sir, aren't you too old to play games like this? Oh, fine, Wilson. He closed his eyes and sighed before opening them again. Yes, I'm little put out by that. An orphan of unknown background suddenly becoming a noble in a handful of years. Others have made the jump but after a nearly lifetime of service. Do you suspect she did not earn it then? Just an artifact for the propagandists to work with? No. If anything, they would be more likely to vote against her. The College Board is notoriously hard-nosed about being intellectual elitists. The only thing that excites them is excellence. She is only 16. How can she handle this post? He easily took the position of questioner and forced his master into the devil's advocate position. Oscar spoke more thoughtfully, less glibly. If it were someone older, I'd have fewer doubts. Her war record, as far as father can discover, is entirely legitimate. That shows she's a capable commander and is fearless even in the worst situations. Her post-war record is even rosier. With no backing we know of and almost no resources of note, she has made a company, no a conglomerate that has shocked Germania. Shocked, you say? He arranged the suit jacket and tidied up the corners. Must you be so pedantic? Fine. It has shocked those who dislike her, but the people that use her products, shop at her stores, they don't care. She has a nose for business. No doubt. Oh, then is it because she is a she? He pulled out the selected pair of shoes, inspected them closely and flicked off a bit of dust that had landed there. That's ridicule. He stopped when he saw the older man's expression. Okay, that is part of it too, damn it. How can she demand the attention an ambassador needs? Women have no power in this world and less respect. Can she even do the job? And yet, for someone who was hated so much by the political office, she was granted this august position. Diplomacy is always about carrots and sticks, whether physically or socially. Who can say which she used? He knelt down with the shoes and tied them after Oscar put them on. But you seem a bit more ardent when I asked that question. He sighed and then swore. Skies. You are relentless. Okay, I'm upset that my father sent me here hunting after an underage girl as a marriage partner. And I have to take her seriously. She could be a trumped-up propaganda doll with fake medals and a forged wartime record to match. Wilson switched to English. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. Oscar completed the next line. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. So I should look and see, you say? Oh no, sir. I said nothing. He brushed off every bit of lint he could find and stepped back. There you go. Now you are a proper gentleman, ready to face the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. These days, when Tanya asked Visha to do or find out something for her, the tasks frequently went to Visha's subordinates. As the face of TVD, Frau Serebriakov was growing into her role as a leader. Only the utterly foolish failed to look past her age, gender, or attractiveness. The old Visha, the original Visha, only came out when she was alone with Tanya. Today, they were spending a quiet evening together as the day of departure was imminent. All work items except for a very few, had been handled or delegated. Dinner had been made by a chef that would be traveling to the Unified States with Tanya. The Zwischen were superb and were paired well with the coffee. The drink, however, was made by the vice president, of course. This is so delicious. How can plums taste so good? Visha put a hand over her mouth as if not believing what she just ate. This is truly worthy. The combination of soft cheese and the slightly tart plums in the pastry is genius. I think alternating that with lecithin brings out the best taste. The pfeffernusse was tasty, too, but not with coffee. It might work with just milk though. The spices of that cookie compete with the bitter flavor. I think we can pair coffee with the Kirsch Michel, though, especially with that nice vanilla cream sauce. There were plates scattered around the room. One of the last tasks they had set for themselves was choosing a menu for the Germanian restaurant soon to be opened in the Unified States. Even with the tiny portions, I'm absolutely stuffed. But I can guarantee the diners will fall in love with what's been chosen. They retired to the parlor to sip coffee and digest. What else is left to decide? Visha shook her head. That's it. Everything else is delegated or done. Impressive. Since there aren't enough hours in the day, I assume that you have more delegated than done. Enough, enough. She laughed and nibbled on a pfeffernusse. Some of the requests even went overseas. I have to ask why you wanted to know so much about minutiae of the Unified States. Weather reports? Unemployment figures? Dossiers of senators? She giggled a little more. After all that, the list of the most popular English songs for the past 10 years was positively normal. Despite their incidental efforts in the Great War, they are likely the most powerful nation on Earth. Anything that affects them affects us, and I intend to make them one of our biggest trade partners in the future. Those reports along with the others should be sent to the consulate and be ready by the time you arrive. Ah, Visha, I will truly miss you in Chicago. It already feels like a limb is being amputated. Surely not that bad. She squeezed Tanya's hand. If I can handle it, you certainly can too. While you're gallivanting around and becoming an international woman of influence, I have to keep the lights on back home and the marks flowing. There is that, I suppose. Oh, that reminds me. She pulled out a map of the world, from a supply they always kept on hand, and a red ballpoint. If we have spare mages, have the orb guys make a special line and send them to these locations. Visha listened carefully and made notes, all thoughts of deserts driven from her mind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One of TVD's top machinists was scratching his head as he looked a set of blueprints. He was considering swearing out loud but decided that more of a 4 o'clock response, and it was only 10 a.m. Robert's colleague came over and looked at the design and said slowly. That, if I'm reading the scale right, will never work. The tolerances are too fine, and trying to weld at that scale would just leave you with a blob of metal. You think I don't know that, Yui? Theoretically, it will work fine if it can be built. Why are you chasing such an impractical design, anyway? It was mostly a rhetorical question. The engineers, machinists, and scientists of TVD were allowed no encouraged to pursue their own projects either alone or collaboratively. The president once said something and I've been thinking about it. She said, the future is in the small, not the big. Why use an entire chicken when a feather will do? She said that. I'm paraphrasing a little. But if we can make sealed mini controllers like this, it would radically reduce the weight of many devices. And if we can seal it in a vacuum, perhaps, it would also be able to resist corrosion, dust, and so on. It seems like you are focused on portable things, like orbs. Well, naturally. But really anything where mass isn't strictly necessary, shouldn't it be eliminated like any other waste? I take back what I was thinking, this is a good project. Of course it is. He brooded some more and sighed. I can't really see how tools can be made small enough to make these parts and still assemble the device. Yui rubbed his chin. I heard something else that might help, possibly. Oh. One of the girls in Division 4 was practicing magic the other day and it really impressed me. She had split a hair quite neatly. How is that impressive? Mila split it lengthwise using nothing more than a sample orb. The president has been encouraging anyone with even a trace of magical talent to see what they can do with it. The army had always picked those who can handle high levels of mana and had enough control to do things like shoot and fly. But she said that everyone is different and has different strengths. Yui looked surprised and, after some thought, shocked. So many emotions crossed his face in the span of 15 seconds, that an observer might think he was suffering from an affliction. This island. Brilliant. We've only been viewing mages as the end users, never as the producers. With special orbs, we can have mages make the next generation of products and orbs. We still couldn't make a production line out of them. He waved that argument away. Orbs, other than the new modular ones, have always been handcrafted. And I disagree that magically assisted production lines are impossible. There may be untapped legions of mages that can't be warriors but could work quite effectively in a factory. Are machinists such as ourselves not also just skilled laborers and artisans? I think she can actually manipulate things inside other things with magic. Wouldn't that help this project? He stood up abruptly. Let's go find Mila now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The young woman waited until the young family of 4 left in their Sunday best. She broke open the door before realizing that it hadn't been locked in the first place. With practiced motions, she grabbed the parts of the dinner that were ready and shoved it in her mouth, chewing rapidly. The first time she had done this, weeks ago, she felt a lot of guilt. Recently, it had become easier. Remember, this is for our mission. Our holy mission. This always helped and soon, she felt better. While eating, she looked around the house. Kitchen, living room with comfortable furniture, 3 bedrooms, master, a kid's room with 2 beds, and one with an adult-sized bed. She chewed on a slice of pie while she looked through the last. The room had a painful neatness of a place little used but carefully preserved. Pictures of a young man in military gear told the whole story. On a wall was a display case filled with a carefully folded flag, some decorations, and a damaged orb. She stared at the orb for 15 minutes and then smashed the case. She ignored the shards of glass in her fist and fished out the orb. It had been heavily damaged but, it wasn't destroyed. She still had a repair kit issued to all mages. She couldn't get it to full capability but she could make it work well enough. The weapon on the wall was in better shape and she stripped it down to parts in a few minutes. One more piece of pie and she walked out of the ruined door. The pieces of the rifle, along with some clothes, were in a duffel she found in the same bedroom. She saw her path ahead of her clearer than ever. Mission from God, she muttered near constantly as she trudged eastward. Chapter 58, Anchors Away. Notes. As most of you have already guessed, the song in mind was the Emperor's March. Geez, I thought it would be a little harder than that. I picked one person randomly from the first 5 and one from all the ones after that. The winners are. Drumroll please. Greed and Sloth and Run and Hide. Woot grats. Could you two please send me an email at grimbaldi@gmail.com? Just give me a very rough outline of your cameo character and in they'll go. The luxury liner, Calypso, was finished with its pre-journey preparations. The captain, unusually, was half owner of the ship and was delighted at the schemes of his chief steward. Every extra mark became 50 pfennigs in his pocket, not that he accepted marks anymore, and that's how he liked it. Half Francois, quarter African and quarter Dacian, he owed allegiance to no one but himself, his crew, and the shareholders who collectively owned the other half of his enterprise. He took Rusted Silver's group when no one else would. By all accounts, she was just another fair, and big one at that. Her wartime record was objectionable to some, but her gold spent just like anyone else's. Better, even, in cash-strapped Germania. His ever-frugal steward had found bargains galore for those who had hard currency. In addition, they took some of the windfall and upgraded the ship to prepare for their August passenger. He wanted everything to be perfect as he could manage so that they might make the jump to a better tier of luxury liner. On the dock, Tanya and Visha were riding slowly to the docks in a second-hand luxury automobile they had acquired at a bankruptcy auction. It was meticulously maintained by the former, and current, owner and gleamed in the sunlight. The reason why they were going slowly were the throngs of cheering people lining the streets nearest the docks. Visha, there seems to be a lot of people out today. Yes, there are. She smiled and waved at the crowds on her side, prompting Tanya to do the same. The volume of the people went up remarkably and they waved back even harder and repeatedly shouted her name. They also seemed to be waving pictures of me. The last issue of Die Wahrheit had a full cover picture announcing your departure to become our ambassador. They make remarkably good signs with a little work. She said this without an ounce of shame. Full color, too. I believe so. Isn't that an amazing picture? You look so dashing. Tanya sighed but kept smiling and waving, after all she was a public figure now. I'll have to talk to the editors about using the press for selfish reasons. Ugh, that dress should be illegal. I look like a high society refugee rather than a serious businessperson and representative of the empire. What's so selfish? You are very newsworthy. We sold out of that issue 3 times. Fine, I won't argue. I can see I'm leaving TVD in good hands. Try not to work too hard. I could say the same to you. You're supposed to be on a leisurely cruise but you spending the whole time learning to play the piano. You say I should get a hobby, this is my hobby. I promise not to reshape the world or start any businesses between here and New York. Not that I believe you, but I appreciate that you are willing to say that. She looked pensive for a second. I'm afraid people are still targeting you and you won't have the help you do in Germania. I'm not exactly going unarmed or unwarned. She had a habit of carrying her favorite cane around and most people assumed that she still experienced pain from the assassination attempt in the Republic. Over the past few months, some subtle and deadly enhancements had been added to it when Tanya could spare the time. Perhaps not as wholesome a hobby as the piano but she had enjoyed herself in her talks with the engineers who built it. While not as deadly as my old SMG, it's not to be discounted either. Despite reassurance, Visha was still fretting. I should probably do something here. Not quite sure it was the right thing to do, she squeezed the woman's hand. Don't worry. My first goal is to come back safely. To Tanya's surprise, this worked remarkably well and Visha visibly relaxed onto her seat with the smile returning to her face. Make sure you do, daughter. Tanya laughed. Of course, mother. Asterisk. Having anticipated the scene, Serebriakov had set up a raised stage with a microphone and amplifiers so that Tanya could address the crowds. Naturally realizing that a speech of some sort was essential, Tanya had already decided on a course of action the night before, inspired by her upcoming journey. She stepped smartly onto the stage, genuinely smiling as she spotted some acquaintances in the crowd. She was dressed in white capris, blue and white striped blouse with a matching cap. To be honest, she looked like, and was, an incredibly cute girl in a near sailor's outfit but she had convinced herself it was infinitely more masculine than a dress. The microphone jewel glowed as she held the bass. Her amplified voice rang out over the docks with greatly enhanced volume and fidelity. A small, but rapidly dedicated, portion of the TVD engineers spent a lot of their spare time improving sound and music gear. Guten Morgen. So many smiling faces. I think I've made all of Germania delighted today. Some are happy that I'm here and the rest are happy that I'm going. Her opening joke was better received than she had expected and the crowd roared with laughter. Before I go, though, I want to leave a message with everyone here. A message of hope. Not long ago, I was a soldier because the empire needed a warrior. But what we need now is an ambassador of peace. 3 years ago, we laid waste to the Rhine and today wildflowers are blooming where only death reigned once. Before I get back from the Unified States, there will be rail laid that stretches from Bern to Paris, joining two countries so recently at war. In fact, almost every country in Europa will soon be joined by steel blood vessels connecting the body of the continent. She looked out at the crowd, they were quiet, hanging on her every word. Should Germania rule? No. But can we be the heart? Not separate from Europa. Not standing above our neighbors, but with them. One day, the thought of turning against us will be met with as much horror as ripping open one's own chest. That, believe me, is the true, best hope for our beloved fatherland. The silence drew out and then the applause started. It swelled and grew and washed over her. People tired of war and wanting hope, desperately desiring a way out of the misery of today without sacrificing their battered pride. Bloodied, but not beaten. Not inferior, just following the wrong path. They clapped and yelled until their palms were bruised and their voices hoarse. When she spoke again, they quieted immediately. I would love to stay longer but that beautiful ship behind me leaves with the tide and so my time is limited. Some of the observers gave good-natured boos to this observation. I'll leave you 2 new songs today. This prompted more cheering, again silenced immediately when she started to sing. If it was good enough for that drink company, it's good enough for this. No doubt, this will cement my public image as an upstanding member of the empire. Perfect for an ambassador. I'd like to build the world a home. And furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees. And snow-white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing. In perfect harmony. Though normally a choral number, the aching sweetness of her voice was more than sufficient to carry the message of harmony and peace. The new amplifiers and speakers carried the song to the far corner of the dock, to the piers, and the surrounding neighborhood. People for nearly a mile around stopped what they were doing just to listen. Ones even farther away paused momentarily as if they could almost hear something before continuing their business. Her music teacher, who had already boarded, listened from up on the deck. How is she singing harmonies by herself? Some new technology? All such analyses were washed away, though, so she could enjoy the song better. When over, she simply gave a little bow, and walked up the ramp, not bothering to say another word. Finally, one brave child, not more than 10 yelled up to her, "Argent, Argent! You said 2 songs." The crowd took up the cheer, "Zwei Lieder! Zwei Lieder!" Tanya grinned and, still holding the microphone, immediately started in on a new tune. The melody was both haunting and yet invigorating, reminding one of the endless wonders of the sea. To sail on a dream on a crystal clear ocean, to ride on the crest of the wild raging storm. To work in the service of life and the living, in search of the answers to questions unknown. To be part of the movement and part of the growing, part of beginning to understand. I, Calypso, the places you've been to. The things that you've shown us, the stories you tell. I, Calypso, I sing to your spirit, the men who have served you so long and so well. The traces of her voice lingered in their ears long after the ship had set forth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oscar expected to be busy once he had assumed his new post. What he didn't expect was to be worked. The consulate staff, one might as well call them Digirekov's employees, assumed that he was capable of any task they threw at him. Not that he could not do those tasks, of course he could complete them. What was maddening was the assumption that he would anything required and that the varieties of tasks varied almost infinitely. As a military man, he tried to suss out the chain of command once he arrived but even the most tentative chart had to be thrown out immediately. Someone he thought was a maid at first was seen negotiating contracts with food suppliers the next day. The man he thought was the major domo of the mansion, casually grabbed a shovel to remove debris from the way of truck delivery. Hell, the boys he has assumed were shoeblacks and they did shine shoes every day. Turned out to be rather competent mages and were frequently on construction sites moving many tons of rubble or building supplies. Just in his first few days, the only vaguely ambassadorial thing he had done was guide that American officer around the embassy grounds. Other than that he had made sandwiches for workers, helped decide the color of the drapes for a restaurant, drove children to school, hauled electronic equipment up far too many flights of stairs, the aforementioned shoeblack mages having been judged as too casual for delicate items, learned to make a stew called gumbo, and, only after 3 days, was gratefully allowed to organize a talk with local political leaders with the understanding it would only take place after Digirekov arrived. Can you believe this, Wilson? The only thing they haven't had me to do is the plumbing in the hall bathroom. Semi-exhausted, despite being young and quite fit, he collapsed on a couch and reached for the cool drink his manservant was handing to him. It's bizarre how they organize things around here. Oh, it doesn't seem so odd to me, sir. He removed Oscar's shoes, a pair of workman's boots, as his immaculately polished pair had suffered a terrible horse-related accident and were being cleaned. As a Batman, you see all sorts of things. Oscar raised an eyebrow. You've been by my side for many years, what have you seen that I haven't? Nothing at all, sir. Oh, bollocks, Wilson, are you getting mysterious on me again? Would I do that, sir? It would hardly be befitting my station. He wheeled dinner out and lifted the lids off that were keeping things warm. Amongst the delicately sautéed baby carrots, freshly baked bread was, as the main course, a steaming bowl of gumbo. Wilson, what is this? Oh, a new dish for today. They say it's quite well done. Oscar sighed and ate the gumbo. It was peasant food, but he'd had worse, much worse in the war. He had to admit, though, that it was pretty tasty. Hey. You say I've seen this before. He finished his meal, still lost in thought. He happened to walk by the hallway bathroom he had mentioned before dinner. There were numerous repairs required in the house, having been abandoned for a number of years, and this wing was the last slated for repair. Outside of the bathroom was a list on the wall enumerating which tasks were completed and checked off and those that still remained, including the sink he had intended to use. Annoyed, he was about to summon someone to complete the repair, but he stopped, and then turned back. After about 15 minutes, using the tools that were left there, he had completed the repair and then carefully washed his hands in the now functional sink. He carefully marked the task off the checklist, thinking even more deeply than before, but this time with a small smile on his face. *****. Unnoticed by most, there were a string of robberies and break-ins. Not much was stolen, though the amount of damage seemed disproportionate to the level of theft. Had someone been able to plot them out, they would see them moving ever eastward. Or, if they were in the right place, perhaps seen a rough beast slouching in the dark to some unknown purpose. *****. Cal, in uniform as he was sort of on duty, looked with amazement at the construction happening in front of him. He had heard about it, but the reality was rather stunning. Geez, it's like they are building their own city in there. A solid wall ringed the entire area, not tall enough to be a fortification, but certainly to prevent casual ingress to people or vehicles. Old, decrepit or just plain ugly buildings had been torn down in record time and new ones were being put up nearly as quickly, including the Grand Hotel, which was 40 stories high. From what he had been told, it had taken workers, many of them mages, just a month flat to get the vast majority of it done, and all the work, now, was on the interior spaces. The main forms of transportation were streetcars and bicycles with the very occasional motor vehicle, mostly trucks transporting supplies. The rest of the borough was just as busy and, while there were some quieter residential areas, most seemed to be a mix of commercial and entertainment venues. A quick walk-through revealed clubs, shops, and many restaurants. Something bothered him, though, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Something missing maybe? One area that wasn't simply awash with construction was the brewery, which puzzled Cal. It was during a shift change and he watched all the workers going in and out. Hey, I wonder why so much stuff is happening there. His thoughts were interrupted by a polite, lilting voice. Can I help you, Mr. Soldier? He turned to see a pretty girl in a female business outfit smiling at him. Her English was decent, though with a pronounced Germanian accent. Don't call me Mr. The name's Cal. He waved at the brewery. I was just wondering what they were doing in there. With prohibition in place, you can't have alcohol. Oh. You have a mistake. This land is Germania now. You understand? She pulled him along. We are tasting a new batch today. You have some. Cal, no fool after all, remembered his briefings and decided she was right. On imperial soil, which this technically was, their laws applied. All the guards had it pounded into their heads that once they were on consulate land, they needed to be extremely cautious about their actions. That said, they were all given the mandate to give the place a tour since they had express permission of the Germanian government. He let himself be dragged to an area with a line of booths that reminded him of a state fair, except here they were offering mostly beer, liquor, and various snacks that would go well with the same. What will this cost, ma'am? I only have a few dollars on me. He actually had a bit more than that, but thought the white lie would allow him to extricate himself when the time came to go. She shook her head with a laugh. On tasting day, no fees. She mock-admonished him, but you have to give opinion on everything. No cheating. Lacking any reason to resist, he joined her. As it turned out, tasting day was a chance for the workers in the borough to try new brews, sample liquors, and taste new snacks that were going to be for sale. As she told him, he was required to rate everything, and he found the process surprisingly enjoyable. Not that the presence of a pretty girl affected his mood, of course not. As a big guy from a family not unfamiliar with drinking, even dozens of the little cups didn't faze him at all. Plus there were snacks to help spread things out a bit. Gisela kept her tasting to the barest sips, however. I have to save space inside, yes. They were getting nearly the end of the row when speakers around the square turned on. Testing testing testing. Checking zone 17. Checking zone 17. Please report any out-of-zone speakers or malfunctioning zone 17 speakers. Testing testing testing. As a music lover, Cal was immediately curious. He also found the fidelity of the speakers to be top-notch, which he didn't expect in a random corner of the consulate grounds to have such nice equipment. Is the entire area set up for sound? Oh my yes. They are, she made spreading motions with her hands. So you control them different. Ambassador von Digerekov is a wunderbar singer and we will get to hear her soon. She's going to actually perform. He wondered about this, it seemed out of place for an ambassador, but, then again, it also seemed out of place for a colonel on trial for war crimes, and she seemed to handle that well. Naturally. Where she goes, she sings, J.A. Notes. Fun trivia, Coca-Cola didn't license that hippie Joy and Love song to make their By the World a Coke version. The Coke jingle was the original and it became so popular that they made a non-commercial version. The other song is by John Denver and it's well worth listening to. Denver has an amazing voice. In case you aren't as old as some cough cough, you might not know that the Calypso was an environmental research vessel captained by the international famous Jacques Cousteau. Okay, Tanya is finally on board the ship. Are you happy now? Chapter 59, Ghost Rider. Tanya had two goals for her trip to the Unified States: learn the piano, and distance herself from TVD and her human resources. Such a terrible sacrifice. She thought as she sipped a very decent but not superb cup of coffee. But they will not grow in independence with me to fall back on with every decision. But, more to the point, she needed to refocus herself. That bastard, being X, almost had me when I dropped my guard. He came too damned close. I need to get my defenses back up and keep them up until I can put a bullet in his stinking, evil head. She sighed before steeling herself. Her short-lived vacation had been the most fun she had had in either of her two lives, and being X chose that moment to attack her. This was intolerable. She muttered out loud, until I develop a final solution for my problem, I'll have to keep my knives sharp and my powder dry. She pictured a gratifyingly graphic explosion of being X's cranium and worked on getting her war senses back to their proper state. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha, already used to handling much of TVD's day-to-day operations, didn't have many problems taking the whole task on alone. The upper-level managers were all independent, dedicated, and intelligent. The rest of the staff was motivated and loyal to the point where they only needed the vaguest of directions. Still, she didn't much enjoy it. Her life felt emptier. Sometimes, she thought she'd like it better if there were problems to be overcome. She knew it was silly, but she felt a bit superfluous without Tanya constantly surprising her with oddball requests or new challenges. What are you doing, Victoria? She clapped her hands on both sides of her face. What would she think if she saw you dithering because you have too little to do? But, it's so convenient for me. Everyone is so enthusiastic, maybe because we have so many veterans. But they are less than half. Maybe just taking care of people is enough? It has to be more than that. She thought about it explicitly for the first time. Up until now, she had just followed the president's lead, but she was in charge now. Okay, it's not just that we treat our people right, or just because they are naturally loyal. She looked out the office window at Barun. The setting sun made some things shine while it cloaked the rest in shadows. People below were moving from work to home, not knowing or caring that someone was looking at them from above. Maybe I'm going about this wrong. Why am I staying here? A sudden image of Tanya appeared in her mind's eye. Then it all became clear to her. Oh, so that's the reason. Well, then it all makes sense. How could I forget that? She put a meeting with the main managers on the schedule board and she prepared plans with a grin. This is it. With this, there'll be plenty to do in the near future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's been said that capitalism has the enormous advantage in that it isn't a zero-sum game. When two parties engage in voluntary and informed trade, both benefit in the end. Enough trades and society benefits, and with enough international trades, the world benefits. This does not apply to options trading. A few judicious options can work like insurance for a company. If your railroad depends on coal, buying coal futures only makes sense. If prices go down, you save money on running your trains. If prices go up, you pocket money to help offset the increased prices. A wise company can take a little loss on options to avoid a catastrophic loss. But, other than those who wish to hedge their risks, it's pure gambling at a level unheard of even in Monte Carlo. One could easily lose money on scales that beggared the imagination. This was the situation facing Jacob Floyd. Or rather, many people he had privately informed about TVD's unwise options trading. Every option had a winner and loser, and he had clued in a lot of acquaintances about a loser spreading a lot of money around. He hadn't answered his phone for weeks. These days, when he came to the office at all, he sneaked in the back way and only arrived in the dark of the morning so he wouldn't be spotted by traders and investors. His hat was pulled down low over his face and he breathed out with relief once he was on the unlit hallway leading to his office. "What a mess," he muttered. "But it should blow over soon." He hung up his hat as he entered his office and was about to pour himself a stiff drink when he heard an unexpected noise. A slight creaking of leather, unnaturally loud in the darkness. "I would appreciate that, Jacob, I most certainly would." His tall office chair turned around to reveal a middle-aged man. He wore his expensive suit like it was the most natural thing in the world, with no small amount of justification. "Oh Ogden. You can imagine my surprise when, in these troubling times, I find ardently presented advice was so catastrophically wrong." There was no ignoring Floyd, he continued. "And, with careful calculation, one might deduce exactly how much money I lost recently. And, if one had sufficient imagination, you might understand exactly the towering level of fury that is enveloping me this very minute." He stood up, put his hat on and walked close to the shaking man. "I would expect that the author of this disaster would do his best to provide more accurate advice, and quickly. I have so many fewer friends at my age, I'd hate to lose even one more." His drink slipped from nerveless fingers and the glass rolled in a gentle arc, leaving a trail of liquor on the floor. Ogden smiled briefly. "You should watch that drinking. Illegal now, I hear." He left, not bothering to close the door behind him. ******. Foreman Keller was supervising the brewery with his usual taciturn expression. He was not a man to smile easily. But there was a spring in his step that was louder than if he was laughing out loud. The brewery was humming like it never had before and certainly better than the post-amendment shutdown. In lieu of Degurikov, he was giving an update to Oscar instead, who seemed strangely happy despite the rather boring activity. He was fond of drink, but he was even more fond of doing things that suited his position. "The majority of our current work are upgrades and testing out new products. We're moving from high-volume beers and ales to smaller lines and a lot of liquor varieties. Brewers from Germania and out-of-work distiller masters from around the Unified States have poured in to set up the alternate production lines." He pointed out the western side of the plant. "We've moved storage to nearby buildings so we can set up more machines. Old warehouses have been refurbished to handle the volume we'll be producing." Prince had seen all the workers going in and out of the factory, but he was surprised at the level of activity when, according to common sense, the plant should be shut down. "I saw a lot of trucks coming in. It looks like you are unloading already produced." Keller cleared his throat, and repeated something he had obviously said many times. "By law, you can't sell alcohol, nor transport or manufacture it, but many stockpiles became hers when she took control of those companies about to go bankrupt. They tell me those trucks became diplomatic transport vehicles. The cops were reluctant to bother our trucks and sometimes the brewers and vintners arrived personally with their wares." He stared in the distance at something Oscar couldn't see. "They are safeguarding decades of work. Their legacies then. You can call it that. I don't know how long this ban will last, but it only takes one generation to lose all that knowledge." Oscar was rather surprised at the underlying passion in the man's voice, but he respected it. "So preservation and advancement. I'm surprised you have time for both." The old brewer almost smiled then. "You aren't the only one. The president is an absolute stickler for precise engineering. Half of the equipment the Germanian brewers brought with them were advanced thermostats, pressure gauges, refractometers and even some specialty orbs." Oscar blinked. "Orbs? Those shouldn't even be near here, whether American soil or embassy grounds. I did say specialty. These ones are about as dangerous as a hammer, not at all suitable for the army. They are mostly just magical versions of the other devices with some ability to shield against heat. But she also did something that made me wonder what I've been doing all my life." He paused and thought back. "She insisted that all our best brewers get tested for mage potential, plus anyone else who was curious. You know what we found? The common workers had average levels, but our master brewers had nearly 5 times their potential, including one strong enough to have been accepted by the army." "That's interesting." He thought about the implications for a moment. "I doubt you're saying a dedication to liquor has given them mage abilities, so somehow their potential made them more skilled at brewing." "That's the theory. Nonsensical habits and superstitions may have played a part in their success. We're trying to compile their activities and test them rigorously." There was a gleam in his eye that begged the question. "You've had some success." A statement, not a question. "You could say that. It should be ready by the time the president arrives." "Please save me a glass, sir." *****. The campfire had 4 inhabitants tonight. The place was a natural gathering point near where railroads would refuel and rewater its trains. It was a little gully, out of sight yet near the rails, where you could cook a bit of food without being seen. They would clear out just before the bulls would check the cars and then sneak back before dawn to catch a ride to the next stop. A man approached the fire and those already there gave him a once-over before one of them called out. "I see ya, Clem. Sit a while." The fifth man got closer to the fire and pulled out some food to share per the hobo code. The misshapen potatoes went into the stew already on the fire and the small apples he had pulled from trees that had branches unwisely hanging over the road were passed around. An older Negro bit into the apple, ignoring that it was a bit underripe and very tart. "Where's that bohunk you hung with?" "Ah, in the Huskow. Got nicked Batu a month ago. Told him not to panhandle in a horse style but he ain't got no sense. Ha 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 ha. Town like that, me surprised he didn't get the hot squat." The others laughed and they spent the time gossiping while the stew finished cooking. "Y'all hear bout, the haint?" The others got very quiet. Finally one said, "What you hear? It's a dead soldier and I don't mean an empty bottle. He's a young un, died without a whisker on him and he's right in the lines, looking for a lover who jilted him when he was at war. She was supposed to meet him at a station when he got back and marry him. But she dear-johned him and he was shot dead the same day he read the letter." His voice got deeper and the flickering campfire barely reached his deep-set eyes. "Yet, he rides up and down, callin' her name, muttering under his breath. When you get close, he vanishes in the night. He whispered over and over, still wearin' the uniform and holdin' the rifle he died with. And you know, I seen him." The others sat up a little straighter. Tall tales were an art that still lived in the hobo jungles, but there's a ring of truth in his voice. "I saw himself in a freight car not a week ago. Call me a rum-dum but I ain't had a drop. It's a dead-on fact. Uniform on his back, rifle and bindle in hand. He was cleanin' his gun, saying something over and over. I must have stared too long cause he looked at me. Couldn't see his face no how. But when he stared, my Benny turned to ice and I felt ol' Nick grab my foot and start pullin'. I couldn't move a muscle, my heart froze right in my chest. I felt myself about to take the big sleep and just before the life left me, he turned and flew off like an old bill in a wild wind. Some trick of the night carried his last word to me." The hobos leaned forward. "Clear as day," he says, "Tanya," and then he was gone. Notes. Note, while drinking alcohol was never made illegal under Prohibition, there were many local laws around it and there were numerous dry counties. I have friends who, in their youth, late 20th century, would make beer runs across county lines. The bolder ones would bring it back where it was illegal, and the rest just drank it near where they bought it or at some other hangout in a wet county. Lots of non-Tanya stuff this time but the next chapter is all about our favorite ex-soldier, future politician. Chapter 60, Sail Away With Me. In this life, Tanya had a deep and abiding love for travel. It usually meant a period of forced inactivity where she had no particular demands on her time and she could pursue her leisure activities. Plus the odds of someone trying to kill her were very low. Of course, to an outside observer, those activities looked much like studying, research and writing research papers, not at all like relaxation. Both points of view were true. This would be first time that she would pursue a hobby for its own sake. She couldn't justify it in terms of increasing her wealth, influence, or even magical power. She was doing it solely because she wanted to and the feeling was exhilarating. The only downside was that she couldn't fully let herself sink into the luxurious indolent feeling as she had been reminded how pernicious being X was. It was a sweet temptation and she would indulge just a bit while keeping wary. She vowed never to be caught so unprepared again. She put her hands back on the keys and studied the score in front of her. Frau Seidel had brought along crates of music, far more than fripperies like clothing. All the classics and then some. Practicing the piano reminded Tanya of songs she had learned in her past life which gave the impression that she was learning at breakneck speed. Back then, the future Solariman had stopped because he couldn't be the best. Now that she didn't care about that, she found that everything was easier, smoother. Fun. Yeah, more fun. She started playing the piece Schubert's Symphony in B minor, scored for the piano. The Allegro moderato set up the andante con moto so well that it was like breathing for her. She had always enjoyed Schubert and thought it was a shame that he was so overshadowed by Beethoven, even in his own mind. Although she could probably do it from memory, she followed the score while her teacher assisted by turning the pages for her. She launched into the scherzo with passion and rare facility and then she suddenly stopped. Seidel, who had been enjoying the rendition, asked, "Fräulein Digerekoff, what's the matter? What is the name of this?" Tanya asked suddenly. "Symphony No. 8 in B minor." Puzzled, she still answered promptly. "It doesn't have another name." "No, not that I know of." "Oh, some people call it Schubert's Lost Symphony. It was found years after his death among his papers. He had others as well, but none of them were even close to being completed. The unfinished symphony, it's here." She read on past measure 20, hearing it in her imagination, enjoying it even without playing it. "I'm sorry, teacher, the copy I had was incomplete." I've never seen or heard the full symphony before. Ah, she was raised in an orphanage. It's likely they had a damaged copy or one that was missing pages. She said gently, why not take some time with it? She read through the music 3 times and then restarted the scherzo vigorously, momentum regained. She was playing what some musicians and fans in her old world would literally kill to experience. Her heart raced as she ruthlessly stopped herself from increasing the tempo in anticipation. It looked good, but can the third movement really match up to the first 2? It could. She stopped with the final notes, letting the final chord fade as she savored it. I don't owe that damned being XA thing, but that was really, really good. She viewed this world as an imposition, but, for the first time, she felt that she could live here and be truly part of it. Tanya whispered, to think I could play the unfinished symphony. Frau Seidel's hearing was better than most. Lost symphony, not unfinished. The unfinished symphony is Beethoven's 9th. Say what? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just before she had left Berun, Visha had supplied her with some of the information she had requested. Mostly the names of politicians and business leaders of the Unified States. They were divided into 2 lists, national and Chicago. For now, the second list was much more important as she had to navigate local politics first and foremost. Extending her influence to the rest of the country would come in time. In my world, that town was awash with graft and corruption even before the rise of organized crime. I don't imagine this world is much different. In broad strokes, many of the personalities remained the same. Some of the names were a little different and some people were completely replaced, but the kinds of people hadn't changed. She could work with this. Much of her plan was kept strictly in her head, but the more complicated parts were in a carefully guarded notebook. Still, even if someone had access to it, it was such a mishmash of a Kitsushaman, modern acronyms, English, Germanian and internet slang. Not that the code was uncrackable, the very concepts in it were incomprehensible to any but a modern person with a profound amount of education. Chicago was not the heart of the Unified States, despite its money, power, and influence. But it would be heart of her influence there. Before her enemies could take action. It would be far, far too late. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The chief steward had delegated his duties to subordinates and dedicated himself to managing everything involving Digurekov. Her people, her cabins, the ballroom, the rest of the ballroom, all were under his watchful eye. The captain didn't even bat an eye as their bookings were beyond even their optimistic expectations and at premium rates for most of their cabins. Their most expensive cabins, especially. In terms of difficulty, for her party, there really wasn't any. Wealthy people tended to be terribly entitled since they expected, with some logic, that they paid for premium service. But other than insisting that the hallway to their cabins were off limits, their demands were very reasonable. Well, other than the coffee. You could argue she didn't expect perfection. What she did expect was a level of skill and attention to detail that couldn't be faked. After sending back the same order 6 times, they finally found an older maid that was currently on permanent duty to make coffee and taking care of the ambassador. Fortunately, they were able to shuffle duties around so she would spend her working time just helping Tanya's party. The woman was Ispignan and spoke fluent Francois and no Germanian. She stumbled through the latter language before Tanya responded in Francois. Please, don't trouble yourself so much, Mercedes. Francois is fine for me and at least half of my people. Merci, madame. Technically, in both age and lack of matrimony, she was a mademoiselle, but the older woman couldn't bring herself to use that word. She looks so young. But a colonel, a noble, a wealthy president and an ambassador. Ah, she's so cute. I wonder if she would let me brush her hair? It's in dreadful need of care. And I hope you can teach me some Ispignan on this trip? I know a smattering, but not enough to be counted as fluent. But of course. Do you require anything else? She glanced toward the dressing table with toiletries, makeup, and hair care items. The effort was apparently lost on her as the younger woman simply said, not at this time, thank you. If I recall, in this universe, Ispigna and the Portugal analog had a catastrophic war over the New World that Ispigna won completely but only at a terrible cost. The classic Pyrrhic victory. Portugal is no more, but Ispigna never quite recovered from the devastation and are barely a second-rate power today. Their colonies quickly broke away, much like the Unified States, leaving Mexico and everything south of their independent by the turn of the century. She thought back to the map of the Americas she had studied. If it's the same mishmash of corrupt politicians but fairly decent people that I recall, they will be a valuable future market. Brasilia alone is a treasure trove of resources and is horribly underdeveloped after the punitive reparations were imposed on them by Ispigna. Yes, this will be useful, I think, in the long term. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Several of the waiters were chatting with each other over cigarettes while on their break. So what do you think of that broad from Germania? I haven't even caught a glimpse of her since she came aboard. Another shook his head. Ya got me, Petey. Since Mercedes took up with her, ain't none of us been on that half of the deck. Yeah, more's the luck. I saw a pic from a few years back but the paper didn't have a very good pic of her. Just a really short officer mixed in with a bunch of other ones before the trials. She's still 16, you know? Everyone I talk to imagines her as 6'6" with muscles like Atlas. The others laughed until a quiet Ispagnan said, I've seen her. What? Tell us more, man. I was helping Mesh carry some stuff for the Germanian party that wouldn't fit on the normal cart. We went by their private sun deck and I saw her on a reclining bench there. She was wearing a bathing suit, Ildoan I think, and had large beach hat on even though she had an umbrella set up. Enough with the scenery, get to the good stuff. The others gathered closer, eager to catch every word. Wait, you guys. Ahem. She had some odd spectacles with tinted lenses so I couldn't see her eyes and was reading a book. I couldn't catch the title but it was rather large. Perhaps sensing that their patience was drawing to an end, he continued. Her hair is as blonde as they say, even in the shade, it was bright as the sun. She's a bit small for 16 but you can tell she's growing a bit, right? Pale skin without a mark as far as I could tell. They say mages who get proper care heal up all right. Especially the strong ones. Maybe that was it. I don't know but what skin I saw was flawless and those swimsuits show a bit more than a bit, right? He left them with the image in their heads and didn't say what happened next. Tanya had noticed him standing there and had pulled down her sunglasses to look at him with her piercing blue eyes. Any interest he had was quickly doused as he felt his insides freeze in response. After what seemed like far too long, she had put her glasses back up and went back to reading. Duarte, you didn't go up and talk to her? It's a 1 in a million chance. Ahahaha. She's a passenger and she's out of our league, right? No way would I do that. No way in hell. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As per plan, Tanya and Frau Seidel practiced the piano daily. She's strangely experienced and also strangely inept in ways. It seems geniuses learn differently from the rest of us. Tanya, why did you play the passage like that? She pointed out part of the page. Sorry, teacher, I'll do better next time. Crap, I played it from memory rather than reading the music. No, what you did was fine. Though a little rough, it was very close to the original. This rendition is instructional and simpler chordings have been substituted. It seems like you've at least seen some good pieces before now. I've seen some, yes. Seidel tapped the piano lightly with one fingernail and then declared, I've decided, then. No more student pieces, just originals from now on. Our time is precious, let's not waste it, Tanya tilted her head slightly. What do you suggest? I think you are ready for some Mozart. Or rather, we are ready. Wait, oh. Allegro con spirito. Exactly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the other passengers had been promised, they were sharing the dining room with Tanya. There were large folding screens set up so nothing could be seen without crassly peering between the boards. The waiters were told to serve food and to keep people from doing exactly that. One woman with a Francois flair about her, whispered to her husband. It's been several days and we still haven't heard anything from that side. Was it just a ruse by the liner? Patience, dearest, patience. It's no like a show you can order up. Admittedly, it's a bit of a gamble but others have heard her during practice sessions. But I slipped a gratuity to one of the staff and I have it on good knowledge that tonight might be, wait, I think I hear her starting. His wife sniffed. We don't even know if it's really her. Shush, woman. They heard the piano begin. Wait, pianos? His wife was a profound music lover and murmured. Mozart's sonata for 2 pianos. She quieted herself as she listened. She was surprised, no she was actually shocked at how good they were. Rumor said that she had a piano instructor there and they had seen the 2 pianos but that had to mean Tanya was playing the second piano, right? The 2 ended with a textbook perfect finale and the diners couldn't help but break into applause before the waiters could shush them. There was silence from the other side of the screen for several minutes. Then a ragtime piece started up. It was about as far removed from Mozart as you could get but it bounced along and toes were tapping around the room until she got to the final coda of The Entertainer, performed for the first time in the world. The applause was even longer this time. And still again when she played And So It Goes, Can't Help Falling in Love and Stand By Me. Played and sang, somehow her unamplified voice could match even the volume of the piano, blending together perfectly as if the instrument was an extension of her will. She ended with a soulful rendition of Love of My Life. The final song did not fail to bring tears to the eyes of many and no one could tell when Tanya had left the room. Notes. Note, major addition to lore. I noticed that there is no Portugal on the official world map. I'm going to use this. Yes, I know this is the second time I've used Can't Help Falling in Love. Reason number 1, this is the first time she's played an instrument while singing it. Reason number 2, it's a great song, darn it. Chapter 61, Relampago. Because half her practices had turned into performances, Tanya lost some time due to interruptions, but she also got valuable feedback from the hidden audience, so it wasn't a total loss. Frau Seidel's critiques had gotten more exacting, but that fit in with her desires, so she didn't mind. The rest of her time was for relaxation and planning, so all was well in line with her schedule. Her chief of staff seemed disturbed by this apparent indolence. "President, are you sure there's nothing we can do or prepare?" He had a worried look on his face that he thought was hidden. "Lucas, don't fret. Treat this as a vacation that you will earn after we arrive. And have no fear, there will be plenty to do in the Unified States. They are all good workers, so if I give them a free boon now, I can expect even more productivity once we arrive. They do remind me of the 203rd, though. Instead of combat maniacs, maybe they are work maniacs? Workaholics? I'll have to keep an eye out for signs of karoshi. Casualties are expected on the battlefield, but not in the office. Our colleagues have gone ahead and started preparations already. When we arrive, we can give them some leave, some vacation that is, and we'll take over. Later on, we'll make sure duties are rotated so that no one is overworked. Refill your tanks now, that's an order." What a wonderful employer. She's always looking out for us and is even making sure we have plenty of vacation time. I'll have to work harder than ever once we finish this trip. I'll make sure the others know, ma'am. Make sure you relax, too. We have a lot of work to do in Chicago and elsewhere. Rest well, but be ready for more travel, ******. Are the contracts in? Tanya's rail manager looked up from his work as his assistant came in. Yes, just this morning. The Francois were surprisingly reasonable, so there won't be any delays. Good. Our momentum depends on keeping nonsense to a minimum. He looked at the chart posted next to the map of Europa. Tanya had called the method of tracking tasks that depended on other tasks a Gantt chart without explaining why she picked that name. These contracts completed a lot of dependencies and kept him from making further changes to their plans. Is the arena plan still a go? Naturally. The president wants this to happen. Why would we stop? He looked over the plan. But our speed will slow down because we are pushing our expansion wider rather than just going for distance. Arena won't work unless everything else is in place. Don't worry, boss, we'll make it work. We have to. We have to. *****. Cal was visiting the consulate again. Actually, he felt stupid calling it that, as it was like a miniature city in a city. He looked upwards like a hick seeing a skyscraper for the first time. No individual building was particularly odd, but there was something different that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He knew it was one of those things that would make him feel like an idiot when he finally figured it out. Or a genius. "You who? Mr. Soldier." Gisela grinned at him while waving. This was her standard greeting for him, even though they were on a first-name basis now. "Why are you just standing around?" He smiled back. "I'm not just standing around. I'm talking to a pretty girl." She had the good grace to blush and punch his arm lightly. "Oh, that's no sense." Her English was nearly perfect now unless she was flustered or rushed. "But you did seem a little confused." Gisela. He had a wry expression. "There's something off about all of this." He waved his arm as if to encompass the whole neighborhood. "Something bad?" She looked around, trying to spot what had bothered him but spying nothing. No, I don't think so. Everything is fine. The buildings are nice, old and new. The restaurants are great. The drinks are interesting. The people are nice. The streets are clean. So what's getting under my skin? Well, let's have lunch and we can talk. There's a cute Waldstedt confectionery that also has sandwiches. Hey! Isn't the fella supposed to make these kind of decisions? He mock-argued as he walked with her, arm in arm. Of course. That's why, as an insightful gentleman, you'll decide to take me where I want to go. I can't argue with logic like that, can I? Please lead the way while pretending I'm the one guiding us. Cal discovered that the sandwiches were more for flavor than to fill the void inside of him, so the little plates stacked up quite a ways before he was half sated. Gisela nibbled on a few and let him finish off her plates. Not hungry? The food is great here. Food is fuel, I came for dessert. A selection of chocolate goodies arrived in a largish sampler platter and he spotted a glittering in her eyes that must have been a trick of the light. The thought of eating that many sweets were frankly somewhat nauseating to him, but his date managed to put away quite a few, apparently enjoying each one. These are so good. I can't believe you have no appetite for them. I get enough enjoyment watching you eat them. He sipped his tea, unsweetened, no sugar, the closest he could get to black coffee here. So what do you think about my odd feeling? You said that nothing seemed odd or bad or wrong, correct? Yet. Everything is great. Honestly, except that all the furniture is undersized and the sandwiches are too small, I have no problems at all. She looked at him over her teacup. Some would argue that, in matters of scale, you are the one out of place. That aside. She nibbled on a multi-layered confection that somehow had a deliciously soft interior and also a crunch snap to it. If all the parts are right individually, then that leaves 3 options. 1. They are wrong together, 2. There's something extra, and 3. There's something missing. Simple logic, no. 3 options? You have a good point. The thought that he was missing something really obvious came back to him again. SHOOT. Let's just go dancing, I'll think about this later. She popped the last treat in her mouth. I thought you'd never ask. They had a great night of dancing with just a touch of drinking, and he even daringly got a good night's kiss at the end that she didn't object to. He was whistling on his way to his quarters, but his thought turned back to what had been troubling him. The place they were housed wasn't in the best part of town, as it was close to the consulate. True, it wasn't a terrible neighborhood, nor was it very posh. Just an average, lower-end neighborhood. As a very tall, very muscular man, he wasn't afraid of being assaulted, so he didn't bother being too wary. The flickering streetlight threw staccato shadows on debris in the gutter or made the depths of the passing alleyways even darker. Night people, gender indeterminate or all too blatant, either backed away or approached him. He ignored them all. The walk ended and he climbed up 4 flights to his apartment. Perhaps because the area was a bit run down, the rents were cheap and all the consulate guards could get their own place. It was small, but the bedroom had 2 beds that he had rearranged into one long, skinny bed. He kicked off his shoes and laid back on the bed, looking at the peeling paint on the ceiling as he continued thinking. He closed his eyes and might have drifted off when he saw an image of the consulate grounds side by side with the neighborhood he was in. He sat bolt upright. Fuck. So that's it. The next day, he was going through his regular debriefing with the major. All the consulate guards were required to do so, but, until the ambassador arrived, it was mostly just updates on construction or any suspicious activities. There were none. Anything else to report? The major had noted anything relevant and irrelevant. In intelligence, even small, seemingly trivial, details might be important. Yes, sir. I'm not sure if it's important, but I think I figured out something about the whole consulate. I mean beyond the beer and booze and restaurants and things. I mean, that's odd but not wrong. Go on. He was patient, as these impressions were sometimes more important than that of the most experienced agent. It's just that there's nothing bad there. I mean nothing. There ain't a speck of litter, no beggars or whores, pardon my language, no rundown buildings. It's almost like a perfect place to go. Just a block away, though, you can find all that and more. Hell, if I had kids, I would be fine just letting them run around there for a few hours and enjoy themselves. No one tries to mug me, not the way I'm built, but I bet a woman would feel just as safe even late at night. It's, he searched for the right word. Idealized. That's it. It's like a place where nothing bad can happen and everything is just right in the world. He rubbed his short hair with one hand. I don't know if that makes any sense. Your unfiltered impressions are invaluable, soldier, keep them up. Yes, sir. After Cal had left, he pondered what he had heard. An ideal place, eh? No filth, or crime, or war, or misery. What's her plan for this? Why would she make something so attractive for no gain? He leaned back in his chair and wished that his bottle of gin were still in its usual place. Ha ha ha, the picture-perfect place. He sat back upright and thought about that phrase and where she came. She's a war orphan. Maybe it's exactly what it seems to be. It's a perfect place for her. It probably matches her vision of an ideal Germania as well. So instead of an ulterior motive, it's an obvious one. As a soldier, he was well acquainted with the concept of war, but most of his experience had been blissfully free of the consequences of war. But you could only look over so many intelligence photographs of destroyed villages, mountains of bodies and ruined landscapes without getting a feeling for it. I don't know why you're here, Dev. Digirekov, and I'm going to keep my eyes on you, but I'm going to trust you enough that you aren't making this beautiful town just to destroy it. He signed off on a stack of approvals and clearances required to finish the so-called consulate that he had been holding up for weeks. He stated at the map of the area, the next move is yours. *****. Coincidentally, many miles away on the ocean aboard a ship, Tanya was looking the very same map and her plans for it. There were areas left out for future development and she couldn't see any way to immediately improve it. But what was there made her smile? This is great, it's going to make me so much money. Her maid, Mercedes, looked out the window. Long experience with sea voyages, she was a better weather predictor than most of the sailors. It's going to rain, storm actually, and a bad one. She proactively closed the porthole windows to the suite. Outside, deckhands were efficiently gathering the chairs and umbrellas for storage. Tanya, no stranger to terrible weather, had to agree. With those clouds, I don't doubt you at all. with the humidity and wind, it's quite easy for hair to get disarrayed or frizzy. She pulled a brush out of her pocket that she had been keeping with her waiting for an opportunity. Oblivious, Tanya looked a touch cross before she just sighed. No sunning myself today, and the storm will make piano practice difficult at best. I suppose I could finish that project. It has so many parts that it'll take days to just write them down. But I know how it will turn out, so it's just a bit of drudgery. She pulled out paper and pens while Mesh reluctantly put the brush back in her pocket. Before she even a bit of ink touched paper, a mighty explosion shook the ship. Ah! Relampigo! Tanya grabbed her cane and a bag. Her eyes glowed as magic suffused her system. I don't think so. Notes. If you haven't guessed, Mesh is a nickname for Mercedes. Note, you should watch the movie The Legend of 1900. It's about a pianist on a boat. Nothing like Tanya, but a good watch. Especially the dueling piano scene. Chapter 62, Man vs. Nature. Despite the massive noise, most of the passengers were little disturbed. Like Tanya's maid, they assumed it was just a louder than average peal of thunder during the storm. To all appearance, nothing was amiss, nothing at all. Like hell, nothing's wrong. Assemble. Her voice, amplified greatly by her magical powers, even unconsciously, could be heard by a third of the ship. It was hardly necessary, as the veterans of war knew instantly that this was no act of God. Before the echoes of her summons could die away, they were surrounding her, ready for action. Officially, weapons were not allowed, and all ships leaving Germania were very, very thoroughly searched. Coincidentally, though, Digirekov's employees had an astonishing variety of non-weapons that either had sharp edges or could take mage energies. Half of them had shovels in their luggage. Commander, all combatants assembled. Rudolph was a grizzled veteran that was lucky and skilled enough to have survived the Great War and a half-dozen preceding it with all his limbs intact. He did sport a rather impressive scar across his left cheek, but he always claimed it had been done by a particularly passionate woman and would never elaborate further. Time's short, so I'll be brief. We've been hit and hit hard. By my guess, we're probably taking on water and there may be undetonated explosives, probably below the waterline. Yes ma'am. No submarine would dare, so I'm guessing the cargo hold is the best bet. Probably smuggled aboard in our last stop. She passed out some rugged-looking orbs. These are for mine detection. Keep your shields on, and I don't care how you do it, but get those bombs off this tub. Yes, Commander. They rushed off, shields on and determined looks on their faces. Ella. Ma'am. Contact the captain or first mate. Tell them we are on the move and come back with any information they give you. Don't give them the option of saying no. March. Ma'am, yes ma'am. She raced in the opposite direction. The rest of you, keep the civilians calm and under control. This is going to be hard if they figure out what's going on and start panicking. I need space to work, get it for me. Yes Commander. Yes ma'am. Tanya took to the air, the mini-orbs in her shoes glowing a bright blue as she pushed them into flight. They were more robust than the old ones and could handle such a chore without fear of overheating. From her vantage point, despite the darkening skies, she spotted a possible oil slick forming on top of water frothing a bit too much, a sign that air bubbles might be coming from below. There it is. She landed on a middle deck, much to the amazement of the passengers there. While not uncommon, most people had never seen a mage in flight, much less one so close. Sorry, no time right now, she said brusquely. From the crowd, an English voice chimed in. Absolutely correct, Digirekov. Pardon, Colonel Digirekov. There's skullduggery afoot, I say. The speaker was indeed English, excessively so. He sported a magnificent mustache, a monocle, and an attitude that would be offensive if it were so thoroughly a part of his personality that it was obviously not intended to draw ire. I'll keep the riffraff and sightseers away while you go about your business. More her than just a blow, et. He glanced significantly at the deck plates, obviously indicating some situation below. My thanks. She turned sharply. Reginald Higgsbotham, at your service, he called to her back, no trace of displeasure in his voice at being dismissed. She met Ella on the way with an obviously distressed first mate in tow. Though the man was about twice her weight and 6 inches taller, he hadn't the battle experience of retired soldier like Ella. Miss Digirekov. I don't have time for this, the ship is, he looked around furtively to make sure no one could hear him and hissed. The ship is in danger. Good, she responded, causing his jaw to drop open in shock. That means I don't have to convince you the situation is dire. We, in fact, have very little time and you are wasting it. Me and my men are everyone's best hope to survive this mess, so just do what I say and no backtalk. Perhaps used to being under command, or perhaps the utterly implacable tone in her voice, he straightened up and said, Ma'am. Take me to the site of the explosion and send word that no one working for me is to be hampered in any way. They are trying to find the other explosives now. Other explosives, he shouted, forgetting he was trying to be circumspect. Fortunately, no one was nearby and the rising storm drowned out his words. Someone trying to sink the ship would be foolish to just rely on one set, don't you think? They'd want to puncture all the flood compartments so that there would be no way to recover. Now, move it. She raced behind while thinking. That's how I'd take down this tub. We had enough theory and practice when wargaming with the Navy. With her tonnage and configuration, if 2 compartments flood. Another massive explosion interrupted her thoughts. Damn it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 10 minutes earlier. Rudolph yelled to be heard over the ship's engines and panicked sailors. What have you found? Lights flickered in the gloomy below decks, damaged by the bomb, throwing weird shadows through the metal corridor. 4 more traces. All spread out in different compartments. The first compartment can't be sealed because the explosion warped the hatch between the sections. Skies. Don't bother trying to patch the hole, the water pressure is too much. Get the welders to seal the hatch. Move. He raced off and pushed through any sailor that failed to yield soon enough. Rudolph was, by inclination and training, a civil engineer. But going through and surviving the Great War taught many lessons. Getting crews of hard-headed workers into line was as natural to him as breathing by now. He didn't have the same gravitas as the Argent, but he got stuff done and he had a mission now. We found one, this way. One of his men led him to a different compartment. There, against the bulkhead behind other cargo was a nondescript crate, but the nervous mage standing nearby just nodded. In there, I'm sure of it. Good, haul it off and throw it overboard. What? Look, the trigger can't be anything too complex or detonated remotely. There are too many random things that can happen on a ship. That means a timer. But the salty air would make even the best chronometer lose accuracy, so we don't know when they'll go off. So stop wasting my time, you idiot, and throw that damned thing into the sea. With shields at max, the mage grabbed the crate magically and nearly flew off. The orb he had was built for sturdiness and not speed, but you could hardly tell with how fast he was pushing it. Spread the word to the others that don't understand this, don't just stare at those bombs, get rid of them. With fresh understanding, 2 more explosives were found and disposed of in less time than it would take to describe the process. Sir, we found the last but. But, what, man? Spit it out. You'll need to see this. They raced to where the last bomb was located and Rudolph ground to a half. Oh, bloody balls, what a mess. Apparently what effort the bomber had skimped on the other explosives, he had reserved for this one. The device had actually been hidden behind a hull plate, effectively turning what was supposed to be a defense against breaches into the bomb itself. And this one was bigger and more elaborate than all the others. Parker, I want all the mages down here. Now. He deliberately slowed his pace as they gathered. All the mages were either veterans or had been near construction sites. All were well aware of how much sheer power was in that wall. Okay, I've got a plan, but it's a long shot. We can't take any chances with this one because it'll blow a hole big enough to throw a tank through. This one will go off the second it's tampered with, so we have one shot at this. Foreman, what if the plan doesn't work? Rudolph smiled grimly, then it'll blow us to kingdom come before we ever get the chance to regret it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya made her way through smoke-filled corridors as they went to the cargo compartment on the lowest decks. The rush of air from below, no doubt pushed by the influx of water, and the smell of cordite told her that the explosion hadn't been stopped in time. I have to see how large these damned holes are. If we are going to abandon ship, we'll need to do it fast and first. What she discovered was odder than she had ever anticipated. All the mages helping Rudolph were scattered around the deck as a geyser of water shot into the room in an odd angle. Rudolph himself wasn't in much better shape, but apparently had been much further back from the blast. He dragged himself to his feet shakily while she assisted him. What happened? Looking confused at first, he remembered to remove his earplugs that he carried around for use on construction sites. We cut the bomb up, ma'am. I figured the detonator could only set off one section at most if we sliced it to pieces with mage blades all at the same time. The others kept shields up so that we wouldn't go up with that final section. Brilliant. Remind me to give everyone a bonus when we get to shore. She looked at the mages lying all around, all obvious out for the count but still alive. I guess it's up to me then. Did you see anything around here we can use to patch those holes? Yes, back there a ways, but the water pressure makes it impossible to hold it still for a weld. One explosion rattled your brain so much? Remember that making an enemy into your friend serves you twice. She looked over the repair plates. They were massive, easily big enough to cover either hole. Why do they even have ones this large? There's no way I can take forever manhandling them down the proper corridors. She looked up and asked the first mate that she had largely forgotten until now. What's up that way? She pointed toward ceiling of the cargo bay. There? Nothing much on this side, a few corridors toward the outside and the starboard deck. Good, you have 2 minutes to make sure no one is there. He wasted 2 seconds to blink and then ran as if the devil himself were chasing. Rudolph blinked and hurriedly put his earplugs back in. 1 minute and 58 seconds later, Tanya raised her cane and shot an explosive round into the ceiling high above. A massive hole was formed as the steel plating and wooden deck above it were torn away. The hole broke the seal on the compartment, causing water to gush in. She grabbed an orb off an unconscious mage and yelled. "Get them to safety. I'll handle the rest." She magically hefted the steel plates with only the utmost difficulty. These things are so heavy. She barely got them through the hole and then pushed them across the ruined deck and into the choppy sea before diving in after them. She switched from the construction orb back to the cane. Its orb, while very limited, at least had the basic shielding and oxygen spells. Using the buoyancy of water to help, she slid a repair plate toward one of the holes. A flickering light from inside the ship led her to the right spot and, with a bit of effort, she maneuvered it nearby. The inrushing water pulled the plate against the hole like a massive hand, making a booming sound that Tanya could even hear underwater. The second went into place with equal ease and she wearily flew out of the sea. The relative calm beneath the waves was replaced by the storm which, apparently affronted by human attempts at producing thunder and lightning, had kicked up its game a few notches. She floated down to the deck, avoiding the hole and barely able to keep her feet from exhaustion. Ella rushed up and gave her a salute. "Reporting, ma'am. The ship's welding crews are completing the patches on one hole now. They'll be able to fix the other one as soon as the pumps clear that compartment." "What's the etc.?" "Not more than an hour." As they were talking, 2 more explosions to the aft threw plumes of water into the sky but were easily dismissed by the thunder above. "Let's get inside, Ella. I've had enough of dirty seawater for tonight. Keep Rudolph on the repairs while you handle everything else. Unless we are literally going to die, I don't want to be disturbed until morning. Using that much raw energy almost wiped me out. Even 30 seconds longer and I would have passed out." "Ma'am." Tanya made her way back to her cabin which was, blissfully, far from any possible repairs or annoyances. She stripped off her brine-soaked outer clothes, too tired to care about modesty. "Mercedes, a bath please." "Yes, Miss Dikirekov." She rushed over with a towel to get some of the seawater off and then started the tap for the tub. Her hand twitched toward the brush but she stopped herself. "Soon, Mesh, soon." Not every room had hot running water but it was a plentiful byproduct of the steam engines and Tanya was not shy about taking advantage of it. She sank into the tub with a long sigh and let her maid shampoo the salt water, diesel fuel and unnamed unmentionables out of her hair. She stopped the assistance there, though. "Just a bit longer, miss." She almost sang as she finally got the chance to dry and brush out Tanya's golden hair. "There we go, you deserve a long rest, ma'am." Practically tucking the younger woman into bed, she dimmed the lights and slipped out, not hearing the mumbled, "Thanks Visha" over the raging storm. Notes. Etc. equals estimated time to completion, not to be confused with EDA, estimated time to arrival. If you're already there, you don't need an EDA. Separate watertight compartments act like flotation devices to keep a ship afloat. Honestly, that's what the entire ship is. In this case, though, if one floods, the others keep the ship floating. In addition, it slows the entry rate of the water allowing more time for damage control. Chapter 63, read all about it. Chapter text. Extra. Extra. Read it here. Bomb plot foiled on high seas. Ambassador saves ship. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha sipped a coffee blend so delicate that it was like rose petals on her lips. The colonel preferred stronger fare but when she was brewing just for herself, she liked something lighter. "I don't see why this is cause for alarm." The reporter pressed for more details. "Madam Vice President, surely this is a sure reason for concern. An assassination plot of this magnitude is unprecedented." She put down her cup and said firmly. "There's no way such a scheme ever would have succeeded. They used such a roundabout method because they couldn't get any closer to her than that. Assassins are cowards. Getting within arm's reach of Tanya would result in them dying messily. Still, once she has a fixed location, that increases the risks. Then again, that location will likely be totally in her control. Isn't a bigger issue who was behind this? And their fate when she finds out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, Wilson, it appears I won't get a sudden promotion today." Naturally, they had received word of the assassination attempt long before the press. "Were you hoping for one, sir?" He was ironing Oscar's pants with an electric iron. The prevalence of stable and ubiquitous electricity was a feature of the consulate territory. They frequently spoke while Wilson went about his chores, a habit deeply ingrained in each after serving in the military. He snorted, "Of course not. I want to see what she will do with this place." "Say, what's that hissing sound?" "New iron, sir. It has a small water reserve so it can steam clothes while you work." He tapped the side of it with a fingernail on the TVD logo. "Made by your superior, as it turns out." What is that woman not involved in? Among the interesting things, sir, fewer and fewer it seems. ******. Rirajan's adjutant perused the various newspapers on his desk, ignoring his assigned tasks. All the headlines were of Digirekov, of course. Another blow to Argent, eh? She really can't buy a moment's peace. The general continued working implacably, completely unperturbed. This would hardly qualify as a morning exercise for her. Even if that laughable bomb had succeeded in sinking the ship, I'm sure she would have been fine. She'd probably land on an unspoiled island paradise and turn it into a world-spanning military/industrial monolith inside of a year. Any word on who did this? Oh, sorry General, I forgot to report that since it was negative. It seems like when they upgraded their ship's amenities and did standard repairs in Ispigna, the assassins planted the bombs then. The people that did the work have vanished and the company that supposedly hired them said they had no record of any of this happening. Our investigators think a last-minute change in which berth the colonel was using caused them to change their plans from blowing up just a few cabins to sinking the entire ship. They were still lucky to even do that much. She brought several dozen specialized computation orbs along just in case. All technically within legal limits, but all could be used for one sort of military activity or another. Is it paranoia or just proper planning considering who she is? That reminds me, did you get the specifications for the new orbs TVD is producing? Actually, yes. Well, in a manner of speaking. What? Surely they didn't hide the capabilities. It's not that, but the MJ line is very flexible. Seeing the look on his superior's face, he hurried to explain. Ah, that stands for modular jewels. You can order them to spec and they assemble them from pre-made components. The cases are ruggedized and sealed so they aren't really maintainable by your typical user. He held up an advertisement with the fixed cost of the orb highlighted in one corner. Rirajan did a quick conversion from gold to old marks. That's less than a tenth the cost of a military orb. 6.5%. There's an optional maintenance contract that guarantees replacement as long as you don't open the case accidentally, or on purpose. How many orbs did Elenium break? The general asked dryly. 3 before the head told them to knock it off. He looked over the advertisement. Magic for everyone. The bold words proclaimed at the top. At these prices, anyone with a trace of talent could get an orb suited for them at the cost of an automobile. She's leasing them to industry along with instructions on how to replace difficult or dangerous tasks with mages. And did you look at the second advert? Rirajan flipped to the other one. What's this? She's offering free mage testing at any TVD Schnäppchenmarkt. Ah, I see. All those mages that can be combat proficient could still have a valuable ability. With free testing, cheap orbs that can be leased or on a payment plan. And she would have access to them first. He had a sudden vision of an army of mages, all dressed in TVD uniforms. That's her plan. ******. A very Britannian man sent a telegraph. Despite the massive demand for the use of the device, he had sufficient pull, and sufficient money, to get a spot in the queue. A carefully coded message was received in the Unified States and eagerly translated. For those who knew the sender, they could insert his usual bloviating with almost perfect accuracy. My dear colleagues, she is everything we expected and more. I strongly recommend her admission to the Gentlemen's Explorer League post-haste. ******. 10 figures sat grimly around a large table. Another failure. I never agreed with this action, said one at one end. No matter the goals, to sink an entire ship to get one person. It's unconscionable. To slay a devil takes sacrifice. Self-sacrifice. Killing innocents makes us no better than she is. Another figure grumbled, at least we didn't use one of our last Giza from the witches. There aren't many left. Oh? They have been so eager to assist other killers. Did they contact us about this attempt? Yes. They said we could all rot in hell. *****. So I told them, they could rot in hell. Astrid massaged her temples. Really? That's going to make the last few favors all the harder. We may have to try for real, a task I don't relish. What? She'll be in the Unified States and inside of her influence. Even if possible before, that woman is. She knows the lay of the land but is focused on her home, so we'll have to move quickly. We set the lovebirds up next and they'll be in New York at just about the right time, if they ever can keep their hands off each other. Nova grinned. Ah, don't be like that. I think it's sweet that a couple shares similar interests. I don't think killing people for money counts as an interest. *****. Helen was overseeing the finishing touches of the event of the season when she received the news. She paused and asked her assistant, we have received Digirekov's RSVP, have we not? Yes, Mrs. Schwab. She has accepted. Then don't bother me with trivialities. She said she will be here, then she will be here. *****. A figure huddled in a culvert, covered in newspapers. Even warm months can be cold out on your own. Scattered dreams displayed better times, warm meals waiting on the table after a long day, skiing with friends, a mother's smile as she darned a favorite sweater and handed it back good as new, new books after a trip to the store, apple pie, a father's strong arms, hard and yet comforting in a way that nothing could replace. A moan leaked out from the unconscious form. One dirty hand clutched a newspaper, only a single phrase could be read from the headline, Digirakov survives. ******. Agent Zed lay back in bed smoking an expensive cigarette. His bare chest was superbly toned and glistened with a light patina of sweat. Some other agents mocked him for the bad habit, but they were in a business where death came for them long before any manner of unhealthy lifestyle could do them in. From the covers near him a delicate and pale hand emerged and he put his cigarette between two of the fingers. The hand was followed by an arm and a smiling face. She had the ethereal beauty that made you think that snow fairies actually existed. The Ice Princess wasn't terribly muscular or skilled with weapons. But she was a master of subterfuge, poisons and accidents. Those she killed never saw the cause of their death, and she was usually miles away when the Grim Reaper claimed another life in her name. She inhaled through the cigarette, causing the cherry to glow in the darkened cabin. "We have to stop meeting like this." He removed the cigarette and planted a long, deep kiss in its place. "Oh, I didn't see you fighting very hard." She ran a hand down his chest, enjoying the firmness there and not avoiding the numerous scars she found. "Who am I to fight fate?" Years ago, they had made a pact never to seek each other out, lest they jeopardize their missions and identities. But, if their paths did cross, they would take some accrued vacation time to reacquaint themselves. To this day, they only knew each other by the code names they had shared the first time they met. It has come up more and more often, has it not? She deliberately didn't make any mention of why this might have happened. She lay her head on his chest, her red hair splayed artistically across it like sprays of roses even if there was no one to see. He put the cigarette between her lips so she didn't have to move, enjoying the odd intimacy of the act. Afterwards, he took a last drag and stubbed it out. She smiled more with her voice than her lips. "Ready for more, so soon?" "In a moment, you scamp." He looked out the porthole. "You think the ship is sinking?" On some level, they had recalled an explosion through the storm. "I think we're okay for now. Should we do something about it?" "The hell with that, I'm on vacation." He rolled over and pressed her against the bunk, arousal reignited. Even with dull ears, it would have been easy to pick up their cries of passion over the continuing storm. "Natasha, my dear Natasha. Oh, Boris, don't stop. Don't you dare stop." Chapter 64, What's on the menu? Chapter text. The foreman looked over his new orders with surprise and some frustration. "Was it? I know we are ahead of schedule, but these changes will cascade to all our projects. There's nothing to be done. The increased security is too important right now." She pointed at the blueprints. "This wall is barely defensible, and the president herself said to look out for something she called a car bomb." "Car bomb? Apparently, you hide a load of explosives in an innocuous-looking vehicle and then detonate them after they are here. What's there to blow up, though? We'd never allow a random vehicle to get close to the consul headquarters." She frowned and a flash of disgust crossed her face. "I was told that the bomber might target civilians." The man almost staggered with shock. "That's monstrous. What kind of animal would do something like that? The kind that would sink a ship to target one person." ******. Yvette was on another shopping trip, again searching for bargains, but this time in the greater Unified States and not just the Chicago area. Her experience back in Germania and recently served her well. This time, however, she was purchasing farmland that produced basic staples used in alcohol production. But there were numerous other purchases as well, mostly related to food in one way or another. She couldn't make out a pattern, no matter how much time she spent on it, and she wasn't a slouch when it came to such things. "She definitely has a plan, but I can't figure it out. It's like she's planning for a food shortage and a surplus at the same time. These long options, the farms, the plants, the rules of the world would have to change dramatically for any of this to make sense." Yvette felt stupid, not an emotion she was used to by any means. Like a child too short to see over the heads of the adults, she knew that if she could just see a little bit further, all would be revealed. Ironically, the one who saw the furthest was a girl still too young to vote or reach the top shelf without assistance. ******. The captain had to ride a fine line between stressing his damaged ship and getting into port promptly for more thorough repairs. After a careful inspection, he decided that continuing at standard speeds and round-the-clock watches on the patches would be sufficient. The welds, though ugly, seemed solid and were reinforced the first chance they could muster. His first mate rubbed his head, tired from days of recovery from the incident. "It'll be a stretch, but we should arrive inside our normal window. I don't think we'll lose much money." "Lose money? We're sitting on a gold mine here. Captain. We sold out this run at increased prices, right? From now on, we're going to rent out her cabin and 5 times the regular price. I want pictures of her on that entire hallway. We'll give tours of those patches. No, wait, we'll need to cut those patches out due to repairs. I want the cut-out sections displayed on the high port lounging deck. I want a plaque describing the incident installed down in the holds. Put all of this in our advertisements. We'll broadcast her songs in the dining room she practiced in. Some passengers won't like it. There'll be cancellations and less business. We'll gain more in the end. How big do you think this boat is? We can only carry up to our limit, so even if half of the people don't want on board, they will be replaced. At a premium. He leaned closer. Look, every ship needs something that makes them stand out, otherwise it's just another place to hang your hat when you are crossing the Atlantic. All we need to do is attract enough people to sell all our berths. From here on out, we don't have to scramble to fill, we just have to serve our passengers and count the money. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The woman in question was relaxing in a chair on her private deck while Mercedes brushed out her hair. Tanya had given up protesting the treatment as it took far too much energy and just seemed to make the maid upset. Instead of fighting a losing battle, she just chose to surrender and concentrate on other things. This level of attack is ridiculous. Not to be egotistical, but I have to assume the bombing was aimed at me. Since they were willing to take down the entire ship, then it sounds more personal than practical. That's what I need, more obsessed whack jobs with axes to grind. Germania lost the war, why isn't that good enough for them? Any rational analysis of costs and benefits would show them that cooperation is the best for everyone right now. I hate dealing with people who let emotions replace logic. You might as well have a roomful of monkeys making your policies. Honestly, they may do a better job because they would be accidentally right now and then. You seem upset, ma'am. Did I pull your hair? She asked, quite worried. No, not at all, Mesh. I was just thinking about something. She spoke in a slow, but passable Espagnan, though with a decidedly Brazilian accent. Tanya had heard, in her past life, that the more languages one knew, the easier it was to learn new ones, and she found this so currently. Starting with English and Japanese, she had added Germanian over her second childhood years and Francois during the war. I bet it was those terrible villains who planted those bombs. Ooh, I'd give them a thrashing. She waved her brush around menacingly, reminding Tanya of the nuns when they wanted to instill discipline in unruly orphans. Humph. She went back to haircare with a bit more vigor than before. You have good instincts. Yes, I was wondering as to their motives. Humph. That is easy. It's not about the war, or dead soldiers or anything like that. They see that you are doing so well and have such lovely high prospects. You are young and rich and accomplished and have your whole life, and they are bitter oldsters who can't stand it. So, this is about jealousy. She nodded sagely. The older people get, the richer they get, the more petty they become. I've served thousands and thousands of passengers. They are like petulant children who want a toy someone else has. It's even worse, they see you have a treat and they'd rather ruin it even if they can't take it for themselves. She's right. But it's not any of the Allied powers, it's being X. He's certainly old enough, powerful enough, and emotional enough. What amazing insight. I see that it pays to consult with good human resources to get better insight. So I need to expect there will be more childish outbursts in the future, and they may be very destructive. Mesh, you are a great judge of character. It's too bad you are already gainfully employed. Ma'am? What do you mean? The maid tilted her head as she tried to interpret Tanya's less than perfect grasp of the language. I'm not in the habit of poaching employees of other companies. Some of her words were in Germanian as she struggled to get her point across. At least not if they are happily employed, those bankers don't count. In any free market, everyone should have the choice where they choose to trade their talents for compensation. I am going to retire after this trip. My son lives in the United States and I plan to live with him. She realized what the youngster was getting at. Oh. You want me to work for you? I'd love to. Are you sure? Weren't you going to retire? Oh, yes, retire from the shipboard life. My joints don't take the salt air or cold days at all well anymore, so I was planning to do some work. But this would be so much better. She finished Tanya's hair and, somewhat daringly, tied a thin, blue ribbon into it. There, that will help keep your hair tidy when you are practicing. Good idea. Speaking of which, it's about that time. She finished her coffee and headed to the ballroom. Fortunately, it hadn't been damaged in all the ruckus of the past days. Between her suites and there, however, was a small stretch of covered walkway that was open to passengers, at least the upper deck passengers. This section had become popular with those who wanted to catch a glimpse of Tanya or, for the bold, try to speak to her. Such as today. The Britannian gentleman was standing there, a pipe clenched between his teeth. Her removed it and said, "Ah, the heroine herself. He seemed someone who might be important, so gave him a brief professional smile. And you just happen to be smoking here. I hope I can get past him before I have to smell that smoke too much. Perish the thought. I was waiting for you, naturally. He pointed the stem of his pipe at her before giving a florid bow. Reginald Higgsbotham at your service. You introduced yourself the other day and you already apparently know who I am. Hardly the equivalent of the formal introduction, but it will have to do. Your time is short, I perceive, so I'll be equally brief. He cleared his throat and intoned, I represent the Gentlemen's Explorer League and I would like to tender a most heartfelt invitation to join our ranks. Intrigued despite herself, Tanya decided to spend some more time. I am hardly a gentleman and I have numerous duties, why invite me? He waved off the argument, making Tanya fear that he would fling hot ash everywhere until she realized that his pipe had neither tobacco nor fire in it. Pish and tosh. What gentleman doesn't have numerous calls on his time? And we refuse to let the boundaries of mere physical form constrain our definition of gentleman. If you hear the call to adventure and run, nay, leap into it, then you are certainly one of our number if even you have not realized it yet. We are an exclusive and yet paradoxically inclusive order. That is to say, we have the highest standards but our doors are always open to those who can meet them and there's a place at our table for like-minded souls. Ah, I get it. Rich fellows with nothing better to do, go off and have adventures and then get together to drink and tell tall tales with each other. Like the so-called secret societies such the Skull and Bones at Yale or the FHC. Still, many of them have very influential and powerful members despite their odd ways and they rarely have onerous requirements. Because they are rather secretive, it can't hurt my reputation and might give me access to allies or information unavailable elsewhere. Your invitation is intriguing. I assume I'll have some time to think about this. But of course, we couldn't induct someone without a proper introduction and conversation. There actually is an opportunity soon as a quorum can pulled together very soon. You will, of course, be spending a lot of time in Chicago soon. As you might imagine, our members are quite mobile but since you will be relatively still, we can arrange for a get-together. I look forward to it, Mr. Higgsbotham. Send a message to the consulate and I'll keep my calendar clear that day. Please, just Reginald. Let's do this again, soon. Minus the explosives. Ha. Ha ha ha. Amused but hopeful that this would lead to further opportunities, Tanya made her way to the ballroom where her teacher was already waiting. Ah, my apologies. I was delayed on the way here. The normally taciturn instructor smiled briefly and said, No, I was doing some research before we started. I thought you might like to read this. She handed her a largish but thin book. Tanya scanned the title curiously. The Mystery of the Unfinished Symphony, so this is. Yes, I had packed nearly my entire library of music for this extended trip and this was included. I think you'll find it enlightening. Thank you. Shall we start? Practice went particularly well and Tanya wasted no time going back to her suite to examine the book. Tanya had 3 great advantages when learning the piano. The experience of her past life, her practical skills, such as sight reading, and, this was not be underestimated, she seemed to have a feel for the music she didn't have in her past life. Whether it was due to her reincarnation and second childhood, or due to some magic resonance, she just found it easier than she could ever recall. Frankly, though, I've learned everything faster, not just music. They say the young learn easier but I don't know if that even applies to me. My memory is far better, though. I wonder if that might be a side effect of moving me here. Let's see if I can put that to a real test. The story of Beethoven's final days was somewhat tragic according to the book. He had been attacked on his way home one evening. Theories ranged from a random attack to a jealous rival but no culprit was ever brought to justice. The composer had survived a few hours but his deafness kept him from hearing the attack come from behind and he never saw them. In his papers was his final symphony, which would have been his 9th full one. The final page of the notebook just had the word joy on it with a few initial bars of music. There was a note on the side that just said choral, in Germanian of course. She sat back and pondered this for a few minutes. She didn't feel any, or little, guilt about passing off the music of hundreds of musicians as her own. All those works of art didn't exist in this world and likely would never exist. Whatever butterfly effects already made this world so different had made popular culture vary as well. Small changes and large made it almost guaranteed that anything she wrote would never have come to light in this world. Almost guaranteed. But this world has never heard what is quite possibly the finest symphony ever written. Maybe I've derailed a future Elvis, but compared to this, I think it's a fair trade. They'll probably think I'm some presumptuous upstart like the others who've tried to complete it, so this will take a lot of care. I'll have to make it so that they have to accept what I'm giving them even if I have to cram it down their throats. Chapter 65, Sensuous Curves. Again and again, Oscar was amazed at the speed of construction of the consulate grounds. He literally felt that if he took an afternoon nap, the world would have changed in those few hours. What's that story? Rip Van Winkle? I rather know how he felt, I think. He rubbed his chin, perhaps unconsciously checking to see if a beard had spontaneously formed overnight. Feeling just a trace of stubble, he decided some grooming was in order. As if by magic, Wilson arrived with a basin of warm water, fresh towels, a cup with brush, and a sharp razor. Perhaps a bit of a shave, sir? Wouldn't want the locals to think that Germania was populated by uncouth savages. I am a prince, you know. A prince without a throne to inherit, but still. Sorry, sir. We wouldn't want them to think that Germania was led by uncouth savages. Oscar sighed and said, just make me presentable. I'm off to spend the day organizing supply deliveries. Or painting benches. Maybe, if I'm very, very lucky, actually doing the job I was sent here to do. He sat in a tallish chair and allowed Wilson to place a towel around his shoulders. The older man got a good batch of lather going with experienced stirring of the brush and applied to the ex-prince's whiskers. He was just about to start shaving when a servant rushed in with a folded paper. Wilson recognized him as one of the brewery workers that was second-generation Germanian and was passably bilingual. The man was better at organizing than brewing, so had been conscripted to a new role. Sorry to interrupt, but a telegram arrived for you. Oscar was tempted to nod but remembered the very sharp piece of steel barely an inch from his flesh. Go ahead and read it. Certainly. He read the terse telegram. Then again at Oscar's insistence. Oscar sighed and got up, grabbing the towel and wiping the unused shaving cream from his face. Or, in a manner I should have come to expect, I'll be heading to New York. Be sure not to scare the locals, there, sir. Those of Chicago may be made of sterner stuff. He nodded toward the corner as his hands were full. Your travel bag is already packed and we can leave immediately. Let's be off, then. Old Van Winkle had it good. Maybe I can give that a try after we get back. ******. The various workers of the consulate watched the official ambassadorial vehicle pull away from the manor with mild surprise. Von Diegereckhoff was not in residence yet and the associate consul rarely left the grounds. On the streets there was no motorized traffic other than the electric trolleys and occasional delivery vehicle ferrying building supplies around. Riding on the number 6 trolley was one Dr. Saul Trapp. He looked around what could only be termed a small town unlike any other on earth and smiled at the mixture of hometown touches and exuberant commercialism. He reread a portion of the letter he received. With your grades and recommendations, you would be a worthy candidate for staff physician, but von Diegereckhoff was particularly interested in a monograph you wrote on increasing survivability during collisions and insisted that you be hired even without an interview. She has high standards, very high. So please strive to meet them. As a nearly fresh medical doctor, he treated people one at a time, but he ardently wished people had no need of his services. He smiled wryly, thinking that those of his profession would like to hang him if he said that he would love to live in a world that needed no physicians at all. Ha! Would that make the past patient? I guess that would be a small price. The trolley driver, having few fares at this time of day, pointed out various features of the consulate property and had told Saul several times that he would answer any questions he might have. After merely enjoying the ride, he finally found one to ask. Say, where are all the vehicles? There are a lot of bicycles and construction supplies but little else. The old man laughed and pushed back his cap. Quite the sight, eh? In fact, all private vehicles are banned here. Also horses. Keeps the streets safer and cleaner, you betcha. Supplies from outside go through a depot and that's where they drop off the mail, too. Then our people move everything around once inside. You can't see it from out here, but almost all deliveries are done in back streets. Trash goes out the same way, too. No stinky trucks getting in the way, Don Chuck, no. That's a lot of effort to keep the streets clear. Why ever for? Well, they don't tell me that kind of stuff, but I have a good guess. He nodded conspiratorially. You know this is the only source of booze in the country if you aren't rich, right? Can you imagine the damn fools that might come around and get into trouble after having a few too many? The boss wants this town to be a nice place to visit, a place where kids can be safe, right? So if you need to get around, you use your own muscles or take a taxi or even a trolley. He winked at the last comment. The doctor noted that the number of people around was far short from what the location could handle. He struggled for a comparison. It's the university before the students arrive. No, that's not quite right. He struggled for a proper comparison. I know. It's like one of those big stores as they open for the day. There's people already there who are getting things ready for the crowds that haven't arrived yet. Ah. I get what you mean. Inside the consulate grounds, once you get past the walls, it's like a single structure. No roof overhead but really a cohesive entity. What an interesting person the president must be. Ha. You don't know the half of it. By the way, your clinic is right here. Good luck, Doc, you can look at my lumbago later. Ha ha ha. Make an appointment and I'll get right on it. Take care, Thomas. *****. Mr. John was used to seeing exotic things on his many travels, acrobats from the Orient, massive predators of the snowy north and likewise massive herbivores to the blazing south, dancers in the sandy wastes and ancient treasure worn as casually as sequins. But he rarely saw anything new to pique his interest. And yet in the somewhat shabby converted warehouse in the struggling capital of the former empire, he found so many interesting things. He had heard that the latest products form TVD always showcased in these markets and not in high-end stores. Even brand new prototypes might be found here and, even more shockingly, at reasonable prices. A top-of-the-line pen they sold was already one of his favorite possessions. He worked in a wide variety of environments and it had never failed him. The various devices for sale rather intrigued him, not that he had any particular need for better toast or an electric phonograph. It was just seeing so many novel items all together gave him a feeling of dissonance. Like he was staring at a vision of the future according an artist's painting, and if he could just see a touch farther, even grander sights would be revealed. Reluctantly, he stopped window shopping and went to the purpose of his visit. In flawless Germanian, he said, "Is this where you can get tested for mage abilities?" The middle-aged woman nodded politely. "Yes, yes. You're a bit older than most of our testees." She spoke bluntly, but not unkindly. "It never seemed like the right time, and since you are here, I decided to have a go at it." In truth, he had long been tested, as had all agents of the crown, but hadn't a trace of ability. He was quite good at what he did, regardless, and so had never felt the lack. "No worries, youngster. Some people have shown surprising ability. All the employees of TVD are routinely tested when hired, and it's quite something to see a grandmother find out that she could fly with a bit of training, ahaha." The testing area was surrounded by privacy screens and he took off his shirt efficient per the directions on the signs around him, and the woman affixed sensors to parts of his body and head. "Do I have to do anything?" He noticed that the gear seemed different from what he remembered only 10 years ago. Sleeker and unfamiliar, with far more indicators than he had seen before. "Not much, not with the new testing equipment. We'll just inject minute traces of mana into you to stimulate your natural reserves. Your energy will instinctively try to push it out and we measure the resistance." Mr. John smiled and joked, "It's not going to hurt, is it? That sounds rather invasive." "Oh, not at all. You'll feel a tickle, maybe. And reaction stronger than that automatically shuts down the test for safety reasons." "Fine, fine. I trust you. Please continue." She did so and, indeed, he felt a bit of tingle here and there which he assumed was coming from the instruments strapped to his body. "There we go, all done." He put on his shirt and said, "Nothing, eh? I'm not surprised. Oh no. You don't have a lot of mage ability, but enough to do some small things. We have a new category for those with just a trace of mana. We call them the Unter Mages. Certainly not enough for combat or even industrial uses, but we are developing a wide variety of devices that don't require large mana reserves to operate." "Oh. Oh. Not many yet. Mostly for entertainment and casual use." She waved him to a table of gadgets that were all affixed to the surface. At first he thought it was to prevent theft, but then he realized it was only to keep them from getting lost. "You can try out some of these. They'll be for sale soon." "How do I?" "Just focus on the tickling sensation you remember and try to feel that in the objects. Some people take a bit of practice." Mr. John touched the first device, a simple ball on a post. He did what she said and, after a few minutes, was able to recreate the sensation. Under his hand the ball started to glow dimly and then brighter as he got used to it. "Fascinating. Oh, you're pretty good. That's actually going to become a product of ours. A battery-less flashlight is quite convenient. An Unter Mage can usually keep it going for hours without undue effort. Now that you have the trick, why not try a few more?" The second device started playing Rainbow Connection in a voice so realistic that he was surprised and jerked his hand back. The music continued for just a trace of a second before stopping. "That one is fun. We have 10 songs in there that play randomly. They tell me without a way to achieve mana fixation, we can't just power it up and let it play, but it's still fun." "Are they all of von Digerekhoff?" "Of course. They were her idea to give people a way to use even small amounts of mana and to practice as well. If you like those two, you'll like the one on the end. It takes more effort than the first two, so it might not last long, but it's worth it. Just put your face against the cushion there." It looked like dark goggles to Mr. John, but with no glass to see through. Maybe something visual? He leaned over and did as he was instructed, seeing nothing. As he pushed mana into the device, the glass surface inside gradually started to glow until it revealed a girl standing on the end of a train. It was Digerekhoff, of course. Not the uniformed monster that still haunted the nightmares of many, but just a young near woman that had become the face of TVD, and Germania. The image had real depth like a stereoscope, but it was in color, and it moved. With sound. "Hello. I'm Tanya von Digerekhoff and congratulations on successfully tapping into your potential as a mage. Unlike what you may have heard, magic is force that can be used by many in their everyday lives and not just for war. She smiled and the expression was even brighter than her golden locks. In the shade they were like amber honey, and in the sun, like spun gold. We at TVD are trying to make magic personal so that everyone can enjoy the benefits, just like you are right now. If you, the video and accompanying sound suddenly cut off and Mr. John felt an odd wave of exhaustion go through him. An indicator on one side of the screen glowed with the number 42 before fading away. He straightened up. That was, very interesting. Why was there a number at the end? Oh, that's a timer. The longer you can maintain the image, the higher the number. Anyone who is able to go for 100 seconds will see a recruitment message for TVD, but up until that point, it's a training tool. The neighborhood kids come around and try to top their scores and see how far they can get. Mr. John felt an odd pang of loss. He was an intensely patriotic and loyal man, but, on some level, he really wanted to push to 100 so he would be eligible for a job. Frightening. That's quite interesting. So, none of these are for sale now. Not these items. We do have industrial orbs you can order, but they wouldn't be of much use to an unter mage. Without sufficient mana, they are just expensive trinkets. Still, they say we should have commercial-grade tools and entertainment products in a few months. Months. With just what I've seen, the Germanians are years ahead of us, ahead of everyone else, on this kind of technology. Will you be exporting them? Of course. The president says anyone's money is just as good as anyone else's. Probably to Britannia, Francois, and the Unified States first, but who knows after that? Who knows indeed? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Professor Wagner was talking to his colleague, another retired academic, over tea and biscuits. Although he would have preferred stronger fare, it was still before noon and he bowed to the dunning words of his housemate about drunken old fools. So, Robert, how are things? Anything interesting lately? You could say. I decided to take a page from your book, almost literally. Oh, which one? The one with your favorite girl in it, Tanya, of course. I'm writing a little paper of my own. Although I'm somewhat proud of my work there, why would it interest an economist such as yourself? Frederick. You were always good at seeing the forest, but sometimes you have to look at the trees. Let me ask you something, after the war, the country is in a terrible state, is it not? Businesses failing, people going hungry, why is that? Well, there are the reparations, the terrible loss of life, stunning expenditure of material and money, need I go on? Ah, yes, all that you say is true and yet not as well. Are there not still the same number of acres of farmland? Are the buildings that made bread or paper or steel not still standing? There may be fewer people to till the fields and work the mills, but isn't unemployment one of the greatest problems we face? I've never heard stated quite that way. I assume you have an answer. Of course. People complain about the loss of gold, and that is crippling, but not because that metal has any value. Gold is just a placeholder for wealth that we all pretend is as important as bread or steel or even human lives. As an exchange medium, it's quite valuable because it allows trade to function more smoothly. Efficiencies abound and this trade allows efficient allocation of resources and exchange. The true victim of the war is that the invisible structures of a modern, democratic society were damaged or destroyed. What we call an economy is not a singular thing but a melange of separate pieces that react, to a degree, as if it were one thing. And it's broken right now. Surely not that bad. Robert sighed and sipped his tea, topping it off with some more from the pot to keep it warm. We are getting by on momentum, a broken car that will eventually collapse from damage. Unless something is done, the future is bleak at best and horrific at worst. Frederick ponders his friend's words, knowing that he wasn't some wild-eyed lunatic. So, what does this have to do with von Digerekhoff? Robert brightened. That's the thing. She saw what I see, what some of my colleagues see, and what you now see, and decided to step outside the car and make her own. I must be getting old. She's still a citizen of Germania, indeed she's one of our most prestigious ambassadors. Her businesses are doing well, employing people, what am I missing? It's because none of her business are actually Germanian. Do you know she has, de facto, made her own currency? In some areas, they are calling them silver marks and are used exclusively instead of the inflation-ridden Popeye marks. It's effectively its own economy because people trust these letters of credit more than the government money and nearly as much as they trust metal gold. Perhaps more, as the value of gold fluctuates with world demand while the silver marks are quite stable. He took out a notebook and made a quick entry. She may be keeping them artificially stable to help encourage trust in the currency. Must investigate this further. So she looks Germanian, her companies are seemingly Germanian, her workers are all Germanian, but they are not. He rubbed his head and looked for an analogy that would suit the situation. So, it's as if a storm knocked over a house, someone picked up the pieces and built wagons and furniture with the wood. Exactly. To the untrained eye, nothing is different, but now the structures I talked about are completely changed. Because of this, she can take dead farms and business and the unemployed, put them together and, voila! It sounds like magic. Of the fantastic variety, of course. Oh, it does involve effort and some currency that is accepted by the original society. He shrugged. In past eras, you can imagine a conquering nation taking the resources and using them in their own system. If a more advanced society takes over a more primitive one, you can see amazing productivity even if the initial resources haven't changed. It's just a matter of how you use them. He grimaced. Your past eras sound much like the current era. Ah, yes, as a historian you would see that. Certainly that kind of greed drove the war. At first, just at first. At any rate, TVD's growth curve is quite impressive. Actually unprecedented. Every week, more of her new economy overtakes the old. I have numbers at my office, but you can take my word for it. Frederick chuckled briefly. So how soon until she conquers Germania? You laugh, but you're asking the wrong question. Oh. Robert sipped his tea and found it slightly bitter. The better question is how soon until she conquers the world. Notes. Next chapter will be more world theory, exciting, right? Chapter 66, It's Magic, Intermezzo 2. Chapter text. What is possible with magic canonically? Let's start with what we definitely see in the books and then make some logical guesses. There seems to be a slight disconnect between the books, the manga, and the anime, so I might make a mistake or two or have to make a few guesses, but it should be close. With magic you can infuse bullets with energy. Move things, including, probably, oneself. Energy shields. Illusions. Hide things, with illusions. Affect your own mind. Gather oxygen. Compress air to increase pressure. Shoot beams of pure energy. Record images/sounds. Make explosive gases. Probably more things, leave a comment. First, magic is power. It's energy. Pretty much pure energy, actually. Heat energy, motion energy, light energy, etc. Except in one case, and if I reread it, I might be convinced otherwise, it can't create things. If you look carefully, you don't see the magic commonly used in stories like summoning creatures, or food, or spirits, or shoes, or whatever. If you go down that list, almost everything is the manipulation of energy of some sort. Putting energy into bullets so that they explode when they hit something. Pulling air together so you can breathe isn't creating oxygen, it's compressing what's around you already. Possibly even breaking CO2 into breathable oxygen and leftover carbon. Moving things is just lifting, pushing, accelerating. Illusions are just light and sound. There are two possible exceptions I recall. One might be a throwaway thing and the other I can't remember the details. 1. The mental drug boost Tanya used in book 1 and you never hear of again, a fake. You could say that this is stimulating parts of the brain to release chemicals, like adrenaline. Or it was a one-off that Carlo never decided to revisit. Honestly, it could just have been done with real drugs, like amphetamines, which were not uncommonly used in the military for emergencies and sometimes could be found in first aid kits for soldiers. 2. When she was rooting out some people in tunnels, her team creates an explosive gas. Let me be honest, there are a lot of really energetic compounds you can make out of just what you can find in the air around you. Azides are so dangerous that most people won't even get near them, and it just requires nitrogen and carbon. I don't remember what they made in the book, but this likely falls in the same category as making air to breathe. Okay, that gives us the ground rules. Magic can produce energy or manipulate matter, likely limited to only gases with simple compounds, to create things. Given the complexity of some of this stuff, you can see why orbs are regarded as necessary to do anything even slightly challenging. Basically, the orb does all the processing and just requires the mage to keep pumping in mana. What magic can't do is exist independently of the mage. Explicitly due to limitations of current technology, magic can't be stored. Remember how they talked about how revolutionary the mana fixation of the Type 95 is? It's literally generations, centuries, ahead of its time. Not to make this too Tanya-centric, but her ability to gather mana continuously and release it all once is what give the Type 95 its real power. Even then, it doesn't stick around. Tanya executes the spell and it's gone again. Mary Sue, in contrast, has much more raw power available both in reserve and usable at any time. It also can't do transmutation. This is an assumption, but going from CO2 to O2 is far different than going from Pb to O. One is just chemistry, the other is hacking particles on a subatomic level. When I say that magic is not independent of the mage, that has some interesting implications. There are no magic batteries, no stored spells, and no ongoing spells at all unless there is a mage right there powering them. Sure, if you set off a firestorm, the fire will burn, but not any hotter than if you started it with regular explosives. You can fly, as long as you keep pumping mana into the act. I imagine even things like bullets are very specially crafted so they can hold together long enough after a mage pumps a bunch of energy into them. Or maybe they just fly at hypersonic speeds. A half step outside. So, not breaking canon at all, what can you do? Well, other gases and, perhaps liquids can be produced. Perhaps only for industrial purposes, but there are so many simple compounds that can be created with minor manipulation and no exotic materials. Can a mage make water out of the air? Absolutely. Can a mage lay down a coat of powdered metal on a surface so you can bake it onto to create a protective film? Yup. Cyanide's formula is just CN. The ingredients are all around us. The only byproduct would be some extra oxygen molecules. Going one more step is HCN, hydrogen cyanide, which is an extremely poisonous gas. Again, the air is full of H and C and N. Not to say I'd go there, but Zyklon B was what they used in the Nazi death camps and is basically just hydrogen cyanide. But this is just an example. You can take any magical ability, no matter how minor, and do amazing things. How about magical telekinesis? Let's say you can only manipulate a few pounds at most. How about picking a lock? Pulling a grenade pin? Writing a message? Cheating at dice? These mostly sound bad, but you can be creative is what I'm saying. I have some ideas about this, but it doesn't take much to see the possibilities once you aren't focused on magic bullets and flying. Completely outside the box. I've deliberately exited canon, somewhat, based on the assumption that some manner of magic existed before mechanical, i.e. orb-based, magic. You can read my last theory chapter for justifications for this. Oddball sensing spells, mental manipulation, and so on are possible here. Oh, also divination. None of these will be very powerful because it would have changed the book. Again, go back and read it. None of these are controversial. Dowsing, hypnotism and fortune-telling are some of the most prevalent spells in common stories of spells before modern stories gave us the fireball-wielding high mages we have become used to. If you want to read a delightful article about azido-azides, check out the following. No joke, it's funny as heck. Well, I guess there are jokes. Because jokes are funny. Like this article. https://www.science.org/content/blog-post/things I want to work azido-azides more or less. Chapter 67, Getting into the Spirit of Things. Chapter Text. In what seemed like months, the journey of the Calypso was nearing its end. For the last 2 evenings, Tanya let them remove the screen from the dining and she gave actual performances. She practiced singing and playing the piano at the same time. No one seemed to mind she threw in parts of the Lost Symphony now and then, and the passengers merely thought she was showing off and that her range wasn't limited to just contemporary music. In fact, their reaction was so tremendous that the ecstatic captain sent several magnums of champagne to her suite. With most of her subordinates, and her teacher, there, and only them, Tanya finally felt free to sample the first taste of alcohol since that terrible day in Idola. Technically, we are on the seas, the laws of nations don't apply, just those of the sea. She looked at the bottle and knew, by reputation, that it was a very good crew and year. Trying not to appear unseemly, she popped the cork, only belated remembering how fast they went as she caught it with a hasty spell. The first bottle was distributed to many glasses and Rudolph rose to make the first toast. Let's raise a glass to our gracious host, the captain, and also to our indomitable leader. He grinned toothily. I only put the captain first as we drinking his booze. Cheers. Everyone, except Tanya of course since was the one being toasted, enjoyed their first glass of the night. She sipped the champagne and was enraptured by its dessert aromas. It's similar to a Diambonne with toasty notes but with a brighter acidity. So tasty. In her past life, she had enjoyed the drier wines but she had a slight preference for sweet in this body. Or, judging by her preferred snacks, perhaps more than slight. The impromptu party was the final release of the tensions that had built up through the trip, including, of course, the bombing. All around were bright smiles and happy banter. A few men started up some terrible singing that was quite unavoidable. Frau Seidel likewise did not indulge heavily but, though it had been years since she had put it to the test, she was nearly immune to strong drink. She smiled at the foolishness around them. If they were any more off-key, we'd need to retune the pianos. Tanya, on the other hand, had left any hint of alcohol tolerance in another world. She was a bit tipsy just from a half glass. Haha. Good spirits make even the worst singing tolerable. She lifted her flute and took another mouthful, savoring it. These spirits as well. How is your project going? I've practiced the published parts and I'm nearly finished scoring the rest. The older woman's eyebrows raised. So soon? Even one movement is not a simple thing. It's easy. She tapped her head with one finger. I have heard the entire piece. I just need to write it all down. I can't wait for people to hear it. You'll be attacked, you realized? Beethoven, even after all this time, is still beloved. Tanya smirked. I've been attacked before. It doesn't scare me. She attempted to drink some more champagne, belated noticed that her flute was empty and then refilled it with a freshly opened bottle. I can't lose on this, actually. Either people will think it is a fitting conclusion and appreciate it just for that. Or they will think it's not enough like Beethoven but enjoy it for itself. Tanya, that's only if they like it. The ex-soldier cocked her head to one side. Oh, they won't have a choice. No? Oh, well I guess I'll wait to hear the full thing, then. Tanya had offered to play it for her but, so far, she had refused. She was still shocked by the confidence of the young woman. Do you know what makes you so different from most pianists? I do, but I bet you don't, sensei. What's that? Most musicians go through 3 stages. They first learn the basics, the understanding of music in general and the mechanics of their instruments. Next they learn the compositions and the direction of the composers. Finally, they develop their own voice and style. Know your instrument, know the music, know yourself. She held up 3 fingers. You, though, more than any other musician I've known, already have your own path. You had the basics down when we met and you are working on the middle but it's like you're just filling the empty spaces of a completed sketch. I've never met anyone who knew themselves as completely as you and it's quite remarkable. I don't think it's that impressive. I'm just playing what I've heard. Anyone could do it. Tanya finished her drink, enjoying the bubbles and the flavor. Might have to import some of the better vintages from Europa. Boatloads and boatloads. Embassy mail is great. Even now, she's ascribing her particular genius to her muse. I doubt I've ever met anyone so unwilling to be admired for her accomplishments. No, that's not quite right. She wore the medals she was given but her artistic humility is enormous. Is it so wrong to take credit for the music you've given to the world? I've listened to your recordings, they are quite entertaining if not exactly what I'm used to. Tanya paused, looking down at her refreshed drink. That's one reason I am doing the ish. Everyone calls me the vilest criminal. A monster woman that doesn't deserve to live. She enunciated very clearly. I am not a woman. Monster woman. Not one of those. So you choose to sing to show them another side of you. Taking credit or not, is that such a bad thing? She tasted her champagne, matching Tanya glass for glass but hardly feeling it. Sing the songs you want. Do the things you want. Live the way you want. I'm sure you'll make the right choices. After all, haven't you done so far? She pondered this advice and suddenly slapped her hand on the table. That's right. If I want to be good, I'll be good. If I want to be bad, I'll be bad. Why do I care what they think? That's not exactly. Unheeding of what Frau Seidel was saying, Tanya went to the piano, paused briefly and began to sing and play. She started with a rousing rendition of Somebody's Knocking. Somebody's knockin'. Should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil. Would you look at him? I've heard about him. But I never dreamed. He'd have blue eyes and blue jeans. Her off-the-cuff rendition was a little rough but she had grown used to through long practice and her fellow partiers greatly enjoyed it. She didn't bother to translate into Germanian as all her people were chosen for their knowledge of English as well as other skills. She immediately launched into Long Cool Woman in a black dress which made them chuckle as they refilled their drinks. Tanya took another drink, beer this time, a nice hoppy one that also quenched her thirst. Witchy Woman came next and tried to give it the percussion by clapping when necessary that she would otherwise be lacking. Her rendition lacked the slightly rough timbre of Henley's voice but she made up for it by jazzing up her chording a bit. She held me spellbound in the night, dancing shadows and firelight. After that moody and engaging song, she brightened up with Devil with a Blue Dress on. Standing up, she used her whole body to pound the keys like she was in a smoky piano bar in Harajuku. After a few more songs in the same theme, she rounded out the impromptu set with Evil Woman by ELO. Rolled in from another town. Hit some gold, too hard to settle down. But a fool and his money soon go separate ways. And you found a fool line in a daze. Ha, ha, woman, what you gonna do? You destroyed all the virtues that the Lord gave you. It's so good that you're feelin' pain. But you better get your face on board the very next train. She grinned as she finished up, because she had realized something very important while singing all these bad girl songs. She almost didn't notice the laughter and applause and she just bowed after she stood up with a tiny stagger. Alas, 2 things happened she much regretted. The first was she forgot her moment of inspiration to the point that she could barely remember she had it. The second was that a quick-witted member of the crew managed to record her entire performance and bootleg copies of The Devil with a Blue Dress recording spread faster than could be explained even if one assumed the albums could fly on their own. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oscar and Wilson looked over the concert hall they had suddenly rented. It was the largest nice one that could be had on short notice. Getting the orchestra had been surprisingly simple, as making a living as a professional musician could be quite hard, and even a week's practice plus 3 days of performing was a welcome addition to their bottom line. In fact, they had managed to get both at the same time, as unused concert halls frequently had connections to idle musicians. The prince, using all his underutilized diplomacy skills, found the venue and argued down the rental fee. The owner had been quite adamant about the price but changed his attitude after meeting in person and talking with him. Oscar nodded regally. Finally, I'm able to use at least some of the skills that an ambassador should have. Perhaps I can graduate from negotiating minor contracts to doing something of real importance. Still, at least this fellow acknowledges my abilities. That's nothing bad. The hall owner also nodded, all smiles. This Oscar is so regal and has a magnificent bearing. I wonder if he is interested in acting. His boss is a colonel and a singer. Why not have a prince that's an actor? Let's give him a good deal and maybe encourage him in more thespian pursuits. Nothing risque, at least not at first, but once one has been bitten by the theater bug, they never go back. Your counteroffer is more than reasonable now that I know people of character will be using the hall. You can't be too careful, of course. So you say you'll need it for just 2 weeks. 10 days minimum with the unlikely possibility of an extension. We don't mind paying a fee to reserve the remaining days. Of course, we'll forfeit it if we don't need the extra time. That's more than acceptable, Mr. Gustav. If we find another renter, we'll refund it. When shall we expect Miss Digirekov? Gustav paused. I advise you to use the honorifics with von Digirekov. Remember that her reputation precedes her and is well earned. Of course. Hereafter, she shall always be ambassador or president in my heart. When we will meet her august personage. And, between you and me, is she as fierce as they say? I haven't met her, but from all accounts, the stories pale from the truth, and the truth itself is too outlandish to be believed. He smiled and put a hand on the owner's shoulder. You'll meet her in just a day. Rejoice. *****. Local armory raided. The local branch of the Army Reserves was broken into and vandalized on Sunday. The base commander would not answer questions, but in a prepared statement, declared, they made quite a mess and it will take time to inventory the damage, but we believe it was just some vagrants. The only thing that was definitively stolen was preserved foods. We've done a full inventory of weapons and all are accounted for. We are taking steps to prevent a recurrence of this event. *****. Serebriakov hummed as she organized the day's work. As the head of TVD in Tanya's absence, she found that she had more to do, but she rose magnificently to the challenge. She kept everything within reason, however. As the president once told her, if the boss is working 16-hour days, every day, then it sends the expectation that everyone should do that. That's no way to run a business, or an army. Productivity drops dramatically after 8 to 10 hours and certainly after a few weeks without a break. You always have to think to the long term. It's not what you can get out of your workers today, but also tomorrow, next week, next month, or even the next decade. How kind she is. She sometimes talks tough as the leader, but she's always looking out for everyone else. Did you speak to me, Vice President? Now that Visha was the head of operations, she needed her own assistant to handle matters, and Cecile was quite sharp. Just thinking aloud. The president has told me so many things about running a business, that sometimes something she said years ago becomes relevant when I least expect it. Oh, how so? I'll give you an example and you can see how it works. Anything puzzling you? The woman paused and then continued tentatively, the Kinder project. Ah. Very good example. You may have noticed that we have preferentially hired veterans and widows, yes? On the surface, the reason seems quite mercenary. They will work more cheaply than most and also have a higher degree of loyalty. She nodded, but didn't reply. But there is a deeper level as well. By engaging so many workers at lower wages, we have the opportunity to find the diamonds in the rough and polish them up. They gain skills and value and their wages rise over time. Even those who have no particular talent can grow as they become more useful to the business. Visha waved toward the window outside. But there's a level beneath even that. If you had to group the 3 main victims of the war, and of our defeat, who would they be? The dead aside, there are the crippled veterans, the widows and Enlightenment came to her eyes. The orphans. Precisely. Each group is hampered in different ways and each lacks the support needed to help themselves. Permanent injuries, women who are unmarried and unemployed, or the young, any of these factors can make it nearly impossible to survive when charity is lacking. But the president doesn't do charity. She said, Visha, charity is the second most pernicious source of evil on the planet. It's almost solely to make the giver feel good without solving anyone's problems. I'd much rather give someone a job, or teach them a skill and give them the opportunity to participate in the economy. The worst part about charity is that it leads to government-sponsored largesse, which is nothing more than spending taxpayer money to get re-elected. That's very deep. Cecile pondered the idea. It somehow seemed wrong to her, but she could find any flaws in the idea. So that's why I initiated the Kinder project. One reason TVD works so well is that we function more like a family than a traditional business. We still seek profits, yes, but we also look out for each other. She looked solemn. Tanya came so close to falling in all three categories at once. So the project will help the orphans both survive today and also learn skills that will help them survive tomorrow. Those who are close to adulthood can take our company classes in needed skills and be guaranteed a good job. I see. Since they finish their schooling with everything they need, there's no uncertainty in employment. And TVD always has the proper workforce for whatever we have planned. You are getting more like the boss every day, Vice President. It sounds exactly like something she would enact if she had the time. The Tanya Gigant could be quite the force for progress in the future. Tanya Youth, That sounds like a good name for them. Cecile was about to return to her delayed tasks and paused. Say, what did the president say was the most pernicious source of evil? She didn't actually say. All I heard was X under her breath. How mysterious. *****. Feelite, Isabel and Lucy kept LE trained Tanya in tip-top shape even in her absence. Such tasks took very little time and they spent the rest of the day gossiping, reading, or listening to the radio. Still, even thought such idleness was welcome at first, it began to pall after a while. Feelite laid on the freshly made bed and complained, I am so bored. You could always find something to do with your time, you know. Lucy was holding a book on English grammar and was making notes diligently. She waved the book gently. For example. That would make me more bored. Do you have any ideas, ISA? Nothing that would help you, Leet. Honestly, I'm just happy that TVD has picked up our salaries after the government cut off our funding. Technically, they had been paid out of a special slush fund to handle all things Girekov, and a bureaucrat finally noticed that the maintenance of the train, along with 3 salaries, had continued long after she had left the country. Well, that is good, I suppose. She sighed heavily. Hey, has today's newspapers arrived yet? There might be a follow-up story about the bombing. Isabel looked through the stack. Part of the maintenance of the train car was making sure it was supplied with the latest news. Frankly, other than supporting the maids themselves, that was about the only expense. But some clever soul who knew Tanya's preferences insisted that this was important, and so the papers continued. Oh, hey, here's an article about Tanya's arrival in the Unified States. There's even a nice picture. The others gathered around and looked at it. It was a New York paper but of high quality. ISA, read it. I'll try. Oh, this is just rude. Devil of the Rhine is the hero of the Atlantic. Can't they just get over that whole war thing? Never mind that, keep reading. She translated most of it, slowly, but tried to keep to the high spots. She and her entourage are going to be spending some time in New York, and she's even holding a concert there. Lucky, chimed the other two. Lucy, the worst of the 3 when it came to English, mostly just concentrated on the pictures while listening. I think they are using the new process from TVD for the picture. Look how vivid it is. But... Feelite, hand me the magnifier, would you? Sure, but why? She didn't answer but instead examined the photo carefully. Finally, she said grimly, girls, something must be done. What's that? Look at her picture. At first they didn't see it, but then they noticed. Wait, that braiding. There's no way she could have done it herself. Look at the woman in the background with the staff. Look right there. She pointed with a finger filled with righteous indignation. Feelite gasped. Is that a maid's apron she's wearing? And, her pocket, the handle of a hairbrush. Isabel quickly grasped the gist. She's trying to replace us. What can we do? What can we do? Lucy said firmly. We all have vacation time accrued with TVD. None of us have used it since our jobs aren't very hard. It's time to pack, we are going to New York. Chapter 68, Lady of the Harbor. Tanya leaned against the railing at the prow of the ship, letting the wind blow her hair back. If she could have seen herself, she would have been reminded of a certain movie. As it was, she was just enjoying the breeze generated mostly by the forward movement of the ship. If you can't count on the weather, make your own, In the days of sailing ships, a little magic could have gone a long way in moving things around, but today steam is more efficient. Maybe we should start a sport using sailing boats with mage crews? Flight-capable mages are rare, but ones that can generate a bit of wind aren't uncommon. She jotted down her ideas and then slipped the little notebook back into a concealed pocket where she knew it would be safe. The captain walked beside her, looking nothing like Leonardo DiCaprio, not that she cared. It's a beautiful way to end a voyage. A bit slower and a bit bruised, but a fine day indeed. Good job, Captain, and thank you. What did I do? Just gave orders and somehow other people did the work. Since that describes 90% of my job, I'll appreciate you not running it down. They laughed together and looked to the west again. Have you seen the lady of the harbor? She just smiled in response. He corrected himself, no, of course not. Well, now that the war is over, we all can do some new things, He pointed out toward the water, not much longer and you'll see her. Keep this a secret but I time our arrival so that the morning sun hits her just right. Why a secret, then? If I revealed my plan and failed to produce, people would be disappointed. And it would be less magical for them than if they thought it was something special, a happy coincidence. He nodded sagely. Sometimes not speaking of something is better than the opposite. Under-promise and over-deliver, truly this man is a visionary when it comes to customer service. I'm glad there are like-minded people even before the modern age. So what are you going to do? There was quite a bit of damage to your ship and I doubt insurance covers such deliberate damage as this. Don't worry. We have plans to cover that but, if you don't mind, we'd like to use your name a little. He held up his hand, nothing as crass as an endorsement. Just little markers commemorating your journey and information about the attack. I can't stop you, it's a matter of fact, after all. But for what it's worth, you have my permission. She thought a bit. Though unintentional, I did bring trouble to you. Why not use that song from earlier? Tanya sang a few measures from the chorus of Calypso. The captain had heard of the impromptu concert but hadn't been available to hear it as he was busy at the time. What a charming song. For a landlubber, Digirakov seems to have a love for the sea. Against his better judgment, he forced himself to say. The rights to a song like this must be exorbitant. I would have to refuse. Oh, I'll keep the rights, but I'll grant you royalty-free use as long the Calypso sails. This is fabulous. This boat will be a floating advertisement for TVD. So what if he can use that song? I've got 10,000 more available. He nodded and left his head bowed for a second. How can I say no? What a generous soul. She saves everyone at the risk of her own life and those of her men and she gives a gift of this magnitude. *****. 24 hours ago. In an ideal world, the discussion the men were having would have been done in a darkened room, perhaps an abandoned warehouse or a noisome alley behind an illegal gambling hall. As it was, the room was brightly lit, with attentive waiters standing out of earshot and the speakers were well dressed with fine clothes and clean fingernails. That attempt could have gone better. Now she is alerted to your intentions. The dark-haired man shrugged. It couldn't be helped. She has the senses of a hound when it comes to danger. Any closer and she would have discovered the explosives before they even went off. The other man, blond and handsome, picked up a salad fork. He was obviously familiar with the use of the dazzling array of gold-plated utensils and unconcerned that the meal cost more than some families would earn in several months. This could affect your commission, and your reputation. Are you prepared to handle that? I have a backup plan in place. The blond man paused. Oh. He smiled and took a bit of his own salad, appreciating the taste and the fact that his client had paid for it. The issue is that a small explosion is too indirect and too easy to discover. So what's needed is something much larger. While some collateral damage is regrettable, excessive loss of life is to be avoided. After all, we're just making omelets, not starting another great war. He waved away that concern. Frankly, this plan is better than the other one but, due to the nature of things, the boat had to be first. In this case I have the perfect ally. The best assassination is one where no one can discover the perpetrator and I guarantee Tom will never say a word to anyone. *****. As the president would be arriving today, the conductor was getting his orchestra ready to meet her with a quick rehearsal in the morning. Mr. Robinson was a serious man and he took his music very seriously and he had grave misgivings. Hey, conductor. You're frowning again. Surely getting a paycheck for just a week's work isn't that terrible, is it? The irrepressible percussionist was smoking just off stage when he spotted the brooding man. Ethan, would it be too much trouble for you not to yell out everything that crosses your mind? Probably not but I doubt I'll remember so you'll just have to love me as I am. He took a last drag and flicked the butt into a bucket of sand kept for fire suppression. Why so glum? I'm responsible for this circus and I don't even know where to set up the tents. My sole instructions were to practice Beethoven's Unfinished Symphony and some Schubert's Symphony No. 8. That's it. So, we're doing that, right? Do your job, get some cash. Where's the problem? The problem is she's just some singer of popular music. I'm sure she an able composer if you like such things but how does that make her capable of conceiving of anything more grand than that? Didn't you say Braunfels was quite taken with her just a month ago? Unfortunately reminded of his own words, he backtracked a bit. Well, yes, but that's only one opinion. Also, some amateur effort, can it compare to years of experience? Ethan scratched his head. Didn't Beethoven publish his first work when he was 13? And Chopin at 7? But, the conductor sighed. Fine. I'm afraid that she has a so-called finish to that symphony. That's not a bad thing. It's bad if it's bad, Ethan. You know how many people have tried and failed to complete Beethoven's great work? They range from rehashes of his first movements to the entirely original and thoroughly substandard. She might be good, but can she approach his genius? She'd have to do something completely different then. After several days, and assistance that seemed to spring from the walls, Dr. Trapp had his clinic set up completely. As a company doctor, primarily, his job was to keep people healthy overall rather than react as sick people chose to come by on their own. This rather suited his entire philosophy of health. The best treatment is stopping the illness before it starts. The best medicine was one that was never needed. He was rather surprised at the list of requirements he was given. He was surprised at how few details were actually included. Keep people healthy. That was it. Employees had free care as part of their contracts, but the flip side was that regular check UPS were mandated, so Saul had his hands full organizing health initiatives and scheduling appointments for hundreds of people. On his second hour on the job, he was convinced that he needed help. I'm glad my budget includes assistance. I guess a nurse and an office person would be best for now. A polite knock interrupted his thoughts. Enter please. 3 people, 2 women and a man, came in. The older of the 2 women said, "We understand you needed some people to help with the clinic. I've had medical training." Helen was an assistant office manager, and Pete here was an ambulance driver. Trapp stared at them. Either someone can read minds or someone has a remarkable ability to plan things. Probably the latter, doctor, but sometimes I'm tempted to believe in the former. In this case, President Digirekov hired Pete and me, and we found Helen later. She gave a sharp nod. How shall we begin? He had been tempted to tell them to start tomorrow, but they were here, and they were ready. Why not take advantage? Let's sort all these patient records so we can plan the next few days. In a scene that Visha and Tanya would find quite familiar, the dedicated workers started in on many stacks of paper, trying to bring order to the chaos. Sarah Briakov finished with her orders from local merchants with a satisfied smile. While some things were handled with phone calls or letters, most still required some level of personal contact. More often than not, these days, they would come to the TVD headquarters with their offerings. But real opportunities rarely just showed up on their own, so she made it a habit to look around and get out of the office. Those who didn't know her would just see an attractive young woman wearing stylish clothes. Always more interested in fashion than Tanya, now that she had the money she was willing to spend some to indulge what would have been a vice in leaner times. Besides, her current outfit was made at a TVD facility, so the price wasn't enough to trigger a twinge of guilt. She was accompanied by one of the bankers they had acquired and was with her today so they could make quick decisions. He was a newer hire and seemed a bit dazed at how fast transactions occurred, and the way they occurred. Are all of the deals like that? For us, it's very common, actually. We can't use anything as untrustworthy as the papier mark. And doing exchanges with gold would bring us under scrutiny and subject to unreasonable confiscation. What we have is a lot of things to trade. Dieter shook his head. He recalled reading the catalog of assets owned by TVD. His seniors had reminded him to review it every day, just like a housewife checking how much is in her purse before going to the market. I suppose not being taxable is an unintended benefit, he said cynically. Oh, it was entirely intended, the president even mentioned at the last finance meeting. But it's a very small part of the usefulness of these trades. As long as we keep our portfolio well diversified, we almost always have something that someone will want. The terminology she had heard Tanya repeat over and over came off of her lips easily now. Do you read our paper? Not really, just the financial section and world news. She smiled. You should look in the classifieds. We put a half-page list of assets available in each issue. If someone is struggling because they need a key item, there are worse things to do than to keep track of what we have available. Smart businesses have learned to keep an eye on us to their advantage. He took a few minutes to digest this as they walked through Berun. Visha gave him a moment of silence as she looked around attentively. This was one of the more run-down areas, but she had learned to see value where others saw ruin. Surely not all we own can be summed in a mere half-page. Of course not. We have critical resources we don't want to sell or ones that we have in only limited amounts. Like the rest of the advertisements, what we have in surplus is listed. She grinned. Listed without prices. If they want some antique clocks, they'll need to offer something we can use or stockpile for future profits. Antique clocks? We have quite a few. It's a good thing we have plenty of surplus storage. The mind boggles. Anything else? People. People aren't objects, Vice President. Of course not, but isn't unemployment just a way of saying we have surplus people? We can't advertise that, or course, but we have extensive files of people who need work and what skills they have. Oil is a resource, steel is a resource, and, yes, People are a resource as well. Our most important resource. Without them, does anything else even have a value? I hadn't thought about it. He was interrupted as a hard-faced man stepped out in front of them. He had a dirty blade, stained by an unknown substance. Two similar men appeared behind them. The one in front gestured with his knife. Leave your money and watch. He gave a grin, showing discolored teeth. Leave the girl, too. Dieter, too stunned to respond either bravely or otherwise. His heart raced, never having been under threat of physical violence in his life. The thug was about to say something else but Visha suddenly moved. A short rod appeared in her hand and quickly extended with the snap of her wrist. In much less than a blink of an eye, a blue glow extended along its length and she swung at the man in front. His body barely impeded the weapon as his upper torso separated from the lower. Before the parts of his body fell, she was already flying backwards over the heads of the other two. One's head exploded as she swung while in midair and the other was almost bisected as a diagonal slash sliced off his head and right arm and shoulder. As she landed, 3 bodies collapsed behind her. A cold gleam in her eye, long absent, scanned the street and surrounding buildings as she half-crouched, ready to commit mayhem in an instant. The night people who had watched the fight hastily slipped away lest they also become targets. Only after she had determined that the danger had passed did she stand upright. The coating of magic on the rod prevented blood from sticking to it and she collapsed it with a sharp click. Before putting it back in her purse. Freed from paralysis, Dieter found his voice. Serebriakov. Are you okay? She glanced at him and he shuddered slightly. The hard look in her eye was still there. So dangerous, what is she even thinking? No injuries. I'm afraid our shopping trip will have to be delayed as we'll need to report this. He found his voice so quickly after this little fight. He would have done well in the war, I think. But this is useful, in a way. Useful. Crime is on the rise. I think the police force could use assistance from a private force. We have a lot of human resources that could be of use, I think. Chapter 69, Better to Curse the Darkness. The assassin was cheerfully arranging for his next and, hopefully, last attempt. He wasn't fond of the hands-on attitude of his employer but the man paid well, or whoever paid the man who paid him, he didn't probe as long as the checks cleared. As he was prepared for a night on the town, he had a suit with tails, white silk cravat, top hat and gloves that cost more than an inexpensive vehicle. He sniffed a carnation in his lapel and looked at a pocket watch, gold and platinum, with selectively placed diamonds. It didn't keep the best time but it had a long history and was unreasonably expensive, so he liked it. His date, and the one who handled his investments, was holding onto his arm in a long evening gown that epitomized modern fashion. It was worth about 10 pairs of gloves, but she wore it because she liked it, not because of the price. So Eric, what is the big plan? Tut-tut, darling, you know I never tell and kiss. He exuded a smugness that she long recognized. It was one of the reasons that he would never make a top-tier assassin. He loved the game too much to keep his enjoyment hidden. You seem more confident than usual. A little bird let me know the exact schedule of that crow princess. And I have a secret ally that's ready to assist when the time is right. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Anyone I know? Tom is perfect for the job but he's very lower class. I doubt you'd ever meet him socially or professionally. She pouted a bit. I'm not that snobbish, am I? The rubies in her earrings glittered when she turned her head slightly away from him with these words. Trust me, you'd be horrified if you ever met. He's good for very few things but ideal for this. ******. Men savagely beaten. 10 vagrants suffered severe injuries after a drunken brawl Thursday. Despite their claims that a devil had descended on them to steal their food, investigators determined that cheap, illegal liquor had subjected them to mass hallucinations. *****. The police chief rubbed his balding head wondering if this would be the straw that robbed him of his last few hairs. So, Vice President Serebriakov, you were attacked by these men who were, pardon me, dismembered by you in self-defense. Visha nodded, not at all disturbed by the death she had witnessed, perpetrated. She wondered whether she should feel bad but determined that enemies were enemies no matter what their nationality. That's pretty much what happened. Although, technically, only 2 were separated. Yes, decapitation is a better term for the third mugger. He sighed and shuffled papers around, wondering at the best way to end the interview. Just as a formality, was there not a slightly less lethal method you could have employed? Less murderous. The bodies made 2 junior policemen vomit on the spot. The woman looked genuinely apologetic. Honestly, there wasn't time and I was under a certain amount of pressure since I had to defend a civilian. I could have flown off, otherwise. And we never really learned non-lethal methods of defending ourselves in the army. Mind you, if I had had my shovel, I could have managed something. She made a graphic swing with both hands and the chief could vividly imagine her doing exactly that. Quite, I'm sure. All three were well known for a variety of burglaries and assaults, so they'll be little missed. Eyewitnesses are willing to testify that they were the aggressors, so I don't think there will be any need to press charges against you. It's a shame you had to be subjected to this, and we appreciate you coming here to give a statement. You might want to avoid those parts of town. He sighed again. It's terrible, but we can't keep up with the level of crime proceeding. As a Christian, one wishes to be merciful, but as an officer of the law, I find myself hard-pressed to be sympathetic. She shook her head. That's impossible, Chief. It's precisely because things have gotten so bad there, that TVD has to go there. While criminals are surging, aren't most of the people just hungry and desperate? Had they approached differently, I might have offered them a job or at least a meal. Those three hadn't missed many meals, though. I wonder how many people they had robbed to stay so well fed. Ah, well, I guess we'll never know. As I said, some of those in the neighborhood were almost pathetically anxious to clear your name. We had to have 6 burly policemen to stop them from desecrating the bodies. Desecrating any further, that is. You see? There is also good in the world, no matter where you go. That brings me to an idea I had, partially based on something we started some number of months ago. What do you say if we established a company of private guards, many of them mages, to help bolster public safety? Bodyguards? I don't see why you would need our input, or permission, to establish a service like that. More than mere bodyguards. I'd like them to work closely with the police. Reporting crimes, providing mutual aid when needed, even supplying expertise as needed. TVD has been increasingly coming up with new spells that are excellent at detection of weapons, explosives, poisonous substances, and even whether food is spoiled. Although the latter spells seem a bit oversensitive because some things they say are dangerous have never affected me in the slightest. A free corp, eh? I can't say we don't need the help. But what will you get out of this, Fräulein? Surely not just good feelings and credit in the afterlife. Chief, do we not live in the same city as you? Was I not attacked just hours ago? But, you are right. In practical terms, you just have to agree to let us help. If we are recognized as aiding the police, then we don't have to put up with petty inconveniences while we do our jobs. He hesitated, the offer seemed too good to be true. What he didn't mention is that one of his own officers had been attacked a week ago and barely survived. I would have to gain permission from the police commissioner for any official sanctioning, but, privately, I would welcome the help. That's all we want to do. She smiled brilliantly and they shook hands before she retrieved Dieter from the waiting room to return to their offices. With less fanfare than one might expect, the Germania to Francois rail lines were proceeding apace. They still were producing a net surplus of steel based on salvaged metal despite their lines extending all over the war-torn region between the two capitals. A sleepy village mayor in Francois, whether he was a sleepy mayor or his was a sleepy village was a matter of speculation amongst his neighbors, watched a train puff past with a look of satisfaction. One of the aforementioned neighbors scowled as he saw the TVD logo on the side of the engine. Damned Germanians coming here. What gives them the right? The mayor turned and harumphed. Our commissioner of rails, that's who. They are taking good jobs away from the Francois, I tell you. He pounded the table between them hard enough that he hurt his hand. He wanted to curse that as well, but since that would mean admitting he had done it to himself, he remained silent on that point. Humph. What jobs? They are doing something we weren't doing at shockingly low prices. My grandniece works for the railroad and said their price per mile was a fraction what it cost anyone else. Maybe. But. He raised a finger righteously. We are only getting Germanian goods. The mayor was tempted to hit the man out of frustration at his stupidity but decided it was too much effort. Achille, do you not understand how railways work? You have to build them from where they start. In Germania. Should their trains fly to Paris to start on that side? Of course there are only Germanian products for now because the railway isn't complete yet. He glanced at his new pen with a gold embossed TVD logo. Besides, is that such a bad thing? The prices are good and any money that goes to them will eventually come back to us in reparations. He didn't mention that his grandniece had told him the downside was that the rail was built to Germanian specifications, and that they were better than what they were replacing. Then again, most of what they replacing was ravaged by war, so perhaps the comparison was hardly equitable. The old man continued to grumble, with a bit less vehemence. His own granddaughter had left as soon as she was able and he had always blamed the rail for this. Elena hardly writes at all. The post has gone to shit since the war. Almost. The mayor finally ungripped his cane before whacking his friend of many years. She's busy. She has a good job and doesn't have time to write to some old fool. And a damned boyfriend. A Germanian boyfriend. So? From what she says, he's very nice and treats her well. She is no fragile flower, your Elena. When she has time, she will write. And when she has more time, she will visit. On those rails. He pointed at them with his cane. Even from this distance, they could both see that they were painted a brilliant white color. Locals had taken to calling it the Silver Moon or Selene Line, much to Achilles' displeasure. Bah! The end of the train finally passed them. Compared to the old trains, it was eerily quiet. The familiar clackety-clack was gone and even the squealing of the wheels against the rails was at a minimum. And that? It's unnatural how they run. Ah, that? I took a look the other day when I was walking my dogs. The rails are welded together so there are no gaps. Interesting, no? Lily tells me that helps with the noise and the paint keeps them from getting too hot in the sun. Something about magic heating or some such. She understands better than I do, but you can ask her when she comes on holiday. Why would I ask her about that? Before he could start complaining again, the mayor cut in. What say we go in and try a new wine she sent me? I hear it's quite a good Bordeaux and will go well with some camembert I bought to go with it. As if a light had been switched, Achilles' expression went from dark to glowingly happy. Why didn't you say so? Let's get out of this sun and give that a try. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. More than half of the passengers had gathered on the decks to get a look at the great statue. The captain, having surprisingly little to do, chose to spend the time chatting with Tanya while his crew handled their arrival. Still, at least for appearance's sake, he was on the bridge with maps of their course laid out on the chart table. You do have this down to a science, don't you? She glanced at the route laid out, feeling a pang of awful nostalgia remembering how many similar ones she saw during the war. Still, she loved maps because they were a product of rational order, of understand and of planning. She noticed an odd curve in the route and pointed at it. Why the detour there? Oh, that. He laughed. New Yorkers hate garbage and aren't sure what to do with it. So they threw it in the harbor right there. Just far enough away from shore so they won't have to smell it. That's important because they've thrown so much there it has formed a tiny island. They've decided since they have an island of garbage, why not keep adding to it and use it for storage? She shook her head. What a mess. So you are avoiding a path near it. To avoid the stench, yes. Unfortunately, the best path to see the statue would go to close the island so we have to detour a bit. In fact, we are approaching our nearest point in just a few minutes. He glanced at his watch. Right on time to get a good view as well. Something about what the captain was saying struck a chord in Tanya. Now what was it? An island in New York, the Statue of Liberty. Damn it. She racked her brain trying to pin down an elusive memory. Suddenly, her blood ran cold. Captain. What's the name of that island? A bit shocked by her sudden vehemence, he replied, Why, that's Black Tom. Shit. Steer us away from it, now. Without waiting to see if he complied, she rushed out to the deck and yelled with a magically amplified voice, Everyone get under decks. Mages to me, full shields. The civilians were confused but her people snapped to as if they had drilled to do this 100 times. Even the most stubborn of passengers, however, recognized that their savior had spoken and eventually hurried to obey her command. President. No time, cover the ship's infrastructure, now. She pointed to a promontory sticking out into the harbor. Attack coming from that direction. Give me a wide shield good against explosions, not shrapnel. They had just gotten their shields up when a titanic explosion like the fist of God had slammed into the earth. Chapter 70, Come Together, right now. Chapter text. The shockwave hit the ship like a steel hand the size of the Empire State Building. The Calypso, struck by the explosion and the following wave tilted at nearly 45 degrees away from Black Tom. Under decks, the passengers screamed as the floors suddenly tilted, driving them, furniture and anything not fastened down flying around the cabins. In this respect, the lower-class passengers were in relatively better shape. Their rooms were smaller, with fewer open spaces and less movement overall. Higgsbotham, expecting exactly this situation, had managed to convince those around him to use hallways opposite the blast so that they wouldn't be thrown around. Perhaps bizarrely, he was laughing as the ship continued to tilt, as if it were contemplating capsizing completely. I say, it's never a dull day when Argent is around. The thinly extended shields cracked and groaned under the strain. Instead of a shell used by combat mages, the shields reinforced the steel directly, allowing it to flex and absorb the damage, something that would be fatal if used on a person. As the ship continued to list, the noise of the strain continued. Sweating mages lined the deck closest to the shore, their hands gripping the rail as the deck tilted. Magical energy extended from their bodies into the living steel under them. Finally, after a heart-stopping moment where the Calypso almost tipped over, it finally began to right herself. During this, Tanya had took to the skies, looking for a follow-up attack. A plume of smoke extended up from the promontory. Even from where they were, she could a massive crater had been gouged out of it. Skies. How much ordnance was on that pile of crap? Her quick scans didn't reveal anything dangerous but there were several broken ships sinking near it and railcars had been tossed like toys. He's not one for backup plans. I guess I just have to wait for the next attack. As she looked around, she heard a sound from behind. Given that eardrums must be ringing everywhere around, she might be the only person who could have heard it. The unique screech of overstressed metal set her teeth on edge. What now? Oh. Of course. She flew toward the great statue. Even from this distance she saw the upraised arm shake, especially the very top. What? There are people in there. That's right, before it got damaged, tourists could go to the torch. She kicked her flight into high gear while debris, flung far into the sky, still continued to crash into land and sea alike. ******. Even before dawn, the musicians were practicing what they had been told to previously. Early this morning or perhaps late last night, copyists that had been standing by received a packet of sheet music to duplicate for the orchestra. A harried courier arrived with a largish package arrived at the theatre. All he knew was that he had to get the goods here as soon as possible. Can I get a signature, sir? The young man pushed a paper toward the conductor. So soon? I heard that the ship hadn't yet made port. Wanting to get the signature but realizing that he wasn't going to get it without feeding his curiosity, he sat down on a crate and pushed back his low cap with one thumb. What I know is this. They had all them scribblers waiting with pay. Waiting on some music. Me too, 'cause someone had to get it to you, right? Mind you, most were sawin logs since it's the middle of night. I was visiting the Jakes when he arrived. The conductor just nodded, waiting for the rest. He didn't drive up, walk up, or even bicycle up to the studio. He flew in carrying a package wrapped in oilcloth like it was the crown jewels, right? If I hadn't already emptied the pitcher, I'd have likely made a mess of the floor right there. Reading his audience, he moved on. All he says is, the president said to start copying, and then he falls asleep right there in the first-class seats. He patted the largish bag at his side. They just finished up and I raced over here as soon as the ink was dry. He laughed. It was kind of funny. They were kept going on and on about the new pens they were using. I guess copyists have their own happiness, right? I'm surprised that the mage didn't fly them over himself. He was still out cold when I left. From the smell of him, he flew from a boat non-stop through the night. Flying looks easy, but I guess it takes a lot of effort. The conductor, now more curious about the music than its method of delivery, reached for the bag, only to have an invoice pushed into his hands. Speaking of ink and effort, maybe a bit for the delivery, After seeing the talkative courier on his way, with a reasonable tip, the conductor read the letter that came with the scores. The order of the pieces has some flexibility except for the first and last. These must remain where they are. Intrigued, he looked at the first, Digirekov's March. This is one Braunfels enjoyed so much. Let's see what turned his head, Like some, though not all, musicians, he could hear the music in his head as read along to the music, humming softly under his breath. The driving beat and the use of dark minor chords sent a shiver up his back. He could almost feel the oppressive weight of the timpani and brass as they garnered, no demanded respect. Good Lord, how could someone so young compose this? He sat back and balanced and rebalanced the parts mentally. Each time it became more perfect. Why was she a soldier with this talent? What a businessman! Why a diplomat of all things? She could take the musical world by storm with this kind of talent. I supposed she has, in a way. It was then he remembered the last piece, simply titled Ode to Joy and subtitled, The Final Movement to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. He was tempted to snort at the hubris, but after hearing Digirekov's March, he was less inclined to doubt her. The chorus and soloists are here? But he never used, then he remembered that Beethoven was an innovator, a true rebel. People thought of him as being a classicist in modern times, but his contemporaries hated his avant-garde attitudes. No, this is something Ludwig would have done. It would have been his crowning achievement. The biggest slap in the face imaginable. Restraining a shake in his hand, he began to read, to listen, to experience what only one person on the entire planet had ever heard. He didn't know how long he sat there. In a silent room, alone with just the music in his head, as Beethoven was said to have spent his last months, he just listened. Finally, he roared, "Stop everything! We are going to make music! No, we are going to make history!" The music the orchestra was working on, and pretty sick of by now, was quickly replaced by the new work. You have 5 minutes. Look over your parts and we'll run it through one time without rehearsing. I want everyone to hear this before we get into details. Murmurs filled the area but none objected. They were curious as to why they hadn't gotten their new music until so late. Keep in mind that none of this leaves these walls. I will assault anyone who talks about this new music to anyone who doesn't need to know. What if they take the music outside, Someone quipped. Those fools I will personally beat to death. Now, there isn't a moment to waste. He tapped the podium with his baton and then lifted his arms while the musicians raised their instruments matching his movement. They were halfway through Digirekov's march when the explosion shook the hall and rattled the windows nearly out of their frames. *****. Prince Oscar and Wilson, having enjoyed a pleasant breakfast at a famous eatery in Soho, were preparing to depart for the concert hall. "It's as good as they said, Wilson, but, am I wrong here, but isn't the food back at the consulate better than this?" "I would say so, sir. Partially, that might be attributed to the use of spirits to cook with and, of course, to accompany the meal. Only partially. Digirekov is infamous for her love of food, but I had quite grasped how far that went until I compared it. For the reasons you mentioned, sir, some renowned chefs have moved to Chicago just to cook where they aren't hampered by foolish laws. Undoubtedly you have sampled some of their wares already." "I didn't know that." "In hindsight, that makes obvious sense. Even a world-class athlete doesn't like to run with a foot in a bucket." He laughed and sipped his coffee. "I thought genteel privation might be a problem in Chicago, but now it looks as though overconsumption will be a greater issue." Wilson just raised an eyebrow and revealed an almost invisible smile that Oscar had learned to spot and interpret as, "I've heard something amusing, but it would be impolite of me to point it out." "You disagree?" "It's not my place to disagree with your judgment, sir. But, if I may suggest that true gluttony requires significant amounts of leisure time." "Damned if you aren't right. If she works us as hard present as she did absent, I'll need an entire command staff to handle the tasks." He set down his cup. "Well, we've dawdled enough, let's be off." "As you say, sir." New York was bustling as always. As the heart of much of America's finance, especially international finance and commerce, it was constantly awash with people, and more people. The transition from horses to motorized vehicles was proceeding more rapidly here than most places, and it seemed like that all had access to a motorized carriage. A 10-to-1 advantage for horses had almost entirely flipped for the city. The smell of petrol and fumes had replaced the odor left behind by their four-footed competitors, a change that Oscar heartily approved of. He was a competent horseman, but he preferred them on a country estate rather than littering streets everywhere. The noise, however, was much worse. Wilson was driving, of course. The man seemed to have a supernatural ability to operate any vehicle that depended on liquid fuel rather than grain. Despite the cacophony and chaos caused by less than skilled drivers, they soon arrived at the concert hall. With mere hours before he met the ambassador, Oscar wanted the first task he had been assigned to go flawlessly. Or close enough. As a military man, he knew any plan would have points of failure. The trick was to survive them. While the rumors of her brutality to even her own men was likely exaggerated, there was likely enough truth in them to give one pause. The sounds of music barely leaked out over the traffic noise. Oscar stepped out of the door that Wilson was holding open and cocked his head. A march? I don't recognize it, though. Well, no sense guessing out here. Let's see what our blonde Napoleon has in store for us. As you say, sir. Wilson moved to close the door when an explosion echoed through the concrete canyons of New York. Both men, their wartime reflexes not dulled by peace, immediately sought cover. That wasn't a bomb, that was much, much larger. Oscar yelled to be heard over the screams and shouts of the surrounding crowds and traffic. Wilson, holding a probably illegal weapon, was scanning the crowds. Seems so, sir. I can't imagine what could have caused a sound that large. A railroad car. Far, far larger than that. It would take an entire ship or a depot. If it was closer, we'd see dust and smoke closer. There, sir, in the distance. A plume of smoke with thinner ones to either side rose above the buildings toward the southwest. The harbor. Near Liberty Island, I'd wager. He was tempted to go and provide aid but realized it would just be one more body amidst the confusion. We should be safe here and, unless you can fly, we can't do much there. He glanced at Wilson's weapon which suddenly vanished. Do you think Argent is involved, sir? He gave a little smile. How could she not be? Asterisk. Abigail Jones was puffing slightly from the climb. Her two kids, whom she suspected were at least 70% monkey despite having given birth to them, were far ahead of her on the ladder. Come in, mother. We're going all the way to the top. The climb had started easily enough but it quickly became more cramped and dark. She was dressed to go out but she hadn't planned to do anything nearly this physical, certainly not in heels. Her eyes had adjusted to the light levels and she looked despairingly at the ladder. She craned her neck up and set her teeth. Don't get too far ahead. Her voice echoed oddly in the closed space. Okay. Yes, mother. She mumbled to herself. I'm strong. I can do this. She started the long climb with a quiet groan. Are they adding more rungs as I climb? The end, it's getting further away, right? After a Sisyphean effort, she joined her children on the observation platform. A friend of hers let her in a bit before opening so they could have the space to themselves without jockeying for position. Mother, you can see forever up here. Her brother rolled his eyes. Not forever, you silly kid. But I can. Right, mother? She looked up with trusting blue eyes. Close enough, Amelia, close enough. Dawn is coming in just a few minutes and then you'll see something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. Robert, don't get so close to the edge. As the east gradually lightened, Robert pointed upward. Hey, you can see the sun on the tips of her crown. As their eyes followed the light, an explosion drew their attention to the shore and then a bigger one blew a crater into the ground. A wave of force slapped them back and the observation platform shuddered. What? Abigail gripped the rail, but the platform held firm other than a few of the safety panels being knocked out and falling like metal leaves to the ground below. As the three watched with horror, something barely visible in the morning sun flew at them. When it finally hit with the speed of a locomotive, it rang the hollow statue like a dull bell, a very loud bell. The sudden jolt threw the three off their feet. Amelia skidded toward the edge, but, in a burst of heroism, her brother was able to grab her and pull her back before she could slide through a gap in the platform. Mrs. Jones yelled, "Down the ladder!" Unfortunately, as they let go of the rail to descend, the arm shook again as it shifted forward, causing them to stagger and almost fall down again. All three were thrown against the rail, which screeched under the strain as welds popped out in rapid succession. The arm began to slowly list, but far, far too fast for the trapped family. And then, Tanya finally arrived. Chapter 71, Aftershock. Tanya threw up a signal flare big enough to be seen all over the harbor, and much of the city, as she flew toward the trapped civilians. Damn, the arm can't hold more than a few seconds, it must weigh tons. And the inner passageway is too dangerous to get down right now. She could see the three on the platform, barely hanging on, moments away from utter panic. Seeing a savior when all hope was lost was too much to believe even with the evidence of her own eye. But any hope was better than none, and Abigail's maternal instincts overrode any fear she had. Save my children. Please. Though just as frightened, Robert pushed his sister forward while biting his lip. I've carried bigger loads, on foot. Between her and the help of their mother, she pulled Amelia under arm. The little girl clung to her like a koala, burying her face into Tanya's clothes. Come on, soldier, you next. It was a bit harder to handle the second child, but the arm jerked a little more and she had to grab him before he fell off. See the mage's arms full, Abigail felt a weight lift from her heart. I love you, my beautiful children. Grow up well, Amelia. Take care of your sister, Robert. Don't be stupid and hurry up. I said I can carry you all, but my hands are full. The arms shifted again, throwing decades of dirt and pigeon dung flying. Climb on my back and hurry. The woman awkwardly hugged the smaller woman from behind in what could not in any way be described as graceful. Once they were next to her, her magic could envelop them somewhat, easing the strain. Oof. I've carried more, but not without magical help. The three of them weigh about what one male army mage weighs, with gear. The glow in her eyes intensified as she gained altitude. Not more than 10 seconds later, her current mages showed up, some being supported by others. Orders, ma'am. Everyone who is good at heavy weights, push that arm back into position and hold. Welders, repair the damage before the metal is out of shape. Move. If we don't fix that thing, they are probably going to blame me for this mess. That arm alone could crush dozens below. After the first bombing incident, Tanya had everyone review the skills they had learned on the rail project. Some mages, while hopeless at flight, were quite good at moving large amounts of rock or metal. Others were talented with heat spells and some of them even had industrial experience. The metal mages called out, "Together now, boys. Push." They put their hands on the metal arm and gave it a solid heave. The metal groaned again, but quieter this time. Slowly, at Tanya's direction, they moved it back a few feet to the proper position. A brave soul climbed down into the arm infrastructure and they could see erratic lights flickering through the open doorway. He came out after a few minutes with a thumbs up. The other mages cheered and gratefully released their hold on the metal, which was once again silent. It's a patch job, ma'am, but it will hold until they get some guys up here. And there's a god-awful dent and some holes there that they are going to have to fix or there will be leaks into the framework. Work for another day. Still encumbered, she asked her unexpected passengers, would you like to rest on our ship until we make port? Abigail wasn't sure how to answer, but her son immediately said, yes. His mother was mortified, Robert. I mean, yes ma'am. The entire group flew back, weary in the extreme. Whatever reserves they had after saving the ship were now exhausted. This was supposed to be an easy semi-luxury voyage. She landed next to the captain and was finally able to relieve herself of her burden. I have a few extra guests, could you make them comfortable until we're sure where we can make landing? Haha. Any friend of yours is also our friend. He gave an elaborate bow to the trio, welcome to the Calypso. It must have been hard for you, but perhaps breakfast would help, once we get everything set right in the kitchen and dining room. The reinforcement of the mages had protected the infrastructure of the ship. In fact, despite the explosion being much larger, there was less damage and it was superficial at worst. Within an hour, the 3 dazzled newcomers were seated to breakfast at the same table as the captain and Tanya herself. After the adrenaline had washed from their systems, other instincts took over for the family. As they had planned to eat after their trip to Liberty Island, Abigail and her children were quite ravenous and greatly enjoyed the food. They didn't know that the first-class passengers got the equivalent of what would be served in a luxury restaurant, but they did know what they liked. Wow, the pancakes are rolled like fancy cigars. And it has chocolate on top. Robert grabbed another one of the fried delicacies. Those are crepes, sweetheart. He didn't respond as that would slow down consumption. His sister was a bit quieter and her crepes were garnished with a strawberry compote and cream. Abigail had quite the time cleaning chocolate from a happy face on her left and slightly less strawberry off on her right. In between, though, she was enraptured by the decadent breakfast herself. Never a heavy eater, Tanya sampled rather than ate heavily. Enjoying sweets was the best reason for breakfast, though, so she had some of everything. She did indulge in a mimosa as a last hurrah before prohibition took effect. Technically, being in the harbor put her under the laws of the Unified States, but it was a common practice not to enforce the alcohol laws on foreign ships that weren't docked. Abigail finally said, "We should really be going." She looked torn. Her morning sightseeing trip, turned near tragedy, had become a luxury vacation. "We'll get to dock in a few hours and we sent word via wireless that you're safe." The captain smiles amiably. "Please, be our guest for a little longer." She bit her lip. "Well, if we must. Thank you. What's for lunch, Robert?" ****. The commander of the ammunition depot was awakened, not by the blast, but by a frantic phone call. He answered groggily but immediately ready for battle, of sort. "Whatever you are calling about better be as important as your court-martial." "Sir. It's exploded." Much more awake. "What are you talking about, man? Spit it out." "Black Tom blew up just a few minutes ago. It's nothing but a crater now. I saw it with my own eyes." Commander Jenkins closed his eyes. "How many casualties?" "Just 4 we can confirm. 2 guards at the watch station, 1 civilian on a barge and 1 bystander hit by debris 100 yards away." He didn't hear a response, so he continued. "It was a stroke of luck that it happened so early in the day. There were no workers on site or more ships docked. I want our people all over that crater, pronto. Not a flea goes in or out of that island until I say so." "Sir." "Yes sir." Jenkins decided to share his wakefulness. After 2 rings, the phone picked up. "Hooper here. This had better. Kenneth, Edwin, this is important. My ammo depot was just blown sky high and I need more men who can do investigation. My guys can plug a nickel from 50 yards and give you back the change, but there isn't a Sherlock Holmes in the bunch." Now as awake as his friend, he responded. "I'll have people there before nightfall." "Thanks, I'll buy you a beer when we get together. You know, that's still against the law, right?" "I never said where or when. I have a million things to do, thanks for the backup." "You'll get answers, or my name isn't J. Edwin Hooper." In New York Harbor, a small sailboat bobbed peacefully. It was as large a craft as one man could handle easily and was expensive, quite expensive. On its deck was a silver bucket filled with ice and a magnum of champagne chilled to just the right temperature. Eric, watching the fireworks from a safe distance and with a pair of very expensive binoculars, sighed with a rapturous pleasure at the enormity of the explosion. How wonderful! How sublime! He felt the shockwave move through him, the hand of a loving God, and wondered when he'd ever get to do something so grandiose again. What's this?" He saw a light, a magical beacon above the harbor, and quickly scanned the area. A slightly glowing figure was hovering near the damaged lady of the harbor. "That young woman has more lives than a barnful of cats." He smiled thinly. "I guess I'll have another chance after all." Oscar and his Batman came out from behind cover, all weapons hidden once again. Not that anyone was paying attention to them given the events of the harbor. He glanced upward and saw every window had faces with some people leaning out far too far for any safety. He shook his head. "Let's head in." "Yes sir." As the rest of the neighborhood, the musicians were far more interested in explosions than whatever they were doing a minute beforehand. Oscar looked around the room for the conductor and didn't spot him immediately. He might have been one of the people in the upper windows straining to see anything at all. After taking it all in, he cleared his throat lightly. Paused and then suddenly bellowed, "Attention!" Immediately, all side conversations ceased as everyone's eyes turned toward him. "Now, where is the conductor?" One brave soul finally answered, "He's trying to find out what's going on with the explosion and all." Foolishness. He took a deep breath. "You have all received the new music, yes?" There were nods all around. In less than 12 hours, Miss Tanya von Digurekov, the new Germanian ambassador to the Unified States, will come through those doors. Either she will find everyone busily doing what they were paid to do and she will be pleased. His voice lowered and deepened, or she will not find you practicing and will be very displeased. Oscar had a flair for drama and a definite presence. At any rate, no one was tempted to interrupt him. It's said that the only people who were more scared of the colonel than the enemy, were her own men. This not being wartime, I doubt that she would actually kill any of you. But making you wish you were dead is well within her powers. He stepped up to the conductor's platform. Now, everyone here seems to have a certain amount of common sense. And I'm sure the conductor will be returning any moment now. I'll leave it to your better judgment what your best action is. His English was perfect and the slight Germanian accent enhanced his aura of authority. He pointed at one of the younger musicians. Gather everyone upstairs. In less than 5 minutes, all had returned to their positions. Oscar nodded. You were practicing a new piece, I believe. He glanced at the music but, other than the title, it was a mystery to him. Ah, Digurekov's March. I thought we heard a march from outside. He might be a musical novice, but he had heard more than his fair share of marches as a noble and an officer. Let's start the march from the beginning. The conductor's attention was immediately attracted by the sound of music. He said, I'll talk later. Be safe now, and then hung up the phone. When he went back into the hall, he saw everyone back in position while a dignified man simply stood and watched them. He wasn't conducting, he just stood and stared at them while they strove to meet his expectations. They succeeded. The conductor stepped up as they finished the final chord and clash of cymbals. Are you considering a change of careers? He asked dryly. This? Hardly. I know how to lead and motivate, but all I know about music is how to turn on a radio. All of this, he waved toward the room, is a result of your hard work. I trust that the little incident in the harbor won't impede you in that. We'll be ready. He lowered his voice. What happened out there? Oscar shook his head. I can't be sure. Something that far away, making that kind of sound, would have to be massive. A chemical factory for explosives or a ship filled with the same perhaps. I think there's a military depot out there. They wanted to build it closer in, but people argued it was too dangerous. He grimaced as he thought about the devastation that would have occurred if it had been closer. Something I learned in the military, if you don't mind some advice. I'd welcome it. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Let someone else handle the ones you can't see. Your point is well made, sir. He stepped up to the podium. Everyone, from the top. And I want some more passion in those drums, this isn't a lullaby. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Astrid shook her head and put away her scrying gear. I can't get a read on her, there's too much there. She sighed and rubbed her temples. Nova commiserated with her sister. It had to happen sooner or later. That we managed to get this far was a minor miracle as it was. Prophesying is best when done alone. It was impossible during the Great War. The brief lull is gone and the interference has risen again. There has to be at least a dozen mages trying to pierce the veil. Nova looks surprised. Only a dozen. A dozen good ones. Who knows how many hedge wizards muddying the waters? The younger woman joked. Oh, admit it, you're just being lazy. Astrid shrugged into her clothes and said, you know the saying, those that can, do. Those that can't, teach. Those that can't teach, criticize. Hey, that's not fair. Astrid laughed. You're right, I'm doing teachers a severe disservice. Notes. There's an eternal issue with fortune-telling, it's paradoxical on its face. Especially if more than one person has access to it. It's like a card game where some people can see the hidden cards and can change what's there. All at the same time. My take, because soothsaying and like are so very common historically, or mythologically, that is does exist in the Tanya verse. But it becomes very unreliable when too many people are shuffling the deck, so to speak. What active mages there were during the Great War caused so much interference as to make the ability useless. With the end of the war, it died down a bit, but it has ramped back up recently. Why is this? Mwah ha 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 ha. Chapter 72, Tools. Tools are neither good nor wicked. They lack the capacity for thought, the will required to experience moral choice. A gun is no more or less evil than a rock, or a flower, or a toaster, or a sunset. They simply are regardless of what purpose may have gone into their fashioning. In that sense, a bomb is as innocent as a newborn, perhaps even more as it lacks even the capacity to sin. But what if a person becomes a tool? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Calypso slid into her dock with a jaunty air. Battered from outside and within, she was in amazingly good shape. Throngs lined the docks to wave at the incoming ship, and those aboard were equally enthusiastic, and perhaps relieved, to see the New York shore at last. 2 relatively luxurious buses were provided for TVD employees, plus 1 new maid. Similarly, they were booked in a good hotel. Not the grandest, but luxurious enough to raise an eyebrow if they had a board of directors. They didn't. The extra expense was justified because they agreed to let her part have the entire top floor in a private elevator. Mercedes looked around, puzzled. She asked one of the others, "Where is Señorita Gurekov? Does she have private car?" "No, not her." He laughed and shook his head. She wanted to get to the theater faster, and since the Unified States doesn't really have any laws against flying except over restricted areas, she just slipped out under magical camouflage and went straight there. He mentally calculated the distance. In fact, she should be there now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cal and Gisela, for a change of pace, were dining at a restaurant outside of the consulate grounds. A brightly lit sign "Le Continent" hung over the double doors. Gisela glanced at the entrance. "How did you find this restaurant?" "I talked to some of the factory guys. They said this place has a good steak and fish entrees. With the packing yards and the port, that makes good sense. I'm looking forward to it." Gisela did look quite enthusiastic. She was one of the main tasters at the consulate and could be counted on to hit all the trial runs of new food before they were released to the public. "Maybe they will showcase a new recipe." Cal laughed. "The guys said the portions were big even for a Frenoise joint, so I guess we'll both get what we need." She put a hand on his arm for stability. Heels and cobblestones were a tricky mix. But he still thrilled at the touch. The waiter was as elegant as the entryway. "You have a reservation," he said with a mild Francois accent that Gisela was pretty sure was an affectation, but she didn't call on him on it. Cal responded, "Yes, for 2. "Ah, here it is, please follow." Cal noticed that the restaurant was half empty and doubted he had even need a reservation. They looked over the menu and Gisela tapped an item with one well-manicured finger. "I think I'll have this. It's been a long time since I've had turbot." "That's a fish? Okay, sounds good." When the waiter came over, he gave their order. "Turbot and matelote for the lady, and I'll have a 20 ounces prime cut and bordelaise sauce with mushrooms." With Gisela's coaching, his Francois accent was better than that of the maitre d'. The lack of alcohol to start was painfully obvious and the waiter seemed off his game because of it. The beverage card mostly listed bottled waters, near beer, and fruit juices. They drank water. Still, the food came out after their amuse-bouche and smelled enticing. That appetizer barely existed before it was gone, but this steak looks like the real deal. As they were starting, they overheard a conversation nearby. "Did you hear the devil bombed something else?" a businessman groused to his friend. "What?" "Yeah, an ammo depot." His friend took a sip of water reflexively, winced, and put it down. "She's a monster, but that's just stupid, Mark. Why in the name of God would she bomb the ship she's sailing on in a depot that almost took it out again?" He shook his head. "No, someone is trying to settle a score. The Russies. The Legadonians. Hell, even Dacia might want a piece of her. On Unified States land? Would any of them dare?" He smirked. "You were ready to blame her right now. That's a lot of coverage." Fine, you're right. She's not bombing herself. But she's here now and that makes her our problem. Speaking of which, we're going for drinks later." The first speaker looked at him as if he were crazy. "Hey? Of course we are." Cal smiled at this and dug into his steak. It was just a few degrees above bloody and the mushrooms were piled up. Now this is a proper-sized meal. Quality, Cal, quality. Quantity is just fuel. Quality is art. Well, give me the Sistine Chapel over Faberge eggs then." He enjoyed his steak but a slight look crossed his face. "Something wrong with your art, big guy?" "Nah, the steak is fine but the mushrooms and gravy." She poked a fork into one of his mushrooms and ate it contemplatively. I know the problem. Here, try a bit of my fish. Make sure to get some of the sauce." Despite his protestations, he had learned a lot about food from her and they had sampled everything at the consulate. "Hey! This tastes off, too. They are substituting. Your bordelaise is supposed to be made with red wine and my matelote, too. They tried to put in a dash of vinegar and a bit of sugar I think to make up for it but it doesn't work. A fine sauce is carefully balanced and you can't just change how you do it on a whim. Yeah, I had this at the Francois restaurant back at the consulate. It was tastier than this. It's same for the fish. The delicate flavor responds more to the sauce than the more strongly flavored beef." She ate another bite and smiled. "Still, thank you for taking me out. It's nice to try new things." "Why, it's my pleasure, ma'am." They ate and chatted companionably, long since having gone beyond friends but not quite yet lovers. "I've wondered, Cal, how it feels to be a mage. It seems, well, magical for want of a better word. It's good but there's bad as well." She pursed her lips, you sound like a millionaire complaining about the problems of being wealthy. Oh, it's amazing, don't get me wrong. I only learned I was a mage when I was an adult, so it still feels pretty good. But it's not like a genie where you just wish for something to happen. It takes energy and you can get just as fatigued flying and doing things. He thought back to basic mage training. It's a mental fatigue, you get tired, confused, even a bit unbalanced if you do. Do what? He sighed. You can magically stimulate yourself. Like drugs to keep yourself awake, push yourself farther. It's not recommended and most orbs these days can't even use those formulas. It's easy to get it wrong and that's a nightmare, but it's not exactly healthy even if you are doing it right. He looked in the distance. One guy in basic just before us had an older orb and figured out how to run that formula. They found him dead while I was there. Starved? He was still holding onto the orb right till the end. Gisela shivered as she imagined the scene. How horrible. So magic is great, and I'm glad I have it, but I don't for once imagine it can solve all my problems. She put her hand on his in comfort. Though he had a stoic facade, she knew the death had affected him more than he let on. Well, there is one thing magic can't fix. Pardon? She grinned impishly. Yes, getting a waiter over here with the dessert menu. Maybe they have a creme brulee or cherry clafoutis to make up for the entree. ******. Tanya touched down lightly in a narrow alley, unseen by all. She was dressed somewhat formally as she was, after all, the ambassador from one great nation to another great nation. Per her tastes, she wore well-pressed pants paired with an unfortunately feminine long-sleeved white blouse. With her cane under her arm, and highly polished boots, she looked like an equestrian back from a ride. To her surprise, music was being practiced inside despite the events of the day. What hard workers! I'll have to give them a bonus if they do well during the concert. She cocked her head and listened for a moment. There was a certain passion to their playing she appreciated. I guess musicians are made of sterner stuff than I imagined. Then again, they said that the band on the Titanic played even to the very end. After they finished their current piece, they heard clapping from the entranceway, neither slow nor fast, but simply appreciative. Well done. Play like that this weekend and you'll go far. Ah, Ambassador Digirekov, welcome. The conductor nodded and waved her to the stage. Everyone take 10. Not a minute longer. Mr. Robinson. It's good to see you hard at work. I worried that the contretemps in the harbor would derail you, but I see those fears were for naught. They shook hands briefly. He laughed self-deprecatingly. It very well may have, but Minister Gustav helped get us back on course. Oh, he's here. A voice from off-stage responded, where else would I be? He and Wilson walked toward the other two. Well, there is a consulate to run. When I asked you to set this up, I didn't mean for you to do everything in person. When they shook hands, he had a bit of a shock. This pre-adult woman carried an air of authority he rarely encountered except among generals, world leaders, and the like. If he had to pick someone she was most like on first acquaintance, he'd have to say his own father. The consulate runs itself. I've never seen more dedicated or flexible workers in all my life. A few hundred more like them and the war would have turned out differently. The last he said in Germanian. She shook her head and answered in English. Even thousands more wouldn't have changed anything, not with wrong decisions being made at the uppermost levels. But, on to more pleasant topics. I'm very pleased with what I heard just now. The conductor nodded again, a habit of his. Will you be resting today? Tanya looked puzzled. Why would I need to? I've done little but rest since leaving Europa. No, we have little time and I'm going to be thoroughly involved in getting everyone ready. Since only I know how the music should sound, I'm afraid there's no substitute for it. ******. Hours later, the exhausted musicians wearily put away their instruments. Even the conductor was wearied by her exacting standards and merciless speech. She accepted nothing but the best and she had a way of forcing out of them. One cellist summed up everyone's mood after the German Ians had left for the day. I now understand why they called her the Devil of the Rhine. *****. Oscar was relaxing in his suite while Wilson prepared his clothes for tomorrow. The hotel was sufficiently swanky that the better rooms even had their own radios. Needless to say, the bombing of the morning dominated the airwaves as straight news was peppered with speculation so that the ratio of the latter to the former was overwhelming. He turned the machine off since it was useless for either news or entertainment. Likewise the stacks of newspapers were equally bereft of new news. If nothing else, this has been a windfall for those who print these things. The radios at the consulate were better quality anyway. It's almost painful listening to these in comparison. Wilson entered from the side with the pressed clothes neatly on hangers. It seems the ambassador's passion for perfection extends to such things as well. Anyone whose life has depended on a piece of equipment that has failed at the worst time appreciates things that are well made. I can only assume that now she has some authority, she won't tolerate shoddy workmanship. He took the drink Wilson had made for him, the ambassadorial mail had enormous privileges and Oscar made use of it freely. What do you think of her? He didn't specify who her was, naturally. She feels like a man. A man, you say? She fit in so naturally with the men around her. If I closed my eyes, and ignored her voice, I would think that it was just some other man who was leading the people around her. It was quite interesting, I found. She was raised by the military, after all, so it's not surprising. Yet she remains an attractive young woman with, apparently, large amounts of money and increasing political influence. One wonders where that will take her. Why wonder, sir? Won't you have a front seat to future events? I don't find your observation very comforting, Wilson. ******. The long road was shortening, day by day. Dusty footprints, muddy footprints, and, at times, no footprints at all. Clenched hand taut, bloodshot eyes focused, a lean shadow came and went, the darkness leaving as quickly as it came. But moving, ever moving. Notes. Here's my answer to the mental drugs that we saw in the first novel, and graphic novel. They are canon but not used because of the dangers of addiction. Chapter 73, Fuehrer und Eisen. Chapter text. Tanya mostly found herself skimming papers these days. There was little variation in their contents with the explosion still unexplained. Rather refreshingly, only a few blamed her for the explosion, though there was a bare consensus that it had something to do with her arrival. She, herself, agreed with them, though not publicly. She refused all interviews but didn't fail to mention there was a concert at the end of the week. As Oscar had a similar bent and they had yet to start their working relationship in earnest, they found themselves sharing the pile of papers over dinner to save time and needless duplication of purchases. Wilson was in charge of organizing affairs and stopping unwanted visitors/calls while Mercedes kept them supplied with food and coffee to fuel their work. Over and above work, the two examined each other surreptitiously, trying to judge how best to work with them and what capabilities they might have. Tanya sipped her coffee. For an ex-prince, someone who should be more annoyed by the failed end of the war than most, he is taking to this position surprisingly well. Working under a commoner, and a woman, can't be something he's used to, but he seems serious about doing his job properly. For now, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and enough leeway to make his mark. Apparently the rumors weren't just all talk. No matter what she did in Europa, it's still just talk, but I saw her bring together dozens of men she's never met with nothing more than force of personality. And this is after 2 assassination attempts. She also seems as comfortable with the minutiae of management, something you don't expect from a youngster or a military woman. I'll be damned if father wasn't right, she's definitely worth keeping an eye on and following for at least a while. Anything of note in those? She shook her head. Speculation, piled on rumor, piled on hearsay. Some federal fellow, J. Edwin Hooper, will be heading up an investigation according to a few sources. How about over there? The same, I'm afraid. Well, there was one thing different. He dug back through the papers. In addition to repairing the damage on the Lady of the Harbor, they plan on adding some glass panels so that the torch will look like a torch when lit from within. He shrugged. I know it's irrelevant, but at least it's different from all the rest. No. This is interesting. She bit on her thumbnail in thought. Contact the harbor agency and make them an offer, free of charge as a gift from their friends in Germania. She went on to explain exactly what she was offering as his eyes grew wide. I was wrong. I've been underestimating her all this time. This will certainly turn some heads. He found himself looking forward to the consternation this would cause with an almost childish delight. *****. The orchestra was almost pathetically pleased that Tanya was splitting her time between them and the choir. Once she was sure that the conductor had a good grasp of the music, she was drilling the singers, male and female, on the unfamiliar words. Unlike most of her music, this was in Germanian and only a few of the performers were versed in the language. Fortunately, many had experience in singing phonetically for choral pieces in operas, and they had good ears for the music even if they didn't understand the words. As tempted as I am, I won't change any of the lyrics. Maybe being X will get constipation with all of the pagan lines from the original. I might play fast and loose with pop songs, but desecrating one of the greatest works created by man, there's a line that I will not cross. Of course, she was singing as well. How could she do otherwise? There were 4 soloists, herself, a rather sexy contralto, a mulatto tenor that she had pulled out of the choir where he had been hiding behind the others, and a bass that looked like a beardless, dark-haired Santa Claus. Okay, everyone has their individual parts down, I think. Time to get serious and bring it together. Should we go to where the orchestra is? Tanya humphed. If you can't perform a cappella, you are just a fraud pretending to be a singer. She played a D minor chord on the piano to fix the key in their ears. A&D begin. The blending of voices, long familiar to the members of the chorus, was normally quite satisfying. The loss of the individual blended into a greater whole that was both entertaining and fulfilling. This was nothing like that. Each person's contribution was distinct and yet supported the whole. Tanya's presence encouraged, no insisted, that every voice was distinct even while part of the greater effort, none were submerged into a homogenized whole. Lazier or less skilled singers had nowhere to hide or, to be more charitable, they could sense their own performance flaws and were able to correct them. No matter the motivation, the performance was noticeably better from moment to moment almost miraculously. They reached the beautiful finale and silence descended. The singers and listeners just stared, transfixed. Tanya had a slight smile on her face. Ah, she clapped her hands together twice, breaking the spell. Okay, once again, and let's get it right this time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sebastian looked up from the daily communiques, surprise evident on his face. More trainees? Where are they all coming from? No, more importantly, why are they all coming now? Elka smirked, but not in a mean way. You shouldn't keep an eye on the trends better. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. There's so much going on, I can't keep up with it all. This time, I'll help you out. The president took half of the steel mages with her to the Unified States and that. Wait. Steel mages. It's an unofficial name for non-combat mages that are good and moving metal around. Most of the ones we had were on the rail projects, but she thought they would be useful in Chicago. So we've been hiring, and training, replacements. There are a lot more names on this list than the numbers she took with her, I think. As it turns out, once people found out what they could do and they had orbs that can assist, they are in extremely high demand. Not just on railways, but in mining, construction, industry, and so on. Short-term projects, rather than permanent employment, are far more than half of them. Technically, those ones are still TVD employees and we guaranteed them a small stipend if there's no current work for them, but we haven't had to pay out on that yet. That's surprising. I'd expect that any regular business would want to control their employees more directly. Well, flexibility is useful, but it's the nature of the employees that has made them wary. Feeling that there was something he was missing, he tilted his head slightly to one side. Their nature? Ex-criminals or foreigners or the like? Cripples. She didn't mince words. The employers don't trust they are able to pull their own weight, so they depend on our guarantee that someone from our company will fill a role rather than direct employment. The interesting thing is that, based on what statistics we've been able to find, they are on average better than those who have all their functional limbs. Nay, how did we even determine that? The president suggested it in passing. Something about phantom limbs. I think it's some sort mage term. Geistwaffen? At any rate, when they hire a generic worker from us, they have our assurance that someone will do the job and they don't have to worry about the details like leasing an orb for the person. Thank you for explaining, Elka. With a name like Steel Mages, it sounded like a military unit of some sort. Most are retired army, so that's not far off. How do you know all this, anyway? It's not in your area. I'm dating a steel mage now, in fact we have dinner plans tonight. Ah, good. He had a sudden thought and blurted it out without self-censoring. Wait, is he one of the... His voice trailed off as he realized what he was about to say. For everything I require of him, I assure you he is fully functional. Asterisk. Drew Smith looked at the offer from the Germanian ambassador. Any other day, he would reject it out of hand, but the one who proposed it was the hero of the harbor. Have you confirmed the legitimacy of this? His assistant shrugged. It has the ambassadorial seal and it's signed by Prince Oscar himself. Well, no longer a prince, but who would dare fake this when both are currently in the city? He had served in the Port Authority for years and would likely be there after Smith was gone. Why not take them up on it? It's a very enticing proposal. But, this is American soil and that statue was a gift from the Francois Republic. If the war was still going on, maybe we'd have an issue, but she was exonerated throughout the continent. Hell, not to state the obvious, she's an official ambassador. Gifts between countries are commonplace. As you say, even the lady was a gift. Why not another gift added to that one? As a political appointee to a cushy job, he hadn't had to make any major decisions, ever. What are the estimates from those construction firms? The shortest one is 6 months. Even the cheapest one is damned expensive, to say the least. Both of those are different estimates, by the way. The most reputable firm just laughed when I asked about a guarantee for the work. They also had the longest work time and the highest cost. You've read the whole Germanian proposal. He braced himself. How long, how much? Well. Spit it out. 2 days. Free. 2, excuse me. Not precisely free, but close enough. All they asked for is some materials they don't have available and that we put up a plaque commemorating the incident. For free. And just 2 days. Yes sir. Why are you even talking about this? Get on the telephone. No, go in person and accept it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yvette Oberst was riding the train, again. Frankly, if she didn't look at her itinerary, she'd have little idea where she was headed to currently. Even when she was in a sleeper car, she never got enough rest. She sighed, so noisy. An older man said jovially from across the aisle, you must not travel much, my dear. You get used to it until it's like your mother rocking a cradle. Not wanting to argue, she didn't mention that she had traveled literally thousands of miles since starting work for TVD. Ah, I was just comparing it to the rails I've ridden in the past. Rumph. How much quieter could it be? This is a thoroughly modern line, how much quieter could they be? Losing some patience, but keeping her temper, she said, the Cellini line is much, much smoother, to the point that it's a different experience. More curious than combative, the gentleman raised his eyebrows. I've heard of it but no details yet. Do you know of them? I'm no rail expert but I heard a few things. The first change was the steel stuff is welded together. He nodded. That would be most of the noise, certainly. Right. With that noise reduced, the next thing was the wind noise. She thought back to what her rail-loving friend had told her. This was rather easier because there was a project to reduce the, aerodynamic drag. Yes, that's it. So the trains can be more efficient but they also got quieter at the same time. After that, there are other projects, at this point my knowledge gets sketchy. No, please continue. This is fascinating. He took a sip of his coffee and leaned closer. Insulation on the train cars for temperature and noise. A new model of engine that works better with less noise. New wheels. She smiled, I'm sorry, I can't remember everything. I appreciate you talking to old fella like me, miss. If you ever wish to visit our offices, I'll give you a warm welcome. He fished out a business card from a silver case and handed it to her. Yvette glanced at the name, H.E. Huntington, and belated handed him one of her own which he took gravely and carefully stored. Yvette Oberst of TVD, eh? I knew she wasn't just a random traveler. Apparently her boss is building a rail network from, literally, the ground up. I suppose that's the advantage of working from nothing as a start. As it turns out, I'll be visiting California soon. In about, she flipped open her agenda, what's the date again? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On luck, though he appreciated the orb he had been given, still maintained the physical therapy he had been assigned by the doctors. He kept meticulous records of his progress and had constructed a rather extensive array of exercise machines. A series of pulleys and steel cables kept tensions proper and prevented accidental damage. Months ago, he had noticed something odd. When transitioning between the orb and getting into his therapy machines, the metal around his legs jumped a bit before settling down. He had written a letter to the colonel immediately as it sounded like something she would be interested in. Her response exceeded any and all expectations. Within 3 days, 2 machinists, a researcher, an engineer, a personal doctor had descended on his house and took over a barn on the property. Fortunately, his nearest neighbor was a mile or more away, so the incessant banging, and occasional cursing, bothered no one. And now, dozens of men were arriving soon and barracks were being thrown up as his was bursting at the seams just with the ones who were already here. He knew quite of the men arriving, so it would be a reunion of sorts. He walked out to the X-barn, avoiding numerous cables, pieces of odd-looking equipment, and machine tools, and then to the product area. All the work was leading to this and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He touched the cool curved surface and traced out the word inscribed there. Stahl, he murmured before walking slowly back to the house. Chapter 74, Dawn's Light. How does it look inside? The ex-sergeant asked when his man came out from the arm. Those temporary welds are in good shape and the angle is right. A few hours to reinforce and the final checks for stability and I think we are good for the rest of the repairs. He wiped the sweat from his face with a well-used handkerchief. He also had a fine coating of dust, rust, and dirt from clambering inside the enclosed space. Good job. The copper sheets have arrived and most of the other supplies as well. All of it. There were some esoteric items on the list. Apparently the lure of free and fast encouraged them to cooperate fully. He went over his checklist and made a new mark. The colonel had drafted it last night and it was a marvel of completeness and efficiency. Can we go forward with the other items? Some of them. Let's cut out the panels while the support team gets to work. He opened up a box and held up a thick pane. It was quite sturdy and cut square, but they could fix that as they worked. We are going to install exceptional long-term waterproofing, so she wants us to use the same techniques we use in orb construction. With care, the Americans should only need casual annual inspections to detect any problems. Might be better than that, boss. We were developing a technique for bonding glass and metal before we left. As long they don't have an earthquake or another incident, we'll have a seal that can last a good century without problems. We have pains to spare, so give it a go. But if you crack more than 2, use the older techniques. Will do. While they were talking, the other team had already begun their work inside the structure with no time wasted. He looked out over the water. Quite an impressive gift from the François, eh? Both from up here or down there. There's nothing that can't be made better. Take 10 and then back to work. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Flyers for the concert were appearing all over the city, a bit late as the original run had been scrapped and replaced with newer ones proclaiming that the hero of the harbor was both the composer and a performer in a never-to-be-missed performance. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The performers were under strict instructions not to reveal any of the music to outsiders and, to their credit, they did their best to adhere to those guidelines. But since they spent 12 hours a day practicing it, breathing it, living it, there were some unplanned leaks. My word, Marge, what is that you are humming? Humming, Mum? I wasn't humming anything. Margaret Fletcher, as I stand in front of you, still on this side of the grave, you dare lie to me with that mouth. Her mother had her fists on her hips and cross look on her face. I'm sorry, Mum, I had no idea. She apologized immediately. Right or wrong, she had long learned this was the best way to deal with her mother. Well, you're forgiven. Now what was that music? She started trilling the melody wordlessly. La 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 la. Marge felt a chill as she heard a rather good rendition of Ode to Joy come from her mother's mouth. Shoot, this would at least get her fired. Or worse. Even in a few short days, she had a profound respect for Dighirikov, as a composer, as a singer, and as a military leader. The last thing she wanted to do was cross the diminutive woman. Mum, that's part of the upcoming concert. No one is supposed to know about until we perform. Keep it under your hat, okay? Yes, yes, dear, you can trust your mother. But the infectious tune worked its magic on her as it had her daughter, even without her thinking about it. The same story was repeated a dozen times across the city, then 100 times and soon, far too many to count. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was 2 days later that Tanya heard her humming the tune, badly, when she was getting coffee at a little shop near the concert hall. In truth, she was a tiny bit annoyed but had resigned herself to the fact that it was impossible to shut the mouths of 50 people without extreme measures. Even so, it's rather remarkable how far it's gone. What did they call it? What an unpleasant name for such a beautiful piece of music. She glanced at her watch and saw that she still had time left. Or rather, the performers were still on break. In a very continental style so rare in the United States, she just spent time observing the people around her. The busy crowds, all with some place to be and apparently no time to get there, were so purposeful, so insistent. In a way it reminded her of modern America and Japan, this kind of energy and drive that would make one a world power and the other an economic power. Even if it wasn't conducive to enjoying a leisurely coffee in the middle of the afternoon. Come to think of it, Germania is much like those two. Terrible for leisure, but ideal for commerce. Oscar, who was sharing this time with her, raised his eyebrows. Which two are these? Oh, I was just thinking aloud. She saw the curiosity on his face. These Americans remind me uncommonly well of our countrymen. They are purposeful to a fault and they forget to stop and smell the roses. What a wonderful turn of phrase. I may use it, myself. Feel free, it's not like I invented it. Actually, in this world, I may just have. Ah well. This spirit will make the United States a preeminent world power someday. It's ironic that they feared Germania so much but a friendly hegemon was growing in their backyard. I've read some of your papers. This was a lie. He had read all of her papers. You mentioned that if America came out against us, the war was over. Sooner or later, yes. Never forget this, Oscar, economic power is military power. A factory making toasters today can make tanks tomorrow. Regardless, with the leadership we had there was little chance of another outcome. It would have been far, far better if we had lost earlier before we made the entire world our enemies. That talk would have been treasonous were you still in the military. But we are not anymore, are we? There were so many chances to stop while we were ahead. Or even stop while we were behind. But stop nonetheless. They simply outspent us and we were too blind to realize that our victories were meaningless. She smiled grimly. When you are gambling, and fail to step away, the house will always win in the end. He looked troubled, but couldn't find a way to refute anything she said. Is this who she's been all along? Behind the military genius, and the business powerhouse, was a political mind as well? I saw signs of it in her writings but now it's out for the world to see. I doubt the political office would take kindly to your assessment of them. She snorted. Of course not. Trash never likes being called trash to their face. But it's the duty of a diplomat to understand how the world works, yes? That means both ourselves and everyone else. She quoted, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Doesn't that sound like something we've lived through? It does, actually. The ratios weren't quite that bad, but close. I recommended that the great military philosophers of both the West and East be taught to every officer. Maybe we can make that mandatory someday. Are you going back into the military, then? Do you see yourself back in the thick of things? It sounds like she's eager for another war. Huh? Of course not. As a diplomat, one should always strive for peace. War is a terrible waste of manpower and resources. But preparing for war is a useful expenditure. Isn't that an interesting paradox? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha was meeting with the director of Zukunftige Akademie No. 10, formerly known as Stuttgart Central Orphanage. All around them, workers were revamping the property, repairing what could be fixed or tearing down what couldn't be. The director was a middle-aged woman, and looked older than her age, having been worn down by more than just time. Though she didn't seem unhappy, she did seem a bit bewildered by the flurry of activity. Goodness, how are you able to do all this? This must cost a fortune. Visha smiled and put her hand on the director's arm. It seems impossible, doesn't it? But it's not one thing, it's a lot of smaller things that work better together. The city was willing to cede the land as long as we continued to run the orphanage. There are some minor national funds because of the war orphans allotment. TVD had already been planning a school for the children of our workers, so adding a few more children is not a major issue. Goodness, goodness. She blinked as an enormous amount of materiel rumbled past them. I heard that the president was an orphan. Is that the case? Am I allowed to talk about that? Yes, it's fine, she has never hidden it. She has put her own money into the orphanages as well. At least one of her albums, all the proceeds are toward support orphanages. TVD also provides some things at cost and we try to network donors with charities including for the children. She's much more involved than I thought. I guess it makes sense, goodness me. As for your part in all this. The director braced herself, yes. Please stop worrying about raising money and focus on raising kids. Oh goodness. She teared up as a titanic weight lifted from her. She spent nearly every hour of her days trying to secure funds, repair things herself, or even beg donors for food so they could get through another meal. You are a fine person, but you're a much better guardian than you are a roofer, I'm afraid. That's when she actually broke down into tears, but happy ones. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before Digirekov's arrival, it had become trendy amongst New York's elite to announce they wouldn't deign to go to her concert. Worse than a nouveau riche, she was also some kind of second-hand nobility. This was before you considered her Germanian origins. There were a week of concert showings planned with the most expensive ones for the first night. The other tickets had sold by fits and starts for the previous weeks but the first night ones were plentiful. Both her reputation and the exorbitant prices kept people away. But, now, the tides had shifted thoroughly and completely. The whisperers in the wings were gone and the movers and shakers, or their servants did, rushed to get seats as soon as they could. They wouldn't be seen viewing some upstart, but a genuine hero? They couldn't not be seen. That's when they got the bad news. The producers had doubled the prices almost immediately after the explosion. This was expected and not a huge problem. The big problem was that only a few actual concert-goers bought tickets. Speculators, sensing a windfall, had snapped up everything remaining. Teeth were gritted and money changed hands but eventually everyone who wanted to go, had the means to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As promised, the final repairs on the lady were done in 2 days. The new copper had a forced patina applied via magic so they wouldn't stand out from the rest. The head of the Port Authority was beaming as if he had done the repairs himself. He had wanted to take perhaps a bit more credit but the mayor was also here so he was forced to step back a little. He had given his speech and everyone was listening to his honor with the crowds, reporters and photographers around the podium. They were there early, quite early, as the sun hadn't quite yet risen. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the great country of Germania for helping us in our time of need. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce and formally welcome Ambassador Tanya von Digirekov. The crowds applauded and cheered as the photos were snapped using the light of magnesium flash powder making the scene unnaturally bright but perfect for standard film. Tanya smiled and restrained her paranoia as her vision was affected and she had unpleasant memories of the war and more dangerous explosions. It's just nerves, just nerves. My people have secured the area, there's no danger here. She kept a tight hold of her cane, however. Thank you Mayor Hylan. I won't waste everyone's time with a long speech. All I can say is that I'm no hero, but simply a person that did what needed to be done, what was right. As John Stuart Mill once said, bad men need nothing more to compass their ends, than that good men should look on and do nothing. When we see our fellow humans in danger, must we only look to our own safety and well-being? She caught the eye of 4 special guests in the first row, the three saved during the explosion and a bemused husband/father who got a free pass along with them. The kids cheered more enthusiastically than those with twice the lung power. The great lady has welcomed beleaguered people from around the world with the hope of a better life, and I want her to remain to do so for many generations to come. Those that wish to harm liberty herself need to face the united forces of those who love freedom. As your pledge says, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So that her light can reach farther, when we repaired her, we made 2 small changes, with the permission of Mr. Smith, of course. There was a general laughter, a bit strained from the Port Authority head. He hadn't read the agreement very carefully, so he had allowed the Germanians to do anything they wanted without limit. Fortunately, that had worked out well enough. At her cue, a switch was thrown and all eyes were drawn to the torch high above them. Each tongue of flame brightened in sequence as carefully designed circuits timed each one perfectly. When all were lit, they began to flicker in a natural way, giving a startlingly impressive illusion of fire. There were gasps from the crowd, and even jaded reporters were moved by the sight. As our friends in the Francois Republic gave you this gift, how could we do less? One reporter found his mental feet and called out, "You said 2 changes." Tanya smiled, "Ah, yes, that. To demonstrate, I believe I have 2 special guests here today. Amelia, Robert, would you come here?" She walked over to a commemorative plinth of stone that told of the attack and rescue that happened just a few days ago. Much to puzzlement of those who had seen it, there was a 7-pointed copper star with the imprint of a hand on it. "Go ahead, put your hand on it and think of something amazing." Robert, ever bold, immediately stepped up and put his smaller hand in the large handprint. He felt a slight tickling but nothing else until Amelia pointed up, "Look, look." All eyes returned to the statue and they saw 1, then 2, and finally 3 of the rays on her crown light up as if by magic. Exactly as if by magic. "Hoo-hoo," he shouted. 3, not bad. How about you, Amelia? She looked up, wishing she had her doll for comfort, but her mother had made her leave it on her chair in the audience. "May I?" "Of course, just do your best." She hesitantly put her hand where her brother had vacated. Again, 3 rays lit up and then, at first hesitantly and finally with strength, a 4th one. "Impressive. If you 2 want a job when you grow up, just come by my office, we'll find something for you." It helped that we had them tested surreptitiously beforehand. It wouldn't do to have magical dullards try this out as a first example. She went back to the podium. "I've always seen the Unified States as a place where the weak can become strong, the bound become free, and the suffering to find succor. I hope this gift will help those huddled masses find a better life in their new home." The applause, though not overwhelming, seemed quite genuine. She prepared to step down from the stage when a voice called out, "Can you treat us with a song, Ambassador?" That suggestion was taken up by the crowd with enthusiasm. Almost everyone had listened to recordings of her voice but none in person. "Oh? I have time for one, I think. Then we must be off to practice." She appeared to ponder for a moment and then took a deep breath. "Oh, say, can you see, by the dawn's early light," after a moment of surprise, hats were doffed and hearts covered as they listened. The Star-Spangled Banner was one of the most notoriously hard songs to sing. It would ruthlessly reveal every flaw in the singer's voice or technique or memory. And yet, when sung a cappella as it was now, there were few pieces that could both move hearts and highlight the skill of the singer quite as well. She resisted the urge to embellish as so many egotistical performers had fallen to the temptation of in her past life. The simple message of the tune contrasted beautifully with the talent required to convey it well. The slowly rising sun illuminated the Lady of the Harbor and the flag that had been raised nearby. Coming to the last lines, she increased the power of her voice and a physical shock went through the bodies of the listeners. "Oh, say, does that Star-Spangled Banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave." She had never received a longer or more heartfelt applause than she did just then. Tanya gave a small bow and stepped down. The mage in charge of recording the speech and song gave her a thumbs up from the side and she nodded to him. "There. I've quoted their Pledge of Allegiance, fixed the Statue of Liberty, and even sung their future national anthem. This ambassadorship will be a piece of cake." Notes. A lot of history here. The economics of war are exactly as laid out here. A healthy economy is essential to any war effort. Given any reasonable length of time, it trumps every other factor. Of course, if you do not have a reasonable length of time, you can still get beaten no matter how much money you have. The addition of "under God" wasn't added to Pledge of Allegiance until decades later. People are still trying to have it removed. Naturally, Tanya wouldn't utter such words. The greenish color of the Statue of Liberty wasn't exactly planned. There were ideas about coatings and colors, but the natural oxidation provided a unique look and also functioned as a protective coating, so nothing was changed. The statue was damaged by the Black Tom attack, but not to this extent. There was a rather botched attempt to make the flame glow, but the waterproofing was insufficient and that let water in and caused extensive damage to the infrastructure. It was eventually fixed, after years of repairs, the old flame is now in a museum and a new gold-plated one was installed that we can see today. I think it's gold, anyway. On a personal note, though it is echoed by many music lovers and critics, people who try to add bizarre musical riffs to the Star-Spangled Banner miss the whole point. A heartfelt rendition is the best way to present the song. That's why it sounds good when someone is doing it solo at an event, without egotistical warblings, and it also sounds pretty good when a crowd of amateurs sing it together, all in a different key. Chapter 75, Dinner, Hold the Wine. The day before the first showing of the concert, they did a full rehearsal from start to end, exactly as it would be performed within 24 hours. At the end, the musicians lowered their instruments and the singers stood breathing heavily. No one made a sound but, somehow, they could hear the applause of the audience to come. Tanya had her eyes closed, savoring the final coda of Ode to Joy, performed properly for the first time in the history of the world, this world. Yes, that's it. While no Beethoven, she touched briefly on how that great composer must have felt though he couldn't hear it except inside his own head. After letting everyone appreciate what they had done, she clapped her hands together twice to break the spell. Well done, all. Everyone take the rest of the night off and come tomorrow well rested and ready to make history. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya had been putting off dinner with the mayor with the excuse of concert practice but tonight, that explanation had worn off. Oscar had been in charge of all social duties in the interim but she could hardly avoid them entirely as she was the ambassador, after all. She was not one to avoid fine food, especially on someone else's dime, but she was not in the mood for a political dinner. They finally agreed on a nicer Eidolon restaurant. Some place with enough eyes to let them be seen without making a production out of it. She had prepared, with some reluctance, an appropriate dress. Even then, she might have decided otherwise but the reproach in Mercedes's eyes stopped her. I barely know this woman and already she can dictate my wardrobe? It's comical. She would make a fine staff officer if she had had military experience. Still, she manages my hair, so that's worth a certain amount of leeway. Someone knocked on the door and she said, "Enter." Petrina, her sound and communications mage, came in with a stack of notes. Before she could speak, Tanya stopped her. Just the gist, please. The woman had an obsessive personality and loved detail so she had to be headed off quickly. It was interesting to observe the mental equivalent of a full steam train hitting an immovable object. Fortunately, Petrina recovered quickly. Yes, President. Your speech and performance were successfully recorded and there will be a broadcast this afternoon and evening. The station has agreed to advertise the concert with the script you provided. Ah, good. Wait, a script? I didn't give them a script. They liked your sample of working the broadcast information in as part of a conversation. I think they took your sample completely and just added to it. Ah, well, that's not a problem. If there really was a good and just God, I'd be damned for inventing advertainment but all we live in a very imperfect world. Some things that seem obvious once they are spoken of are a mystery until then. Oh, like that detective in the books by Arthur Doyle. He's always explaining things to Dr. Sacker who dismisses the deductions as trivial afterward. Yes, of course. In this case, things that fun or interesting will attract attention. If you make history into a story, strategy and tactics into Kriegsspiel, or memorization into a song you can help anyone learn because they are entertained. She smiled with a hint of satisfaction in her eye. In this case news is mixed with music to promote curiosity about music. In the future, well, there'll be time for that later. She stood up and her dress draped naturally into place. It was turquoise with black decorative stitching bringing out the highlights of the fabric. She hated wearing dresses but, if she must, it was going to be long enough to cover everything. The thought that some man would find her sexually attractive nauseated her and she never even considered what women might think of her. Mesh clapped her hands together and shook them. Oh, how lovely. You'll be the talk of the town for your loveliness. She responded dryly, best they talk of my policies or my music. Can it not be both? She looked toward the blonde girl's ears. Still, it's a shame. Not one more word. Anyone who comes at me trying to poke holes in my body, whether a bayonet or a needle, had better comes with at least a battalion to back them up. She sighed. I suppose since I'm up, I'd best be off. I hope the food is worth all this tomfoolery. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a longish journey, the three girls from the Republic stood on the dock, rather surprised at how big and busy the city was even at that latish hour. But the light from the torch was the most amazing. As they sailed by, the beams from her crown kept lighting up, fading, and then glowing again with a different number of rays a few seconds later. Even from the dock, they could still see it illuminating the night. Feelight cocked her head to one side. The lady, when we sent it, it didn't glow, right? Isabel rolled her eyes but Lucy said patiently, Tanya, or her people, made some changes to her a few days ago. Ah! How pretty. We'll certainly have to ask her about that after the concert. Fuehrer was utterly confident that they could meet with Tanya no matter the circumstances. She sighed. I suppose we can't watch it all night. Isabel agreed. It's late and we should get to the hotel before they close for the night. We also need to pick up our tickets at the box office tomorrow before the show. Lucy said, you mentioned there was a story about the tickets but didn't specify. Oh. Oh, yes. I had an agent buy them for the first showing and they were rather expensive. But just before we left the Republic, I received a rather hurried telegram offering to buy them back at 10 times the price. I turned them down, of course. The other women looked shocked. I would say not. But still, how odd. I wonder why the prices have gone up so dramatically. Maybe we lucked into a bargain. Isabel scoffed. At the prices we paid? If that's a bargain, I'm the Queen of Russie. At any rate, let's go. I want a bath in a room larger than a broom closet. Digirekov, conscious that she was wearing a dress, chose not to fly to her appointment. The taxi driver kept glancing at her. Gosh, I'm glad I put in that rearview mirror, what a dame. Great body, great hair, and those eyes. She seems distracted. Maybe she's getting over some guy? The boss says that's the best time to make your move, even a frog like me has a chance with a princess. Tanya, unaware of the hack's wild imaginings, was looking at the city. Still more horses than cars, but not for long. The city is still growing but it's already turning into a massive traffic jam. If my home country was here, I could have made a mint. Still, Germania is coming along, there are opportunities all over Europa. I need to tie America and Germania together so that neither would ever think of fighting the other, and no one with any sense would ever think of attacking such an alliance. As a business owner, with investments in both countries, I'm well placed to promote economic interdependence. Being the ambassador will be a help, of course. She smiled at the thought, wreaking havoc with the driver's imagination. They finally arrived at the restaurant and she handed the cabbie the fare. Okay, this is your chance. She's a tourist based on that sexy accent. He rushed around to open her door and held out his hand to help her exit the vehicle. Ahem, miss. You know, I'm pretty familiar with the city. Ah, I hadn't realized that habit had traveled to America. Sorry, I hadn't realized. Ah, pardon. She tipped him an extra $1, a princely sum in the current year. Thank you for the ride. She walked into the restaurant while he stood there, dumbfounded, a crisp bill in hand. The quester had become skilled at being unapproachable. Alleys were neither warm nor comfortable but they sent a message, there's nothing in here worth risking your life for. An old army blanket hid the figure and also covered the bindle protectively. Apparently ignoring the message was a person, perhaps a woman. She was wearing a hooded cloak, not exactly common attire in the area. Her boots carefully stepped around puddles of water from the recent rain and piles of things less savory. She stopped a few feet away and stood quietly. A hoarse voice greeted her. Move on, nothing to see here. The woman crouched and put down a loaf of bread and a wedge of cheese, both wrapped in parchment paper. She followed them with a bottle of pop. I don't need your charity. The figure shifted uncomfortably under the ratty blanket, almost dislodging the hat perched on top. Isn't charity better than theft? Doesn't the Bible say, if anyone has material possessions and sees a brother or sister in need but has no pity on them, how can the love of God be in that person? And also, whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously. Just think of it as doing me a favor. Still sensing some hesitation, she said, the bread is fresh. It would be a shame if it went stale. That did it. As the drifter ate with big bites, quickly washed down with soda, the woman continued to speak. I can tell you are looking for something. Is it truth? Is it wealth? Is it healing? Perhaps the carpenter's grail, a very popular item for those on quests. Justice. The woman drew in her breath. Ah, very popular with knights. The righting of wrongs. Protection of the innocent. Even curing those who have been afflicted. Very noble causes, very noble indeed. I am fond of heroic quests, so I'll give you some gifts. This isn't some fairy tale. The voice was raspy and full of contempt. Isn't it? I'm sorry, but aren't all fairy tales just stories? And aren't all stories based on the human condition even if they didn't happen exactly like a historian would approve of? She pulled out 2 pieces of wood. Too small to be called planks, too large to be chips, each would fit in the palm of a person's hand. There were markings carved on them, in a language rarely seen on these shores, but the wanderer recognized them. A dirty hand traced the lines. These are runes, but the rest. The ancient Norse believed that words held power and that putting them down drew on that power. She pointed at the one on the darker colored wood. One is for healing, you mustn't use it on yourself. She pointed again. The other one compels truth, you must use it on someone else. Those are the same. Are they? Ah, so be it. When you use them, compel them in the name of the witches of the north. Seh rose from her crouching position. I wish you luck, Seeker. Luck, there's no such thing. Perhaps, but remember Boxkayani Himlan alted blat. Before the words could register, the woman had already walked out of the alley and no amount of searching could reveal her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eidolon cuisine was so prevalent in her old world that most people didn't even consider it foreign at all, but here it hadn't integrated into the wider society despite all immigration stretching back for years. I wonder if that's why French restaurants were viewed as so fancy? There wasn't a wave of poor immigrants to add their mix to the melting pot. The maitre d' escorted her to their table where Major Hylan was already waiting. He stood politely and sat when she did. Thank you for agreeing to eat with me tonight. It looked rather bad that the hero of Harbor didn't receive at least a little compensation. Please, I didn't do it for a reward. I should say. I have an excellent team. But rewards are good. I wonder if he has something in mind? Germania wants to have good relations with the Unified States. It would unconscionable for us to stand aside simply because we hadn't been injured by the accident. She paused. Or has it been deemed an attack? The mayor looked uncomfortable. There's a top man on the way to head up the investigation. Edwin Hooper, you may have heard of him. Edwin Hooper? I've heard the name before. Is he reliable? He's a hound dog when he's on the trail and a bulldog when he has his teeth in his target. He shook his head. Beyond that, it's too new, we don't have any leads I can talk about. They paused as the waiter brought their appetizers. But enough of such talk, there are more pleasant subjects, surely. While they chatted, Hylan was examining the ambassador and he was surprised by what he saw. I thought she was shuffled into this position just to get her out of Europa, but she's sharp as a tack and attractive to boot. Makes me wish I could hire her for my administration because she's smarter than almost everyone I have back in the office. I heard you were a railman before you went into politics. Do you still keep your hand in? His face lit up. Ah, those were the days. You can take the man out of the rail but not the rail out of the man, if I can steal a phrase. I'd like your feedback for an idea we've come up with at TVD. You have a working man's background and also have leadership experience. She took a notebook out of her clutch along with a titanium pen she used preferentially. Though she hated the necessity of the purse, she recognized the convenience of it when had no pockets. What we are starting to implement in Germania and parts of the Francois Republic is a standardized container system. Her pen flew across the paper from long practice. These containers are designed to work on trains, on trucks, on ships, or on docks. You can fix them to a train bed or truck trailer in minutes. By our studies, you can load or unload a ship in about 18 hours. Wait, did you say hours? Not days. It's no exaggeration. We've done extensive tests and it can be reproduced easily with just a little practice. The containers lock together and are waterproof, so they can be safely shipped outside of the ship's hold or stored without warehouses as they can be locked. They can also stack for more efficient storage and shipment. John looked over the sketches, especially those of the corners, and could easily understand how the system worked. Having worked on the railway for years and being the mayor of one of the biggest ports in the world, he instantly grasped the power of the system. My God, this is revolutionary. It would take years to switch over the infrastructure, but after that, if time is money, this is a gold mine. Standardization is tough to force. Tanya shrugged. What force? Normally, I'd say that you'd have to get a lot of buy-in and consensus, but we are currently converting over to this system in Germania even now. What we need is one port there and one port anywhere else to show it works. Minimal investment will provide the proof of concept. Mayor Hylan sat back while absorbing all of he had just been shown. The time in port is 3 weeks roughly, the time across the Atlantic is less than 2 weeks. That would take the loading/unloading time and make it completely irrelevant. The only factor that matters would be shipping. She nodded and tore the page out of her journal, folded it once and gave it to him. What happens when New York becomes the hub for shipping for the most of the Unified States? You start with transatlantic shipping and then branch out to rail and road. Even if you don't have the infrastructure in place, it's much quicker to unload a container than a ship. It's basically a small warehouse. Let's speak further on this. Soon. Do you have the full details available? And how did you come with this idea? This will turn New York into chief destination for international shipping. Our lead would be unassailable. Of course. She smiled as she put away the notebook. I've been thinking about this for years. One of my first research papers after joining the military was on logistics. It's only now that I've been able to pursue this and finally see it to fruition. 1 year first, exactly how old were you then? That was so long ago. 11, perhaps. I certainly hope you have other papers that you are able to pursue. Mayor, you wouldn't want to see most of those plans used. Trust me. Notes. One day before the concert, yes, we're finally getting there. Oh, the stuff on shipping containers? All factual. It's incredible how difficult, slow, labor-intensive, and even dangerous loading/unloading ships used to be. Chapter 76, Between Sound and Silence. Tanya dawdled over her coffee rather than going to the auditorium. She knew her presence would cause the musicians to become tense too soon and there was plenty of time to look them over later. The conductor was professional and understood what he was doing and would certainly have them ready by evening. Mesh brought a tray to her table piled high with envelopes. Tanya blinked. There seemed to be quite a few. This is the first batch only. Mail from Europa only now, but there are several bags of local mail in the other room. It seems my destiny is to be chased by mail all over the world. I'm still getting letters that were sent before I left Europa. She picked one letter up. Well, if one must be chased, better by the post than by bullets. As Tanya went through the mail, she was struck by a sense of déjà vu. She frowned a bit and then realized. Didn't I do this in the Republic? And right around my concert there? After thinking for a few minutes, she had to laugh out loud. Ma'am. I just realized that the only time I really stop long enough for my mail to reach me is when I have a scheduled event, like this concert. Something about that bothered her, but her attention was distracted by a letter from François. The handwriting was elegant and. Was that perfume? Even before she opened it, she suspected who it was from. Those girls have nothing better to do with their time and money? Still, it will be nice to see them again. I should meet them before the concert at least for a few minutes and maybe arrange for something later in the week. They are my only fans that have traveled so far to hear me sing, I should treat them well to show my appreciation. She remembered a particularly annoying form of marketing in her old world where entertainment producers would deliberately put things in their products to upset their viewers to gain buzz. She despised that tactic and preferred the most basic form of signaling theory where you present yourself honestly and count on information presented. Is it so hard to just give people what they want, and giving back to your fans that pay your bills? I should make some time for them. I know. I'll meet them before the show and they can visit afterwards. I've never actually seen them outside of work, so it'd be a pleasant change of pace. She was finishing up her response and about to tell Mesh to address and mail it when she stopped. A cold chill settled in her gut and her brain went into high gear. This letter can reach them because I know their hotel. My mail can reach me because they know where I'm at. The only place people know for sure I'll be and the precise time is at the concert. That crazy bomber is still on the loose. I've gotten so rusty, I forgot something so basic. She sent the letters off with Mesh and then summoned her crew that had been relaxing with a new task to be completed immediately. ******. Tanya's people returned several hours later, sweaty and tired but confident. We looked over the whole venue, President. The place is absolutely clean and there's no way they could plan anything before the concert. We'll be on full alert, of course, and we'll do regular scans. Good job and sorry for the short notice. Tell your men good job and let them rest. I want a rotating shift of mages keeping an eye on the venue and scanning the vicinity. The man left and Tanya chewed on her thumbnail. This would have been a perfect opportunity, what am I missing? *****. Lucy stared at the box office clerk, thinking that her English knowledge had failed her. Excuse me, could you repeat that, s'il vous plaît? Those tickets have already been picked up already. I'm afraid I can't help you. The harried woman, who had turned away thousands of people desperate for tickets, had little time for the foreigners. Now can you please move away? You are holding up the line. She left, dazed and uncertain what to do. Fuehrer looked concerned as Lucy returned to their hotel. Lucy, what is the matter? Our tickets are missing. What? How is that possible? Isabel frowned. Some stole our tickets, pretending to be us. Lucy, who had more time to think about it, said, or maybe someone sold them because it was so close to the concert date and they were offered a lot of money. People were trying to buy the tickets I didn't even have when I was waiting in line. But what can we do now? We cannot buy any more, they are unavailable at any price. What can we do, what can we do? Fuehrer was nearly in tears. Lucy clapped her hands. We will, not worry about it. What? Girls, we are not here to see a concert. That is nice, but we are here to see Tanya, yes. The others nodded, visibly relaxing. A knock interrupted their conversation. Isabel walked to the door, still talking. It's disappointing, but we don't have to see the concert. She opened the door to reveal a bemused Tanya. What wouldn't you see the concert? *****. Tanya was visibly upset after she heard the story. Well. Don't worry about the concert. I have a few tickets set aside for last-minute VIPs and you three certainly qualify. Bastards, scalping is just the free market in action, but this is simple theft. But, we are not nobles, or powerful or wealthy. Why are we important people? You're important to me. Isn't that enough? Her words had unexpected effects as she was immediately surrounded and hugged by happy, crying, pleasantly scented maids, on vacation. GG girls. After calming them down, they sat down and enjoyed some pastries Tanya had brought with her, slightly damaged from the hug attack. I can't stay long, but how have you been? I've been rather too busy to keep in touch, I'm afraid. They looked at each other and said, we're so bored. There's nothing to do. And, slightly delayed, let us come work for you. Lucy clarified for everyone. We appreciate you paying us to take care of the train, but it requires no maintenance when you're not there. We just put dust sheets on everything before we came and cleared out the consumables. You are supplying our salaries, so why not have us with you so we can work for it? What a great work ethic. And, it's true, they are on the payroll. I had forgotten about that. Well, if they want to be productive and earn their pay, that's fine. You girls are certainly welcome to come to Chicago with me. You'll have to work on your English, however. Of course. That is no problem at all. Lucy pronounced firmly, ignoring the shocked looks of the others. She was the linguist of the three and was well on her way to being fully fluent, a situation which did not describe the other two. I think you'll find Chicago is quite congenial. My people have been working hard according to reports, and it will be substantially complete when I arrive. She corrected herself. When we arrive. This set off another round of hugging. *****. The line of expensive cars outside the theater was eye-catching as the movers and shakers of New York arrived for what had become the event of the season. Tuxedos and top hats were in abundance, and enough jewelry was present to stagger a good-sized African elephant. The foyer had champagne and wine available. Actually it had sparkling and flat juices that had been imported from a former beer factory. There were also a variety of bottled soft drinks. Sharp-eyed imbibers would see that the TVD logo was on nearly every bottle. While the concert-goers were annoyed at the lack of alcohol, they found the replacements reasonably tasty. Soon enough the head usher rang a handheld chime to announce that they could enter. A state senator and his assistant and a major donor came in slightly late but well in time for the concert. The woman was all smiles. I hear, except for a very few songs, these are all original pieces. So exciting. Only the best for you, dear. He, himself, wasn't a big fan of classical music, but he knew other people liked it, so he, of course, liked it. What do you think her rumored finish to the 9th, Robert? Quite unlikely to equal the great master, I'd wager. Her jingles are entertaining, but are they art? Still, we won't know until we hear it, As they walked toward the doors between the foyer and the auditorium, he said, I say, Parker, how did you get these tickets? They've been impossible to find. I tried several times with no luck. Oh, I knew someone who owed me a favor. Or rather, I knew a ticket seller who was susceptible to a massive bribe. As long as the tickets weren't picked up today, they would likely not be used. And this order was from overseas, perfect. No one will come to pick them up and no one will be the wiser. The head usher glanced at their tickets and waved over another usher to take them to their seats. The senator was puzzled as he took them up the stairs, as he thought they had rather less prestigious seats in the lower section. Did I get a bargain? To the bold goes the prize, as they say. They were soon escorted to a closed booth. It was rather luxurious, with a bottle what looked like champagne chilling next to a small tray of decoratively cut fruits and other snacks. The chairs were not the rows upon rows of more industrial chairs that filled the rest of the venue, as they seemed rather comfortable. The backer guffawed. This booth is quite amazing, Parker. You can count on my support in the next. An unexpected voice interrupted him. You might want to reconsider that sentence in a minute. A somewhat short figure, that had been hidden by the high back of the chair. All three realized that it wasn't a short man, but an average-sized girl, nearly an adult. She was wearing a modified tuxedo that was mostly made of dull and glossy silk with black as the primary color, other than the white silk shirt that was almost glowed despite the low lights. On her lapel was a war medal of some sort with silver wings prominent. In her gloved hand was a well-polished cane, and she wore a single shoulder cape in black as well. Finally, her face. She was pale, but, on her, that looked quite normal and not a sign of ill health. Her piercing blue eyes looked down on the three despite the fact she was several inches shorter than even the shortest among them, and her golden hair was like a burst of sunshine brought indoors. She paused for 2 beats and then said, "These are not your seats. In fact, you don't have any in this theater." Parker bristled. He wasn't going to let some snip of a girl order him around, no matter how oddly dressed. "They most certainly are. I'll have you know that I paid good money to be here tonight, and if you interfere, the management will hear of this." She smiled, showing teeth that the woman could easily imagine tearing into a steak, or a throat. "Oh, I'm certain you paid money, but I doubt it was good money. I just wanted to see who had the sheer gall, the utter audacity to try to steal from me or my friends." Robert, quicker on the uptake, realized who she was immediately. "This is she. Digirekov." "Parker," he snapped. What's the meaning of this? It's just a mistake, I'll get this cleared up immediately. He stopped when he realized that the girl was right in front of him and was tapping his chest with her cane handle. Each gentle strike felt like a hammer blow on his heart. Funny, that was my exact thought. She turned toward the other two and narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. I gather neither of you had any idea. They shook their heads hurriedly. Excellent. You may stay in the seats on your tickets, however, she looked back at Parker. I'm afraid this fellow won't be joining you. Why you can't do this? I can't be seen being escorted out, my image would be in tatters. You have no idea what I can or can't do. You have two choices, walk out as fast as your flabby legs can take you or be kicked out using the much stronger legs of the ushers ready to deal with crashers. The door opened then and two veterans pretending to be ushers stared down at the man. He ducked his head and hurried out. You two can stay or go, if you wish. If you stay, you'll be sharing this booth with my friends but it's a large one and they are worth meeting. Robert didn't hesitate at all. I'll be staying, naturally. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with less than honest people. I must say, I appreciate the offer and hope we can talk later. Certainly, Senator. The woman looked at the exit door and then back at the stage before smiling and sitting down. She did so love a good concert. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 24 hours earlier. Eric was humming over a table of sketches with a very nice, very expensive, very illegal glass of wine. His companion was relaxing on a chaise lounge, obviously bored, drinking mineral water with a twist of lime. Eric, what on earth is so engrossing? Just the last touches on my next plan. There's some place she has to be soon and that makes a perfect location. To avoid her sensing the explosives, I'm going to use the sewers underneath the concert hall as basically a giant cannon. It'll take just 6 hours to set the charges and timers and cap the breach. Since I only need to use it once, I'll just bolt everything in. He grinned brightly and tapped a paper. With this setup, she can't detect it, can't dodge it and will hollow out that building like an express train through a gossamer curtain. That's a terrible analogy, darling. What can I say? I'm not a wordsmith, I'm an artist of a different sort. He cleared his throat and took another sip of wine. You should really try some of this, it's quite exquisite. Perhaps later. I have a touch of head pain and will stick with my water for now. Your loss. He continued to plan and refilled his glass at least twice more and coughed lightly. This damnable throat. I sincerely hope I'm not getting a cold just before the big event. Oh? What are the odds that you'd be that unlucky? I must say, I'm nervous about using these tickets I got. Will we be sitting over your petard? He stopped and then laughed. Oh, haha, cough, cough. That's rich. No, we'll have to skip that night. The longer the plan is in place, the more chance of it being discovered. It should go off near the midpoint. Precise chronometers for detonation are deucedly hard to acquire. Oh, but you know how much of an art lover I am. Maybe just do it for the last night, There'll be so many other days, don't you think? No, no cough, cough, cough it has to be the... He started coughing violently into a handkerchief and was shocked it was red, but not with fine wine. Why you... He struggled to breathe but his lungs failed to work and he couldn't even cough as he felt daggers of pain stab through his chest. She sighed and emptied the last bit of wine into the fireplace. Such a shame, this is a marvelous vintage. She put the bottle, his glass, and his handkerchief into a bag while he watched helplessly and spasmed on the floor. You just couldn't take a hint, Eric. A quiet little assassination is why you were hired but, in the end, you just couldn't keep inside the very clear lines. She knelt down and stared into his eyes until his breathing stopped. You see, professionalism. I'd say you should learn a lesson from this but you can't hear me anymore, can you? She tossed all the plans into the fireplace and she stirred the ashes with a poker. It only took her a few minutes to clear all signs of her presence from the hotel room. No one had seen her arrive today and no one saw her leave. Miles away, she called her employer. All he said was, has the loose cannon been tied down? Yes sir. And all the evidence has been destroyed. It's a shame how even youngish people can die of odd diseases, isn't it? Spare me. There was a pause. Will you not reconsider taking this job? I believe in odds and I don't believe in luck. Anyone who has survived as she has is a survivor. Good night, sir. A mean as hell bitch of a survivor that would burn cities to get her way. There's no chance I'm running face first into a naked sword. Notes. Yes, the mates are back. One thing prohibition did was result in a boom for the soda industry. Most sodas that weren't drawn from a tap, were bottled by the same companies that made alcoholic drinks. It's actually still way in some countries. Chapter 77, Joy. The audience was settling in for the start of performance. There was polite applause as the conductor stepped up to the podium. There was a low murmur as they looked at the orchestra, where was Digirekov? A piano was available but no one was seated there. The program didn't list which pieces would be performed, just the names of the musicians and conductor. Her name was on there prominently. As the whispers increased, the conductor raised his baton, the musicians also lifted their instruments. The comments stopped just in time for the shocking first beats of Digherakov's march. The strings, horns, and timpani were at the bottom of their range, darkly colored and ominous. The rhythmic militaristic sound, the emphasis on strong beats pushed the music forward, unstoppable, inescapable. Just then, the lights were doused and red spotlights lit an entrance to the auditorium. There, wreathed in smoke stood a figure, surveying the room as if she owned everything below. Strong, steady steps on highly polished boots reflected the red lights everywhere. Her billowing cape drew every eye as she slowly marched down the aisle. The driving rhythm followed her, causing some to hold their breaths as she walked past, but none could look away and none could ignore her. The dissonance of the minor chords might have seemed off for anyone else, fit her perfectly. She climbed up the stairs along with the climbing strings of the final measure, and she abruptly turned with the final coda when the theater was plunged into darkness. One agonizing heartbeat later, the normal lights came on, dispelling what they had just experienced like a powerful dream still dragging on their consciousness. A perfectly pleasant young woman stood before the piano, her golden hair shining in the, now, white lights. "Thank you for coming tonight, one and all. I hope you enjoy the show. Colonel Tanya von Digherakov had arrived." Excerpt from a music review the following day. And that makes it exceedingly difficult to give the concert an honest review. There are standards, of course, and they provide a comfortable guidelines. But what is to be done when you are confronted with something entirely new? Can you use the butcher's scales to measure the length of a rope? A thermometer to tell the brightness of the sun? Despite the theatrics, Digherakov's march was brilliant in all its confrontational glory. I had had the privilege of hearing it on a phonograph sent by a friend before the concert, but it pales before an actual performance. She followed this with a solo piano performance combined with her own vocals. It was a soulful piece titled Piano Man, about people who are trapped in lives when they dream of being elsewhere. Solo performance? Vocals? This was only one of the ways she defies the standards. She did not knock politely at the doors of art and politely request permission to enter. She kicked in the portal and stormed in as if she was the owner. Hearkening to the conventional, they performed Schubert's Lost Symphony but with a different orchestration, breathing new life into this old classic. Interestingly, Miss Digherakov would provide commentary as each new piece was introduced. According to her, she only heard the complete version of this piece recently and wanted to share her love of it. To this listener's ears, she was also saying that all the music in the performance had her signature on it, even if she hadn't written it. She followed this with the Sweet Talkin' Woman, a throwback, if one can use that phrase for someone whose career is so short, to her popular songs. It does raise a point that she is not at all uncomfortable singing the male voice in the songs she creates. Some have theorized that her muse contains multitudes and is not so simply constrained, and there may be some truth to this. Though this song doesn't have the power of Digherakov's march, I predict it will be enormously popular. The next song, however, will never achieve commercial success, in my humble opinion. Was it well done? Yes. Is it memorable? Also, yes, God help me. Veteran of the Magic Wars will likely haunt my dreams for years to come, if not the rest of my life. One looks at the current songstress, an ambassador, and it is too easy to forget that she was once the most famous warrior of a conflict that shook the foundations of the world. But one can too easily forget the cost borne by those who have passed and also those who are still among us. As she says, "You see me now, a veteran of 1,000 magic wars. My energy's spent at last. And my armor is destroyed. I have used up all my weapons and I'm helpless and bereaved. Wounds are all I'm made of. Did I hear you say that this is victory?" She moves on from there too. Rainy Days and Mondays steps back, once again, from full orchestration to highlight the vocal power of the performer, only accompanied by piano, strings and, of all things, the harmonica. Despite her characterization as a soprano, Digherakov is unafraid of the lower registers and has full mastery as an alto or even a contralto. Most women's range lowers somewhat when they mature. It appears hers has merely broadened. That brings us to the finale of the show, and the most controversial. Before I describe it, you likely have come to realize that Tanya Digherakov has little regard for the opinions of others. Or rather, she has a very high regard for her own opinions and invites like-minded people to come with her. If her first piece of the concert was a challenge, the last was a promise. There's so much more to come. Like many others before her, she presented her contribution to the missing part of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. I must admit, as I listened to the first two parts, I was torn between regret and anticipation. Most of the audience was likewise confused. The concert, while exceeding ambitious and radical, was overall extremely enjoyable. By putting up what, by all odds, would be a crashing disappointment, they felt their expectations were betrayed. As the movement was drawing to a close, the last part definitively created by Beethoven, curtains raised reveal an entire choir of performers. 4 primary performers stood there, each with a cadre of behind them, with Tanya leading the sopranos. One man couldn't help but exclaim as it started, "It's the song." His wife, listening intently, said, I've been hearing this snippet all week. SHHH. I want to hear it too." For 12 minutes and 53 seconds they listened. They all listened. And, the second they were done, history was made. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And so, I don't know if this is what the great master would have written had he survived, but I can say, without a doubt, it was the greatest piece of music I have ever heard and possibly ever will hear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One reporter, rather than a music lover, was able to speak to her after a 30-minute long standing ovation. Only one was allowed to interview her that evening to the frustration of many. "I must say, Ms. Digirakov, that was mighty fun. My music-loving friends tell me that you finished the famous Unfinished Symphony." She cut him off flatly. "I didn't write that. Only Beethoven could have created the Ode to Joy." Puzzled, he glanced at his notes as if he had misremembered something so basic. "Maybe I'm missing something, huh? You say that Beethoven wrote that piece? Of course. Not you. He was a singular genius, who else could write such a perfect ending? But, and I ask this for my readers," he trailed off, not sure how to ask the question. "How is it that you came to, perform it for us?" "That's easy." She smiled oddly. "I listened to what had been written down and I heard the rest in my head." The rest of the interview wandered over other topics because, for the life of him, the reporter could not figure out a single thing to ask about the concert after that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was not one, not 2 but 3 different parties going on after the concert and, somehow, Tanya was supposed to go to all 3. What she did was casually visit 2 before retreating to her suite. The musicians were enjoying their own party that she had visited briefly to thank them for all their hard work. Though no alcohol was present, or at least not much, they all seemed to be drunk on the experience they had just shared. Her TVD employees joined this one as they found the atmosphere congenial, and the venue large enough to hold them. It was only with great reluctance that she was allowed to meet the rest of her guests. The second group was notables. The mayor, the family she had rescued from the Lady of the Harbor, financial people, other politicians, and so on. She made her greetings, strengthened connections, and made future plans and meetings. Higgsbotham specifically got a promise to meet later the week. Finally she got back to her room. The 3 maids, 4 maids actually, were there getting treats available so she could finally relax. Oscar and Wilson were present, of course, and they were speaking to Frau Seidel, having not had a chance to really interact before. And then there was Helen. Unable to resist, she hugged the younger woman. "Darling, that was magnificent. I knew it was worth it to come here." Tanya was barely able to extract herself, thinking herself closer to death than in some battles on the Rhine. "I didn't think you'd actually make it when I sent the ticket." Helen looked shocked. "How could I not come? I'm your friend and biggest fan. If I had missed your premiere in the States, I would have regretted it forever." "Well, I'm glad you were able to come. It turned out pretty well, didn't it?" "Naturally, I never had any doubts. Now, as busy as you are still coming to my birthday, are you not?" "Of course. It would be embarrassing to miss, as I've been informed that it's being held on the embassy grounds," she said dryly. "One never knows. You may have been seduced by the glamour and the lights of New York." Tanya laughed. "This is just a sideline, a hobby to entertain myself. My real work is in Chicago." "Perhaps, perhaps not. So, let me ask bluntly, is that the real work of Beethoven, or did you imagine it?" Tanya knew what she was trying to say. "It's as real as I could possibly make it." Helen sucked in her breath slightly and then smiled. "Ah, good, good. We shall have much to speak of, darling." "I'm sure we will. Definitely. Notes. I'll be working on NaNoWriMo in November, so my output will drop to about 0, sorry about the late notice, but I just decided this a few days ago. Any day I can meet my writing goal, I'll spend some time with y'all and Tanya. You should definitely listen to Blue Oyster Cult's Veteran of the Psychic Wars, which was the basis of Tanya's Veteran of the Magic Wars. It's one of the most powerful pieces of rock music ever made. Play it loud and listen to the lyrics, you won't regret it. As y'all know, it's the Imperial March made into Digirakov's March. Can't get enough of this song. Sweet Talkin' Woman is in there because 1, ELO is fabulous, and 2, it borrows symphonic elements that fit well. Rainy Days and Mondays is there because it's a fun song, but to highlight exactly how amazing Tanya's voice has gotten. Because, let's be honest, Karen Carpenter has one of the most beautiful voices ever to be heard. Chapter 78, True Grit. Gisela, like all TVD employees in Chicago, had plenty to do leading up to the grand opening. She was one of the front faces for the consulate and also was one of the chief quality control personnel, so she was getting even busier than usual. I'm not qualified to act as an ambassador and both of them are in New York now. At least communications are good between here and there. Maybe Prince Oscar can come back early? The concerts are going well, there's no need for both of them, right? She made a mental note to send a quick telegram as they were rarely in their hotel rooms to receive a telephone call. That reminds me. Helena, any luck on hiring a phone operator? Another woman lifted her head from stacks of paperwork. Not yet. We need at least 2 and the language requirements are extensive. I've looked through our employee files and I only came up with one perfect match. Oh, how lucky. Who's that? Helena gave her a tired look, Tanya von Digerekov. Well, good luck with that. Let's expand to 4 people and we'll bring more from Germania if we have to. We have to. Helena said emphatically. Our biggest issue is manpower. Reservations for our hotels and restaurants go out at least 2 months and some are a half year or longer. You can use locals for non-sensitive tasks. She glanced at the stacks of employee files, grouped by current job assignment. One of the largest stacks was for the brewery but they were all busy with their main employment, of course. Vetting them is the hardest part. Keller's people are fine, I trust his judgment. Why not see if any of the wives of the brewery workers wants to pick up some extra money? They are unlikely to be agents or be tempted by outside money. Not if their husbands work for us and their kids go to our school. With the new conveniences, one even said she was a little bored. The president does like to keep things inside the family if at all possible. How about kids? I know we are a bit desperate. I mean older kids, plus odd jobs for the youngsters. Paperboys and so on. Do that. You can post bills at the brewery. I think we'll have better chances at the market. Both then. She kept talking while she ducked into an attached bathroom but she left the door open. Give them B2 wages for part-time and B3 for full-time and raises as soon they prove their worth. What? You're not going to process them? Gisela came out wearing a cute dress with a hemline an inch shorter than before and a new hat and shoes. Sorry, I have a date today. Helena nodded knowingly. Oh ho. Mr. Grosser Bar again. Naturally, who else? That's beginning to sound a little serious, Will the honeymoon be in the Americas or Europa? Nothing like that. She turned and smiled on her way out. Not yet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The secondary market for concert tickets had reached a fever pitch in New York but, paradoxically, the attempts at counterfeiting plummeted. There were some unsavory rumors of scammers being threatened, robbed, and even physically assaulted by their competitors, making it a dangerous way to try to make money. Those with legitimate tickets kept them close, some even going so far as to store them in vaults or at their bank. Of course, the rumors that they're a mysterious phantom that targeted those fake ticket sellers were pooh-poohed by everyone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Digerekov was being hailed as the second Beethoven in the popular press, though this was objected to strenuously by naysayers among music critics and, with no small measure of irony, by Digerekov herself. She adamantly and paradoxically insisted there was only one Beethoven and he was, indeed, the composer of the Ode to Joy. Music lovers, who simply enjoyed what they were hearing, mostly discussed it among themselves, with those who hadn't yet seen the concert staying quiet. Mostly. But there was a definite hierarchy forming. Those who had been to a concert were, of course, top tier. Just behind them were those who had tickets to future shows. Tied with them on tier 2 were musicians who had access to the music, mostly sourced from musicians who had been to the concerts trying to reverse engineer the performance. Lower still were critics who were only speaking from their experience with no other data. The lowest tier was for those who were not critics, not musicians, without tickets, just music lovers in general. They were expected to just be quiet and listen to their betters. Madeline, well aware of her position on the bottom, simply nodded and sighed. Her husband was an importer and had been out of town when he was supposed to get her ticket to the show. He had been extremely apologetic and she was planning on forgiving him in a few days. In the meantime, she was cut out of the conversation with her music file friends. Her get-together tonight was supposed to let her talk about her own visit to the show, but she was now a wallflower at her own party. Well, I think it's what Beethoven would have written. It fits perfectly with the original movements and the sheer magnificence of it. A woman fanned herself as if just remembering it were causing her to overheat. Her claim it was actually written by him is deucedly odd, though. Did she find some manuscript? Have a vision? Did his ghost come and write it for her? He snorted at the last thought, even as some people nodded in agreement with it. It sounds like modesty. I've always thought that she wrote it, but feels it would be unseemly to take credit for it. The great composer deserves the credit, in her eyes, and her edition was done with grace and humility. But is it a true completion? It's different in several significant ways from the first movements. A musician snorted. That's been the flaw with most people who have tried to complete the unfinished symphony. They have just been lifeless rehashes of what he had already written. Beethoven was an innovator, a rebel. This was to be his magnum opus, only stopped by death itself. A man who was going to the concert tomorrow weighed in. She's an enormously talented musician, right? There were tiny clues left in his notes. A single word, joy. If she could feel what the great man felt when she was writing it and realized that he meant to use Ode to Joy as an inspiration for the last movement, then perhaps she is right. She might feel that she was simply finishing the labor he had started and felt that she didn't deserve the accolades. He laughed wryly. She could easily release Ode to Joy on its own and had been lauded by all, but she refuses. You make a good point. It's a clue only a Germanian musician or poet would have been able to decipher. Rumor has it she is widely read in matters military, but not so much in the finer arts. Other than music, someone interrupted drolly. Yes, and that's important. She might have heard about Joy and knew about that poem as part of a limited set of poems she was familiar with. So you are saying it wasn't her breadth of knowledge that allowed her to do this, but her lack. Exactly. It's the only thing that fits the facts. Just then, Madeleine's husband came in carrying an awkwardly sized crate. Ah, sorry to interrupt, darling. He kissed his wife's cheek, ignoring her chilly lack of response. I had a present for you that your friends might be interested in. This did get a reaction from her. Oh. Indeed. He pulled off the top of the crate, the nails had already been removed, to reveal an odd-looking phonograph player. Other than the unusual styling, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy about it. He chuckled as he put it on the table. Looks just like a phonograph player, right? And it can function like one, top of the line. But it has an additional feature, it can play magically recordings as well, and if you have even a trace of magical ability, anyone can put enough magic in to play most songs. Goodness! She felt her ire toward him start to thaw a bit. Sensing that things were going his way, he pulled out a highly polished wooden case from an inner pocket. It was sleek and black with the TVD logo embossed in silver. My suppliers managed to get the first run of the Magi Graph player and, as a bonus, the first run recording of Beethoven's finished symphony. He opened the case and pulled out a very specialized computation jewel. It was sealed without any moving parts and he put it into the player. Already having practiced, he put magic energy into the Magi Graph player and the unmistakable sounds of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony filled the room with unparalleled range and fidelity. The music lovers sat raptly and listened to all 70 minutes of it and barely breathed during the Ode to Joy movement. Madeleine, having forgiven her husband entirely, whispered in his ear while the others applauded, "You have earned quite the reward, my love." The tears were about to get rewritten. ******. Tanya read the telegram from the consulate and grinned at Oscar. "Well, you are quite popular, apparently they are desperate to have you back. Or you, I must point out." He sipped his coffee, dash of cream, no sugar. "Since it's self-evident that I can't leave now, this is obviously aimed at you. Now that the concert has successfully started, it would make sense for you to return. There's probably some ambassadorial duties that need to be resolved. Like I'd have time for that. They'll probably have me repairing trolleys or sampling a new Kuchen recipe as soon as I arrive." She laughed. "I can't think of a better man for the job. And the consulate duties, of course. It's great to have subordinates that I can joke with and understand what I mean. I miss Visha and Salamander, but good people can be found anywhere. He can just relax until I get back." "Of course," he repeated dryly. "What an interesting leader. She is giving me free rein to carry forward the mission of Germania in her absence. No, she's challenging me to show what I can do. I'll leave tonight, then. Everything is going well here and there are undoubtedly many trolleys to repair that await me. I look forward to returning in a while and not having anything to do. Don't work too hard, however." Obviously she's saying to throw everything into high gear. She's been a driven figure even when she was just 10 years old. I guess nothing much has changed on that front. Consider it done, Ambassador. *****. Back in Germania, new products were coming out of the labs at a record pace. A magnified version of the dream list was on the wall and they were working toward bring those things to reality, even if it wouldn't be for decades to come. Of course, in the here and now, they had other projects to work on. Lang hated that he had to manage people or budgets at all, but Digirakov's managerial style had cut back the time he had to waste on such nonsense so that he could maximize his creativity and production time. Money and materials were just fuel for inventions, in his mind. Thus he was annoyed when a machinist was bothering him about both money and materials. "What's the problem, then?" The man grimaced. "The cost of grit has increased dramatically. We use a lot of it in polishing and shaping components, especially since we increased our orb production so much. I can't tell whether the cartels are actually running out of supplies or whether they just want to make more money. They are based out of where? The Commonwealth. I wouldn't put it past them to try to keep our industry down. We're making inroads into their markets even now and that trend is going to continue. Can we replace it with corundum powder? Not efficiently. We'd have to replace the cutters at least twice as often, and that shuts down our production in nothing flat. Polishing would take be longer, too. Skis. What a mess. He thought about for a few minutes. You know, there might be a solution to your problem. Wait a minute. He dug around for far longer than a minute and pulled out a single sheet of paper labeled Concept 71. See what you can do with this. Talk to the materials team and maybe they can make it work. Thanks, Sarge, I'll look into it. Do that. And stop bothering me, I have more important things to deal with. Lucas did as he was told and visited the chief. Hey, can you help me with this? What do you have? Oh, is it one of Digirekov's idea papers? He read over it and suddenly sat down. His agile brain went over the chemistry of what was proposed there and didn't see anything inherently impossible. We'll need to investigate this, Lucas, thanks for bringing it by. Glad to help. I'll be even happier if you can help me with my supply issues. Not immediately, but maybe soon. We'll let you know. He took the paper to his team and started talking. Okay, we have a priority project here. If it works, it'll change everything we are doing. He took a deep breath before diving into the topic. It involves depositing carbon atoms to the surface of a diamond seed to grow diamonds at relatively low temperatures and pressures. Notes. I could use a little help, mein Freunde. If anyone could tell me which books, the printed ones, where Ensign Sue appears and the page numbers, I'd appreciate it. Only where encounters Tanya. This will matter pretty soon. Smiley face. Chapter 79, John Henry, your ride is here. Chapter text. The same business partners that were selling, and pressing, Tanya's albums in the Unified States were helping her spread her new phonographs. Most were non-magical, but there were of a much higher quality than their competitors. The Magi graphs, though, were the talk of the town. The fidelity was on another level entirely, with the only downside that it required a mage to operate them. Pleasantly enough, though, many people found that they had at least the minimum necessary ability to power the device. Oscar had arrived in Chicago safely and Tanya was wrapping up things in New York. Just a few more and our entire supply of Magi graphs will be gone. This little aside has paid for itself tidily, I'd say. Yes, President. The mayor has also approved your concert in the park. He looked quite impressed. How did you even think of that? Tanya shrugged. It's not so unusual. The main problem with large outdoor events is actually hearing what is going on. They aren't conveniently designed like an amphitheater or concert hall. But we have magical amplifiers and speakers instead of having to somehow get electricity and conventional equipment to the site. Standard technology will someday broadcast to entire stadiums filled with tens of thousands of spectators watching sporting events or listening to concerts. The ex-soldier was picturing it as well, but the image was a bit different. He rather imagined it like the old Romana stadiums in Ildoa with Tanya in her military gear giving speeches rather than just for music. So inspirational. Maybe we could have a parade too? I hear the colonel wanted at least one parade for the veterans but was turned down. That will be quite a sight, President. True, true. Never underestimate simple largeness when you want grandeur. The pyramids, the Grand Canyon, the Great Wall, even if objectively useless, they don't fail to impress. Sigh. I miss my tall former body. Even now, at the cusp of adulthood, people still look down on me. Literally. Possibly figuratively as well, but fewer every day. I think things that are truly valuable are more impressive. You may go to see the Grand Canyon once or twice, but how often do people go to see the Mona Lisa? You have a point. At any rate, the final concert is a free one and we'll leave immediately afterward. I have a meeting after the concert and then we'll be off by nightfall. Not going to spend any time sightseeing? New York is one of the big cities, after all. She said drolly, unlike some, I'm not impressed by sheer size. I've been to modern Tokyo. 1920s New York can't hold a candle to that. It was nice to see the Statue of Liberty, though. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The older Ispagnan woman was carefully lecturing the three maids from François. Though originally confrontational, they had reached a position of amity with shocking speed as they recognized a kindred spirit in the woman. You see, to serve, one must look beyond the surface. Each thing has a life, which means a death but also a birth. To reach a higher level of competence, a higher level of thought must be employed. All four were working on their Germanian and English, so they were using those languages exclusively. Lucy was far and away the best at Germanian, followed by Mercedes with English and Feelite and Isabel much further behind but learning as quickly as possible. Feelite cocked her head to one side and asked, can you give us an example? Let us say you have served biscuits that were not to your lady's liking. What do you do? Remove them immediately, Lucy said promptly. And replace them with something better, added Isabel. Good, but that is only the most basic of responses. She held one palm at the level of the tabletop between them. That the first level, how do you take it higher? She held her other hand about 6 inches above the first. Fuehrer said cautiously, not serve them again. Correct. The girls looked pleased. But that answer is only worth half credit. Wait, the three said as one. Mesh nodded sagely. What you do next is find out why they unacceptable. Were they too dry? Not sweet enough? Too sweet? This requires subtlety. Tact. Stealth. Stealth. Of course. The perfect service is never visible. Oh, like that novel by Wells, The Unseen Man. Exactly. Once you have determined what was displeasing, you can eliminate it. Was it a bad batch? The wrong flavor? Too old? When you have the cause, then you also have the solution. They nodded in sync as this all made perfect sense. Then Fuehrer piped up. What if the bakery just doesn't do a good job sometimes? And that's the kind of treat that Tanya wants. Ah, then you have to use other measures. She leaned closer, causing them to do likewise. Can you imagine a finer client than Miss Digirekov? They shook their heads. No, of course not. Then you inform the baker that she was most displeased with the quality of their goods and that she will have to take her business elsewhere and inform her friends of this. No matter what, you make sure they know that her needs are top priority. Top priority. She beamed at them. It becomes simple, no. The three maids were enlightened, but their thinking may have gone down a very odd path after that meeting. Asterisk. The park concert was extremely well attended. Due to the arrangements, 50 times the audience of the concert hall could attend and many others could hear it clearly not much further out. At Tanya's suggestion, many vendors were available to sell refreshments, which put a smile on the face of the park manager, who looked forward to a healthy increase in funds, even accounting for the setup and cleanup afterward. Another novelty is that even before the concert began, they were broadcasting Tanya's songs using Magigraph players to get people into the mood. Even to the untrained ear, the recordings were better than some live music they had heard over typical loudspeakers. Before the concert began, they started playing Beethoven's Ninth from a recording. This is exactly what most people had been waiting for, even if there was some disappointment that this wasn't the live version. That is, until the curtains lifted from around the stage, revealing the orchestra and choir performing the Ode to Joy movement in person. A cheer went up but was quickly stifled by the music lovers in the crowd. When it was finally done, the cheer was much longer and louder for having been suppressed for so long. Tanya walked to the front and spoke into the microphone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our concert today. I know you're not here today to listen to me ramble on, so let's get to some more music. More cheers ensued and she went directly into a rousing rendition of Here Comes the Sun. One of the audience was sitting on a picnic blanket with her boyfriend and looked frankly puzzled. Her English is perfect and her singing is divine. Are we sure this is the terrible devil of the Rhine they kept warning us about on the newsreels and papers? He shrugged and said, she matches all the pictures we have, though a bit older now. He paused. There were rumors, very quiet rumors mind you, that the threat of Germania was being overblown to guide public opinion. What, really? Oh, yes. For every person that wanted to avoid the war, there was one who wanted to join in. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed and we avoided that mess, but it was touch and go for a few months. Well, we did officially supply munitions to most of the fronts, other than the Russies. You say officially like there was another story there. Yeah, I heard from my boss that we sent actual troops over to gather intel and to provide more direct support. All with decommissioned troops and volunteers, but no one really believes that. Our department handled logistics and I know what was sent out and it was not a small amount. He didn't mention that the numbers that came back were considerably smaller than what had left, at least among those who encountered Digirekov in battle. They listened to a few more songs and he asked her, what do you think of her? She looked at the young woman singing her heart out on stage, a model of innocent beauty. She said very slowly, I'm very, very glad she's doing this rather than that. I think, in the best interests of everyone, we should do everything we can to encourage this. He laughed and agreed with her. I knew you were a smart one. Actually, I knew you were the right one for me, my love. She turned to him and saw that was holding a ring and smiling at her. It was not the only proposal that beautiful day in the park. Nor the only acceptance. Asterisk. Tanya was pleased with the results of the concert and was humming happily as she went over the accounts in her head. With our share of the concessions and future sales of TVD technology, we'll do quite well today. Anyone hearing our equipment will find whatever they are using listless and flat at best. Right now, we have 10,000 rabid fans of hi-fi gear just in New York alone. Not to mention this is a public relations boon that can't be discounted. If music lovers were the only voters, I'm sure the American president would lose in a landslide against me. Ella noted the president's cheerful mood and recalled a conversation with Vice President Serebryakov weeks ago. Something you'll probably notice the longer you are with Tanya, she's happiest after she's done some act of charity or given a free concert or helped a large number of people. She runs TVD to make money, True, because she was entrusted to do so by our investors and employees, but she's never truly happy unless she is doing good works. If you look for opportunities to help her with this, that would be a worthy service. Ella pondered this and finally had an idea. President, I had an idea. The park concert was a great success, but why not do a mini concert over the radio? Perhaps as a farewell to the city where most everyone could hear, not just those who can make it to the park or theater. Tanya's eyes practically glowed with excitement. That's brilliant. I should have thought of it myself. That's exactly the kind of thinking that will make TVD successful. This is great, the best free advertising ever. I'm glad that everyone is beginning to understand how important that is and getting outside of their old habits. Ella, see the flush of joy on her face was delighted. The vice president was so right. I've never seen her happier. I better go arrange things immediately. The radio broadcast was set for the evening during when most people listened in after dinner. It was mostly Tanya talking followed by some music, both live and recorded. She finished with a powerful rendition of Sinatra's New York that caused applause to ring around the city. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Across the Atlantic, a completely different sort of meeting was taking place. One of the chief tax auditors for Baron and his team was grim-facedly sitting across a table from Serebriakov and their head accountants. Unlike many in her situation, she appeared entirely unconcerned, as if there was no way that anything amiss could be found or manufactured. Herr Jaeger was puzzled by this, to say the least. He had the power to cripple even the most innocent organizations, and he was sure that he could find something here to shut them down for weeks, perhaps months. The political office had given him carte blanche to do his worst. Indeed, they implied strongly that was their desire. I find it quite disrespectful that the president isn't here. This is quite the serious matter. He found that an attack from the start put the audit in the right framework for the rest of the process. Visha, apparently unconcerned, merely responded, "Oh, Herr Jaeger, perhaps you hadn't heard that von Digurakov is now an ambassador to the Unified States. Even though she is retired from the military, she continues to serve the empire. Don't you find that admirable?" Thrown off his game by the perfect retort, he couldn't answer immediately. He naturally couldn't say that working for the government was no excuse. He, himself, was also a government servant. Ahem. I'll need to see your books, all of your books immediately. This was his second salvo. Taking their books would throw their operations into shambles and might even let him catch an innocent mistake and turn it into a criminal offense. One could also make selective edits indicative of fraud if one was having problems uncovering the fraud easily. Is that all? She lifted her hand and workers came in wheeling many large accounting books. We took the liberty of making a copy of all our books so that we could comply with such a request. She smiled innocently. Did I mention these are perfect copies made with magical photolithography? We, of course, need them for our day-to-day operations, and we also deposit a copy to a secure repository in case of fire or other disasters. Naturally, you have the originals. Cart after cart came in, enough to swamp even an army of auditors for many weary days. We've prepared a room for your team to work in. We normally use it for large meetings, so I hope you don't mind the magical recording orbs we've installed. They make it so much easier to create minutes afterwards and prevent misunderstandings. Ahem, ahem. We'll also need an accounting of all your stockpiles of gold bullion. In fact, we'll need to freeze those supplies as part of the audit. He gave a thin smile. I'm sure you'll understand that due to the laws that have gone into effect, possession of such is strictly regulated. She looked puzzled. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Ah. Do realize what a breach of national law this is? Do you know what punishments are levied against those who break it? This was his most powerful attack. He rather hoped to save it until later when it would have more impact, but he was running out of options. Oh, you don't understand. The reason I can't give you an access is that we have no stockpiles. All the hard currency we take in is immediately deposited in state-supervised banks as a deposit against our taxes. She shook her head sadly. The reparations have hit Germania hard, and we want to do our part to help with that. So we made arrangements that any such funds are directly sent to them so that they would have access as soon as possible, so the empire can avoid penalties for late payments. In fact, by our current accounting, we have prepaid our likely tax burden for at least 3 years. 3 years. A business this size had that much available capital. It's been a good year, we are very happy with our sales. She glanced at a wall clock. In fact, the heads of those banks will be here in a few moments to collect the gold. Naturally, since it's already been assigned to them, it doesn't count as our gold anymore, but you are welcome to look at the boxes if you wish. Yes, we should do that. His mind was dizzy with the implications. Every avenue of attack was being closed off in front of his eyes. No, not closed off, slammed shut. He mutely followed Visha to another room with a walk-in vault. In front were several obviously well-to-do gentlemen standing around, chatting amiably. Though fierce competitors on the surface, their visits to TVD were quite amiable as the influxes of hard currency helped keep their institutions afloat and they were all beneficiaries. Visha smiled and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry for this delay, gentlemen. I'll get the bullion and receipts prepared immediately. I see your auditors are ready to receive it. No harm, my dear Vice President. Rarely do we get the chance to talk in such pleasant circumstances these days. He glanced at Jaeger, but looked away discounting his presence. Goodness, now I have to apologize again. This is the Chief Auditor for the Tax Bureau. He's taken time out of his busy schedule to, look over our books for us. The room became noticeably chillier. The oldest banker said flatly, I hope this won't delay this transfer. We, and the Empire, have many obligations and these funds are vital to that. I trust there is no problem at all, is there? The auditor began to sweat. Any company, even a large one, would quiver under his authority, but he was faced with the combined displeasure of the chief financial institutions of Berun. And no, not at all. Just a standard inquiry. Excellent. He waved and the auditors moved in to confirm the quantities of gold and the matching receipts. Jaeger's eyes nearly bulged out when he saw the quantities of gold being transferred. But it was obvious not a particle of gold dust was left behind when they were done. We'll see you in a week, gentlemen. Visha asked after the vault was secured again. The bankers, all smiles again, nodded. Of course, of course. Always a pleasure doing business with you, Vice President. Hats were tipped and everyone exited with boxes in tow. She turned back to the auditor. Shall we return upstairs? Ahem. No need. I'll let my people conduct the audit. I see no reason for my presence here. I almost put my head in a gold plate vice just then. One wrong move and it would have been twisted off. I don't care what the political office wants, this is one company I can't afford to interfere with. Weeks later, they discovered the books were in perfect shape. It was a model audit from one end to the other, perhaps to the relief of Herr Jaeger most of all. For now, however, Visha saw him out the door and breathed a sigh of relief, once she was out of sight. Once again, Tanya's prescience has saved us. It was like she could predict every dirty trick they might try. I wonder, though, who was pulling his strings. She shook the thought out of her head. It didn't matter in the end, only that this threat had been thoroughly squashed. *****. Tanya's meeting was with an interesting selection of people. Originally it was just to be between her and Helen and Mayor Hylan. But, Robert, the financier she had met on opening night, was invited quickly as he seemed interested in business opportunities. Once again, she went over the shipping container concept but elaborating further for Helen and Robert as they weren't experienced in rail matters like the mayor. This time, she had excellent diagrams available that really brought the concept to vivid life even for the layman. My apologies for the lengthy description of what, let me go on to the how and the why. How this improves things is it makes everything flow more smoothly, more cheaply, more reliably. That much is self-evident even if the numbers aren't perfect. The question isn't if it will save money, just how much and how fast. It does involve an upfront cost but the payoff time for the investment is measured not in years, but months. Robert, with his keen nose for profit, was practically quivering with excitement. You say you are already instituting this in Germania? TVD is, most certainly, and we are the ones making the rails and the cargo containers. Our rail standards are quickly becoming universal in Europa. But the standards and designs for the containers we intend to make freely available and, in fact, mandatory to qualify to be used on cargo ships. It wouldn't do to have some slipshod container collapsing and sending a shipment into the sea. Mayor Hylan nodded. We are going to convert one section of docks as soon as possible to accommodate the change. There's nothing like success to sell a product. The only issue is which dock? I don't want to cause unnecessary disruptions during the transition. Tanya smiled. That's easier than you might think, Mayor. Isn't there a section of land that already has rail access that is currently not being used right now? Well, damn me for a fool. Black Tom. The army is dragging their feet on the money to fix the damage, but storing munitions so close to the city is likely to be outlawed soon. They may appreciate money coming in rather than going out for this project. Helen, always proper, had not bothered to interject herself in matters that didn't concern her. Now, however, she had a reasonable point to make. And what about the why, dear Tanya? Ahem. Yes. While I don't strictly believe the writings of Kant and Paine that constitutional republics won't make war on each other, I do believe nations with strong economic ties will avoid it if at all possible, assuming they are republics and not the various forms of monarchies, dictatorships, and so on. She shook her head and continued, Europa has proven time and time again that ties of family won't stop war. But a constitutional republic is the servant of the people, and the people care a lot more about putting food on the table than matters of pride or treaties signed in smoky rooms on another continent. She looked directly at Helen and said, You asked why? I think this will be a way to stop senseless wars in the future. At least some of them. At least the worst of them. Helen smiled and put her gloved hand on Tanya's. That's the right answer, I think. You have my support. I think I have a few million in my capital reserves, but I'll encourage my husband to move some investments over. Robert, as if sensing that an opportunity was escaping, chimed in. I can provide at least that amount, if not more. I'll need to talk to my partners, but this is very close to a Cantilu's plan, especially if Europa is already moving ahead of us on this. Hylan nodded. We can have the basic port ready in not more than 3 months. Really, it's just a specialized gantry, and if they can't throw one of those together given these specifications, I'll fire them and hire people who know how to build things. Just then, his assistant poked his head in. Sir, there's a visitor here for you. The mayor trusted his aide not to disturb him for something unimportant. He got up with an excuse me. In a minute he came back in with a grey-haired gentleman. I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine, Mr. Huntington. I think he'd be very interested in what we are talking about. The older man glanced at the displayed diagrams, understanding their contents in mere seconds. I most certainly am. Tanya asked, Henry E. Huntington. Can I be so lucky? He's one of the titans of rail in North America. He smiled and gave a slight bow of his head, at your service, Ambassador. Chapter 80, John Henry Blues. Chapter text. I'll be honest, I came here to talk about the design of your Selene rail system in Germania, but this. Huntington waved toward the container concept. This dwarfed my expectations. We could turn California into the hub for international commerce for the Unified States. Mayor Hyland cleared his throat. I believe that honor will be going to New York, Henry. Gentlemen, the Unified States has 2 widely separated coasts and 2 other neighbors. There's plenty of room for everyone. The Asiatic market will be booming someday soon, so there will be plenty of opportunities for everywhere. She tapped the diagrams. Also, I have no intention of keeping this a secret. The full schematics, diagrams and specifications will be made public very soon. Those with foresight will adopt the system, and the rest, well, they'll probably live to regret their decisions. Henry smiled, but their companies won't. Would you object to me having those details a little earlier? Not at all. As I said, this will be no secret. If his competitors think he's getting a special advantage, they may pound down the doors to join the party. It sounded like you were also interested in our new rail technology. Of course, it sounds like you have revolutionized rail travel in Germania, and I'm always looking for ways to improve our product. That's very forward-thinking considering you have an unofficial monopoly in the West. In a few decades, American travel will be dominated by cars and air, and only bold actions can hold that off. The older man looked startled. You are rather boldly predicting the death of my industry when I want to be your partner. She shrugged. Facts are facts. Commercial rail, as long as it's handled smartly, has a good century of life left in it. But passenger rail? Not so much. Not here. Helen asked curiously, not here. Americans love their freedom, open spaces, horizons to ride toward. She smiled knowingly. It's one of your best qualities. Motorcycles are the modern horses. Cars will be the new covered wagons for people looking for a better life. Even more so, they'll want their own land, their slice of the American dream. Cars will let people live where they want even if it's not near their work. Or it will allow them to move between jobs without moving their residence. All 4 of her listeners were surprised, though for different reasons. Helen, for one, could feel her confidence, but it seemed like the confidence of knowledge rather than belief. She looked at the diagrams and there was a solidity to them. Rather than being pulled from fanciful ideas, no matter how inspired, they seemed to be a drawing of real objects. Does she have the sight? She's powerful enough, but her aspects were quite different, so where does this certainty come from? I might have to test her again. She licked her lips unconsciously, which caused Tanya to lose her train of thought for several seconds. The men found her words no less persuasive. The mayor and Huntington were familiar with logistics and could picture the advantages of the system, while Robert could smell the money to be made. The fact that such high-profile players were in favor had convinced him long ago. Henry sighed and said, "It's a pity you can't start on the West Coast rather than here." Tanya shrugged but didn't seem concerned. Did the first transcontinental railroad meet in the middle? My only issue is trying to get the Northeast Rail on board with the plan. He grinned wickedly, making him look less like a genial grandfather and more like Mephistopheles. Why get them on board? When the rails consolidated, there was a lot of redundant lines that are moribund now. Since you are planning to rework the lines in the likeness of your Selene line, you can snap up their set-asides and land grants for next to nothing and just push your way to the Mississippi. I like that idea. But it'll be tough to get that past the regulators, who I assume have already been paid well by the current operators. Don't worry, I know where the bodies are buried. I'd do it myself, but the anti-monopolists have sharp daggers and would stop me immediately. But a new player buying bad iron? They won't even blink on the assumption there's no way you could do anything with the rights but Will Fox M. Hyland nodded. Don't worry about New York State. I may just be a small town mayor but I have enough pull to get you Pennsylvania. We'll avoid New Jersey, for now, but drive through Columbus, Indianapolis, and then Springfield. Dekurekov disagreed immediately. I want it to hit Chicago next. That will be the hub of the Midwest and I need it in my backyard. Chicago is a harder nut to crack. The union leaders and management are thick as thieves and they control everything. She nodded. If the US had entered the war, it would have been the government cracking down and wildcat strikes everywhere. Should I be happy we lost quickly enough to avoid that? That's not a problem, that helps us out. Combining unused tracks and underpaid workers sounds like an easy mix, right? Huntington sat back in his chair and thought. There's a lot of rough fellas there, and they aren't likely to play fair. Tanya suddenly laughed out loud, a sound that surprised or shocked everyone around her. Henry, I know I seem like an affable young business woman, but you might recall that I used to be the most feared mage in the entire world. She smiled widely and the room felt chillier as they looked at her. If those hooligans have forgotten that, I'll just have to remind them. After the rather successful tour of the New York music scene, Tanya and her team set off for Chicago at last. After riding on Cellini rails, the noise and shaking of this railroad was like stepping back a generation. Still, they had 2 cars to themselves for the entire route so she determined to tolerate it without complaint. She'd be replacing it all soon enough anyway. Since she had introduced the world to Ode to Joy, she had accomplished her goals for New York and needed to make up for lost time. She had cut out most of the stops she had intended along the way. It was a bit regrettable from a diplomatic point of view but her concerts had done far more than a few speeches and handshakes and she was eager to get home. A doubleheader on the rail plan and bi-coastal push for the containerized shipping will work nicely. Any holdouts in Europa will be afraid of missing the American boat. I thought it might take 10 years but now, maybe 7 before it has general acceptance. But coast to coast 5 tops. She made notes on a map of the US in a fashion that would give a cartographer conniptions. Tanya went through a lot of maps when planning. Ella was assisting her while Fuehrer served snacks and coffee. When the president was off on her speculative imaginings, it was very hard to follow what she was doing even with explanations. Sigh. I'm supposed to be helping and I can barely follow her thoughts even with a primer and extensive notes. Let's try again and maybe I'll get further this time. She waited until Tanya sat back and took a sip of coffee while examining the map. Why the emphasis on these containers? Well, I can give you the simple explanation. You are familiar with my history, yes? My first concept paper revolved around logistics. She smiled as she reminisced. I thought that document would put me in the shipping department at the time. Really? That didn't work out, did it? She covered her mouth when she realized how critical she sounded. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be. I survived, didn't I? It was very, very, very close at times and I would never want to do it again but it's done now. But my container plan was to be a second paper to follow the first. Somewhat delayed by the Great War, she added wryly. The first paper was about the philosophy of logistics. How to organize what you do, how much inventory to stockpile, how to manage supply chains. What containers do is make everything easier. Let me ask you, if you could only buy flour by the barrel, how would that inconvenience you? Goodness. Well, you'd be paying more. And you'd have to keep the barrel somewhere in your house. The flour might go bad, too. Tanya nodded. Exactly. That's how all business works these days. With these containers, and knowing you can get a shipment cheaper and quickly, you can keep just the proper amount of inventory or supplies on hand. You can also purchase from anywhere in the world and get the best deal. So instead of a barrel, I can just get a few pounds. She shook her head. It will be the equivalent of holding out your hand and just getting the exact amount you need immediately, at half price. That sounds like a miracle. Nothing of the sort. Just good sense. A business is like a horse and excessive inventory is a weight on its back. It becomes hard to maneuver and eventually it'll stop moving altogether. A smart enterprise needs to be nimble as things can change at any second. Ella said slowly, so inventory is a problem, not an asset. Exactly. She put a hand on her coffee cup and Fuehrer filled it up after a few seconds. The maid had been listening to the lecture intently enough that she forgot her job briefly. Oh. I think I know it now. Like how you say faucet in a house. You turn it on when needful but only then. Her Germanian was the worst of the 4 maids, but she was trying hard. Tanya smiled and gave a little round of applause. That's a smarter analogy. I think I'll use that in the future. Fuehrer blushed at the praise. Cenest Reen. Cenest Pareen. Keep learning and commenting, Fuehrer. I got praised. I want that to happen again. Wait, I got praised for being smart. What should I do now? Fuehrer spent the rest of the night very conflicted. ******. Onluck was going through the calibration exercise in Stall 1. The 10 feet tall armor moved smoothly through the exercises like he was wearing a second skin. The amount of mass he could move far exceeded what a standard mage could move, even though his magical capacity was somewhat below average. Below average for the 203rd, though. He was actually comparable to most other combat mages. But in this area, he far exceeded his peers. Afterwards, they went into live tests, both maneuverability and combat responsiveness. Onluck simply ignored small arms and rifle fire and only activated his shields for mage-enhanced rounds. Rather than a classic mage shield, he was using the technique of strengthening the metal itself. The observers, even the ones who had worked on it and knew its capabilities, were shocked at its efficiency. After the run, the front of the armor split open, showing a cool and collected pilot. But his smile went from ear to ear. He floated out using his personal orb and over to the researchers and engineers. We have the data, but tell us your personal reactions. The specialized orbs mounted in the armor worked superbly. They were more energy efficient and stronger overall. My instinct is that it could take at least twice the damage of a mage shield at the high end and use almost no energy at the low end. How about flight? You did the basic test but not the stretch ones. Onluck shook his head. The weight is still too much. Oh, I can move it, but lifting it through the air takes too much energy for long flights. Short bursts aren't too bad. On the other hand, walking and running barely took more energy than if I was out of the suit. The wheels were a no-go. As long as I was moving like I was just wearing a suit of clothes, the humanoid boost functioned fine. But when I went to wheeled mode, I lost that immediately. The head researcher nodded. We thought that might be the case. Your magic image is a bipedal one and you reap additional energy due to that. Or rather, you are bypassing losses that most mages suffer. Combining that with your affinity for moving metal, that might make the most efficient platform for your abilities. He looked over his notes. Your running rate is over 40 miles an hour and marching at over 15 miles per hour. All told, you are basically a super maneuverable tank. They expected Onluck to be pleased with this assessment, but he was unexpectedly melancholy. Is there something wrong? I was just thinking, if we had had these in arena, could we have changed the outcome? He put his hand on the ex-soldier's shoulder. You did what you could, my friend. And isn't this why we are working here today? To prevent tragedies like that in the future? Come and share your experience with the other trainees and help them get acclimated to the stalls. He grinned. So many of them looked beaten down when they arrived, by the world, by their crippling injuries. It'll do you good to see how cheerful they are now. Chapter 81, Knights. Notes. Y'all are awesome sticking with me so far. Tanya is nearly in Chicago and we are rolling, literally in parts, to the end of this arc. Won't be before the end of the year, alas. But it's coming. I'm looking to get one more chapter out before the end of this year. But, I hear you cry, don't you have plenty of time due to Christmas vacation, you awesome writing machine of manliness? As it turns out, I have to work Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Of course, I'm getting all sorts of crazy overtime and holiday pay, but it's not very conducive to writing, let me tell you. More updates in the next chapter. Chapter text. The traveling preacher looked at the crowd with eyes that sported a touch of weariness. Good times for the country were rather bad for him because people sought salvation in adversity. The unified states were doing well and even the most experienced people, unconsciously, made the assumption that good times would continue forever. Still, he soldiered on and continued his sermon. But, brothers and sisters, do not let your eyes deceive you, for the greatest liar is Satan and he hides his schemes in plain sight. Don't let a shiny wrapper pull you in and don't let a layer of dust cause you to look away. When crops are good, put some grain aside for the lean times. When the drought comes, take care and pray for God's healing rain to bless the earth. And it will come. For there are two things that are eternal, and that's change and the sweet mercy of the Almighty. He held up his well-worn Bible. Don't just look at the cover, my friends, you have to open the book and see what's inside. Our Savior walked on his 2 feet like a common beggar while fancy nobles rode fine horses. But aren't they the princes of dust while he is the King of heaven? He pointed at the gathered masses. Open your eyes. There is no easier prey for the first serpent than those who refuse to see. Remember what Jesus said, if you abide in my word, you are truly my disciples, and you will know the truth and the truth will set you free. After his sermon, his assistant was tallying up their take while he sat tiredly on a rickety seat wiping his face with a well-used handkerchief. Someone handed him a tin cup with water in it and said, "You seem tired, Father." He chuckled. "Punching Satan is tiring work, young lady. And please call me Brother Sam, Father is too high a title for me." At the last second, he recognized the lean and scruffy person as a young woman rather than a short teenager. "I appreciate the drink, though. Do you believe what you said? About evil?" She had a strange intensity and looked drawn taut like an ascetic who had walked in from the desert. Of course, child. He waved her to a nearby chair which she refused to sit in. You think Satan, the Prince of Lies, will walk in with a red calling card with his name on it? Or our Savior will descend from on high with a choir of angels to announce his arrival? He sat back, causing the chair to creak alarmingly. No, nothing in the world comes easy, not your daily dollar, not your eternal salvation, and certainly not the truth. She almost sneered. You think people are so good? That if they know the truth, they will do the right thing all the time? Her eyes were focused, accusing. He sighed and shook his head. That would be foolish of me, wouldn't it? The blessed Adam and Eve, who personally knew the Almighty in the Garden of Eden, knew they were doing wrong and yet they did it. Brother Sam looked at her solemnly. But I believe that without the word and without the truth, we are all lost no matter how much we think we know. And I do believe that most of us would choose rightness. He turned to put the empty cup on a table behind him, but when he turned back, she was gone. ******. Tanya's arrival in Chicago was without fanfare, and they had an event planned later to formally introduce her to the movers and shakers of the R. For now, though, she just wanted to settle into her new home and be done with traveling for a while. You seem excited to see the consulate, ma'am. Isabel was seated closest to her on the vehicle. They had chosen a moderate-sized touring bus that could hold 8 people and their luggage. The first vehicle was just Tanya, the maid, and 6 combat-capable mages. They were arranged in pairs to make it look like it was 4 couples on vacation. I'm too vulnerable moving around. The concerts and travel were nice, but it's too hard to get work done. In a few months, I may get restless, but, for now, let's get settled in and do our jobs. It seems more than that, though. I must admit that I want to see it with my own eyes. Reports are nice and I had a hand in making the plans, but it's not the same, after all. Oh, you also worked on that? Just in general. The layout of the buildings, plans for the streets, the design of a few structures and so on. The maid blinked. This is just in general? Isn't that like being the chief architect instead? I'm sure if they followed your guidelines, all will be well. It needs to be. In many ways, this consulate will be the face of Germania to the rest of the world. She gestured somewhat helplessly. To most everyone, we are the monster of the Great War, the cause of millions of deaths, the bogeyman under the bed. As they say, the victors write the history books. Had we won, the monster would have been Legadonia or the Republic, et. Isabel tried to imagine if the Francois Republic were the enemy hated by all, feared by all even in defeat. It was a profoundly unpleasant sensation and she shivered as if to drive off the cold feeling that took hold of her. So what will the face look like then? She just smiled. I'd like to see your reaction when we arrive without preconceived notions. *****. A small box was pried from bloody hands by another pair of equally bloody hands, though, it must be said, rather more lively. The dead man's room was lit by only a dim bulb that was wholly insufficient to illuminate and, moreover, concealed things in the shadows it created. Rather than opening the box, or bringing it out into the dingy light, the new owner shoved it into a leather satchel. With hurried motions the blood was washed off with rusty water from a sputtering spigot over an equally dirty sink. A furtive attempt to get blood out of a ragged jacket was less successful and eventually abandoned. This was the 17th time the contents of the box had found a new owner. 14 of them were now dead. It would be 15 by dawn. *****. Oscar, former prince, current assistant ambassador, sometime sous chef, was going down an amazing checklist of things to be completed both before Tanya arrived and before the full opening of the consulate. I wonder how other ambassadors open their embassies? I imagine it's more like calling on the local dignitaries and, perhaps, picking out new drapes. Wilson noted, to be fair, sir, you've done both of those things. The beleaguered man looked at his loyal Batman with tired eyes. Ah, what would I do without you, Wilson? You would, undoubtedly, have unpressed pants and significantly duller shoes, sir. Despite his comment, much like his superior, he was serving beyond his usual duties. Nearly half of the decisions made in the consulate went through Wilson for review. In this, though, only traditional consulate business went by him. The greater consulate grounds were handled by dozens of other people like a major corporation with multiple departments all working seamlessly together. In fact, he began to suspect that mundane tasks were being funneled to Oscar to keep him occupied. Idle hands are the devil's playground? I don't know if they have that attitude, and there's no malice in it. When Digerekov arrives, we'll know better their true attitude to her second in command. We'll need those shoes and pants soon, I fear. This investigator will be arriving shortly after our esteemed leader. Would that be Mr. Hooper, sir? That's the one. While I'm glad the Americans are taking this attack seriously, it's hard to know the quality of who they send and whether he's just a spy disguised as an investigator. He smirked and laughed. It will be quite interesting if he really is a spy, as we have literally nothing to hide. Can you imagine the frustration of a spy trying to be discreet looking for something that doesn't exist? Quite amusing, sir. He glanced out the window as the exoskeleton-suited mages were finishing construction at a record pace. I look forward to his visit and his meetings with the ambassador. *****. General Ryugen, per his new orders, saved matters involving Digirekov until the end of the day. Any news about her, good or bad, tended to throw his schedule into disarray and made it impossible to get work done sometimes. Other than literal armed attacks, which happened surprisingly often in a post-war period, he insisted on having a peaceful workday. This, sometimes, made his assistants very nervous as now they were the gatekeepers of information on white silver and forced to worry about it while their boss could remain blissfully ignorant for 10 hours. The clock struck 6 and the general put away the work he was working on to take it up again tomorrow. He finally turned to his adjutant and said mildly. Tell me. Yes, sir. Her Stahlmensch project is going well. She has requested that every crippled soldier with even moderate magical talent be fitted for artificial limbs. Even those with nerve and spinal damage are showing positive results. Orb-powered, of course. What's she going to charge? All the amounts are in gold equivalent, but she says she will provide them at cost to any veteran. She'll also sell them to the army at standard rates, but TVD says they are open to providing the lower rate if soldiers are not cashiered and remain in the military. He steepled his fingers in thought. Quite the clever move, Digirekov. You are putting the army in a bind by providing this remedy to the government but offering the less expensive rate only if the soldiers aren't forcibly retired. Of course, with this, they really aren't disabled and can at least function normally in a wide variety of roles. Well, I foresee another expenditure from our coffers, but not an entirely unwelcome one. The at-cost rates are quite reasonable, and I think we can even manage to provide them to recently retired with enough ameliorative care to let them at least walk and function normally. He cleaned his glasses with a special cloth. How a nation treats its veterans is very often an indication of the fate of that country. History has taught this lesson time and again, and it behooves us to be diligent students. Yes, sir. We also have advanced reports on the Uberstahl project. Uber. He put his glasses back on. He hadn't heard about this one yet. A combination of Stahlmensch and another program. The other one has been in progress for a while on the railroads, among other things. TVD has posited, and proven, that magic ability is not linear but is instead multifaceted. She recruited a lot of mages who were marginal by traditional standards but were good at moving metal to help lay rail and remove landmines and so on. Apparently there is a multiplicative effect when you make a, 1 second sir, let me find what they called it. He shuffled through the papers and cleared his throat, an armored exoskeleton. When properly designed, they said an order of magnitude improvement is seen. Though not a mage, Ryugen had a thorough understanding of their capabilities. To do less would be rank ignorance for one of his rank. With what her railroad mages can lift, times 10, assign some mass to armor and that leaves. I don't suppose she listed the potential of the device. They emphasized how much mass can be lifted, the average speed and so on. With these stats, a proper user will become like a bulldozer or other construction machine. Bulldozer? No, they are equivalent to walking tanks. It removes two of the few weaknesses of mages by not trying to lift them into the air. If we had a few battalions of these in the war, our casualties would have plummeted. Wait, what am I thinking? Why is she making them now? All these specifications and listed uses are for peaceful purposes. But they could be easily repurposed for combat. He stopped that line of thought and said slowly, they don't seem hard to make as the materials are not very exotic. With inexpensive orbs and trained personnel, you could make legions of these. Where would all the personnel come from, General? Dummkopf. He swore to himself. How often have I told you that you must never take what Digirekov does at face value? All those crippled mages and veterans. When they are using their leg and arm replacements, they are already teaching themselves to use these Uberstahl suits. They would be part of our rosters as non-combat personnel due to their injuries, but perhaps be the most effective fighting force we have with almost no training required. No, she knows we would immediately see the combat potential of these projects and exactly how to hide it. His adjutant looked startled. I see what you are saying. So all those railroads. Just a way to identify appropriate mages that can handle metal. And the steep discounts for army mages is so that as many of these suits can be put into the hands of combat troops, even cashiered ones, as quickly as possible. He looked amazed. How much vision does she have? She's barely left the army and she is still trying to defend the fatherland. Defend the fatherland? I suppose so. Or take over the world. Chapter 82, Alexander Gustav etc. After all the planning and building and sweat, Tanya still expected the new consulate grounds to be a bit anticlimactic. After all, she was the architect and head designer. The vision should be her vision made life. So, because of that, it couldn't really surprise her. But it was so much better than that. For security purposes, she had planned a tall wall, made taller and thicker in response to the attacks. But she had left the builders a suggestion they took as a mandate: make everything attractive as well as functional. Instead of a boring, bare wall, you can make it like a castle wall with landscaping. We are inviting people to our home, the entrance should reflect that. On the road leading to Consulate Wall, there was well-manicured clover lawn with seasonal flowers and attractive shrubbery. Unlike the other streets, this one had been repaved at their expense and was notably smoother and better maintained. The gate itself was wide enough for a 4-lane road, but each side had a decorative metal fence more designed to reveal than conceal what was inside. Atop all of this was an impressively ornate metal sign coated in a silvery chrome saying Tanya Island, the happiest place on earth. Tanya stared at the sign, as did they all. The others from awe and she from the sheer shock of it. What is going on with that sign? I never authorized, wait. Was it from that conversation? What did I tell him? She thought back quickly and realized her exact words: make sure they know the consulate is my territory but also welcoming. We also need to impress them as soon as they come in. If other places are big, we'll be bigger. If other places are new, we'll be newer. And if other places are happy, we'll be the happiest place on earth. They had spoken in Germanian and the designer's grasp of it was good but not perfect. He had taken copious notes and this was the result. I knew I should have spoken in Francois but damn his Gallic pride. Gustav said he was fluent in English and insisted. Isabelle's eyes sparkled and her mouth was half hung open as she looked up at the archway. So amazing, but what's that structure in the distance? Ah, that. Well, I hired a famous architect and basically gave him unlimited funds and told him to impress the world. Given the power of our metal mages, they were able to put this up in just a few months. That. In just a few months. Well, Monsieur Eiffel was quite motivated. He was originally scheduled to put up a monument at the World's Fair but that got cancelled for various reasons. Still, it's quite the showpiece, There's nothing like a frustrated artist who can finally share their art. If I had had more time, I'd make a building like that Tokyo theme park. Since they originally copied it from the Schloss Neuschwanstein in the Germanian Alps, it will be like it coming home, in a manner of speaking. Well, maybe next time. What are those wide paved areas over there for? Asked one of the mages. He was experienced in combat and it seemed unnecessary for either defense or decoration. That's for our future visitors. Inside the compound, only consulate vehicles are allowed. There's a special delivery entrance around the side where deliveries are inspected and dropped off and exports are handled. This will keep polluting vehicles and horses from stinking up the place. It will stop drunk drivers from doing anything stupid inside the walls and otherwise stupid drivers from clogging the place up. Ah. That makes sense, I should have realized. She's controlling the perimeter, keeping out undesirables, limiting the amount of ordnance they might sneak in. What excellent strategy. They all exited the touring bus in the drop-off area and consulate staff rushed to transfer the luggage to an official vehicle. She told a few of the mages to take their possessions to the consulate headquarters and gave the others leave to explore. Seeing the crestfallen faces of the luggage handlers, she just laughed. It will only take a few minutes. There's plenty of time to explore. Ma'am. They scattered, leaving Tanya and Isabelle to walk leisurely through the streets. If Isabelle was surprised by the exterior, she was shocked by the interior. She had never seen a cleaner, more beautiful city in her life. The stink of manure, petrol exhaust and, yes, human waste was entirely absent. In her mind, that was the smell of cities, only sometimes kept under control by stringent cleaning and perhaps a strong rainstorm. Trees lined the boulevards and many windows sported flowers on their sills. Unable to stick to Germanian, Isabelle lapsed back into Francois to express herself. This is so pretty. So clean. So nice. Tanya had to admit that it was even better than she had imagined. Then again, she had had the experience of a world that had taken amusement parks to a high level. The consulate was designed for foot traffic almost entirely. You are supposed to wander around and experience it. Of course, there are areas that are focused more on commerce off to one side. It's not quite as fancy as all this but still quite nice. She pointed in one direction from her memory of the map as she had never been there either. The breweries, worker housing, the hospital, school, fire station, and so on are in that direction. This area is to pull people further in so they don't spend all their time milling around the entrance, so it encourages exploration. The only exception is that the two biggest hotels are right near this entrance so people can get settled in as soon as possible. This is about as far from a consulate as I can possibly imagine. My assistant ambassador said much the same thing. More than once. But as should be obvious, this is not just a consulate. Oh, in ever official sense it will be. And the embassy and other consulates will serve that purpose as well, but each will also be a self-sustaining financial hub in the future. With the only source of alcohol or wine in the country, that should be easy. She laughed musically, almost matching the trilling of the birds nearby. I wonder if she's had vocal training? I might need to recruit her for performances. The temperance amendment was convenient, but it would have worked the same even without it. Just longer and with more difficulties. If our plans required that, they were flawed ab initio. She smiled and there was a wicked glint in her eyes that vanished quickly. All the future consulates really are just branches of TVD, and we are going to graciously do consulate work on the side. In a generation, maybe much less, we'll be considered as American as baseball and apple pie, and the very thought of going to war with us will be viewed as crazy. Oh, I see. She's doing what she did in the Republic. She just seems like she is making money, entertaining people, but she's really just displaying the best that Germania has to offer in the most international language of all, cuisine. People who sit at the same table to share a meal aren't shooting each other. How marvelous! She replied, humbled by the magnificent vision of peace. I hope I can see that dream come about. Tanya blinked. Of course you will. We are going to make so much money. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Major Hawthorne scowled at the milk on his desk. He was willing to break federal law and find some whiskey, but feared the wrath of his physician more than federal agents. Still, dealing with Digirakov was about to literally drive him to drink. He swallowed the prescribed tonic and followed it with the milk to wash down the awful-tasting mixture. His current headache, or stomach ache, was laid out on his desk in photographic form, both covert and public. Not that there was much need for secrecy, as that damnable tower was the tallest structure on the planet. It was over 1,000 feet and could be seen from the entire city. They even lit it up at night to make sure airplanes and dirigibles didn't accidentally hit it. Another source of displeasure was that his so-called spies didn't even have as good info on the damnable thing as TVD's own press releases that were advertising the opening of the consulate. They bragged about its height, given to the inch, the amount of steel in its construction, the virtues of the architect, and so on. Even more annoyingly, his own intelligence people were using the aerial photographs from the advertisements in place of their own research, as they were frequently more accurate. The only bright part was that one of his subordinates, Corporal Smith, was able to get him accurate intel after only a bit of delay. The costs were sometimes a bit high, but sometimes accurate intel was expensive. God help me, I'm paying for intel about things happening on American soil. Well, technically Germanian soil, damn it all. Corporal. Yes sir. The nervous corporal shot to attention. He looked enviously at the empty glass of milk and medicine bottle. He wasn't sure if simply paying for blueprints and photographs was treasonous or not. He wasn't pocketing any of the money. And the information was of the highest quality. Can you tell me how this thing was built without us knowing about it? It was listed as a park observation tower, and most of the structural elements were made in the factory, making the rest of the steel work for the rest of the consulate. He struggled to explain when he had barely comprehended it himself until his contact just explained it to him. She was an attractive woman named Gisela who was perfectly happy to tell him what he needed, but insisted on a service fee for the information. She even insisted on giving him a receipt each time. It's built like an erector set, sir. While they were preparing the foundations, they were also making the structural members in a large factory so that they could just move out the pieces as soon as they were done and then bolt or weld them into place. Nothing was fabricated on site, so all they needed to was move it in, set it up and connect it. He was still amazed, as he had just barely managed to see the final stage being hoisted into place. Their use of mages is unheard of. The orbs they are employing lack offensive capabilities and instead are specialized in just moving material around. The major growled, "We've tried that without seeing the results they have. I have my latest report here and it might throw light on that. It was a bit expensive to acquire the intel, but it lays out their whole program. The costs keep going up, maybe he'll tell me to stop?" Hawthorne's eyes lit up. "Let me see it, man." He took the folder and scanned it while Smith summarized. "They are apparently recruiting mages that are, for a lack of a better word, talented in that area. It's not a technological edge, it's a matter of personnel and training." The major sat back in his chair as he absorbed this information. This matches reports from the war. She has always been fond of making utter use of her soldiers, workers now. Yes, this is important. I'm sending this straight up the chain. Excellent job, Corporal. Or should I say Sergeant? Keep up the good work, I expect to see more info like in the future. He signed off on the expense report without even looking at it. Yes sir. Please, God, no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Professors Wagner and Heidel were meeting in the latter's office for two reasons. Wagner, now retired, had given up his office space even though they had begged him to continue his private studies at the university. The second reason was Robert's research was here and they could discuss it in more depth with the source material available. The third, unspoken, reason was that Wagner suspected that he was being spied upon, and he trusted whatever arrangements his friend could manage to forestall such invasions of privacy. Robert was pointing at the charts, which were cryptic even to those with sufficient experience and mathematical skill but were hopeless obtuse to anyone else. An economy can take blows, in fact such things are actually commonplace and healthy. An unchanging economy is a sign of one that has become hopeless, entrenched in one way of doing things, and will shatter like a wineglass dropped onto a marble floor. An unpleasant image, when one remembers that it's an entire nation you are referring to. It's even more unpleasant when it's your nation in question. Heidel nodded. But even a healthy economy has its limits. A good thumbnail number is 80%. Anytime a system is pushed past 80%, things start to break down and issues that are easily handled below that point balloon out of control. He sighed and waved at the morass of data. But you can look at it from the other side. When something takes away that reserve it, by necessity, means that the system is pushed closer to the brink. If you lose 10% of your original total strength, then the old 80% is now the new 89%. So if the greater the absolute loss, the more it pushes you into danger. Exactly. Now the interesting thing is, by our estimates, we are already down by at least 25%, which means, if our theories are correct, we should be living with catastrophe. He sucked in his breath. When? Why, right now. But the curious thing is that we are not collapsing or even suffering outrageous privations. Oh, things are bad, but the social structures are still strong, we are mostly fed even if not as well as a decade ago. Wagner frowned. You wouldn't bring me here to explain why everything is an illusion, naturally. Is it Digurekov? Haha. Yes. Remember how I discussed how she was slowly taking over the economy? As it turns out, there are two effects that weren't evident before. One is that her portion of the economy acts like a crutch for the rest. By volume, it's only 5%, roughly, but it's the 5% where it's most needed since she focuses on moribund properties. He smiled now. If one wanted to be poetic, if a bit grotesque, she's like Shelley's Dr. Frankenstein, bringing the dead back to life. From my studies, that's what I've been seeing, although from a sociological point of view. She pays no attention to what a person was, on what they can be. It's a transformative change, not just an allocative one. His grin now matched his old friend's. I'll take your poetry and raise you one more. It's like an alchemist making gold from lead. What's the second effect? Oh. Yes, that one is even more exciting. Those businesses in the old economy that interact with hers on any level either evolve to match how she does things, though a bit less efficiently, or. He shrugged, or she drives them out of business and takes them over. I haven't seen any other conclusion. That seems rather brutal. She doesn't seem like the type, despite the rumors about her. I know what she's like as much as an outsider can be sure. It doesn't have to be purposeful. When a more efficient predator enters the fight, the mangy old wolves can evolve or die out. He waved at the charts. Right now, the fatherland not only can't function without her, the government can't even antagonize her. If they drove her off, it would be like kicking that sturdy crutch away. And then shooting the cripple. At best. Notes. So y'all know that I know. Eiffel didn't actually design the tower that bears his name. His company bought the blueprints and built it, though. But I didn't want to introduce that as a story element, so let's keep it simple. Bonus fact, did you know that Eiffel also worked on the Statue of Liberty? True story. Chapter 83, Rodin's Apprentice. Serebryakov was handling issues with an aplomb of a senior executive with decades more experience. Issues came in, were dealt with, and were on their way in barely the time it took for the paper to settle on her desk. This was only for most issues, however. On one wall were issues that were to be handled in the future. Some by her. Some by others. But mostly by Digurekov herself. Vish's assistant was looking over them because additional input was welcome and someone might bring a fresh perspective to the situation. Vice President, we've extended the rail line through Arene. Why is this issue still on the board? That. Even now, the subject of Arene is still sensitive to the François. The President said she'll handle this one herself, but there are some tasks related to that have been delegated. She pointed to a line of text. See, we have already started. The rail is complete, the remediation of the landscape is done, the François government has given us permission to rebuild the town. It seems this project is well on its way, ma'am. The easy tasks only. And that permission came with the cost of doing the repairs. Still, they eventually gave their permission, and that's the important thing. She nodded. It must seem like a bargain to them. I guess even outraged passions gave way to money in the end. Visha smiled. That was one of the clever parts of the negotiations, actually. That concession cost much less than what we got, the permanent right to run the rail station through there and a significant portion of destroyed landscape. She shook her head slowly and sadly, remembering that day. The artillery started, and the fires finished, the destruction of the city. In the end, there were only the hollowed shells of buildings left, shattered and covered with soot. Even years later, there had been no progress on rebuilding. But why? They had the funds and they certainly had the time. My understanding is having a ruined city was to make themselves seem more the victim during the trials. Afterwards, with no rail and no industry, there was little drive to return. The survivors had become vagabonds because it was useful to the government. How horrible! Will they be allowed to return when we are done? I assume so. Our contract says we just have to clear the land to make it habitable again, not what happens with it afterward. She glanced at the clock. Ah, coincidentally, I have one of the hard parts of that project to work on today. Wish me luck. She stood and put on stylish coat to ward off the coming winter's chill. Her assistant looked puzzled, prompting Visha to answer the unasked question. Harder because artistic types can be a challenge. I don't expect to be in any danger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha had chosen a quiet cafe with an impressive fireplace for the meeting. She spotted a middle-aged woman sitting near a window table and easily recognized her for the person she was to meet. Visha, after all, had provided her with the clothing she now wore and had shipped to her in François. MLLE Claudel. Serebriakov spoke in passable François, gained over her time with the Argent and through near continuous business dealings with the Republic. The woman turned and smiled briefly. Please, it's just Camille. After all, are you not my benefactor? She sat down and gently disagreed. What we did was minor. President Digirekov is a follower of your work and heard of your plight. As it turns out, we were in negotiations with François and also needed a sculptor. Not so minor. My brother must have objected strongly to my release from prison. Or, should I say, from the hospital. She sighed. I cannot fault Montdevergues, to be fair. The doctors were kind, provided me what they could to support my art with a limited budget and tried for years to have me released against his continued objections. I was just so much more convenient hidden away rather than getting in the way of his career. The crazy sister that he rarely spoke of. She sipped the tea that had just been served while and thought that Visha did not interrupt. Do you know, he only speaks of me in the past tense? Not just gone as far as he was concerned but dead and gone. Visha said kindly, you don't need to talk about such things. The older woman shook her head and said, no, I must. I've already agreed to this great work but you should know me before we begin, no. She cleared her throat and thought back, as if summarizing her memories. I am prone to bouts of anger for I have been betrayed by everyone in my life who was even remotely close to me. My mother despised that I wasn't born male, as she repeatedly told me. My sister is a jealous witch who wanted and stole my inheritance. My brother is embarrassed by his unladylike sister who offended his career and faith. My mentor, my lover. Rodin cast me aside when my art clashed with his, leaving no path for a woman artist to work. And your father. Camille looked forlorn. His was the worst betrayal of all. He died when I needed him most, my one rock of stability to build my life on. He loved me and supported me like no other. My family did not even tell me when he passed, but my brother had me committed only a week after his demise. In 7 years, my brother only visited me twice and the rest, not at all. Tell me, would this not also make you angry? We've dealt with anger and pain before, and the injustice inflicted by those with power. She patted the woman's hand. She sniffed back tears. Now that I've bared my soul, I have to ask why me? Ah, that. The president read of your plight while she was imprisoned in Paris and decided that, if she had a chance, she would secure your freedom. She sent her apologies that it took as long as it did, but there were political obstacles. You mean my brother? I'd call him a bastard because I'm shocked that a kind man such as my father could sire such a piece of shit. How did you manage it? Serebriakov smiled slyly. Oh, we needed a sculptor, as you know, but when our lawyer pointed out that you had been institutionalized without consent or a prior diagnosis, they became more agreeable. They didn't want the Argent to enter their legal system again. We also waited until your brother was in the Far East so he couldn't interfere. Oh. That reminds me, she fished out a document. What is this? I already signed the employment contract. It's a power of attorney so we can sue your sister and mother for your share of your father's inheritance. He was quite wealthy, as you know, and we have gathered evidence that the doctor who helped commit you was paid off. Your brother has political power but isn't very good at hiding his tracks. Your mother and sister are, to be blunt, useless idiots. In addition, I think we can get compounded interest on the amount you should have received and perhaps even an extra levy so that we don't sue them for wrongful imprisonment. With luck, you'll be quite wealthy by this time next year. She pursed her lips in annoyance. Unfortunately, your brother was smart enough not to take any of the money for himself. My inheritance? I hadn't even thought of that. Oh, yes. Apparently, even before dividing his wealth, he had an additional set aside for building you an art studio. With the way your family spends the money he earned, they'll be left with next to nothing when we're done. Camille signed the papers hastily, a huge smile on her face for the first time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Number several months ago number. Tanya put down the papers in front of her and nodded decisively. I know the sculptor we should use for the project. Or sculptress, in this case. Visha looked up from her work. Oh. She was one of Rodin's protégés. Lover, actually. We need someone very talented to pull this off, as you know. She has the skills and, even better, she is in a bad situation that we can help her out of. Visha noted her name and the other details. This is so much like Tanya. We can do a good deed and further our cause at the same time. She's always thinking of others, even in something as simple as this. We'll bring her to our side as soon as possible. The thought made her smile and she hummed a few bars of Ode to Joy without thinking about it. Arjun smiled as well. It's good to have subordinates who think like I do. By rescuing Camille, we can get a sculptor on the cheap and a wealthy ally that owes us more loyalty than her own country. What could be better than that? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dr. Trapp, after a grueling few weeks, finally had his records and initial examinations of employees in order. It didn't help that he, and his staff, were seeing patients for actual ailments at the same time, and he also took on nearly a dozen projects around the community to improve the health of everyone in the long term. He was such a ubiquitous figure that he was known to all. Behind his back, they called him Drive Busybody, but with affection rather than derision. Still, he had 3 assistants, for now, and his full-time ambulance driver and part-time office helper, Pete, was relaxing outside eating a sandwich with his friend. His buddy whistled and said, "Pete, old boy, you have got it made. You get to hang around for a paycheck every day for doing what? Taking naps." He shook his head. "I have to admit, not much ambulance work in a town that full of mostly young, very healthy, and generally careful people. I help out the doc best I can while waiting for emergencies, you know." "Hey! How much can that be? You think I don't work? Let me tell you, I get paid and I'm working every day, my fine misinformed friend. Just since Doc arrived we've worked on mandatory use of safety helmets for construction workers, seat belts in all vehicles going faster than 15 miles per hour, first aid kits and fire extinguishers in every building, fire drills for all structures 3 or more stories tall." He shook his head. "And that's not all. I swear, Dr. Busybody is a demon that doesn't sleep." He sniffed and did a pretty good impression of Trapp. "You know what the best patient to treat is, Pete? The one who doesn't get sick or injured." Samuel looked up. "Must be nice to fly. I can't even describe it. I got tested by TVD when I got hired on to be a driver and found out I'm mage, ho day thunk. I can't make a shield that will stop a snowball or empower a firecracker, but I can sure move in the air even with a patient. Beats trying to maneuver a Tin Lizzie around even the best streets." Even now, he was tempted to take a trip around, but he had to stay within earshot of the office in case an emergency call came in. Samuel rubbed his chin. "Maybe I should get the test, too? Hey, I could be the next big thing." Pete shook his head solemnly. "Don't bother. You need a brain to be a mage, don't you know?" He took the outraged punch to his shoulder as the proper applause for his verbal jab. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Isabel was constantly drawn to the many shops and restaurants that lined the boulevards. Each area had quiet music playing from hidden speakers, a different theme depending on the surroundings. Bubbly, light music for areas where children would gather, sophisticated classical music near fancy shops and eateries, upbeat and peppy music near the many bars. After a mostly direct walk through the town, Isabel still couldn't think of the sprawling multi-block area as a mere consulate. They finally arrived at the consulate proper. The formerly run-down building had been restored, and improved. There was a decorative wrought iron fence with silver spear blade toppings all around the building, but the fence did nothing to hide the well-manicured lawn, newly planted trees, stone walkways, and flower beds. Some were, naturally, lying fallow as winter was approaching, but it was obvious that it would be quite the showcase come spring. Tanya's experienced eye recognized the signs of defensive emplacements in what appeared to be mundane attic windows. Decorative stonework along the fence may have a practical purpose. It was nothing a civilian, or even a skilled soldier, could spot, but she had made a habit of always knowing where someone could shoot at her and definitely would not want to attack this house if the defenders were alerted. Other suspicious items were also present, something to ask about later. "Well, it's been quite the journey, and not without a few twists, but we're here at last. Let's see how they've fixed the place up." Tanya walked forward confidently as if she were in her own house, which, in a sense, she was. As they approached the front door, it opened to reveal Oscar in his working clothes, something suited for either business or diplomatic affairs. He had several fancier outfits for formal affairs that were saved for the proper occasions. It was hard to tell, but his hair was still slightly damp as he had been helping paint the last room of the manor not 30 minutes ago when he got the word that Digirekov was on her way. "Good morning, Botschaftsrat Gustav. Even with just a brief inspection, I'm impressed with how complete the consulate is and how well the tasks have been done. My commendations. You honor me, Genera Consul. I relinquish control to you. Now that that formality is out of the way, let's drop it again." Her eyes twinkled. "Besides, we'll soon be far too busy to worry about such things as we have a nation to conquer. Through our diplomatic overtures and business ventures, we'll be America's staunchest allies before the decade is done. Oscar blinked and thought, surely she meant that metaphorically. Right? Right? He hurried after her without seeming like he was running. Notes. I managed to squeeze one more chapter out before the New Year festivities because I wanted Tanya to reach there before 2023. Camille Claudel was a real person and her story is even more tragic than I had included here. She was a talented, perhaps genius, sculptor in an era that wasn't kind to women who strayed outside the boundaries of their gender. Her only supporter was her wealthy father and, after he died, her family quickly moved to have committed. Her inheritance was taken and, despite the many urgings of her doctors, her brother refused to let them release her and she died after 30 years in the same asylum. He only visited her 7 times, her sister once and her mother not at all in 3 decades. When she died, he let them cremate her and she was buried in a mass grave for paupers. I've given her a kinder fate in my story, of course, and you'll see more of her later. Several reporters wrote stories of how she had been locked up due to jealousy or avarice but nothing came of it. Tanya read those stories, of course, and remembered it for later. For all its cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, France wasn't as equal toward women as they are today. Well, to be honest, nowhere was. Keep this in mind when we get to The Hyena. Chapter 84, Tipping Point. Notes. Moving a few things where they need to be in this chapter, next chapter has the social event of the season, some fun interactions, the completion of a thing, and there's a little gap in the narrative I haven't decided what to fill in yet. So if there's something you've been dying to see before I get cranking to the arc finale, make it known now. Chapter text. There are many different ways of looking at the universe, approximately one per person able to conceive of the concept at all. But every being should focus on what is rather than what seems to be. Of those people who can see what is, once other matters have been set aside, they see the balance. That is where science and the mystics both agree on the most basic of levels. The equal sign has as much power to a scientist as the most holy of mysteries. And now, that all-important equation was decidedly out of alignment. Action leads to reaction. Fate leads to destiny. Imbalance leads to balance. Always. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya flipped through several dozen reports, mostly scheming as most of the plans had long been set. She tapped the papers into a neat stack again. Good work, everyone. Frankly, I'm surprised you've achieved so much in the time you had available. Oscar shook his head. Your employees never stop working, it seems. Including innocent bystanders. Those crazy workaholics. That may be, but the essentials have all been established, so I want everyone to take some time off as we finish the last areas. She put a finger on the checklist and ran down the list. Housing, industry, entertainment, services, infrastructure, all are in a fine state. We'll be open for business, that is, diplomacy ahead of schedule. Other than essential services, give everyone the weekend off and we'll move up when the public can enter by a week. Why escalate so quickly? There are still plenty of things left unfinished despite the progress. Money, she said bluntly. I hadn't considered that. He had been focused on the construction and diplomatic goals and hadn't concerned himself with funding. Our coffers are flush, for now, but hardly infinite. Despite every cost-saving measure and using our own construction corps, it costs an incredible amount to support what amounts to a largish town. But, if we even get 60% of the business I expect, we'll break even easily. I was wondering how much money you truly expect to earn here. Roughly. She did some calculations in her head given the new information. As much as the rest of Chicago within a few years. Ambassador. Surely you jest. Chicago is hardly a small city. Being able to match even a tenth its income would be nearly impossible. She grinned. That's only the start. By functioning inside of the consulate, we are in the perfect position to operate a business with no annoying oversight. The truest laissez-faire situation that the world has ever seen. The Unified States can't interfere and Germania won't interfere as long as we send back gold. You say the Unified States can't interfere, but they are the host country. Couldn't they just make it illegal to come here? The legality of blocking access to a consulate aside, by the time someone thinks to do that, they won't dare. We'll be too big and be far too influential. He smiled wryly. We are every nation's favorite monster, the cause of all their ills. Germania is hardly popular. She put her elbows on her desk and steepled her fingers in front of her face. We will be. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The TVD talent discovery team had a rather nebulous mandate: find novel things people can do with magic. It didn't have to be useful, powerful, needful, or even sensible, as long as it was different and interesting. Clerks compiled the results and put them in a well-organized series of files that other members of TVD could access when they needed something unusual or were just brainstorming problems that might be amenable to some tricky magic. Sarah Briakoff liked keeping that department close to her office. She found it comforting to read about all the things people could do that had been judged as useless in the past. Today, she was escorting General Rirujan there and was bragging about their work, politely, of course. The symbol of the team was a square surrounded by stylized stars. The general glanced at it and Visha responded to the unspoken question, "It's the president's idea." The square represents the box in which most people trap their thoughts. The stars are where we should be thinking. That's very like her, he responded dryly. Thinking like everyone else is hardly one of her strengths. It was perhaps comforting for him as well, as often as he visited. The rest of the country was almost unrelievedly awash in bad news and, as nervous as he was about Tanya's plans, people were always busy and smiling in her offices. Exactly. Our records help when we have a specific need as well. This is where we found all the mages that could move metal efficiently for our rail project. From those workers, if they had more specific skills, became stall operators. They aren't even bothering to hide it from me. I guess they consider me an insider, even a supporter. Perhaps they are not wrong about that, God help me. Anything else interesting coming up? Well, I can't say too much, but that's mostly because there aren't any real results yet. The Submariner initiative is just in its initial stages. We have recruited mages that are good with water spells. A lot of these spells are ones that aerial mages use, but some people are just better with water. I've seen one girl able to accelerate water to nearly the speed of sound, remarkable. She looked appropriately impressed. So spells to pull oxygen from water, protection from pressure and so on. Those, but more than that. Using water as a means of sensing things or sending messages across long distances, though only via water as a medium. Underwater mages, They would basically be the submarine analog of our current mages. They are a combination of submarine, sonar, and torpedo all wrapped together. Even underwater communications which aren't even possibly by current technology. This sounds like a good fit in our project to give mages non-military roles in the military to hide our true strength. The tactical and strategic value would be astonishing. Digirekov's insight is still on par. How do you envision them being used? Primarily entertainment and research, but with an eye toward general utility. She lowered her voice, also deep-sea exploration once they've been trained. Too low to be detected even by the best sonar and able to sink the mightiest fleet. But it sounds like they are still looking for a good business case to disguise the troops. Have you considered the need for structural engineers for bridges? Dam safety experts? And, though less pleasant, sewer inspectors? Visha looked impressed. Those are amazing ideas. She called over a staffer and explained Rirujan's ideas. This will be great for the members of the Submariner initiative and can lead directly into the Eldorado and Atlantis projects. I'll call the flagged people and start them up. We have some people who are skilled in these areas who can train them. The man thought carefully. I think we have some veterans who have a background in demolitions. Many of them had a civil engineering background before being drafted and can train up our mages in the basics. They can get more advanced training with time and still earn a good salary. The vice president turned back to the general. This will help employ a good 20 mages, perhaps more if we can find them. Not to mention assorted support staff. How does it feel to help employ 100 people? Yes. This is why I love keeping this department close, it's always a lift to my spirits. And it looks like Rirujan is fully behind finding civilian jobs for all these people. My pleasure. Keep me informed if there are other people needing work and I'll see if we can brainstorm some solutions. I do believe the Navy and non-military organizations might also need people to check on the seaworthiness of their vehicles, so please save a few for us. Your name is the first on the list, sir. I guess I'm a collaborator, after all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gisela was humming as she walked through the children's park. It was a playground near the school and worker apartments, but there was a largish unused area nearby that was earmarked for expansion on the maps but was just an empty field currently. The engineers had torn out half a city block of shoddy buildings down to the dirt and they had done only the most basic of landscaping before seeding the area with clover and wild flowers. The clover grew fast, was hardy, and didn't require maintenance. Because this open area had no immediate purpose, many had taken to picnicking there or simply playing. Frequently the kids would eschew the constructed playground equipment and simply played in the field. Cal was there and was, apparently, amusing the children with his size. He was impressively large to even grown adult men, so he must have seemed like a giant to the youngsters. He currently had one child holding each of his biceps, hoisted off the ground, and he was spinning gently around while they laughed with glee. He spotted Gisela on one revolution and slowly came to a stop, letting the children down carefully. Gotta go kids, my date is here. Guten Tag, they said simultaneously before running off to play with their friends. You are good with them. Do you have siblings? Quite a few, but none this young. Cousins, nephews, and nieces, those I have plenty of. He grinned widely. We practically have to rent out a barn or two when we're holding a family reunion. My mum keeps bugging me asking when I'm going to add to the pile. Oh, does she? She responded lightly with a sideways look at the big soldier. Ahem. He struggled to change the subject. So those kids, are they from the Empire? Their English seems too good for that. No, they are children of our American workers, but we teach Germanian in our schools. Most other schools around this country removed that subject from their curriculum during the war. There will be a lot of good jobs, even if only within TVD. The president wants strong ties between our country and yours, and bilingual skills will be quite marketable. Ha! Maybe I should pick up a few words, too. You do have words, a few. Something beyond song lyrics and food, that is. You ready to go? Ah, almost. She held up a folder. My workday is almost over. I just have to deliver these and we can go. He looked around at the empty field. Strange office your colleague has. Oh, you. She looked up and pointed. Speaking of, there he is. An uncomfortable-looking man came up and nodded. Miss Morgan's turn. Cal looked at the man in civilian clothes and blinked. Afternoon. Sergeant. So Gisella's recipient is Sergeant Smith? His secret information source has been her? Yes, good afternoon Corporal. The woman he's been dating is the Germanian embassy organizer. Gisela looked at the two men with a slightly amused look on her face. They work together? Maybe I can have Cal deliver these for me next time? Here are the dossiers of the new workers, the schedule of construction and the new maps of the consulate grounds. I'll get you the schedule of events and the American contractors next time. She handed the thick folder over. The receipt is inside and thank you for your patronage. Ahem, yes. Thank you. Good day, then. He tipped his hat as he took the folder. The two men exchanged looks that said, we shall never speak of this. ******. Konrad Meyer was sending his report back to Waldstadt, or rather, he was summarizing to his supervisor in the Unified States who would, in turn, send the report back. His supervisor in name only was conflicted. On one hand, he was ecstatic that his division was recording profits on a scale to boggle the imagination. On the other, Meyer and his Germanian counterpart were indulging in investments to make the strongest gambler blanch. This put him in the awkward situation that if he got further involved with this mad scheme, he could reap amazing reward, or lose everything. He chose the better part of valor and merely functioned as a go-between. A tiny part of a huge pie was enough for him and he could always disclaim Meyer if things went wrong. Low rewards, yes, but also low risk. So we'll be mixing in these long-term investments to support the American Cellini line and with the anticipation of a sudden downturn in stock values across the board. These bonds and commodities will be a reserve of equity for investments after that. We predict the futures markets, except where outlined here, will be far too unstable to reliably invest in. Government intervention could unnaturally bolster or devastate any particular industry, so it's best to bet against the market as a whole. These are rather profound predictions, Conrad. America has the strongest economy in the world right now. Right now, is correct. It's so good that irrational exuberance has artificially inflated values. It only takes one shock to such a system to bring it all down. He was confident in the analysis as he and Yvette had discussed it thoroughly. One startling thing, however, is that it was President Digirakov who had provided it to her. Truly, she was wasted being sent into battle. Then again, isn't business just another sort of war? As you say. Perhaps we should make selective withdrawals from our American holdings. Does your analysis predict problems for Waldstadt? When America catches a cold, the entire world sneezes. A phrase I heard from Oberst but highly applicable. This globe is no longer a matter of parts neatly separated on a map and we have to treat it as a single unit. Conrad, to his supervisor's eyes, seemed more competent these days. Was that the halo of success around him? But he literally seemed smarter and he had even lost some weight. Of course, these days he was working nearly every day and had less time for indulgences. Maybe there was a lion underneath all along? Keep up the good work. Say, have you started exercising? No, not at all. The food in America has no savor without the sauce of an accompanying beverage. I greatly look forward to my visit to the consulate where I can visit their restaurants. I guess not. *****. While her colleague was handling the market side of things, Yvette was continuing her shopping spree across America. She didn't push or overspend for anything, just a few key purchases here and there, and she also made contacts for the properties and industries she was interested in. Despite the ill feelings of the Great War, money was money, and business was business. She was rarely turned away. Today, oddly enough, she wasn't meeting with a business or property owner but a group of out-of-work railroad men. They were a tough-looking bunch, made tougher by hard times. Yet she didn't seem even the slightest bit afraid. So, gentlemen, thank you for meeting with me, today. Ain't no gentleman here, miss, just us yard rats and Gandhi dancers. The head speaker was a tall, strong-looking black man which, Yvette understood, was somewhat unusual for the Unified States. The workers were a mix of races, but everyone was darkened by dirt and coal ash, making it a moot point in her eyes. That's good, because we need workers, a lot of them. Good wages under contract. One man snorted. Good until you don't need us no more. Assorted heads nodded at this assessment. You think we're not workin' because they aren't payin' enough? They closed the shop and then shut our line down. They'd rather work double shifts than let us in. When I say contract, we mean that. Any layoffs come with pay, at least 2 weeks. And it goes up from there for people who we want to hire back after a slowdown. But our plans will keep you working at least 3 years and probably until retirement as long as you are productive. The original speaker said, no one retires, miss, we die on the line. With TVD, you will get to retire if you put in the years. You're allowed to buy stock in our company at lower prices and our company does very well. I joined just a short time ago and I could probably quit now and live off of my investments just from the company. Why don't you? Called a man toward the back. She smiled, showing dimples. I'm having too much fun. No one appreciated my work at my old job, but now I get to do what I trained in rather than being a glorified bank teller. And I'll retire wealthy, rather than just comfortably, which is always pleasant. We'd be happy just to work and leave the future to sort itself out. He scratches his head, seemingly puzzled. You don't talk like no brass hat I've ever met, if you pardon me for saying that. My boss isn't like anyone you've ever met, either, but you might get a chance soon. She never does things the usual way and maybe I've inherited some of that. She cleared her throat. I am ready to sign everyone on tonight, on the say-so of Mr. Say what's your name? Just call me Junior, everyone does. Answering her unasked question, he continued. Everyone makes fun of my full name, so that's fine. I can't use a nickname on my contracts, Junior. The courts won't enforce it unless you can be clearly identified. This is for your protection to make sure you get what you are owed. He took a deep breath and sighed. My name's Henry. John Henry Jr. Yvette didn't catch the reference, which John appreciated. Let's get everyone under contract so I can pay everyone here the signing bonus. Oh, if you can refer other workers and they meet our muster, you'll get an extra bonus. We're going to need a lot of people, very soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gladio was looking over the contracts and arrangements for the new bakeries, something he was much better suited for than unskilled assistant baker. His fiancée insisted he still do that, though, so looking over the paperwork was rather like a vacation for him. So what if some contracts were dusted with flour? The expansion to the new factories, technically old factories, but they were new to their venture, was going well. They cleaned everything out thoroughly, made any necessary repairs and remodeling, and were soon open for business. He didn't have an assistant, there wasn't any need yet, but there was a TVD intern that was helping out and simultaneously learning the business. Unpaid, yes, but only for now. So, how does this work, Herr Gladio? It seems simpler than I understand, somehow. Ah, it seems easier, because it is easier. He chuckled and pulled out a piece of paper. It's what Digirekov calls vertical integration. That means we do everything inside the company. So we can bypass all the tedious making of contracts and negotiations. He started freehand drawing little cartoons of the supply chain. So TVD farms ship wheat to TVD mills to be turned into flour. Then they ship it to our bakeries. Now, part of the deal is that we sell the bulk to TVD stores, but we also supply our own storefront. More and more little cartoons were filling the page with little arrows going here and there. That doesn't look simple. Ah, but here's the magic part. He drew a circle around most of the pictures. All of this happens inside TVD. From the outside end, for the most part, it's like a box where bread pops out. The company controls everything from beginning to end where the bread finally gets purchased. Even the vehicles and trains that move everything around are ours. The youngster's concept of business was undergoing a profound shift as he looked over the paper. What happens when something goes wrong? That's a big issue for a company. Gladio shrugged, so? Problems happen. But here, the whole company is invested in making sure everything works. If there is flooding in a farm, TVD engineers rush out to shore things up. If we need more mills, we might use an independent mill for a brief time, but more likely we'll build or buy a new one. Too much wheat? They'll sell the excess or maybe shift to a different crop. So the bigness of TVD is a defense? Because it can do everything. Almost, it's the diverse nature that is other part. Because they do so many things, and they do it all inside the company, they are almost immune to what happens outside. That's why we use accounting entries and silver marks rather than the unfortunately devalued papier mark. The intern pondered this carefully. It reminded him of something but he couldn't quite grasp it easily and then it popped into his head. Oh. So TVD is more like a country than a company. How remarkable. Gladio hadn't actually drawn this connection himself. Ahem, yes of course, that was what I was getting at. So the president is in the Unified States as an ambassador for Germania but also of the country of TVD. Ha! That's a good way of looking at it. Yes, indeed. To his relief, Helga called out to him just then. Sweetheart, I need more flour. Coming, dearest. He hurried out of the room post-haste. Chapter 85, Train Station. Tanya indulged in a whirlwind tour of the restaurants of the consulate and, for the most part, was delighted in what they were offering. It's like the world's best eateries all were brought to one place. This is going to become the place for dining and entertainment. Gisela, who came along to take notes and assign tasks, had to ask, will there be enough people? There are a lot of restaurants. Restaurants and bars. You know, intellectually, that this is the only place to get alcohol in any quantity in the Unified States. But you've vastly underestimated the desire, no the need of humans for drink. While I'm no fan of drunkenness, I'm in favor of freedom and there's an amazing amount of pent-up demand even after just a few months. She smiled out of the side of her mouth. I, too, wouldn't mind a drink now and then. So Chicagoans will come here? In enough numbers to support all this? Tanya shook her head. Not just them. The entire Midwest. People will plan vacations around coming to here. To Tanya Island, Gisela said with a light, melodious laugh. Digirekov rolled her eyes. If you must, yes, to Tanya Island. That's why there are so many hotels and entertainment venues. To drink, yes, but also to relax, to dine, to unwind, and so on. But more importantly than all that, to do business. Gisela, who had understood most of this already, straightened up when she heard this last piece. Business. The wealthy and the business classes go on trips for business all the time, there's only so much you can via telegraph, the post, and telephony. That means people have to travel somewhere. What we are making is a hub for all major business travel for the country, here, in our backyard. She indicated the entirety of the consulate grounds with a glance and a lift of her chin. They want to isolate us, me, by shutting down the Germanian embassy and only opening the consulate here. Far enough away from DC without being too obvious. Even New York was a little too close for them but they made a fatal error. Chicago is ideally placed to become the only reasonable location for major business dealings on the continent. A bit stunned, the other woman pictured the country in her head. Most of the population was east of the Mississippi, most of the industry and financial centers were in the north. Is it really that close? The Great Lakes are to the north for shipping and rail opens up the rest of the continent. That's why the Salini line is so vital. We need to control it completely so that we aren't subject to the whims of others. But this is just the tip of the spear, soon, they'll be begging us, hat in hand. She explained her ultimate plan while Gisela stared, shock on her face. Ambassador, my instincts tell me this shouldn't work but I can't think of a single reason why it wouldn't. That's why it will work. Even people who stumble on our plan will dismiss it even as it's being carried out in front of their faces. But the key is Chicago, all roads lead here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Helen Schwab, hailed by some as the Queen of Chicago, was putting the last touches on her own birthday party under the very reasonable premise that there was no one better to do it, and she only deserved the very best. The venue was the finest hotel in the city which was right in the middle of the Germanian consulate. Elegant, commanding, beautiful, a force of nature, that's how she was viewed by both the public and the press. This image would be greatly shaken if they could hear what was going on inside her head. I'll get to see Tanya tonight. I can't wait. She's just a few dozen yards away. Maybe I should go see her now? No, no, no. She's only been in the city for a few days, she's too busy. She's coming to my party. She touched the RSVP from Digirekov as if making sure it was real. I wonder what her present is going to be. Maybe she'll do that for me? She floated off in her thoughts as her subordinates hurried about their tasks around her, decorations, food, room arrangements, and so on. She barely noted their activities as she imagined enjoying the party with her best friend. Her chief assistant looked at Helen gliding through the hotel, nodding and humming as she confirmed the plans with a serene gaze. She's so magnificent. An event this large, with so many notables coming and she doesn't even look remotely worried. She truly is a different breed of human, so far above the concerns of us common folks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The head of the political office was drinking again. It was a cheaper brand but he made up for that in volume. His assistant approached him cautiously. When he was drinking, he might be cheerful, might be morose, and might even turn violent. Fortunately, the news was good. Sir, I have word from our man in the Bundesrat. The head lifted bloodshot eyes, seemingly not recognizing the speaker at first. Oh, so what did he say? Because his boss seemed a bit disconnected, he recapped the situation. Negotiations are still going on because it would require a change in the Grundgesetz. Everyone wants a piece of it and because sections are likely going to be subject to external review, it has been tricky. He took another long drink. Tell me all. As long as she doesn't get significant national or international support, we should be able to push through the Fairness in Taxation Amendment. Another pause. That's good? Yes, that's good. He stood up abruptly, not a good idea as he staggered before steadying himself with his desk. We can finally get rid of that blight. How dare she do things. Ah, yes sir. I will keep you informed. He slipped about before his supervisor's mood moved from happy to violent again. Experience had made him cautious and the sound of things being thrown around the office behind him proved the wisdom of his actions. ******. The divers, protesting, had gone below the thermocline. The modified orbs they were using protected them from the environment and provided oxygen. But those weren't the features they were testing that day. Antonia, an Eidolon expat who was living in Germania when the war broke out, was running the tests. She had been a art factory supervisor before her magical abilities were discovered. Test 06, how's the sound? The mage asked her companions. She was holding an underwater notebook, a recent invention, with an attached pen. Clear. By the way, any word on when these communications can go above surface? No word on that Nemo 3. The subsurface communications are limited to the water. Radio only works above. Straight magic gear can't handle the interface properly. She cleared her throat. Let's get through the rest of this list and then go for depth. In turn, she covered the other tests in succession. Depth gauge. Pressure test. Temperature check. Oxygen levels. Shield. Speed test. After a solid 2 hours, they were nearly complete. Okay, we'll finish up and get home. Scan the boxes we set up. The other mages lowered light opaque helmets and allowed themselves to be spun erratically until they were thoroughly disoriented. Then they were lined up in one direction for consistency by their leader. Okay, mark your maps with what you sense. We placed a random number of boxes, so do your best. She floated near the mages as they reached out their mystic senses. Some closed their eyes, which was fine, their task didn't require them to be vigilant. After a few minutes, they had all marked their sheets to varying levels of completeness. After a few minutes, she stopped them. Hey? I think I can sense more, though. Promptness is part of the test. We're going to be sweeping large areas so we can't spend too much time in one place. She looked over the results but saw outliers on 2 of the sheets. Samuel, Renata. Can you still detect this one? The 2 nodded. All of you, go see if you can find this mark. Go together and move things if you have to. Bring back whatever you find. She went back up to their boat and waited patient while confirming their results. Within a few hundred feet, all 4 matched and there were quite a 3-way matches several times that distance. I think we can work with this, the presidents will be pleased. A few minutes after that the other mages popped out of the water. Due to the pressure control of their orbs, they had no need to decompress and just landed on the deck. With a smug grin, Renata dropped something into her hand. Told you it was there. Antonia's eyes widened. Oh, yes, I think they will be pleased, quite pleased. *****. Having gotten permission, Fraud Seidel took it upon herself to teach interested children, and adults, how to play the piano. Tanya had merely shrugged and said, your salary is the same so you can have fun in your spare time. She was a teacher through and through, and having been freed of the need to struggle to survive, she rediscovered the joy of the profession. In just a day, her introductory class became quite popular and she already had a few students that she planned to give advanced lessons to. Even more popular than her classes were her stories about white silver. As a personal witness to several acts of heroism, her words had far more credence than muttered rumors of anything that happened during the war. Did she really save the lady of the harbor? Seidel nodded with a slight smile. Indeed she did. We were just sailing into the harbor, the lights from the rising sun just touching on the lady's torch. Although not professionally trained, she told the story with enough detail, the kids were able to imagine the scene as if they had been there themselves. Later on, they retold the stories to their friends not lucky enough to go to school on the consulate grounds. And they told their friends. And they told their friends. *****. Reginald Higgs Botham, a proud member of the Gentlemen's Explorers League, bon vivant, and general man about town was sitting in a star-shaped table. It was a rather fat star, so that it was nearly completely convex. There were 20 chairs around it though they were hardly ever complete filled. Today, there were 12 others besides Reginald. Per tradition, they were all masked, but since they all knew each other socially and through other means, it was merely for the tradition that this continued rather than to hide their identities. Each mask was quite stylized and marked, obviously or inobviously, with an alchemical symbol. Some were recognized by science as elements in their own right while others had been discredited or were recognized as mere compounds. Reginald, sporting a mask with inward curving horns, spoke up. I'll be brief. Numerous eye rolls met this proclamation. They were all too familiar with his brevity. Just say it, bismuth, and let us get back to the party. The speaker, his mask marked with 2 circles connected by a line, made to look like eyes or glasses, was quite blunt and was impatient, to say the least. Arsenic, there's a protocol that must be followed, but, in interests of the quite valuable time of all present, I won't preface my remarks with undue elaboration and instead say what I propose, to wit, I wish to nominate a new member to our august body. We have sufficient members to do so here and I think she will add spice we've lacked for quite a while. Oh. Her. Are you still on that? She a menace and a murderer 1,000 times over. A woman with a bisected circle as a mask with eye holes responded coldly. Yes, her, as you say. Despite invidious propaganda and a most unfair tarnishing of her reputation, neither, I think she has the proper spirit. He chuckled. And don't forget our charter, we aren't looking for people we necessarily like, just ones that have a certain spirit about them. And most of all they have to be interesting. Can anyone here say that she is not? You're sponsoring her, so I'll take your word on that. Aquaregia votes yes and I won't change my mind. Ta-ta, all, I'm back to the festivities. She left the table, unwilling to debate further. Still, what level shall she be at? Several suggest themselves. Reginald harumphed. Planetary, of course. Her influence in the world demands no less. Alum sucked in his breath. You are serious, aren't you, old boy? Well, in for a shilling, in for a pound. I'm willing to see what comes of it. He shook his head. Are you sure she'll accept, though? She strikes me as a rather free spirit, if those rumors are to be believed. I believe so, and I'll task myself to convince her. The vote was narrow, but the ayes carried the day. Reginald was grinning as the others hurried out so they could return to the party and he picked up a token with a crescent moon on it. So, my dear Miss Digirekov. It's time I think. He flipped the token and then put it in his pocket as if it were a common coin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If a train is moving forward on a track with no branches and no stops, most would think it would eventually reach the final destination. But there were many things that could happen. It could derail. It could run out of fuel. It could be braked carefully. It could even reverse direction. This is all true. But what if the train was dropped from 10,000 feet directly overhead? What then? Soon, the train would enter the station. And there was nothing to stop it. Chapter 86, Waste Not, Want Not. Chapter Text. The head of the political office looked much better than he had just a few days ago. His eyes were clear, though his cheeks and nose were reddened from long days of heavy drink. He wore newly tailored suits as he had gained a bit of weight during the ordeal of the past year, but they were smartly made and displayed his tall frame well. Now that his allies had come around, he found himself emboldened. But having been burned at every turn, his caution had been awakened. He was not a stupid man but perhaps had been a bit too impressed by his own power. That was my great flaw. Not seeing my enemy clearly, not understanding my position thoroughly. Well, not again. His servant flicked the last speck of dust from his clothes and he strode out to the meeting. A politician was idling in the other room, an expensive cigar held in one hand while he looked out the window. Ah, Manfred. So glad you could finally meet us. The sarcasm was implied, he kept even the tiniest trace out of his voice. You know I hate that, Albrecht. Hate what, dear friend? He smiled his politician's smile and it was nearly perfect. He was skilled at navigating the murky bogs of the government without getting the tiniest drop of fouled water on him. On the side, he had grown quite wealthy from this skill and aimed to ascend to higher levels before he was done. That name, of course. It's a weak one and I've never liked it. Tut tut. It's just a name, right? He flicked an ash where it fell on a carpet that shouldn't have been treated that way. We have more important things to discuss. Things like gold, and silver. He scowled in a reverse image of the other's grin. Don't push me, you hear? I still have influence, and secrets, aplenty, and I'm in no mood to keep my ammo in reserve. Goodness. Ah, well, playtime is over. Shall we meet the others then, Manf, that is? Herr Gruber. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Grand Hotel, so dubbed by Tanya after she had done a thorough search of existing hotel names, was impressive, indeed. It was a towering edifice, only topped by the amazing Eiffel's Tower. Tonight was its inaugural event for the hotel, the birthday party of the Queen of Chicago, Helen Schwab. This was also serve as a precursor to the grand opening of Tanya the day after. Despite protests, Digirekov chose to let her friend's celebration be the sole event of the evening. The movers and shakers, celebrities and politicians, the glitterati and the fat cats, all of them knew that this was the place to be tonight. Unlike the normal rules of the consulate, a long line of limousines were allowed on the premises just for this event. This was part of the power of Schwab's influence and also of Tanya herself. From this point, the consulate was open for business in a very literal fashion. People interested in either diplomacy or business with the new Germania, or rather with TVD, were flocking into the city. The hotel was illuminated with multicolored lights making it appear like a magical beacon visible for miles around. It drew the eye and the hearts of Chicagoans and visitors alike. The consulate staff, as well as Helen's employees, were out in force. As they were all striving for the same cause, the two teams worked together surprisingly well. TVD controlled the area outside the hotel and did the catering while the interior service was all handled by Schwab's people. Everything reeked of opulence and taste. There was even a red carpet to usher the guests into the venue. Like some movie showing long before movie stars reached those heights, the walkway was lined with photographers. Mixed in, and floating above, were TVD photographers recording with orbs. Indeed, the enthusiasm far exceeded what presidents and sports stars could even dream of. Several of the newsies were changing out their film during a brief lull in the limos. One looked up and said, "Bill? What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you on sports?" "Me? Yeah, but it's, the social event of the year. So they need photos, right?" The guy looked out of place but was trying to talk a good game. "What are you doing in Chi-town anyway? I heard you were reporting in Wichita." "I pick up freelance gigs. I had time and so here I am." He waved at the crowd. "When do you think she will show up?" A feminine voice interrupted. "The stars show up when it's most dramatic, of course." "Evening Bill, Sean. Sheila," both of the men said. "This is not exactly a book signing event," Sean commented. "It's also not New York," Bill added. She shrugged. "A girl has to go where the news is. I mean, we're all here for the same reason, right?" They looked at each other but Bill said what they were all thinking. "It's the booze, yeah." Sheila grinned. "I have vacation built up and I'm going to do a tour of the restaurants." Bill nodded. "Same here but with an emphasis on the beer. All of the above for me, but with a focus on vacationers." He looked over and up at the huge tower. "I'm hoping to get a spot there in a few days." "Oh foolish boys, the best way up there is to have a reservation at the Tower restaurant. It's a Francois coffee and patisserie there and yours truly will be enjoying an early morning treat tomorrow looking down at all you insects below." She laughed like the villainess in a Broadway production. Sean spoke quickly. "I say Sheila, don't I owe you dinner out? Perhaps you'll allow me to pay you back, say, tomorrow morning." She held her notepad in front of her mouth like a noblewoman wielding a fan coquettishly. "Oh, I think I could be convinced." Bill grumbled to himself about not being quicker but he was doing a drinking tour of the consulate for the next few days so he had time. What was little known outside of the publishing and periodical industries is that every reporter, or news cameraman, was given free lodgings at the Grand Hotel for this one night. It didn't matter what their actual job was, just that it involved media of some sort. There was widespread curiosity about the new ambassador so most companies were more than happy to let their reporters descend on Chicago to cover the event. And there was an open bar. For the next 3 weeks, both print and broadcast media was flooded with stories about Tanya Island and how it was the place to visit this year. ******. A dapper man in a tuxedo easily mixed with the party guests. He slid in and out of conversations like quicksilver, shiny, interesting, and then gone in a flash. His good looks and charm made people fail to realize they didn't know his name or where they knew him from. But they could easily tell that he was familiar with them so it was a bit embarrassing when they couldn't recall his identity. This was not too surprising as the number of people who knew his true name were less than 5, at least on this side of the grave. Excellent. Infiltration was flawless. During the confusion of the party, there will be many opportunities. Drink, sir. His ruminations were interrupted by a server nearby with a tray full of champagne flutes. He was about to respond affirmatively when his almost superhuman skills at target identification kicked in. "My word, Natasha, I almost didn't recognize you." The words he was speaking didn't match what his lips shaped, a valuable skill to throw off surveillance. "My dear Boris, are you here to interfere with my mission again?" She was dressed as a serving girl, but her altered cup size and black hair color did little to disguise the body he knew all too well. He raised his eyebrows. "Isn't it you who is interfering with my mission, Natasha? Perhaps we should go somewhere and argue the fine points." "A capital idea. I happen to have a room reserved." Once again, the two spy/assassins were distracted and took more accumulated leave without warning their respective employers. *****. The American Army, as consulate guards, were on alert for the big event. Their Germanian colleagues were also out in force on the inner side of the wall. Frankly, the fortifications made all their jobs so much easier and they mostly paid attention to incoming vehicles and the odd chance that someone tried to come in by air. Half a dozen magic detectors were arranged around the perimeter, plus 2 at the main gate. Normally, the mana coming from inside the consulate overwhelmed their sensors, but they had managed to filter out the common signatures so they would only detect new sources. Cal, naturally, was among their number. He was either going to be on night duty for the party or during the next day and drew both duties. He floated outside the boundary with a white armband to make him more visible to those inside. They were doing their best to avoid any possibility of friendly fire. Hey, it's going to be a long night, I think. He looked at the limousines outside the consulate and was amazed at how many people were coming to just a birthday party. It probably doesn't matter. Gisela will be very busy both tonight and tomorrow. I'll hit the sack right after I do my 12 and be fresh for our date. He thought about the Germanian woman fondly. Wow, what a dame. Pretty, smart as a whip, good to hang out with. Hell, she's just plain fun. He scanned the area near the wall to make sure no one was trying a circuitous in. The wide parking lot and well-lit perimeter made that unlikely. I wonder if she'd want to try something more permanent? Would she want me to move overseas? She's pretty serious about her job. When he realized the path his mind was taking, he had to laugh. Hey, I guess I'm pretty serious about this already. But why not? It's not like we're at war and she'll be here for a while and I never planned on making a career out of the army. Cal waved at one of the wall guards who waved back. The non-mages were keeping an eye out from atop the barrier while the Germanian mages kept to the air. Unofficially, their efforts were independent, but they were actually well coordinated. It wouldn't look good to seem too chummy, but there were practical men on both sides that cared far more about results than ideology. Still, they didn't publicize their discussions. As part of their ongoing training, they were taught officer-level courses like strategy and tactics. All the guards were expected to be a higher level of soldier, smarter, better able to respond to situations. He suspected other guards, at other embassies, weren't getting the same level of training, but their duties were likely ceremonial. Cal didn't fool himself, there really could be an attack at any time. What his instincts and studies told him is that the Grand Hotel and Eiffel's Tower were defensive structures. They towered over the consulate and even the surrounding city. You could see for miles over the water, with the only obstruction anywhere being each other. Despite that, the only real avenue of attack is from the air or from the river. And the river is far too open. The wall is too good for a land invasion, and just seeing the attack isn't enough. It looks like if they were assaulted, they would use a mini version of their interior lines strategy. Their mages can reach any of the walls in seconds, so they don't have to reinforce everything fully. He looked up into the starry night sky. I guess this would be it, then. Then he shook his head. But who would be that stupid? Hey. Asterisk. Two attractive women were walking down the street, ignoring the stares, and words, of the people around them. The taller one was a thinner mulatto woman, but with sufficient curves to leave no doubt as to her gender. The shorter, Kavya one was more cognizant of the surroundings, but only so she could roll her eyes disparagingly. Her skin was a darker and her teeth gleaming in contrast. She whispered to the other one, who nodded and smiled. One odd thing, especially considering that it was well after sundown, was that the taller woman was wearing very dark sunglasses. The other odd thing was that they didn't seem to have a destination. Just walking. Although this wasn't the worst part of town, such activities drew attention and, eventually, the very wrong sort of attention. The bespectacled one seemed to be guiding their route and would nod every time they came to an intersection or decision before turning decisively. The latest path was a noisome alley, dark and menacing. The shorter woman murmured. The night crawlers are gathering around. We're near the spot, so I'll be counting on you. She was moving with surprising surety, uncaring about any danger. Especially surprising as her eyes were firmly closed behind her sunglasses. Oh ho! So close, so soon? It's been a long time since I had to flex my muscles like this. She noted there were a couple of people on their tail, but a lot more than that behind them. Do you need any help? There was slight note of concern in her voice. Pfft. Please. There can't be more than 10 of them. You keep doing what you need to do. She pulled out 2 gold-runed daggers. Oh, little girl thinks she's tough, hey. A rough voice called out behind them. But your little pig stickers ain't gonna help you here. He smirked and pulled out a used snub-nosed pistol. It was dirty and not maintained, but deadly in appearance and intent. There were several more ugly-visaged men behind him and some further ahead in the alley. Most were armed with bats or short iron pipes. She shrugged. I have a lot of pigs to stick, so what better? She banged the daggers together and they made a much louder sound than one would expect. On the third clash, a swirl of wind came into the alley, picking up paper and garbage there. I heard pigs were actually quite clever, so maybe a different animal would be best. The man growled at the insult and then sneered again. What we want, you won't need your kneecaps. With a leer, he pointed the gun at their legs. Break 'em, boys, and then we'll have a little fun. 9, she murmured as they grew closer. 8 plus 1, how fun. Faster than they could react, faster than they could see, she flashed forward and 2 men found daggers buried in their chests. Blood to ash. They collapsed unnaturally, not even making a sound. 2 bodies collapsed to the ground. Or rather, 2 empty sets of clothes fell to the ground and ash was picked up by the wind around the women. While in shock, she appeared behind 2 more and 2 spines were severed, blood to shadow. Even the low light from the ends of the alley and the half moon above dimmed suddenly. Fuck. The leader fired twice reflexively but he didn't know if he hit anything. Get her now. Blood to breath, came a voice from the darkness. He found the air sucked from his lungs and he fought to breathe. He tried to order his gang but nothing came out. Blood to bone. Cracking sounds came from around him but with only an eerie silence otherwise. He tried to back away and fell over something. He could barely make out what almost looked like a body, twisted with more bends in the limbs than was natural. The smiling woman walked over to him. He emptied the rest of bullets at her but the bullets just spun around her like the trash from the alley. Is this the spot? She said, her daggers somehow still clean after all that happened. The taller woman nodded, ignoring everything that was going on. How convenient. She walked over to the man who was fruitlessly pulling the trigger. She leaned down and plunged both daggers into his chest and whispered, blood to blood. Unlike the other dead men, his blood moved down his body like a row of ants following a trail. He tried to move but was somehow forced to watch it drain from his body and toward the other woman. Each beat of his heart, so very, very fast, was pushing more out of the wounds in his chest. The beats grew slower but somehow he was still aware, still awake. The blood formed patterns on the ground, glowing with the light stolen from around them. He tried to close his eyes just to shut out the sight but some force kept them open until the ultimate drop left him and he was allowed to die. The tall woman said mildly, I was willing to draw it with my own blood. Waste not, she wrenched the daggers out of the exsanguinated body, want not. The bodies were all shrinking as they desiccated, the bones were turning to dust and soon there was little sign that anything unusual had happened other than all the dirty clothes lying around. You getting anything? The unwielded sword approaches, the blinding sun crawls. She sucked in her breath. When? Isn't this too soon? The other woman smiled. The hand has moved. The glow faded and the bloody trails blew away like the dust it had become. What? She took off her glasses and opened her eyes. The signs are more than clear. Things will be so much more dangerous from now on. But still. But nothing. This is the opportunity we were hoping for. She put her daggers away. I think this deserves a drink, right? Well, there's only one place for that. Shall we go? The two turned toward the glowing ramparts in the distance. Chapter 87, Last Dance. 6 hours ago. Though the party wasn't declared the event of the season by the hostess, plenty of others dubbed it so and it was hard to claim they were wrong. Certainly the partygoers weren't objecting to this designation, not after entering the hotel. Those who were staying overnight, the vast majority of the attendees, were staying in either this hotel or the cheaper ones nearby, though this was primarily favored by the reporters and not the actual guests. A couple disembarked from a trolley they had ridden from the parking lot to the Grand Hotel along with other passengers. Calling it a trolley was a misnomer as it was an integrated system entirely. The Voyager had comfortable seats on the sides but also a place to roll bell carts used in hotels down the center line so that they were locked in without blocking the vision of the passengers. Miriam, that has to be smoothest ride I recall having. Those Krauts know their engineering, it seems. She stepped down with his, mostly, necessary assistance as high heels were always a hazard no matter how well made the step. Now, John, let's not be inhospitable. This is their country technically. She watched as the bellhops rolled the carts efficiently off of the back of the Voyager and into the hotel. Technically, though, they were inside the hotel already as the trolley has taken them inside the building to a special lobby. All told, the vehicle spent perhaps 3 minutes in the building while being loaded with empty carts and making its way back to the parking lot. Right. He looked up at the glass-ceilinged atrium they had been deposited in. I have to say, if it had been raining, this is much better than fighting the weather. Well, I best get us checked in. I can't say I don't look forward to the lines there. What lines, darling? All she saw were travelers like themselves being escorted to the reception desks and nearly immediately to a tall, broad corridor immediately afterward. They followed, amusedly, behind their bellhop who had appeared to guide them as soon as they exited the Voyager. He smiled and said, Welcome to Grand Hotel. What name is your reservation under? Parker. Just the two of us today. Got it. This will just take a second. During the short walk, they had arrived at reception. The bellhop called out, Parker. The girl behind the desk didn't take longer than 10 seconds to find their reservation. I have a reservation for John and Miriam Parker for 3 days. Here are your keys and your room is 1123. She gave them a business card stamped with the hotel's name embossed on it and the room number on the back. For security, the keys don't have your room number on them. Please sign the register right there. As they were signing in, Miriam noticed there was a glowing orb attached to an attractive lamp that illuminated the register. Oh, my, how attractive! Where can I get one of these? I'm afraid we only have them in the Grand Hotel right now. They are rather specialized as they allow a mage to take a photo of each guest to ensure no one tries to impersonate you to get access to your room or any deliveries. The receptionist smiled with little wrinkles next to her eyes. You are not the first person to ask, but who knows what products TVD will produce for sale next? Please enjoy your visit. They were ushered to the elevators, which were in banks with large brass numerals over each section. The largest was numbered 1-10, 11-20, 21-25, and so on. At the end was an elevator that sat in solitary splendor. Instead of the efficient groups of doors, it alone was a glossy black with highly polished or silver trim. Where does that one go to? Oh, that? There are penthouse apartments that are reserved for guests of the president. He nodded knowingly. Very luxurious, and the view. You can see Eiffel's tower and the whole city clear as day from up there. The elevator opened with a ding and, again, they were amazed as it set itself into motion. No operators. All automatics, ma'am. Safer and more reliable, and they work 24 hours a day. You don't have to worry about having to step up or down, and there are safety features built in that will cause the doors to retract if something is caught in them. She stood nervously away from the doors but grew more confident as it moved. Why, that's so smooth. As good as an experienced operator, I'd say. The car stopped with a ding, and the doors opened smoothly and quietly and, as John noted, perfectly level with the floor. He joked with the bellhop as they went to their room. This will put a lot of operators out of work. They can do what I did and move bags for a living. Tips are better, for sure. John didn't even wait for him to hold out his hand and was already reaching for his wallet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha was a modest person. She was not given to fancy clothes, expensive jewelry, or luxurious mansions. However, she was the face of TVD now that the founder was in the Unified States, so she was forced to project that image wherever she went. Many a tycoon or executive came off the worse when going against her. In their eyes, she was just a lucky young, very young, woman and no threat to them. So far, the list of failed wheeler dealers and paramours were legion. The ex-soldier was immune to bribes, blandishments, shady deals or even outright threats. Not that stopped them from trying. The government official waited impatiently at the train station with his aide. When is she supposed to be here? It still lacks 5 minutes of the hour, Herr Klein. An experienced sycophant, he kept his position by keeping his boss calm and on task. You've made plenty of preparations. The right people are behind you and your personal funds are extensive. After you make her situation clear, you'll have everything you want. 3 minutes later a highly polished vehicle pulled up. Its sleek black panels and silver trim were distinctive. The model was hard to determine, which made sense as there was a small, but passionate, cadre of engineers at TVD that loved to modify vehicles. The driver's door opened and a long, nylon-clad leg slid out. A low, stylish boot stepped on the gravelled ground of the railway station, crunching down firmly. The two men swallowed as a beautiful young woman stepped out of the car. Her clothes were the latest fashion, no, they were an early view of next year's fashion. Her long, blonde hair was carefully styled and braided to complement the small black hat she was sporting. Mein Gott! Klein thought with wonder. Is she really just 18 years old? How could this woman been so feared on the battlefield and also the dreaded shadow gold of the business world? If I didn't know better, I'd think she was a cinema star or millionaire's wife. Herr Klein, I presume. She was wearing the sunglasses that had come into vogue recently, hiding her eyes, or rather cloaking them in mystery. I heard that my shipment was being delayed. Is there a problem? Nearby were numerous shipping containers of the new variety loaded onto specialty train cars. The TVD logo was prominent on them, though their shape and design were enough for an informed observer to guess their source. Nothing major, my dear Visha. You might not have realized that such new train designs must go through an extensive testing and certification process before they can be used on public rails. He shook his head sadly. It can take weeks, sometimes months, or longer. Depending on how radical the change. These new changes go beyond radical, of course. She paused. And this is what you call nothing major? Ah, nothing major with the right people in place, I meant. He smiled, unable to hide an undertone of avarice and acquisitiveness as he looked at the young executive. With the proper influence, many things can be expedited. Of course, this is not without some expense and some compromise. His expression brightened. I know. We can discuss this over dinner while my people go to work on it. Once the funds are procured and the proper contracts in place, we can have these trains out of the station by week's end. Present a terrible choice and then the solution, but don't promise too much. They'll crumble as the days drag on and be willing to sign anything. I'm sure something else can be arranged. His tone became condescending. You have not been a company leader for long and have spent most of your working life in the military. There are ways things are done, protocols to be followed. Only someone older, wiser, more experienced can possibly navigate these waters. Something the president taught me is that if the usual road is too slow, make your own road. She tapped her chin with a silk glove. I wonder if you know of the Emergency Powers Act involving the railroads that was passed during the war? The one that allowed the military to control the rails as a wartime measure. He snorted. Of course, I do. Quite the annoyance, I'm glad to be rid of it. Ah, I see. You don't seem to realize that the act was never repealed. Due to the economic crisis and the need to ship tons of coal and reparations as efficiently as possible, the military central command still has full powers, but they have been allowing civilian managerial control to take over some of the troublesome duties. What? That's impose. In fact, Colonel Ogre is still technically the head of the railway department and has decided that this radical new design will be the standard for all Germania. In fact, the older design needs special dispensation to even use the rails going forward. She smiled. Normally, this dispensation would be automatically granted, but in cases where the civilian governance is a hindrance or incompetent, then a lengthy review may be required before any old technology is allowed. She nodded toward the rail cars they were standing near. Our shipment standing here is hardly a glowing recommendation, I'm afraid. My meeting with Maximilian will be very interesting today, I think. Finally getting his wits about him, he nearly shouted. There's no need for that. The trains will roll today, no, within the hour. He rushed off personally while his bemused assistant and Visha watched him race off. The assistant said mildly, may I assist you back to your car? No need. I must say your information was timely. These delays could have cost us many thousands of marks, real marks. That old fool's time is past. I was happy to help. He held the door open while Visha slid back into the driver's seat. He'll be gone soon and you'll take his place. She laughed softly. Are you ready to take control? Of course. And please give my best to the colonel when you see her next, Major. It's president and vice president now. He tapped his chest. Not here. Never in here. He almost saluted but instead tipped his cap with a smile. Asterisk. The current time in Chicago. Countless guests wandered about the main conference areas set up for the party. In addition to the main ballroom were multiple smaller areas for those who preferred smaller venues to socialize in. Helen floated through the crowds like a flame, lighting up a conversation here, greet an old friend there. Of course, enemies as well as friends were present. Frequently, enemies would see each other far more than those who genuinely liked each other. Against her will Lolita Armour had belated accepted the invitation she had received. She was stylishly, if somewhat encumbered by too much jewelry. Ugh. I hope I don't have to talk to that bitch tonight. She looked around while sipping a flute of champagne. Still, this hotel is rather nice and the drinks are good. Daddy's cellar is shrinking by the day, so maybe he'll want to vacation here soon. He was complaining that high-level meetings need lubrication, illegal lubrication now. Why, Lolita. I'm so glad you were able to come after all. With hidden dread, she turned around with a smile. Oh, Helen. Happy birthday. She gave the woman a European air/cheek kiss. I hope you got my gift. Of course, the earrings were lovely. You're not wearing them, such a shame. Helen laughed. I only have 2 ears. I look forward to using them later. She put a hand on the young woman's arm. I hope you can stay a bit longer. Well, I did have a... No. I must insist. My favorite gift is about to be presented. Intrigued despite herself, Lolita said, oh? What could that? The light dimmed except spotlights that turned onto the stage at one end of the ballroom. Shhhh. It's starting. Spotlights focused on the curtains which opened obediently to reveal a short, slender woman with shining blonde hair and stunning blue eyes. Her red dress had the sheen of silk but was thinner material that fit her curves and moved better than silk ever could. Countless sequins caught the light and glittered in the eyes of the guests. Almost involuntarily, they found themselves applauding as she smiled and waved. Thank you. And thank you for letting me share some of my new songs with you tonight. You'll be the first people to ever hear them and this is my gift to my good friend, Helen. Happy birthday. Helen's eyes were alive with joy. See. She's my friend. Lolita was trying to craft a sufficiently polite, yet cutting, reply when Tanya started to sing. Somehow, without a microphone, everyone in the large room, in fact the entire floor of the hotel, could hear her voice. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, sunshiny day. When the applause had died down, she jumped immediately into Mr. Sandman but, catching the eye of the hostess, changed the lyrics slightly. Somehow she managed to sing in harmony although she was alone on the stage other than the backup band. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream, make her the cutest that I've ever seen. After a soulful rendition of Midnight Train to Georgia, she smiled a little wickedly and said, here's a song that might not be to everyone's tastes. I hope you like it, though. When you came in, the air went out. And every shadow filled up with doubt. I don't know who you think you are. But before the night is through, I wanna do bad things with you. While she was singing, no one dared speak, but after she was done, there were a lot of whispers. Oh my! That song, it's so wicked. I know, it's shocking that she dares to perform it. The couple looked at each other and said at the same time. I like it. She changed the tone with they long to be close to you, which put smiles on faces all around the room. After a few more songs she finished up the Michael Bublé version of Save the Last Dance for Me. Now you can dance every dance with the guy who gives you the eye, let him hold you tight. And you can smile every smile for the man who held your hand beneath the pale moonlight. But don't forget who's taking you home. And in whose arms you're gonna be. So darling, save the last dance for me. She bowed to thunderous clapping and glanced upward as she stood up. The spotlights doused and the room lights slowly undimmed, revealing an empty stage. Helen, all smiles, said, see. Lolita was more amazed, and more jealous, than she had ever been in her life. Notes. Automatic elevators were quite controversial when they were first introduced, but elevator deaths before their introduction were a common-ish occurrence. Better a well-designed machine than a random minimum wage worker. In case it wasn't clear, people park outside of the consulate and, if they have luggage, it goes onto their own rolling cart, the kind you see in hotels these days. The trolley has seats on the left and right sides, which are open, and the carts are rolled down the center. Once the trolley goes inside the hotel, it can roll right off, which gets rid of bottlenecks at the entrance. Nylons, as in the leg coverings, were a great invention in that they were much cheaper, more flexible, and stronger than silk stockings. And, yes, it's another TVD invention. All the textile plants Tanya bought out are making more and more new products in their ever-expanding Zart division. Visha has gotten interesting, hasn't she? Smiley face. Chapter 88, 2 Birthdays. In another city, another birthday party was taking place. There was much less pomp and certainly fewer celebrities, but it was no less festive. The adults had retired to another room while the teenage girls gather around the big present of the day, a new electric phonograph. While still a pricey purchase, the newer, cheaper models were gaining wide acceptance. This followed a TVD practice of introducing a luxury version first for early adopters and then a mass-market model afterward. Come on, Sarah, play a recording for us. Enjoying her temporary position of power, but not being obnoxious, she immediately opened a gaily decorated box. Nestled inside was another book of some sort. Ta-da! What's that? The others looked in curiously. Sarah pulled it out reverently. This, my dear friends, is called a box set. She continued before they could ask what that meant. It's every recording released by Tanya last year in one set. She turned it to one side so they could see the plethora of colorful album spines. Oh, it even has the picture album. They are in chronological order with the Christmas album at the end. From what Mother says, they have as much as promised that a net set will come out every year. Whoa. One girl tentatively asked, would this include the, blue dress album? Anita. My. How bold. Sarah shook her head. That's from this year, I think. So the next box set, I think. Anita looked depressed, but the birthday girl put a hand on her arm. When I get the next boxed set, I'll be sure to invite everyone over to listen, okay? She brightened and nodded her head. It's a promise, then. The girls played through all the songs, chatting over the music. They had listened to most of them before and only quieted down for favorites or ones they hadn't heard. How does she come up with all these songs? This doesn't even include the Germanian and Francois ones. And Ildoan, I hear, but not too many of those. What I'm surprised by is everything else. What's that? She moved her hands expansively. I mean everything else. She is the most famous woman in the world, right? Not counting inheritances, likely the richest as well. She is the ambassador to the Unified States. My father is a contractor and says she is building a mini-city inside of Chicago. We're going there for a vacation in a month or so. You see what I mean? And don't forget, she's just a little older than us. She's not even an adult yet. The girls were lost in thought for a moment while Tanya sang about rainbows in the background. She's an orphan according to Childhood Lost. My parents won't let me read it. They call it Germanian propaganda. Well, I think it's the truth. But the important part is that she's just a girl. One that started from nothing. And she changed the world. The following silence was finally broken by Anita. Doesn't that mean we could the same thing? While they continued to listen to the music, they planned how each of them might also put their mark on the world. 3 odd things happened that night, seemingly unrelated and never associated. The first was a man who had stepped out to smoke thought he heard a weird voice mutter, "That music. How can she make such music?" The second was that the leftover cake vanished to the dismay of hungry teenagers. The third, and this wasn't found until weeks later, was that the windowsill outside of Sarah's room seemed to have gouges in it as if it had been gripped by some powerful creature. *****. Tanya, Helen, and by extension Lolita, were chatting while sipping champagne a table for 3. It was a tall table with 3 tall chairs designed to put those seated elegantly on display. Tanya didn't realize this and was simply happy she didn't have to look up at everyone who walked by. "I hoped you like my gift, Helen. I'm sorry I couldn't get it wrapped for you." Tanya grinned over her flute. Liked it. Liked it. I loved it." She put a hand on Tanya's arm. "I was hoping you would sing for me but those songs were all new. Give me a few days and I'll have a mono recording to you." Realizing that Lolita might not be privy to Helen's abilities, she added, "I believe you have staff that can empower a monophonograph." "I do, but if you could send a standard recording when they are available." Her voice trailed off a pleading look in her eyes. Even Tanya thought the look was adorable and wondered how long she had practiced it. "Of course, anything for my friends." Lolita, speaking for the first time after introductions, said, "How long have you known each other?" Tanya shrugged, "We could have hardly met too long ago." Helen nodded. "Sometimes you find someone that you just make a connection with. A resonance, if you will." Lolita rolled her eyes. "You're still talking like that. Aren't you an adult now? Why would I, since it's the truth? What do you think, Tanya? 5 years ago, even 2 years ago, I might have scoffed. Now, I'm more inclined to agree." She took another sip of champagne. "It was, of course, an excellent bottle. But it seems like you two have a history." Helen said, "More of a situation, though we've known each other for years. I gave her father advice and he didn't like it. That's pretty much it." Tanya cocked her head to one side. "Lolita, armor? Maybe you were predicting the downfall of the armor company due to post-war situations." Lolita almost dropped her flute. "What? How do you know that?" She quickly turned to Helen, who held up her hand. "We've never spoken about this." Tanya continued, "It's obvious since the military contracts will be ending soon and the company hasn't repivoted to consumer products." She smiled and said, "Tell your father if he wants to sell the parts of his business that are losing money, I'm in the market. I'm a bit of an expert where that's concerned." "I'll do that." "Good, I'm glad to help. Make sure he knows, though, that it's losing value every day, which means my offer will go down likewise. Or, should I say, he's losing money every day in general operations. The sooner he gets rid of it, the sooner he'll preserve his capital for more profitable things." Lolita just nodded and mutely accepted a new round of champagne. "Oh, before I forget, there is something you can help me with, Helen." Tanya had had a few rounds herself by this point and was feeling a little tipsy, but you couldn't tell by her voice. Her inhibitions were lowered, however. "Oh, please. Ask my anything. Remember what you showed me in Strasbourg? Can we do that again? I need to see if anything has changed." "Of course, but, obviously, not here." She smiled and said, "One of the advantages of being the hostess and the main guest is I can decide it when I leave and come back. If you'll excuse us, Lolita dear, we have something to do now, but we'll be back. Please enjoy yourself." Lolita stared at the retreating duo, dumbfounded. Just what the hell happened in Strasbourg? *****. Several months prior. In a research lab in Germania, a few men were looking over one of von Digerekoff's idea sheets. This one was very unusual, however. Instead of a product to be created or an area of practical research, it was just a request for information. There were a few names to look up and one curious term. Have you ever heard of radioactivity? Or a husband and wife who are both scientists named Curie? Huh? No, never. Wait, he pulled out a reference book and flipped through it. Here we go. They are research chemists and worked on isolating new elements. Curium was named after the couple. What cheek! I'd never have the ego to name it after myself. I'm sure that's just because Scumaterium sounds foolish. No, she named it after her late husband who died before they could publish their work. Ah, shame that. Well, write up what we found and a summary of their research to the Colonel. No telling why she needs it, but I'm sure there's some good reason for it. As soon as I finish the joint stress tests and the distributed orb design. Oh, I thought it turned out to be impractical. The President's practical experience with her lift orbs gave us a clue, so we've made great progress recently. He looked curious. You've come that far. You'll be surprised. Very surprised. ****. Tanya and Helen went up to the penthouse suite via the private elevator. The room was festooned with flowers and gifts and still had plenty of room to relax. I must say I'm surprised, Tanya. You aren't one to ask favors. Deals, yes, favors no. The ex-colonel sat on the very stylish, and very comfortable, couch and kicked off her heels. It was a habit she had gotten into after her feet were injured and it harkened back to her habits from her first life. I don't make deals with friends. Arrangements, partnerships, assistants, and all that. She sighed, still tipsy from the champagne. And it's not a matter one can really put in on paper, you realize. Helen gave Tanya a glass of wine and sat next to her, also kicking off her shoes and curling her legs underneath her. It's not easy for you, is it? Asking for favors. She nodded and took a sip. I only realized that about myself over the last year. I prefer the clarity of contracts. The supremacy of rules and hierarchies. But that doesn't always work, does it? Tanya hadn't realized how good a vintage she had stocked in the penthouse was and took a longer drink. She felt stress she didn't even know she was carrying melt away. It's not a bad way to run a life. If everyone just made promises and kept them, the world would be a better place. But colder, I think. Uncertainty makes things more personal. Helen laughed. Personal feelings makes things more uncertain, I would say. And I wouldn't like a world where there were no feelings. You might have a point. She tossed back the rest of her wine. Dutch courage, as it was sometimes called, let her speak now when she normally wouldn't. I was hoping you could, if you would, she took a deep breath. Check my magic like you did last time and see if I'm free of that taint. Since we last met, I came very very close to that thing. A shudder went through her. It almost had me, or at least its minions did. It was so close. How do you feel now? She put her hand on Tanya's and squeezed. Honestly, I'm not sure. Sometimes I think it's waiting there for me, just out of sight. Or I wake up at night panicked about something I can't remember. Sometime I wish it would attack me openly so I can at least fight back. She looked at one of her few friends with a shadow of hopelessness lurking her eyes, rarely shown to anyone. Please. You don't have to plead, Tanya, I'm here for you. What do I need to do? Like last time. She steeled herself and then realized that wouldn't help, so she tried to relax instead. You said there were other methods as well. There are, and we could do those with a few hours of work. In addition, they can be quite accurate with certain limitations. But you might gain something from using the old methods. Since it's your second time, why not try to feel what my magic is like as well? It's a more intuitive method but likewise more flexible. Won't that interfere with your analysis? She chuckled. Hardly. Would me looking at you prevent you from looking at me? There's no guidance, just feel. Tanya swallowed and nodded. Unlike the first time, Helen didn't surprise the diminutive colonel and gently pressed her lips on hers. Trying, and failing, to ignore the physical act of being kissed by the woman, Tanya closed her eyes and tried to focus on feeling. Confused as to what to do at first, she reached out as if she were trying to sense magic use like she had done thousands of times. There's nothing there. No, there's definitely something. It's different, more alive. What she sensed was not a static monowave but something dynamic. There were ebbs and flows, shading, and depths. It was like the difference between touching a picture of a cat and stroking a real cat. They look similar but the feeling is so profoundly different. Intrigued, she probed deeper and realized what Helen meant when she had spoken of her magic in the Republic. Her magic was all about branching lines and paths like pictures of fractals from her past life. Patterns and roads, rays and nodes, infinite patterns spread out to the horizon. Tanya could sense they were there, but because it wasn't her type of magic, forever out of reach. Everyone has their own magic and you can get an estimate of their potential, but it's so unique. Helen's abilities are beautiful. Is that what she sees when she feels my magic? Almost reluctantly, she pulled back. She could explore literally forever because she could never completely understand what she was sensing. It was amazing and humbling at the same time. Tanya opened her eyes and realized she was straddling Helen while lying on top of her. Both of her hands were buried in the woman's hair and she was kissing her deeply and passionately. Is that moaning? Fuck, wait, that's me. She sat up suddenly. Oh. I'm sorry. Skies. I didn't. Helen put a finger on her lips. Haha. Don't worry. That's a rather common reaction. I know you weren't trying to, overwhelm me. She smiled tolerantly. I would have stopped you soon anyway lest I break several decency laws and do something you don't want to do. Tanya blushed more than she had ever done before. In 2 lives. I. Don't fret, pet. I went into this eyes open, no harm done. She looked at Tanya's position. Though if you are going to stay there, I might think you actually do want to continue, The blushing record, so recently set, was broken again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the cold and stormy Atlantic waters, a ship was moving from Europa to the Unified States. This was nothing unusual as transatlantic shipping had gone back to pre-war levels almost immediately. What was strange is the ship itself, and its cargo. On the deck, exposed to the rain and weather were containers never before seen on the open ocean before. The sides of each was emblazoned with the TVD logo but revealing nothing inside. Silent, anonymous, potent. Notes. There are going to be interesting universe reveals, but not quite yet. Hints are in this chapter though. Chapter 89, Wingman. Needing an utterly necessary primping session, Tanya and Helen prepared to return to the party. Tanya was doing her very best not to think about what just happened except in the most vague and non-specific sense. So, you are sure? The taint is gone. Well, it was a very thorough examination and I can give you a clean bill of health. If anything, it's like your spirit space has been thoroughly scrubbed of the Dybbuk's presence, though I imagine it was quite traumatic for you. I destroyed a city, Helen. I'm not even sure how I did it. Every magic has its own methods, so I can only guess. As you've discovered with your use of orbs, there's no sure method of storing mana, yes. She brushed out her hair efficient as it had gotten quite mussed from Tanya's fingers. Other than an artifact of my enemy, you are correct. But there is an exception, or rather a condition to this rule. Small magics can become large magics in the right circumstances. I work with paths, so if I can get more than one to converge properly then they can add up quite nicely. Of course, this takes preparation and every tradition I know of has a way to magnify their normal effects. The only common factor is the same, though, time. Because this was a formal event, Tanya had arrived with makeup that was thoroughly messed up now. She was looking at the lip brushes and was about to forego them altogether when Helen took over the task. Hold still, I'll do that. She tut-tut. The army taught you so many things but nothing useful like this? No wonder you lost the war. Tanya was going to retort but the other woman was skillfully painting her lips at the time. Still, it gave her an opportunity to think. Time, was it? Then it must have been when I was crated up. Dark feelings welled up in her and she ruthlessly shoved them down before they could cause her discomfort. That gave me the opportunity, but what was the method? It has to tie into my magic somehow. Ah. That must be it. You thought of something? You didn't smile but your eyes did. Resonance. It has to be. I spent 2 solid weeks hating them so very, very badly. Fuck. She felt tears start to form and it made her angry. She hadn't even cried when they found her, why was she so emotional now? Helen hugged her and she stiffened before reluctantly allowing it. After all, she had done something considerably more intimate recently, or so she rationalized to herself. It's okay, it's okay. You were so strong. But it's okay to be weak sometimes. To depend on others. I don't mean weak. I mean, connected. Friends. Comrades. She searched for the proper word. Wingman came Tanya's bosom-muffled voice. Despite all the growth she had done over the past year, she was still shorter than most women. Wingman. What a delightful turn of phrase. When she finally released Tanya she smiled and shook her head. I see I have to do your face again, hold still. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They returned to the party, none the worse for wear though they pointedly did not answer veiled questions that Lolita threw their way. As her duties as a hostess drew Helen away, Tanya made the rounds of the movers and shakers who were more than willing to talk to her. Whether music, politics, or business, there was no end of people trying to make connections with the Argent tonight. Though quite a few were focused on something a bit less cerebral. So, Ambassador Digirekov, I must know where you got this vintage. He lowered his voice and said conspiratorially, and is there any way I can perhaps, he left the rest of the sentence hanging. Mayor, all our wines, beers, champagnes are made right here at the consulate. We intend to have a full dozen world-class restaurants, with a full drink menus, plus several dozen other eateries and other outlets with a constantly increasing number of vintages. She smiled winningly. I invite you to visit often as a guest of Germania. The man seemed dismayed and then Tanya continued. Think about it, half the nation's powerful men and women will be coming through these restaurants, this hotel. Your backyard, The chances to make connections will be legion, why would you want to drink elsewhere? The man blinked as if suddenly enlightened. I see, he smiled like the politician he was. I look forward to working with you extensively, Ambassador. I could even expand opportunities with the right support. Harumph. I heard some anti-progressive elements blocking a proposed purchase by the consulate. I assure you, that kind of obstructionism won't be tolerated under my administration. Tanya smiled. I know this will be a fruitful relationship. Her assistant spoke quietly to her, in Germanian, after the man left. Isn't he as corrupt as they come? Can we really work with him? Don't worry. He'll do what we want for now and we'll replace him with someone more honest when the time comes. She chuckled. He's already looking for a way to blackmail us. That veiled request for us to smuggle liquor to him? Could he really be any more obvious? He would hold that over us as the ruler of the surrounding region. Seeing that that's his plan, why not turn the tables a bit? Increase our information gathering on him. You never know when Chicago might need a bit of die-war height, et. ******. General Ryugen, busy as always, saw something that he hadn't spotted in months, the surface of his desk. He had taken a leaf from Digirekov's playbook and held competitive trials to see who amongst his staff could triage paperwork the quickest. And then somewhat outside of his staff. And then to anyone in all of Central Command. He finally ended up with a corporal from the driving pool that was uncommonly enthusiastic, but efficient, which was the only criteria he cared about. In a similar manner, the downsizing of the military had proceeded apace. He ruthlessly retired, with the help of Rudersdorf, any of the old guard that was taking up space and adding nothing. After their defeat in the Great War, almost no arm twisting was required, and when it was, well, that's where Rudersdorf came into the picture. Their soldiery, likewise, was put through semi-hellish basic training to weed out those who couldn't perform at a proper level. Even the currently enlisted were required to go through this course. The old veterans mostly sailed through it, but others were eliminated handily. With the current unemployment rates, they had many more hopefuls than they had spots to fill, so they could be as choosy as they wanted to be. Do you have the enlistment figures, Corporal? Yes, sir. He retrieved a report and gave it to the general. I've also attached the financial statements, current and previous, to match those figures. A bit taken aback by this level of foresight, he took the reports wordlessly. Everything was in line with what he expected. Their training costs had skyrocketed, but their total expense were down significantly. They still hadn't met their manpower goals, but he wasn't trying to adhere to some arbitrary figure. He would only take the soldiers who could carry out the mission. I'm beginning to understand her more and more. On paper, this army looks flimsy compared to our height, but in terms of actual ability, they are many miles ahead. Even the least recruit that makes it through the new Grundausbildung was equivalent to a 3 to 6 month veteran during the war, and much more likely to survive first contact with an enemy. He remembered a long ago conversation with Tanya as she was decommissioning. Tanya made an offhanded comment as she was explaining her smaller, stronger, better force concept. Likely only 20% of new recruits are even able to fire their weapons the first time in combat, so it behooves the leadership to expose them to that fear before their lives depend on it. How do you that? He asked curiously. She grinned in a most disturbing way. Why, make them fear for their lives every day you are training them. Wouldn't that lead to injuries, even deaths? She sighed, and the predatory grin faded and was replaced a profoundly sad one most unexpectedly. What's better, a fraction of a percent dying in training, or 1 out 3 dying in the first month of combat? We're doing those trainees no favors by coddling them, we're killing them. That's not mercy, it's an abomination. Suddenly remembering who she was talking to, she hastily followed up, my apologies, General, I spoke out of turn. No, Colonel, you've given me a lot to think about. Not long after, he drafted the modern Grundausbildung with a section that applied to wartime training and acceptable losses. That evening, long after work, he sat alone as the day grew slowly darker. He submitted the draft with no changes. In peacetime, however, they took their charges to the edge of death but worked hard to keep them on the right side. A luxury that they might not have if a new conflict arose. In the end, the genius of Digirekov's suggestions was that they, on paper, followed the surrender terms precisely but developed their strength in areas that weren't covered. Less mages in the military, certainly. But more mages than ever in the private sector. Warship limitations, to be sure, but the new Flugzeugträger ships, aircraft carriers, weren't mentioned at all. The Allied forces thought they brought the Germanian dogs to heel but never saw the wolves in the shadows. ******. Visha had developed a new habit. Whenever there was more work in a week than she could reasonably complete in a week, she delegated something, sometimes permanently. And, taking this tone from the top, her subordinates did the same thing. There was a constant stream of new projects, new businesses, new ventures, new everything. This also meant new faces, of course. TVD was constantly pulling in talent from their voluminous files of people seeking work, but names were added daily, so the records just kept getting larger. They were constantly adding new cabinets to handle the overstuffed drawers, only to buy new ones a few days later. One task, involving very new faces, she never passed on, managing the Tanya the Tanya youths that she was supporting across the country. They were like the Boy Scouts, except they were open to children of both genders. This similarity was no accident, as Tanya had urged her to read a book by Lt. General Baden-Powell. Their oath contained the heart of what Visha was striving for: physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. The project brought in no money, for no fees were charged for participation. In fact, many of the participants were also from the Kinder project. TVD's support of orphanages all over the country, and a few in the Republic. In one way or another, more than half of them were either operated directly or supported by TVD. Visha wished she could visit them all, the youths and the Kinder, but it was obviously impossible. Still, she made time, and continued to make time to visit them when she could, like today. She was visiting some of their more rural holdings, completing deals that required her physical presence and that let her meet. Today, to maximize her efficiency, a local farm was rented, one that had a conveniently large area to have a bunch of kids gather from surrounding orphanages and Tanya clubs. Visha was pleased by what she saw as she arrived. That's quite a bit of food, Arter. Not quite an entire mountain, but getting close. Ah, Vice President, we do our best. And I've never seen a child that wasn't constantly hungry, especially after exercise. He gestured to the surrounding area and there were clusters of kids playing, running around or engaged in more structured activities. It looks like they are enjoying our new toys. Plastic discs were flying around the fields and kids on shortened bicycles with thick tires were zipping around the dirt roads, and off the roads. Rubber band launched plastic planes were popular and, in a more highly monitored area, odd slingshots that were braced with a frame on forearms were causing squeals of delight. They are the best testers ever, ma'am. Anything they don't like, just sits in the box. We saved the less athletic toys to take back with them after the event and get their feedback on those later. She nodded. I see the Jujend are running things for the most part. The man actually looked abashed but not apologetic. We're trying to give them a taste of leadership. The older ones that are ready for it, of course. Visha gave him a wry smile. Arter, that's a good thing. We should encourage the young to learn such things. And I hope you don't forget that the president was leading men when she was 11. Now he looked a little embarrassed. I hadn't forgotten, but it's hard to compare her example to anyone else. He struggled a bit for words. She's more a force of nature. I'm glad you're following her path, though. Having them take charge is exactly what the president would suggest, and that means you really understand how she likes to run things. She gave him a playful punch on the arm. Rejoice. You are more like her than you know. As part of lunch, there was a very small speech by Visha followed by a Q&A session with the kids. They sat around her in concentric circles on the grass eating picnic style while she stood on a tractor, a makeshift stage to let people see her better. Okay, anyone have any questions? I don't want to keep you from your fun, after all. One child raised his hand and asked. Is it true that President Digirekov was an orphan? He was dressed in clothing that was common to the kids in the crowd. One TVD factory was dedicated to making good quality but inexpensive clothing that could be mass-produced easily. For now, anything rejected for even the tiniest of quality reasons was sent to the orphanages, which normally subsisted on donations of well-used clothes, something that had been more rare with the downturn in the economy. Yes, she was. It was a poor place, much like what some of you have experienced, but lacking in many of the basics. Food was always scarce and clothing was normally limited to whatever could be scrounged up, having been passed down and patched many times. Many of the children contrasted their new clothes and food with what they were hearing. A very young tot, not more than 6, asked, is that why she's so short? This drew scandalized looks from many, but most were also curious. Probably. Even likely. The time she spent as a combat mage may have contributed. It's incredibly demanding. Most active combat mages can eat 2 to 3 times what an average person does without gaining an ounce of weight. But this means even the best mage can be like a locomotive without coal. We need fuel, too. No one crass enough to point out that her plate, formerly full, had held at least twice as much as anyone else's. After all, there was plenty to go around. Why did she join the army? What she's always said is, I had no other choice. She's never elaborated and refuses to clarify. There are 2 main theories. The first is that this was her only path to survival in a world that gave a young, parentless child few options for success. The second is that even so young, she saw the upcoming crisis, the tensions in the world that would eventually result in the world attacking Germania. This was her way of protecting the fatherland, the only way available for a penniless child with no influence. What do you believe, ma'am? Visha smiled. Oh, you can probably guess. Notes. This is the more classic definition of wingman and not the more modern one. So y'all know, Chicago has had a long history of terrible, terrible mayors, from both political parties. The best you can say is that some are better than others, which is a very low bar. Chapter 90, My Kind of Town. Notes. Because this has been asked. Okay, I've said that I've pretty much planned out the entire story arc. I know exactly how this will all end and, dare I say, it will be fabulous. The thing is, there is a long path between here and there. My best estimate is a total of 200 to 220 chapters total. At about a chapter a week, that's 2+ years to complete it all. Especially if you factor in NaNoWriMo and various disasters, it could go longer. On a brighter note, I may have side stories or introduced arcs that stretch things out. But not less than 2 years by my very best guess. For the polite, though a tiny bit salty, comments that she is not the Fuehrer despite the title of this darn thing, that's most of the second half. So somewhere past chapter 110, or thereabouts, it'll be much more political. Anyway, I want to write the last chapter right now, but it will only be satisfying if it hits all the beats I need to set up. So please buckle down for a long ride. Chapter text. In a seedier part of Chicago, run down but not yet decrepit, a meeting was taking place in a smoky room. Expensive suits, fine cigars, and even finer whiskey were everywhere. The gathered men were each powerful in their own way, but one drew the eyes, even when he wasn't speaking. And when he spoke, everyone stopped to listen. Currently, he was sipping his drink while a nearby man was complaining. He was a large man, big with a big voice to match. I made her a sweet offer, the best she's likely to get. We'd have a local source of booze so we don't have to smuggle it from Canada, and she gets to share the wealth. Instead, that greedy sow wants to hog it all. Everyone needs to dance to her tune and she gets all the profit. His assistant commiserated. Doesn't she understand that a small percentage of a bigger pie means more money for her? How could she not? She's sharp, sharp enough to cut you if you take your eyes off of her. I tell you, there's something afoot here. That bohunk bitch has some scheme and she's trying to cut me out. This is my town, mine. The quiet man finally spoke. Bill, calm down. She wasn't insulting you. And he did calm down. What do you mean, Al? He tapped out his cigar cherry and took a drag before answering. It's a negotiating tactic. She wants a bigger cut and, from where she's sitting, that sounds pretty reasonable, right? She has her fancy wall, her mages, and base of operations set up. What she doesn't realize is that she's a very small fish in a very big, fucking pond. So what do we do to fix it, then? She seems like the stubborn sort. But this ain't the war and she can't just blow up people anymore. Me and the boys will go and negotiate with her. Yet? What'll you say? Al Capone grinned at Mayor Big Bill Thompson. I'll just make her an offer she can't refuse. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On a newly constructed dock on what used to be an ammo depot, a ship was unloading cargo containers directly onto flatbed cargo transporters. Workers efficiently attached the two with clamps that seemed somewhat jerry-rigged but appeared to do the job properly. Each was loaded until the train cars were full and then somewhat less full containers were filled for a long journey back to Europa. Other than a few curious glances at the oddly corrugated shipping containers, no one paid them any attention as they sped toward Chicago. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya, enormously pleased by the successful party, slept a bit late the next day. While the public opening of Tanya Island, or rather, the consulate, was happening, the registered guests at the hotels were going to get the first crack at the facilities and the rest only afternoon. She trusted her subordinates to handle any issues and wake her if something truly unexpected occurred. She yawned and got out of bed, trying to get her body working with a light series of stretches learned in her old life. What worked with the salaryman's 30-plus-year-old body was even better with one that was younger and in tip-top physical shape. All her adventures hadn't left her any long-term sequelae, so she counted herself lucky. She yanked on a bell pull, an artifact left over from the original construction of the house that they chose not replace, and then brushed her teeth. She washed her face quickly and then exchanged her comfortable flannel pajamas with something she could use for the rest of the day. Somehow her clothing drawer and closet had been infested with lacy lingerie, but she had disposed of the items to the consternation of her maids. Just then Mercedes came in a small cart. Coffee, pastries, and a silver brush were on top and she carefully prepared Tanya's hair. How would you like it prepared, mistress? Something simple but professional. I have a lot to do today and only a day to do it in. It's not windy today, so straight down, with matching barrettes should do. Ah, the ones with emeralds will match your dress today. I have emerald hair accessories. Oh, wait, there was that noble fallen on hard times who traded us some heirlooms last year. I guess someone pulled them from the other warehouse when I became ambassador. That's fine, but when did I decide to wear a dress, mesh? The maid sported a little moo. Do you not remember? You told me to handle your wardrobe decisions as you were too busy at the time. Damn, she's right. I'm sure she has some girly thing in mind. Well, I planted this mine myself, so I guess I need to get this over with. As it turns out, due to weather and, perhaps, her maid's understanding of her distaste for dresses, the two-piece women's suit was as close to comfortable as was possible. The pleats in the skirt could almost be mistaken for pants, in bad lighting, and yet the ensemble didn't seem unattractive or unfeminine. Tanya had long ago given up the underwear fight but still refused the silky lacy things that were constantly thrust upon her. Mind you, every small battle won was just a reminder that she was losing the war, but she still refused to yield completely. It didn't help, though, that they were honestly more comfortable than plain cotton. More research was required. Ah, you're correct. Well, Carry on. She went over brief reports while she sipped coffee and ate her pastry. She was going to make the rounds of the eateries today and would be sampling things here and there for quality control, so eating lightly was important. All seems well. And the JH project is coming together. Tell them that I need a meeting with Yvette about that as soon as she can make time. Oh, ho. What's this? She read a very tersely coded message, but the gist of it was Atlantis has eyes. She laughed delightedly. Oh, this is great. After rereading the memo, she tossed it in the fire and prepared to see the guests of Tanya are and about. ******. Nigel's business depended on regular customers, industrial customers particularly because they bought it largish quantities on a fairly regular schedule. The war had been hit or miss for him, but mostly hits. The need for industrial abrasives of all sorts were necessary for the war efforts for all countries. He had sold mostly to the anti-Germania faction, but not without a few stealthy sales to the Empire. Then the war ended. Still, it wasn't a disaster. Germania, of all places, had increased their purchases, mostly to TVD and not so much to their pre-war customers. But sales to TVD had dropped to zero just 2 months ago. 1 month might be that they just had an oversupply, but 2 months? No, that meant they were going out of business or they had found a different supplier. His salesman had tentatively floated the suggestion that they put in an order, perhaps at a discount? The response was, "You can't lower your prices enough for us." This prompted Nigel to visit TVD's Alba-ish manager. TVD had a much smaller presence in Albion, at least when compared to the Republic or the Unified States, but their presence was growing daily, leading to this visit. "Ah, Mr. Barton, so good for you see me on short notice." The affable TVD manager shook his hand. "Not at Mr. Smythe. Nigel, please." "Certainly, Nigel. So how I can help you? We noticed that your orders have dropped off and we just wanted to make sure that there was a problem with our product or our service. I assure you, if so, we can compensate and welcome you back." "Ah. Well, to be honest, you have a good product and your salesman is quite friendly. He's not a Friday person, but would always get back to us by Monday, ha. And yet, frankly, the issue is that we have no need of your abrasives. That being the case, further orders are unnecessary, you see. That seems unlikely unless you are getting out of all industry. There's no way I know of that you can operate without smoothing and shaping we provide. You misunderstand. We have no need of your abrasives." Smythe looked stunned. Is it Sussex Ltd? They are always after our customers." Before he could make another offer, he interrupted. No. We are just making them in-house for much cheaper than you can provide." He sighed and continued. "When I say much cheaper, I mean at least an order of magnitude. The diamond dust. Probably 5% of what you can get it for, if not less." Nigel's shoulders slumped. It wasn't just unfair competition, at those prices there was no competition at all. "There's no way we can match that, at." He straightened up with an inaudible sign and held out his hand. "I've appreciated your business and, if you ever need us in the future, you know how to reach us." Barton had a thought and ignored the hand. "Actually, that brings up an idea. Sit down and see if this will work for you." Nigel sat down, curious but cautiously hopeful. If TVD jumped into abrasives at those prices, they would be out of business inside a year. TVD used many of your products, but it's not really what our president called core competency. Honestly, we made our own solution because we couldn't match the price increases. No, don't argue the point, we know that the price hikes were reasonable, just too much for what we do." He settled back in his leather chair. "Here's what I propose, we provide you the diamond dust and you do what you do best." Seeing salvation in sight, he responded, "How much?" "We can get you the dust, any size you want for half the cost you get it now." "What quantities?" His mind was already going through the numbers. He knew TVD would be making huge profits from this, but so would he. "Any quantities you need if you give us at least a month's notice. And, unlike your current suppliers, we'll sign a contract to guarantee the amounts so you can't be abused by them." Nigel, no fool, was trying to figure out what was going on here. Germania has no holdings outside of their own country. We would have heard of a new find, but given their geography, that seems unlikely, even impossible. But that would mean. He looked up and said, "You mean you can?" Barton held up a finger to his lips with a smile. "So, how about it?" *****. While not the crowds she would expect in the future, there were a large number wandering around the consulate, looking at the sights and getting refreshments. Both housed establishments, the restaurants and pubs, and the unhoused ones like street vendors were doing a brisk business. Depending on what part of the consulate you were at, hidden speakers would play different music in the background to match the theme of the section. Despite a slight chill in the air, even the ice cream stall had no lack of customers. Tanya looked around, quite satisfied. It'll be a bit different when we have 10 times these numbers, but we can work out the kinks now. High society or no, even heiresses can appreciate a good ice cream cone. Oscar, finally seeing how the consulate would eventually work, felt his misgivings melt away as he accepted the new paradigm. This is rather remarkable, Ambassador. Honestly, I can't see any reason why your financial goals won't be met almost immediately. We have the best word of mouth in place with all the bigwigs here. And that was also the reason why I invited all those reporters. The entire nation will be abuzz with word of this place. We'll be taking reservations for the next year, much less the next month. That reminds me. Make sure both the Grand Hotel and the other places set aside about 10% of the rooms for special guests. Having grown accustomed to her way of thinking, he said somewhat drolly, with special rates, no doubt. You wound me. And, yes. She almost laughed with avarice but remembered she was in public. My only worry might be that they repeal that amendment too soon, but this very unlikely to happen. Politicians stubbornly cling to the misguided belief that they are always right. They are the second most firm of all professions in this opinion. Second most? I wonder who's first, then? He was about to ask when Gisela walked up, holding a clipboard. Good morning, Ambassador, Vice Ambassador. All the stores are doing excellent business. Her eyes were a little round. You would not believe how early reporters start drinking. Tanya smirked. Somehow I'm not surprised. Any other news? All according to plan, ma'am. Oh. The train with the shipping containers has arrived in the States. We can deploy the contents in 2 days. The contents? Oscar asked, puzzled. You recall how the World's Fair is supposed to showcase the culture and achievements of the participants, yes? We have a shipment of products designed to do just that. Plus other things to kick off our various projects. It's inconvenient to be so far from our home factories, but I think the effort will more than pay for itself. She dismissed Gisela. You are being quite circumspect. I assume you wish this to be a surprise. Ah, you found me out. Well, these are things that should remain a secret for now as we don't want anyone aiming for our input materials. She looked around surreptitiously and lowered her voice. We've patented a process over 2 years ago on anodizing metals, primarily aluminum. We can give the metal a super hard, corrosion-resistant surface in a wide variety of colors that don't need dyes or paint afterward. Her voice returned to normal. In addition to trinkets made from the stuff, we have some more impressive displays. You will have to tell me more when we can speak freely. I know, and I am sorry. So much is going on and most of the reports you get are for the diplomatic side of things, not the business side. He sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, somehow managing to make it look even better than before he mussed it up a bit. No need for apologies. But it seems there is no extricating business from politics here now, is there? Ha ha ha. You are more correct than you know. Our little enterprises here are but a spearhead into this nation, to bring us closer together in cooperation. Of course. A most gentle spearhead into their business world. With care, they will welcome us with open arms. And wallets. Tanya pointed at a Germanian dessert shop. Oh, we definitely need to try that place out. I hear they have just created a Kirschwasser-soaked cake with a chocolate shell and candied cherries on top. As it turns out, the suggestion of dessert, even before lunch, was not just a distraction. Oscar watched Tanya alternate between the cake creation and a cup of coffee as they talked. I respect her abilities, her accomplishments, and her intellect. But I can't picture this sweets-obsessed girl as the devil of the Rhine. Father assures me that the reports are accurate, even toned down from the actual facts. He sipped his own coffee, eschewing a heavy treat just after breakfast. On a more political front, we've received an invitation from the mayor to talk about future plans. Ah. That's sooner than I thought. No rest for the wicked, indeed. You suspect them of foul play. My dear Oscar, this is Chicago. Anything else would surprise me.